Chapter 1. The Grand Wedding. In the tranquil month of October in Huozhou, the west wind whispers softly. On the long, serene street, the sound of joyous music fills the air. "My lady, we are nearing the Prince of Qin's residence," Qingtao gently reminded, leaning closer to the window of the bridal sedan. Upon hearing this, Yinhua slowly lifted the delicate silk fan resting on her lap, her finely arched brows knitting together as she gazed out the window, lost in thought. Half a month prior, the Emperor Wei had arranged her marriage to Prince Xiying, a decree that arrived unexpectedly. Yet, she was not entirely unfamiliar with Xiying. Rumor spoke of his frail health, often overshadowed by the Emperor's disfavor. It was said that 2 years ago, a physician had predicted he might not live beyond the age of 25. Furthermore, whispers circulated that Xiying possessed a temperament both capricious and dark, at times resembling a ghostly figure, at other times a fierce demon. The mere contemplation of these tales caused her fingers, which clutched the fan, to tremble uncontrollably. The clouds at dusk filtered through the window, casting a soft glow upon her almond-shaped eyes, enhancing the delicate beauty of her petite visage. On either side of the long street, the sweet fragrance of osmanthus wafted through the air, mingling with the cool breeze and infiltrating the sedan through the cracks of the door. The gentle aroma eased some of the anxiety that gnawed at Yunhua's heart. While the rumors surrounding Xiying were indeed unsettling, the truth of his ill health loomed larger. Just days before the wedding, he had succumbed to another illness, slipping into unconsciousness from which he had yet to awaken. Nevertheless, the wedding was set, and it must proceed as planned. Stepped down from a sedan, called the officiant, and Qingtao, along with the matron of the Wang residence, respectfully opened the sedan door. Concealing her unease, Yinhua gracefully descended, holding her fan with poise. The tassels of her phoenix crown swayed gently as she walked, while the silver flowers of her attire brushed against her fan, illuminating her exquisite features that resembled delicate petals. Due to Xiying's ongoing unconsciousness, many elaborate rituals were omitted, and Yinhua was escorted into the inner courtyard by matron Lin and Qingtao, one on either side. In stark contrast to the clamor of the outer courtyard, the inner sanctum of the Wang residence was eerily quiet. As Yinhua peered over her fan, she noticed that only a single guard stood sentinel in the courtyard. Sensing her curiosity, matron Lin, who was supporting Yinhua, explained gently, "Your Highness may not be aware, but the prince prefers solitude. The household is sparsely populated, and typically, only the guard, Mufeng, remains in the inner courtyard." Yinhua slowly turned her gaze towards matron Lin, a soft smile gracing her lips. "Thank you for your guidance, matron. I shall rely on your assistance in the days to come." Matron Lin, taken aback by Yunhua's gentle demeanor, bowed her head respectfully. "Should there be any shortcomings in my service, I implore your Highness to bear with me." As they spoke, matron Lin led Yinhua into the main chamber to rest while she and Qingtao went to prepare the evening meal. Yinhua set down her fan and surveyed her surroundings, her eyes landing on Xiying, who lay quietly on the couch. A mixture of curiosity and trepidation urged her to sneak a glance in his direction, but the distance hindered her view. Lifting her skirts, she leaned forward slightly, tiptoeing toward the couch, mindful of making even the slightest sound. Standing at the edge, she bent over to observe the figure resting there, her expression shifting to one of complex contemplation. Contrary to her expectations, he was not the grotesque sight she had imagined. His face did not bear the marks of illness, nor did it harbor a fearsome countenance. The warm glow of the candlelight illuminated Xiying's face, pale as snow yet devoid of weakness. His features were strikingly defined, with a noble nose and thin lips, exuding an air of rugged elegance. Beneath his well-shaped brows, his slightly closed, elongated eyes, with their subtly upturned outer corners, held an enigmatic coolness that was both alluring and remote. Yunhua took a shallow breath, her clear eyes curving into a delicate crescent moon. Fortunately, he did not possess a predatory visage. The flickering candlelight outlined the youthful and innocent features of the woman, casting a captivating shadow that danced enchantingly. Yunhua raised her hand to adjust the heavy phoenix crown that had tilted forward due to her lowered head. A playful hairpin slipped from her smooth tresses, clattering to the ground with a soft ding. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and feeling a twinge of guilt, she stole a glance at Xiying, relieved to see he remained undisturbed. She then bent down to retrieve the hairpin. As she picked it up, her gaze remained fixed anxiously on Si Hung's face, and she took a step back, inadvertently tripping over the bed's footboard. Her hand instinctively reached out for support as she lost her balance, and in a twist of fate, she found herself tumbling onto Si Hung. Si Hung opened his eyes with suppressed pain, his brows furrowed, casting a dark glance at Yun Hua, who had unexpectedly landed upon him. Chapter 2, Awakening. Yun Hua followed the sound, slowly turning her neck to the side, only to unexpectedly collide with a pair of icy, piercing eyes. "Your Highness?" Her lips trembled slightly as she clumsily adjusted her phoenix crown, trying to rise. Suddenly awakened, Si Hung had bloodshot eyes, glaring at Yun Hua with a chilling gaze. His thin lips were tightly pressed together, betraying a clear sense of anger. The hand resting beside him gradually clenched into a fist, producing a sound reminiscent of bones snapping, as if ready to strangle. Yun Hua felt a shiver run down her neck under Si Hung's fierce stare. Her legs weakened uncontrollably. Her fingers, hidden within her sleeves, twisted together in a desperate search for solace. Just as Si Hung was about to speak, a surge of warmth flooded his throat. He turned slightly, supporting himself with his forearm, and coughed violently, crimson blood splattering onto his hand. Yun Hua gazed at the bloodstains, her eyelashes fluttering, as she instinctively reached for her waist. Suppressing the fear rising within, she bent closer to Si Hung, trembling as she offered him her handkerchief, her voice soft. "Your Highness, the handkerchief." Si Hung turned slightly, casting a sharp glance at Yun Hua's startled eyes, then coldly accepted the white cloth, pressing it to his lips. With each bout of coughing, the pristine handkerchief became stained with vivid, mottled blood. Yun Hua lowered her head, her eyes, hidden beneath long lashes, filled with panic and guilt. Not only had she awakened Si Hung, but she had also caused him to cough up blood. With every cough from Si Hung, Yun Hua felt her neck grow colder, her clear apricot eyes misting with tears. She had heard from the servants that in the year Si Hung arrived in Si Jue, a group of ruffians, thinking he was just an ordinary traveler, had brazenly approached him, demanding money. Yet, Si Hung had merely gazed at them with an expression of indifference, even smiling slightly as he remarked, "The road is not bright enough." In the next instant, those men had their heads severed, their bones turned into lanterns, which Si Hung casually carried to light his path. The townsfolk who witnessed this scene felt as though they had stumbled upon a hellish spectacle. Yun Hua cautiously raised her eyes to Si Hung's pale face and blood-stained lips, the juxtaposition of red and white forming an enchanting yet haunting sight. The glass lantern by the bedside swayed gently, casting an ethereal glow reminiscent of ghostly flames. A cool breeze swept in through the window, causing Yun Hua to shudder involuntarily. Si Hung ceased his coughing and carelessly tossed the bloodied handkerchief to the floor, lifting his eyelids to cast a shadowy gaze at the downcast Yun Hua. In a cold voice, he commanded, "Come here, assist me." His low, hoarse tone was akin to a cold autumn rain, chilling to the core. Yun Hua fought to suppress her trembling as she lowered her head, cautiously moving to help Si Hung sit up, gently placing the pillow behind him. As she drew nearer, the delicate fragrance of daffodils enveloped her. Si Hung slightly furrowed his brow, then suddenly grasped Yun Hua's chin, lifting it upward, his voice frigid. "What is your name?" Startled, Yun Hua stammered in response. "Yun Hua." Si Hung cast a brief glance around the festively decorated room and at Yun Hua's bright red wedding gown. He remembered now. Before losing consciousness, the palace had arranged a marriage between him and the Yun family. Today marks the day of his grand wedding, and the lady before him is none other than Yun Zhao's sister. After untangling the intricate circumstances, Si Hung released his grip. Yun Hua stood by flustered and caught sight of the blood-stained handkerchief on the ground. Biting her lip, she softly inquired, "Your Highness, shall I summon the doctor? Please let Mu Feng in." Her low voice betrayed little emotion. Yet, Yun Hua felt as though she had been granted a reprieve. She lifted her skirts and hurriedly distanced herself from Si Hung, turning to seek out Mu Feng, who was stationed in the courtyard. Si Hung gazed at the fragile figure that vanished by the door, lost in contemplation, casting a glance at the hourglass. With both hands supporting himself on the bed, He rose and approached the window. The evening breeze tousled his half-tied, ink-black hair, while the night enveloped his deep, dark eyes. Moonlight bathed his cold, austere visage, and his elegant attire did nothing to warm the chill that clung to him. Upon seeing Yunhua rush out, Mu Feng was momentarily taken aback and bowed slightly. Addressing her, "Greetings, princess." "Mu Feng, the prince has awakened. You are to go inside," Yunhua urged urgently. Upon hearing that Si Hung was awake, Mu Feng's expression shifted, and he quickly entered, both elated and puzzled as he asked, "Your Highness, what brings you to awaken early?" "According to the antidote provided by young Master Shao, you were not meant to awaken until an hour from now." Sieng, recalling that he had been roused by someone sitting upon him, could not help but avert his gaze, darkly glancing at the one responsible for his premature awakening. Unaware of Si Heng's thoughts, Yunhua merely sensed his scrutiny. After a brief hesitation, she nervously clutched her sleeve, shyly blinking her clear, watery eyes in a polite tilt of her head, exuding both purity and innocence. The warm glow of the candlelight and the vivid hue of the red veil combined to reflect a captivating beauty that was both enchanting and naïve. Si Hung snorted coldly, redirecting his gaze. "Prepare the meal." "Yes," Mu Feng replied, subtly observing the dynamic between Yunhua and Si Hung. As he exited, he noted the peculiar shift in his demeanor. The prince had only instructed him to prepare the meal, not to dismiss the lady. This was the first time he had witnessed a woman permitted to remain by the prince's side. It seemed he ought to show the princess greater respect in the future. After Mu Feng departed, the atmosphere in the room became awkwardly tranquil, leaving only Yunhua and Si Hung. Si Heng cast a glance at the fidgeting Yunhua before turning and walking toward the adjoining washroom. As the door to the washroom closed, Yunhua placed one hand on her chest and the other on the table, releasing a long sigh of relief. She silently rejoiced that Si Hung had not lost his temper. Her taut nerves had found a brief respite, and she slowly seated herself on the low stool, steadying herself against the table. The candle flickered on the table, its crimson wax dripping along the relief of the joyous character, gradually solidifying into a shallow red at the base of the candle holder. Yunhua's gaze lingered on the joyous character, her heart in disarray as the sound of water from the washroom echoed in her ears, making that night feel particularly prolonged. Moments later, Qing Tao and Granny Lin each entered the main room, carrying large trays and arranging the small dishes meticulously. The washroom door swung open, and Si Hung emerged, donning a snow-white robe and an impassive expression, taking a seat opposite Yunhua. Qing Tao hurriedly knelt to pay her respects, standing properly behind Yunhua, afraid to lift her head, feeling inexplicably intimidated by Si Hung. Your Highness, please partake in this wedding wine," Granny Lin said as she presented the prepared ceremonial wine to both Yunhua and Si Hung. Old Madame Lin, brimming with joy, spoke auspicious words. After the two finished their drinks, she prepared to leave. Mu Feng noticed that Qing Tao still stood behind Yunhua, her face reflecting concern for the princess, and discreetly tugged at old Madame Lin's sleeve, gesturing towards Qing Tao. Understanding Mu Feng's silent cue, old Madame Lin followed her gaze and smiled, saying, "Miss Qing Tao, shall we go and tidy up the princess's garments and prepare some warm water?" Qing Tao hesitated, glancing at her mistress, but Yunhua gently patted her hand and softly reassured her, "Go ahead." Only then did Qing Tao follow old Madame Lin and the others outside. The table was adorned with dishes surrounding a candlestick, yet Yunhua ate very little, her attention more focused on observing Si Heng's every move. Catching sight of Yunhua's subtle actions, Si Heng casually asked while picking at a fishbone, "How old are you?" Chapter 3. The bed. As Yunhua set down her chopsticks, she folded her hands neatly on her lap and responded earnestly. Sieng nodded, elegantly picking up a piece of fish, expertly devoid of bones, and dipped it into the sauce before bringing it to his lips. Yunhua gently pressed her lips together, suppressing the turmoil within her heart. She reached for the serving chopsticks beside her, carefully selected a piece of fish near the belly, and, after ensuring it was free of bones, awkwardly extended it into Si Heng's bowl. Si Heng glanced at the fish in his bowl, lazily lifting his eyelids to gaze at Yunhua, the corners of his eyes slightly raised, carrying an air of inscrutability. His voice, low and resonant, inquired, "Are you not afraid of this king?" Yunhua was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of conflict appearing in her eyes before swiftly vanishing. She had married Si Hung. She could not remain fearful forever, especially since he had not troubled her since awakening. With this thought in mind, Yunhua smiled at Si Hung, her tone sweet yet sincere. "I am still a bit afraid, perhaps due to our unfamiliarity. Once we become acquainted, I shall no longer be afraid." Si Hung regarded Yunhua's clear, smiling eyes, a corner of his mouth curling up in a meaningful manner as he responded with a soft, "Oh." Feeling a rush of unease under Si Heng's gaze, Yunhua instinctively lowered her eyes and murmured, "I have finished eating. I will go wash up now." Without waiting for Si Heng's reply, she lifted her skirt and hurried into the bathing chamber, her back pressed against the door, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening. After a brief moment of composure, Yunhua raised her eyes to survey the bathing room. At the far end stood a stove for boiling water, with a small door in the wall nearby for servants to come and go. Against the wall connecting to the main house was a three-tiered clothes rack, and on the middle shelf lay her nightgown. In front of the rack was a bathtub filled with warm water, the steam rising gently, the temperature just right. Yunhua stood before the rack, gradually shedding her garments, and stepped into the bathtub, the warm water enveloping her delicate form. She propped her arms on the edge of the tub, resting her head sideways on her arms, her gaze drifting into the hazy mist, her mind involuntarily recalling the illustrated book of little figures fighting that her mother had once shown her. Though she had mentally prepared herself for marriage, the thought of engaging in such intimate acts with Si Hung sent a blush of crimson to her cheeks. The very postures were undeniably embarrassing. Yunhua cupped her flushed face with her hand, her arm resting on her curled-up knee, her fair feet creating ripples in the water. The gentle waves mirrored her wandering thoughts. Si Hung, accompanied by the intermittent sounds of water from the bathing chamber, leisurely finished his meal. As the bright moon hung in the sky, the stars twinkled in companionship, casting their gaze upon the enchanting beauty within. Having changed into her nightgown, Yunhua took a deep breath and opened the door to the bathing chamber, taking dainty steps towards the bed. Si Hung lounged against the headboard, casually propping one long leg up, his arm resting on it, idly twisting the black jade ring on his finger. Upon hearing her movement, his gaze drifted lazily to Yunhua, who stood a mere 2 steps away. The young woman stood gracefully, her long hair cascading like a silken waterfall to her waist, accentuating her fair skin. The flickering candlelight danced upon her lowered lashes, reminiscent of fluttering butterfly wings, delicate and charming. Si Hung paused as he twirled the bone ring, softly uttering 2 words, "Come up." Yunhua gazed at Si Hung, and as their eyes met, her heart raced unexpectedly. Si Hung, noticing her hesitation to move while a faint blush crept across her cheeks, found the situation amusing. He turned to the side, resting his elbow on his knee, raising 2 long fingers to support his forehead. He looked at Yunhua, his lips curving into a subtle smile, his voice low and magnetic as he inquired, "If you do not ascend the bed, how will you become familiar?" Chapter 4. Unwilling to listen, the snowflakes danced with a crimson hue, resembling peonies poised to bloom in all their resplendent glory. Yunhua nervously clutched the hem of her sleeve, her pearly teeth grazing her rosy lips, leaving a faint mark. She endeavored to suppress her mounting anxiety, repeatedly reassuring herself that it would be all right. After all, once her eyes were closed, she could simply surrender to whatever might come. Thus, with a sense of solemn determination, she approached the bed, bypassing Si Hung, and climbed up from the opposite side. With her eyes shut, she lay rigidly beside him, her hands resting gently on her abdomen. Si Hung glanced down at Yunhua, who resembled a valiant soul resigned to her fate. After a moment of surprise, he let out a soft chuckle. Hearing his low, deep laughter, Yunhua opened her eyes, bewildered, her brow furrowed as her delicate fingers curled into the fabric of her nightgown. What was he laughing at? All the confidence she had painstakingly built was being shattered by his mirth. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and, somewhat vexed, she puffed out her cheeks. Just as she was about to rise, Si Hung pressed a hand onto her shoulder, gently pushing her back into the soft embrace of the bedding. His tall figure loomed closer, his arms framing her sides, his sharp brows and bright eyes sparkling with a bewitching smile that drew nearer by the moment. The fragrance of medicine lingered on his lips, mingling with her breath in a delicate dance, mere inches apart. The flickering candlelight cast tender shadows, illuminating the intimate atmosphere. Terrified, Yinhua closed her eyes once more, her fingertips clutching the quilt beneath her. Si Jue observed the quivering lashes of Yinhua and let out a light laugh, his lips brushing against her cheek. Then, leaning toward her ear, his voice a low murmur, steeped in seduction. Not familiar, not yet. Yinhua's eyes flew open, her long, thick lashes casting shy shadows as her small face blushed furiously. In a flustered daze, she turned to look at Si Jue, only to find herself caught in the teasing depths of his dark gaze. Sleep, he stated slowly, his smile fading as he sat up, legs crossed beside her, his fingers lightly tapping her furrowed brow. Still processing his words, Yinhua stared at Si Jue, her mind racing with the implications. Did he mean to say that they should wait until they were more familiar before engaging in such activities? Si Jue raised an eyebrow at her bewildered expression and coolly inquired, "Don't want to sleep? Want to do something else?" No. Panicked, Yinhua hastily shut her eyes, clutching the edges of the quilt and burying her face within its folds, curling into a small ball. Si Jue glanced at her petite form, seemingly desperate to vanish, before extinguishing the candlelight and lying down beside her. In the stillness of the night, on an unfamiliar bed, with a stranger beside her, sleep eluded Yinhua. After lying on her side for what felt like an eternity, she could no longer bear her restlessness and yearned for a change in position. Peeking out from the quilt, she strained to listen to Si Jue's steady breathing, pondering if he had drifted off to sleep. Gently, she turned to glimpse him, only to find the moonlight casting a silvery glow through the window, illuminating Si Jue's pale yet sharply defined profile, cold and noble as frost upon a gilded surface. Yinhua gazed silently at Si Jue's striking features, unable to suppress the thought, could he truly not live beyond the age of 25? For this reason, when the imperial decree for marriage was issued, her mother and elder sister held her hands and wept for a long while, feeling heartbroken over her tender age and worrying about Si Jue's frail health, fearing she would be deprived of her lifelong happiness. In truth, the woman she referred to as her mother was not her biological mother, but rather her father's concubine, Madame Fan. When she was 6 years old, her father and biological mother tragically drowned in a flood while visiting friends in Si Jue. Following discussions among the clan elders, Madame Fan was elevated to the status of matriarch to care for the Yun family and raise the 4 children. Although only her elder sister was born of Madame Fan, she treated all the children equally, even with greater affection for the elder sister. The wedding gown for the elder sister was handcrafted by Madame Fan. And after the elder sister gave birth to Sui Huan, Madame Fan, concerned for her recovery, would frequently prepare nourishing herbal dishes to send to the Ji family, ensuring the elder sister regained her strength. On the eve of the second brother's enlistment, Madame Fan was still busy sewing garments for him, repeatedly urging him to seek no fame, but to return safely and soundly. When her mother passed away, Yin Huan was still young. Yet Madame Fan would share many stories about her, each time her eyes reddening at the mention of her. For 10 years, her meticulous care had endeared her to them, and they had long regarded her as their mother, every utterance of mother emanating from genuine affection. Yin Huan recalled that before her wedding, she passed by the ancestral hall and saw Madame Fan kneeling on a mat, holding incense and fervently praying, "Sister, our Huaner has grown up and will soon marry. May you and the Master in heaven bless our Huaner, shielding her from harm, and grant the 7th prince a long life, treating her well." She remembered her timid and tearful elder sister, sniffling as she wiped her tears, crying so hard she could barely breathe, more sorrowful than herself. Choked with emotion as she said, "Huaner, shall I marry in your stead?" Yin Huan was deeply touched, but could not acquiesce. She embraced her elder sister, soothing her for quite some time until the elder sister ceased her weeping. Now, the glory of the Yun family was earned through the second brother's countless life and death battles on the battlefield. It was precisely because of the renowned reputation of the Xiantai army, led by the second brother, that Emperor Wei, fearing other princes would seek alliances with the Yun family, preemptively arranged a marriage between the Yun family and the least likely contender for the throne, the seventh prince. Thus, in the eyes of Emperor Wei, the only one suitable to marry Si Hung was she, born of the same mother as the second brother. Yun Huan tugged at the edge of the quilt, slowly blinking away tears that weighed heavily in her eyes, trailing down to dampen the pillow. She felt a twinge of longing for home. "What are you crying about?" Si Hung suddenly turned to face Yun Huan, frowning as he inquired. Chapter 5 Buzz Si Hung had a profound aversion to crowds, and he was particularly unaccustomed to sharing his bed with a living being, especially not at such a late hour, with a pair of bright, dark eyes fixed intently upon him. Beneath the covers, his hand clenched and unclenched repeatedly as he fought against the overwhelming urge to render her unconscious, opting instead for a silent contest to see who would succumb to sleep first. However, to his astonishment, Yunhua's unwavering gaze upon him led her to tears. At last, unable to tolerate it any longer, Si Hung turned with a displeased countenance, his gaze fixed on Yunhua, and inquired once more, "What are you crying about?" Startled by the barely concealed ire in Si Hung's dark eyes, Yunhua blinked, a cascade of crystalline tears spilling forth. She pressed her lips together, hesitating on how to respond. After all, she and Si Hung were not intimately acquainted. To express homesickness would imply that she did not consider the Wang residence as her home, which might render their relationship even more distant. After much contemplation, she resolved against revealing her feelings, simply wiping away her tears and murmuring, "I'm not crying about anything." Si Hung's gaze remained cool and penetrating, scrutinizing her tear-streaked eyes, which sparkled with a clarity reminiscent of a flowing starry river, yet betrayed not a hint of dust. "Speak the truth, and I shall not cast you aside," he declared, gesturing towards the edge of the bed, his tone laced with a subtle threat. Yunhua sniffled, gazing earnestly into Si Hung's eyes. "And change your narrative. I miss my third sister." Si Hung's brow furrowed in confusion. Historically, the imperial household was characterized by a chilling estrangement. Even siblings born of the same mother often lacked any semblance of familial affection when contending for the throne. How much more so for Yunhua and Yunshu, who were not of the same womb. "Do you share a strong bond?" Si Hung inquired. Yunhua nodded vigorously, her lips curving into a smile at the mere mention of Yunshu. "Yes, my third sister is closest in age to me, and we have played together since childhood, especially after our elder sister married and our second brother joined the army. My third sister and I have been inseparable, under the gentle moonlight." Si Hung observed Yunhua's dark eyes, listening with rare patience. "My third sister is truly special. She cries beautifully, like a pear blossom drenched in rain, so endearing that one cannot help but feel sympathy for her. That is essentially my third sister." Yunhua continued to recount delightful anecdotes from her childhood with Yunshu, but just as she reached the tail of their 10th year, her voice suddenly faded into silence. Si Hung cast a languid look at the girl who had lulled herself to sleep while captivating him with her stories, and he raised his hand, tempted to rouse her from her slumber, eager for her to continue. In fact, he did just that. He gently patted Yunhua's cheek, yet she remained unresponsive. Leaning closer, he commanded softly, "Yunhua, do not sleep." Yunhua lightly furrowed her brows, covering her ears, and drowsily tried to retreat forward. Eventually, she nestled into Si Hung's embrace, drawn by the warmth. Burying her small face in the crook of his neck, she rubbed against him and murmured, "How annoying. There are mosquitoes buzzing by my ear." Si Hung gazed down at Yunhua, who had burrowed into his arms, a strange glimmer appearing in his dark eyes. Yet, the person in his embrace remained restless, shifting about and stirring his agitation. "Turn away. Do not hold me. The mosquitoes will bite," he commanded, pinching her waist and gently extracting her from his embrace, urging her to face away from him as she slept. Yunhua, heavily drowsy, vaguely sensed someone nudging her and let out a reluctant hum. Si Hung's gaze darkened as he focused on her delicate back, the lingering fragrance of the woman in his arms still enveloping him. The red candle had burned down, and the sun shone brightly. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Yunhua slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the wall for a while before rubbing her eyes and turning over. Seeing that Si Hung was still asleep, she gently lifted the quilt and quietly maneuvered around him, making her way to the bathing room. Qing Tao entered through the small door of the bathing room and attended to Yunhua's grooming before stepping out to assist Granny Lin in preparing a meal. Dressed in a vibrant red skirt, Yunhua leisurely stepped out of the bathing room only to find that Si Hung had yet to awaken. Observing his pale face and recalling his coughing up blood the previous night, a wave of concern washed over her. Would he be all right? Nervously lifting her skirt, Yunhua approached the bedside, bending down to scrutinize Si Hung's face. Her trembling index finger hovered just above his nose, and her long, dark hair cascaded down her shoulders, brushing against his lips. Not dead. Si Hung suddenly opened his eyes and spoke softly. Ah. Startled, Yunhua found herself too close to his face, and upon meeting his gaze, she instinctively staggered backward. Si Hung sat up, reaching out to grasp her arm. With a gentle pull, he brought her back, enveloping her in warmth. Yunhua found herself seated on Si Hung's lap, her cheek pressed against his warm neck. Breathless and startled, Si Hung held her arm with one hand while the other rested on her waist, feeling the softness of her form, as if she could easily melt into his embrace no matter how he held her. Frowning slightly, he moved his hand to her waist, sighed deeply, and uttered a single word, "Fool." With a flushed face, Yunhua placed her hands delicately on Si Hung's shoulders. Standing up and stepping back a couple of paces before softly retorting, "I'm not foolish. It's just that you startled me." Si Hung lifted the quilt, slipped out of bed, and approached Yunhua step by step, his towering figure completely overshadowing her petite frame. He tilted her chin, leaning down to gaze into her lake-like eyes, and said, "Speak louder." "Say it again." Staring into Si Hung's intimidating presence, Yunhua blinked and, with a quivering, gentle voice, softly replied, "I said, I am not foolish. I was merely taken aback by your handsome visage, Your Highness." Si Hung caressed her chin with his fingertip, a faint smile curling his lips. "Oh, is that so?" "Indeed," she affirmed. Yunhua tilted her delicate face upwards, her eyes suddenly curving into a bright smile as she nodded. Her cheeks, as white as snow, caught the sunlight behind her, enveloping her in a soft, golden glow that was somewhat dazzling. Si Hung squinted, gazing at Yunhua's obedient visage, his gaze drifting downward to her slightly upturned, moist lips, which appeared sweet and tender. "Well, the little girl is rather amusing. I shall keep her around for now." Si Hung smirked, releasing his grip on Yunhua's chin, playfully tapping her forehead before turning to enter the bathing room. Yunhua watched Si Hung disappear into the bathing room, her fingers brushing the spot where he had just tapped her. It was not painful, yet it sent a tingle through her, her clear eyes sparkling with flecks of light. In truth, he was not as fearsome as the legend suggested. A few kind words could indeed coax him. Once Si Hung had finished bathing, Granny Lin and Qing Tao brought forth the breakfast. Just as Yunhua was enjoying her meal, she noticed Si Hung staring intently at her. Caught off guard by his gaze, she paused mid-bite, a mouthful of porridge lingering in her mouth, her soft cheeks puffed out adorably. With the spoon frozen in her hand, she tilted her head in confusion, meeting his gaze. After a long moment, Yunhua swallowed the porridge and glanced down at her plate, her brows knitting together as she tentatively asked, "Am I eating too much?" Her sweet voice carried a hint of helplessness. She was unsure why, but every morning she awoke with an exceptionally good appetite, consuming the most during breakfast among her 3 meals. "No, I'm merely curious," Si Hung replied, his gaze appraising Yunhua from head to toe, her small face, her waist that could barely be encompassed by a hand, her long limbs. Where had all the flesh gone? He typically lacked appetite in the morning, yet watching Yunhua eat was indeed a feast for the eyes. Hearing Si Hung say it wasn't due to her overeating, Yunhua scooped up another spoonful of the fresh, juicy tofu, her brows relaxing into a smile as she asked cheerfully, "What are you curious about, Your Highness?" Si Hung remained silent, yet he too took a spoonful of tofu soup from the spot she had just used, something he seldom indulged in. "Your Highness, young Master Shao has arrived," Mu Feng announced from outside the door, his voice ringing clear. Chapter 6. Xiao Yunhua glanced at the door. Her curiosity piqued by the mention of young Master Xiao by Mu Feng, yet she understood the decorum of not inquiring further. Thus, she resumed her meal, while Si Hung seemed unperturbed, and the two continued to eat in silence for a while longer. Si Hung inquired, "Are you full?" It was a seemingly ordinary question, yet having felt his intense gaze upon her during their meal, she suddenly harbored the peculiar notion that she might appear quite gluttonous. Lowering her eyes, she nodded slightly. "I'm full. Come here." Si Hung rose and walked toward the outside. Yinhua was taken aback, not anticipating that he would invite her to accompany him. After a few steps, he noticed the absence of movement behind him and turned to see Yunhua still sitting there, her expression dazed. Frowning, he asked, "Do you not wish to join?" Standing at the threshold, the light pouring in from outside illuminated him, casting his impeccable features in a soft glow, as if he were an ethereal being descended from the heavens, beautifully painted in the light. Yunhua squinted against the glare, her vision momentarily obscured. With delicate steps, she approached Si Hung, gazing up into the depths of his dark eyes, and with a charming smile, she replied, "I do wish to go. Let us proceed." Following Si Hung into the side room, they found a strikingly handsome man already standing within. He elegantly fanned himself with a folding fan, and upon noticing Yunhua and Si Hung entering together, he snapped the fan shut, his eyes betraying a clear surprise. "Call someone," Si Hung instructed Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, bowing respectfully to Yunhua, his peach blossom eyes shimmering with mirth. Xiaoyu pays his respects to the princess. "Master Xiao." "No need for such formalities," Yunhua replied with a gentle smile. Si Hung seated himself on a low stool beside the table and gestured for Yunhua to sit next to him. Xiaoyu stared at Si Hung in disbelief for a moment before he absent-mindedly began to take Si Hung's pulse. "Your Highness," after taking the pulse, Xiaoyu discreetly cast a glance at Yunhua, pausing momentarily before continuing. "Speak," Si Hung commanded, retracting his wrist and smoothing his sleeve. "The antidote administered previously can only temporarily suppress the poison. It cannot eradicate it entirely," Xiaoyu stated. Yunhua listened intently, her heart sinking in shock, her fingers trembling beneath her sleeve. Si Hung had succumbed to poison, not merely an illness? How could this have happened? As Yunhua grappled with the unsettling revelation, Xiaoyu queried Si Hung, "Did you experience any unusual symptoms upon waking yesterday?" "No," Si Hung replied without a moment's hesitation. "Not so. There was an anomaly. Last night, His Highness coughed up blood." Yunhua interjected anxiously, casting Si Hung a look that urged him to speak candidly, fearful that he might withhold information, thus impairing Xiao Yu's judgment. "Coughing up blood? That should not be the case." Xiao Yu's countenance faltered as he swiftly grasped Si Hung's wrist again, furrowing his brow as he re-examined him. "You awakened prematurely yesterday." Si Hung observed Yunhua's anxious expression, a trace of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Awakened prematurely? How could that be?" Xiao Yu, confident in his medical prowess, was baffled by the notion of Si Hung waking earlier than expected. Si Hung calmly rotated the teacup in his hand, casting a sidelong glance at Yunhua, and let out a prolonged hum, his thin lips curving into a smirk as he leisurely repeated, "What caused you to awaken so early?" Yunhua's lips parted slightly, yet she found it difficult to articulate a response, her eyes shimmering with a mixture of embarrassment and constraint. Xiao Yu's gaze flitted between the two, catching the glimpse of Si Hung's ambiguous smile and Yunhua's vividly flushed cheeks. It seemed that the method which roused Si Hung from slumber was indeed quite extraordinary, particularly suggestive. Xiao Yu endeavored to suppress the corners of his mouth that threatened to curl upwards, casting a knowing look at Si Hung. He tempered his inner excitement and, with an empathetic demeanor, turned his attention to Yunhua, clearing his throat. "As for how you awoke early, I shall not pursue that matter further. However, how significant was the blood loss?" The reason he refrained from questioning Si Hung was that, in the eyes of the latter, as long as one did not bleed out entirely, it was deemed inconsequential. Asking would be futile. Yunhua pondered briefly, estimating, "The cloth is dampened halfway. That is manageable. It poses no grave concern. I shall prescribe additional restorative medicines for the prince," Xiao Yu remarked, glancing at Mu Feng, who stood behind Si Hung. Mu Feng immediately understood and procured paper and brush for Xiao Yu to write the prescription, to which Xiao Yu accepted with a knowing smile exchanged between them. He then meticulously conveyed to Yun Hua all the instructions he originally intended for Mu Feng, encompassing precautions and methods of medication. It appeared that Yun Hua comprehended why Si Hung had summoned her. It was likely for the sole purpose of receiving medical advice. Thus, as she listened to Xiao Yu, she leaned slightly forward to observe him write, her delicate face adorned with a serious expression, more earnest than when she sought treatment for herself. Once Xiao Yu had completed his admonitions, he showed no intention of departing. Sensing that he might wish to converse privately with Si Hung, Yun Hua tactfully suggested, I shall first seek Lady Lin to prepare the medicine for His Highness. After Yun Hua exited, Xiao Yu, fanning himself, regarded Si Hung with curiosity. How rare it is that the prince has chosen to keep someone by his side. It is well known that Si Hung is typically aloof and detached, accompanied only by an elderly matron. Even though Yun Hua is a gift from the emperor, thus beyond his refusal, I did not anticipate he would keep her close. She is the sister of Yun Xiao, Si Hung replied nonchalantly, sipping his tea. Xiao Yu, seemingly skeptical, clicked his tongue but dared not challenge Si Hung's ambiguous rationale, for he wished to prolong his own life. Your Highness, do you recall my previous admonition? Until the antidote is fully administered, intimacy is strictly forbidden, Xiao Yu quipped, raising an eyebrow with a look of mischief. Si Hung lifted his eyelids, casting a cold glare at Xiao Yu, his voice frigid. Leave. Xiao Yu grinned widely, retrieving a white porcelain bottle from the medicine chest and handing it to Si Hung, inexplicably elated. After Yun Hua entrusted the prescription to Lady Lin for the medicine preparation, she and Qing Tao wandered around the estate, having traversed the entirety of the prince's residence. Her predominant impression was one of transparency, an openness that allowed one to see to the very end. In Qing Tao's words, Princess, is this estate not excessively spacious? The vast royal residence, aside from a few pines and maples, was devoid of any flowers or trees. Beneath a delicately constructed rockery, fashioned from an intricate arrangement of stones, lies a modest pond, measuring 3 acres in expanse. The water is crystal clear, revealing the azure sky and fluffy clouds above, while the sun's rays dance upon its surface, creating a shimmering ripple. Yun Hua gazes at the water, partially obscured by the rocky Fade, and finds solace in its serene reflection. It serves as a mirror for the sky and clouds, adding a touch of vivacity to the otherwise tranquil royal residence. With such ample space available, it would be splendid to cultivate some hollyhocks, trumpet flowers, and turnips. Once they bloom, these flowers could be utilized for crafting rouge, which would be beneficial for the Jinjiao pavilion that requires such floral materials. Contemplating this, Yun Hua grasped Qing Tao's hand and hurried back. Let us inquire with His Highness if we might plant some flowers within the estate. Chapter 7. Astonishing within the main house, Si Hung sat gracefully in a rocking chair by the window, a book cradled in his hands. His long, cool fingers turned the pages, the soft rustle mingling with the gentle breeze and the melodic chirping of birds outside, creating an atmosphere of languorous delight. Sunlight streamed through the partially opened window, casting a warm glow on his long, drooping eyelashes. The interplay of light and shadow accentuating his flawless visage akin to a serene spring mountain under the bright moon. Yun Hua stood outside the window, gazing at Si Hung within. She found herself momentarily entranced. Though the world often spoke of his capricious temperament, one could not deny the striking beauty he possessed. This remarkably handsome man was, after all, her husband. A delicate blush tinted her alabaster cheeks as she raised her hands, pressing her palms against her slightly warm face. Tilting her head once more to glance at Si Hung, her soft pink lips inadvertently curled into a smile. Suddenly, Si Hung lifted his gaze towards the window, his obsidian eyes merging with the sunlight, akin to sparkling obsidian. Have you had your fill of watching? Perhaps you should come in and take a closer look? He directed a slow, teasing smile towards Yun Hua, raising a hand to gesture towards the door. Caught in the act of spying, Yun Hua felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, hastily lowering her hands and diverting her gaze. With a feigned calmness, She tilted her head back to admire the azure sky, her sweet voice carried by the wind into the room. I wasn't watching you, Your Highness. I was merely observing the clouds. Once she spoke, she tilted her head slightly, darting a quick glance at Si Jue. Noticing his raised eyebrow, which clearly conveyed disbelief, she quickly added, "It might perhaps possibly rain tomorrow." Si Jue leaned back in his chair, propping his head on his hand. The rhythmic swaying of the rocking chair, accompanying his leisurely tone imbued with a hint of laughter. "Is that so? It seems the princess has a knack for cloud watching and weather prediction." Flustered, Yunhua opened her mouth to retort, but found herself at a loss for words, her head drooping in silence as she entered the room. "Where have you been?" Si Jue inquired, setting the book on his lap, the shadow it cast swaying with the movement of the chair. "I just took a stroll around the estate." Yunhua remembered her intention to ask Si Jue about planting flowers and approached him. "Have a seat," he instructed. Yunhua glanced around, noting there were no chairs available. Were she to sit? Her gaze finally landed on Si Jue's long legs, and her brow furrowed slightly as she pressed her lips together, contemplating whether he meant for her to sit upon his lap. The thought was rather embarrassing. "It's just a matter of bringing a stool over to sit," Si Jue remarked, suddenly rising to his feet, his hand resting behind his back. He leaned down to closely observe the rosy blush on Yunhua's cheeks, his dark eyes sparkling with mischief as he teased, "Surely, you didn't think I meant for you to sit on my lap?" "Ah." Yunhua's face flushed a deep crimson as she instinctively averted her gaze, unable to meet Si Jue's eyes. Outside, the autumn breeze was cool. It could not disperse the vibrant bloom of her cheeks, reminiscent of a peach blossom. Si Jue, captivated by the hue of her blush, raised an eyebrow and smiled before walking to the table to pour a cup of tea. Upon returning, he set a chair down before her, with her face still aflame. Yunhua finally settled into the chair, taking a moment to collect herself before looking back at Si Jue, her eyes shimmering with anticipation as she asked, "Your Highness, may I plant some flowers in the estate?" "What do you plan to plant?" Si Jue replied nonchalantly, nodding in agreement. "Perhaps hollyhocks, morning glories, turnips, and peach blossoms, among others." After Yunhua finished speaking, she turned her head to observe Si Jue's expression. Noticing his calm demeanor, devoid of any surprise, she decided not to conceal anything from him. Thus, she continued, "I own a rouge shop in Si Jue named Jinjia Pavilion. Flowers such as mallow, musk, and turnip are the primary ingredients for making the rouge, while I personally craft the special seasonal rouge. The rest is produced by the widows of the valiant soldiers who sacrificed their lives in my brother's army." A fleeting look of astonishment crossed his painted eyes. Although he was aware of Yun Zhao's adept military leadership and the invincible prowess of the Xintai army, he had not anticipated that Yunhua was also assisting the families of the fallen heroes through such a self-sustaining endeavor. The business at Jinjia Pavilion is quite favorable, yielding a modest profit each year. However, I save a small portion of the earnings, while the remainder is distributed among the shop and the other sisters-in-law in need of support. At this point, Yunhua paused for a moment. Si Jue gazed into her hesitating eyes, rocking gently in his chair, and casually remarked, "This prince is not concerned about the princess's finances. There is no need for you to worry." Upon hearing this, Yunhua exhaled lightly, her eyes curving into a soft smile, shimmering with brilliance. Her sweet grin akin to sugar and honey. Si Jue cast a fleeting glance at her smile before picking up the book resting on his lap. The words that leapt off the page were, with charming eyes shyly lowered, her crimson lips bloom into laughter, as the bright moon hung high, casting a silvery glow like a delicate veil. Yunhua lay beside Si Jue, staring at the canopy above. Though she felt less anxious than before, a sense of discomfort lingered. Si Jue observed her fidgeting beneath the covers, shifting from side to side, and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What troubles you?" "I can't sleep," Yunhua replied, turning her head with her enchanting eyes cautiously directed towards him, pitifully clutching the corner of the blanket under her arm. "Then continue sharing stories from your childhood, perhaps up to your 10th year." Si Jue raised an arm to rest beneath his head, closing his eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. Yunhua contemplated for a moment, realizing that she had indeed drifted off to sleep in a similar manner the previous night. Thus, she began to reminisce about her youthful escapades. her naturally soft voice becoming even sweeter as she spoke tenderly. When I was 11, I visited the Ji family with my third sister to see our eldest sister. While sitting in the courtyard conversing, a bug suddenly fell from a tree, startling my third sister to the point of turning pale and screaming loudly. At that moment, I calmly removed the bug from her. After animatedly recounting her tale, Yunhua abruptly halted. Emerging from the thin blanket, she propped herself up on her elbow, her gaze fixed intently on Si Hung, refusing to waver until he opened his eyes. Reluctantly, Si Hung blinked awake, meeting the expectant and proudly shining eyes of Yunhua. He frowned slightly and responded, "Oh, you are quite brave." "Yes, that's what my eldest sister praised me for," Yunhua exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. She playfully kicked off the covers, her soft night pants slipping down her slender legs, gathering in a pile at her knees. Si Hung, endowed with exceptional night vision, briefly glanced at her delicate, pale legs before returning his focus to Yunhua's animated and increasingly excited face. He furrowed his brow, pressing his finger against the slight twitch at the corner of his eye, pondering whether she would ever fall asleep or if he should simply render her unconscious. With a piercing gaze, Si Hung pointed to the pillow beside him, commanding, "Come here and lie down obediently." Yunhua, taken aback by Si Hung's sudden anger, responded softly with a gentle "oh" and turned over like a fish, clutching the quilt, settling down obediently. "Continue," he instructed. Si Hung lay back, no longer looking at her. This time, Yunhua spoke quietly, refraining from asking questions or engaging with Si Hung. As she spoke, her voice gradually grew softer until, unbeknownst to her, she drifted off to sleep. Si Hung turned to observe the slumbering Yunhua, the moonlight illuminating her slightly parted, delicate pink lips, while her long, thick lashes cast tranquil arcs upon her porcelain-white cheeks, her brows and eyes exuding a sweetness. As the sound of the clock chimed, Si Hung returned to his senses, realizing he had been staring for a tad too long. Chapter 8. Returned the following day. The weather was serene and clear, with the sounds of carriages and horses echoing through the streets. Yunhua discreetly raised her gaze toward Si Hung, who was resting with his eyes closed against the carriage wall. Today marked the day of her return, yet she had not anticipated that Si Hung would accompany her. Whether due to his princely status or his recently awakened state from unconsciousness, even if he chose not to return with her, no one would dare to comment, and she found herself hesitant to inquire directly. However, after drinking his medicinal soup that morning, he instructed Mu Feng to prepare the carriage to the Yun residence. "What are you smiling at?" Si Hung opened his eyes and glanced at Yunhua, who was smiling shyly. Yunhua tilted her head, looking at him with a radiant smile, and sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness, for accompanying me back to the Yun family." Si Hung raised an eyebrow before pushing open the carriage window, lifting his gaze to the sky, which was as clear as a polished jade. He remarked slowly, "Didn't the princess say it would rain today?" Yunhua followed his gaze outside, recalling her whimsical words from yesterday. Her cheeks flushed. She lowered her head and fiddled with her sleeve, murmuring softly, "But the day is not over yet. What if it rains later?" Si Hung chuckled lightly, his long fingers casually resting on the window ledge, tapping lightly with a playful rhythm. Meanwhile, Fan Shi and Yin Shu were eagerly awaiting at the entrance of the residence, their eyes fixed on the alley, anticipating Yunhua's return. However, they were taken aback when they saw Si Hung step down from the carriage alongside Yunhua, surprised that he had awakened, and even more so that he had chosen to accompany her. After exchanging greetings and pleasantries, Yin Shu took Yunhua to her chamber, where the sisters shared intimate conversations, while Fan Shi entertained Si Hung with tea in the main hall. Yin Shu grasped Yunhua's delicate hand, her brow furrowed with concern. "What, is the prince treating you well? Has he troubled you in any way?" Si Hung maintained an expressionless demeanor, his eyes exuding an aloofness that made Yin Shu feel a chill just by looking at him, let alone speaking to him. Yunhua clasped Yin Shu's hand in return, smiling gently. "Sister, please don't worry. His Highness has not troubled me, and he's not as frightening as the rumors suggest." Yin Shu blinked her enchanting eyes, gazing softly at Yunhua. "Is that truly so?" "Hua, indeed, truly." Yunhua nodded earnestly, her eyes curving into a smile as she skillfully shifted the topic. Now that I am married, has mother been urging you to wed, sister? Oh, she has, but I have no desire to marry, Yin Shu replied, shaking her head vehemently. Then if you do not wish to marry, you need not. I shall support you. Yunhua glanced at the stack of novels on Yin Shu's table and continued. I have saved some silver and plan to buy a shop for you to open a bookstore. What do you think? Outsiders were unaware that the renowned Jinjiao Pavilion in Suzhou was managed by Yunhua, and that the seasonal special rouge worth 100 taels was crafted by her own hands. However, Yin Shu was acutely aware of her own limitations, knowing that apart from reading novels, she possessed no other talents. Thus, upon hearing Yunhua's proposal of opening a shop, she widened her eyes in alarm and repeatedly waved her hands. I cannot do that. I know nothing about business. She certainly did not wish for Yunhua's hard-earned savings to go to waste. Yunhua offered a soothing smile, patiently articulating her plans to Yin Shu. The profitability is secondary. My primary intention is to establish this shop as a means of support for our third sister. I have contemplated that our bookstore could serve both as a retail outlet and a rental facility. Therefore, even if it does not yield significant profit, at least we shall not incur losses. Should our third sister decide to discontinue operations in the future, she may simply transfer the shop, thereby safeguarding her investment. As Yunhua spoke, she rose and approached the table where Yin Shu had placed her manuscripts, retrieving a notebook from the bottom of the stack. Holding it delicately, she presented it to Yin Shu, her voice gentle as she continued. More importantly, if our third sister possesses her own bookstore, then the stories you have quietly penned can be displayed for others to read. You would be the proprietor, free from the fear of judgment regarding the quality of your writing. Yin Shu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at Yunhua, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. She had not anticipated that Yunhua would be so attentive. Noticing her secretive writing endeavors and understanding the fears and concerns that resided within her heart, her sister was gently offering encouragement and support in her own unique manner. Observing Yin Shu's hesitance to accept, Yunhua playfully took her hand, declaring, "We are sisters, bonded by the same surname and bloodline. Thus, there is no need for you to be so formal with me. Whether as a dowry or a safety net, this shop ultimately belongs to you." Yunhua's words stemmed from the depths of her heart. Since the sudden passing of their parents, it was thanks to Fanshi's prudent management that they had been raised together. Even though their second brother had entered the court as an official and received the title of general, sending home his annual salary, Fanshi had never touched that money. Insisting, "Shower will marry one day. I must save money for his betrothal gifts and ensure that the general's reputation remains intact." Furthermore, their mother had bequeathed 2 shops, and during their most challenging times, Fanshi had preferred to engage in weaving and embroidery to supplement the household income rather than sell them, stating that they were intended as dowries for Yunhua and her elder sister, Yunrao. Among these was the Jinjiao Pavilion located in Suzhou. Now, Yunhua wished to provide Yin Shu with a shop of her own. As Yin Shu gazed at the tenderly speaking Yunhua, tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. Yunhua, noticing her sister's tear-streaked face, could not help but tease, "Oh dear, third sister, you truly are made of water. You cry when you're happy and also when you're sad." With a smile, Yunhua produced a handkerchief, gently dabbing at Yin Shu's tears, marveling once more. "My third sister is truly beautiful when she cries." Her delicate brows resembled wisps of cloud, and her tear-filled eyes sparkled with emotion. As she sobbed, her shoulders trembled slightly, akin to a rain-drenched autumn lotus, fragile and ethereal, evoking a profound sense of compassion. In the main hall, Si Hung sat in the upper seat with a demeanor marked by indifference. Fanshi respectfully presented a cup of tea to him, saying, "Your Highness, Huar is still young. If she has erred in any way, it is undoubtedly our failure as her parents in her upbringing, and I hope you will not hold it against her." Upon hearing this, Si Hung regarded Fanshi with mild surprise, lifting the teacup but refraining from taking a sip. Fanshi continued nostalgically, "Huar is a kind-hearted and sensible child. I remember when both the mistress and master passed away. She was merely 6 years old. In the depths of solitude, A small child, yearning to shield us from worry, would embrace the doll sewn by her mother and quietly weep beneath the covers, missing her parents. Fan paused momentarily, casting a discreet glance at Si Heng's expression, only to find him leisurely rotating the teacup in his hand, a layer of frost gradually settling in his eyes. Si Heng gazed out at the withering osmanthus tree, ensnared in contemplation, while Fan, as a stepmother, could still consider the feelings of her children, what his own parents. His father loathed him, and his mother harbored hatred in her heart. Outside, the fallen osmanthus blossoms scattered like fragmented starlight upon the ground, their faint fragrance lingering as the final gift of their fleeting existence. Yet, the last moments of his mother were marked by her piercing glare, her voice hoarse with fury as she questioned him relentlessly. Why do you not choose to die? That venomous gaze, the contorted expression, trembling hands that seemed to wish to strangle him and drag him into the underworld. In the vast expanse of the universe, he could scarcely recall a soul who had ever genuinely cared for him. Si Heng's lips curled into a pale smile as he drained the tea poured by Fan. I shall take a stroll within the estate. The minister's wife commanded someone to lead the prince? Fan steadied herself against the table to rise. There is no need, Si Heng replied without turning back, departing instead. Fan, filled with concern, watched his retreating figure, anxious that her words might have provoked him, and even more worried about the trouble that might befall Yunhua. Chapter 9. Misty Rain. Yunhua and Yun Shu returned to the main hall, where Fanshi eagerly recounted her earlier conversation with Si Heng and his reaction. Her brow furrowed with concern. Do not worry, mother. His Highness will not be angered by those words. Yunhua reassured her, taking her mother's hand and smiling gently. From her recent interactions with Si Heng, she sensed that although he appeared aloof, he had never treated her poorly, and she believed he was not a narrow-minded individual. A gust of wind swept through, causing the window panes to rattle and the branches to rustle. Is it going to rain? Yunhua's eyes brightened as she hurriedly stood up and leaned toward the window. Following her gaze, Yunshu looked at the increasingly overcast sky and softly replied, It seems so. The weather has been quite unpredictable lately. Wonderful, Yunhua exclaimed, quickly making her way to the entrance and glancing at the swirling dust and stones on the ground, her excitement palpable. What's so good about rain, Hua? Yunshu questioned, trailing behind her, shivering as the cold wind blew, instinctively retreating indoors. I'll tell you later. Mother, third sister, I'm going to find His Highness, Yunhua said mysteriously, winking at Yunshu. She took the oil paper umbrella handed to her by a servant, inquired about Si Heng's whereabouts, and with a joyful smile, dashed into the rain. When Yunhua found Si Heng, he stood alone beneath the corridor, gazing at the horizon with a pensive expression. The autumn wind lifted the sleeves of his snowy garments, and the cold rain scattered the fallen leaves, creating an atmosphere of desolation. In this boundless melancholy, he appeared ethereal, like a deity existing in solitude. Yunhua paused for a moment before slowly calling out, Your Highness. Her sweet voice, akin to the tinkling of a spring, pierced through the drizzling rain and reached Si Heng's ears. He withdrew his gaze and, through the hazy mist of rain, beheld Yunhua, who approached him gracefully under her umbrella. Beneath the oil paper umbrella, her fiery red attire shimmered. She tilted her head, waved at him, and her flowing wide sleeves fell back, revealing a delicate wrist like polished jade. Her layered skirts swayed rhythmically, reminiscent of blooming daffodils. Amid the dimness of wind and rain, she became the sole vibrant hue in the downpour. Yunhua approached Si Heng, lifting her skirt as she stood beside him, effortlessly placing the umbrella against the pillar. She gazed up into his dark, glimmering eyes, her lips blossoming into a radiant smile. It's raining. Si Heng looked down at her charming smile. His once somber eyes illuminated by the starlight reflected in hers, and he replied with a soft hum. Yunhua lifted her chin, turned, and extended her hand into the eaves, where the gentle raindrops fell onto her fair palm, cool and refreshing. Slowly, she tilted her lips into a smile, her voice a sweet melody tinged with pride. So, I truly was looking at the clouds yesterday, not at His Highness. Si Heng observed her profile and suddenly laughed, his gloom dissipating significantly. Indeed, This place has not concealed its treasures, and the more one describes it, the darker it seems. Yet, the very subject of the conversation remained blissfully unaware, as the fine rain fell upon her curled lashes, creating a glistening spectacle. In the misty rain, she was purely enchanting. Yinhua and Si Hung waited until the rain ceased before departing from Yun's residence. However, as soon as they stepped into the royal mansion, a sharp, mocking voice rang out from behind them. "Oh, the seventh prince is still alive." Si Hung's footsteps faltered, his gaze instantly turning frigid as he silently turned to face the uninvited Si Meng at the entrance. Si Meng swaggered towards him, ready to hurl a mocking remark. But his eyes fell upon Yinhua behind Si Hung. With a countenance as delicate as a lotus blossom and a form as graceful as a willow, she particularly shone with the brilliance of stars reflected in her almond-shaped eyes. Si Meng's already small eyes narrowed into slits, leering at Yinhua with a lecherous gaze, his tongue clicking in astonishment. Who would have thought that this frail creature was so fortunate as to be graced with a beauty resembling a celestial being? Yinhua felt a wave of discomfort wash over her from Si Meng's crude and lascivious stare, instinctively retreating behind Si Hung to evade his gaze. Noticing her movement, Si Hung subtly shifted his position, his tall and imposing figure casting a protective shadow over her. As she gazed down at their intertwined silhouettes on the ground, a sense of safety enveloped her restless heart. Si Meng observed their interaction with growing malice, a sinister smile forming on his lips. "I heard you fainted again, and I came to collect your corpse out of kindness. Since you're still alive, I suppose I'll have to wait for the next time. After all, you can't have many years left. There will surely be another opportunity." At his words, Yinhua's brows furrowed, and she shot an indignant glare at Si Meng from behind Si Hung. Who is this insufferable person? From his address to Si Hung, she surmised he must be a prince, likely Si Hung's brother. But upon hearing him curse Si Hung's longevity, a surge of inexplicable frustration welled up within her. Si Hung, however, maintained a calm demeanor as he cast a sidelong glance at Si Meng, a faint smile gracing his lips as he drawled, "You've been a dog for the fourth prince for so long. Doesn't it feel uncomfortable not to bark a little?" "You." Si Meng's mouth twitched in fury, glaring daggers at Si Hung. Si Hung's smile faded as he turned his attention back to the entrance, his voice low and commanding. "Get lost." Si Meng despised Si Hung's demeanor above all else. In the palace, no matter how they struck or insulted him, he never begged for mercy, merely regarding them with a brooding stare, akin to an untamed wolf, cold and defiant. What gave him the right? While the world believed that Si Hung would not live past 25, they as princes had heard the physician's diagnosis firsthand. What qualifications did a sickly, ill-favored wretch have to retort against him? It was precisely this disdain for Si Hung that prompted Si Meng to provoke him at every opportunity, though he had never succeeded. Ironically, the more he failed, the more he was determined to persist. Si Meng, now visibly agitated, trembled with rage, but was steadied by his loyal aide, Wang Bao, who gently reminded him, "Your Highness, there are pressing matters at hand." Taking Wang Bao's words to heart, Si Meng relented slightly, bellowing, "Si Hung, you wait here. Once I finish my business, I shall return to settle the score with you." "I shall be waiting," Si Hung replied, arching an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with mockery as he savored Si Meng's grim expression. With a furious flourish of his sleeve, Si Meng stormed out of the Chunwang mansion, while Si Hung cast a cold gaze at his retreating figure, his expression darkening. The fool would not have traveled all the way to Huzhou merely to provoke himself. Thus, his sudden appearance here must indeed be purposeful. Si Hung turned his gaze towards Mu Feng, remaining silent. However, Mu Feng understood and immediately took flight, discreetly following the strides of the carriage-mounted Si Meng from a distance. Yinhua stepped out from behind Si Hung, tugging gently at his sleeve, and softly inquired, "Your Highness, who was that person just now?" Si Hung lowered his head, his gaze resting on the small hand gripping his sleeve. The delicate, pale fingers were soft and warm. His eyes sharpened slightly as he replied slowly, "Prince Jing, Si Meng. He is also my fifth brother." Chapter 10. Temptation had turned out to be the fifth prince. Although it was well known that the royal family was often cold and indifferent, and genuine affection among relatives was nearly impossible, the subtle struggles among the princes had never ceased. However, hearing Si Meng speak of Si Hung in such a manner still unsettled Yunhua. Thus, she gazed into Si Heng's eyes and gently reassured him, "Your Highness, do not take his words to heart. He is merely envious of you. Envious of your superior looks." Si Hung was initially unaffected by Si Meng's remarks, or perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to them. Yet, upon hearing Yunhua's uniquely comforting words, he suddenly chuckled softly. Looking at her, he tenderly grasped her chin, lifting her face, his thumb caressing her skin like congealed fat. Leaning closer until his crisp breath brushed her lips, a suppressed laughter rumbling in his throat. "Do you think I am handsome? Is that even a question? Does he not look in a mirror?" What was once an undeniable truth transformed into something ambiguous in that moment. Yunhua stared at the handsome visage mere inches away. He tilted his head down to gaze at her, the corners of his eyes slightly raised, holding a faint smile. His dark eyes swirled like a galaxy of shattered stars, drawing one into its depths, obscuring the path behind, leaving only a splendid haze of beauty. Yunhua gazed at his smile, entranced, nodding absent-mindedly. Her fair cheeks seemingly dusted with enchanting rouge, the color creeping to her ears, her heart racing faster with each passing moment. Si Hung, observing her dazed expression, found his amusement deepening, satisfied as he released her chin, leaving a light red mark where he had touched her. "Ah, indeed so delicate," he mused, playing with the lingering warmth on his fingertips, still able to evoke a blush. Unbeknownst to him, a rainbow had emerged on the horizon, resembling a splendid flower, suspended in the clear sky following the rain, radiating vibrant and resplendent hues under the sunlight. Yunhua, upon noticing the rainbow, snapped back to reality, momentarily forgetting her earlier embarrassment, and joyfully tugged at Si Heng's sleeve, turning to face the rainbow together. "Your Highness, look, it's a rainbow. Make a wish. You can only make one wish at a time. Your Highness, don't wish for too many or they might not come true," she earnestly advised him, then clasped her hands together and closed her eyes, devoutly wishing towards the rainbow. Si Hung merely cast a brief glance at the rainbow, a fleeting bitterness crossing his gaze. The rainbow had been the sole splash of color during the darkest decade of his life in the palace. Yet no one had informed him that one should make a wish upon seeing a rainbow. Had someone told him then, he would have wished for countless things. But now, he was devoid of desires. His gaze settled firmly on Yunhua. She appeared so earnest, her brow furrowed with sincerity. Perhaps her wish held great significance for her. If he were to wish, let it be for her. May her desires be fulfilled. Fearing that the celestial beings above might not hear her wish clearly, Yunhua silently repeated her wish 3 times in her heart. When she finally opened her eyes, she realized that Si Hung was not looking at the rainbow, but rather at her, his delicate brows slightly knitted in confusion as he inquired, "Have you made your wish?" "Your Highness?" Si Hung nodded slightly and casually inquired, "What wish did the princess make?" "If it's something that cannot be spoken, revealing it would surely negate its power," Yunhua replied, shaking her head playfully and winking. Si Hung raised his brows slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to walk towards the inner courtyard. Yunhua followed closely beside him, secretly glancing up at him while silently reiterating her wish in her heart. She wished for him, year after year of peace and health. The evening breeze lifted her delicate skirt, swirling it gracefully around his pant leg, while a vibrant rainbow trailed behind them, a gentle and beautiful sight. As the evening wind accompanied Si Meng to the Lu residence, Lu Rixing was already waiting at the entrance to greet him, flanked by 2 individuals dressed like cultured merchants. "Your Highness, please come in," Lu Rixing said, bowing slightly, his stature diminutive compared to Si Meng, as he extended his arms in a sycophantic gesture to usher him inside. "Very well," Si Meng replied, striding forward with an air of superiority. A sumptuous feast and fine wine awaited at the round table in the main hall of the Lu residence. Once Si Meng took his seat at the head of the table, the others remained standing by the table with bowed heads, until he condescended to invite them to sit. As soon as they were seated, Lu Rixing personally poured wine for Si Meng, introducing the two men beside him. "Your Highness, these gentlemen are renowned rice merchants from Si Jue." Wang Guangxi and Zhu Zhao promptly raised their glasses, standing once more to respectfully toast Si Ming, saying, "We have long heard of your illustrious name, Your Highness. It is indeed our great fortune to meet you today." Si Ming lifted his eyelids, casting a pleased glance at the two men, and nodded in acknowledgement. Hidden atop the roof, Mu Feng peeked through a cracked tile, observing the insincere flattery below. After several rounds of wine, they finally broached the main topic. Lu Rixing placed his hands on his knees and smiled at Si Ming, saying, "Your Highness, we wish to purchase all the rice you brought for disaster relief in Yongzhou at 50% of the market price. What do you think?" Si Ming swirled the wine in his glass, squinting slightly, and remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes, "You truly excel in business. Exchanging aged rice for fresh, purchasing at 50%, then selling at market price for a neat profit." Noticing Si Ming's displeasure, Zhu Zhao quickly stood, beaming broadly as he refilled Si Ming's glass, cautiously suggesting, "Why not let Your Highness set a price?" Gazing at the filled glass, Si Ming casually declared, 60%. 60%? Zhu Zhao stammered, nearly dropping the wine jug in surprise. Wang Guangxi was about to haggle further when Si Ming, growing impatient, swept his sleeve and smashed the wine cup, exclaiming, "Is 60%. With that, he made as if to leave. Lu Rixing, Wang Guangxi, and Zhu Zhao exchanged glances, calculating that even at 60%, they still stood to gain 30% profit. The reason it was 30 instead of 40% was due to the cost of the old rice they had stockpiled, which needed to be accounted for. Thus, while 30% profit was less than they usually earned, it was still substantial given the volume, and they resolutely accepted Si Ming's price. Seeing their agreement, a slight, somewhat amiable smile finally broke through Si Ming's previously stern expression. The 50% discount was the baseline set by the fourth prince, Si Jue, while Si Ming aimed to pocket that extra 10%. Lu Rixing and the others, unwilling to miss this lucrative opportunity, found themselves in perfect accord, akin to a nest of snakes and rats. Several individuals, led by Lu Rixing, nodded and smiled before signaling to the steward of the manor. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a delicate, sheer garment was brought in. "Your Highness, this is the renowned Hong Yu from the Zanhua Tower. We thought, given your long journey, it would be delightful for her to sing for you and alleviate your fatigue," Lu Rixing remarked with a smile. "Very thoughtful," Si Ming nodded, though his gaze was fixated on the 2 layers of sheer fabric draping over Hong Yu. He beckoned her closer. With a charming smile, Hong Yu gracefully bowed, and Si Ming swallowed hard, his eyes lingering on her. Observing this, Lu Rixing, Wang Guangxi, and Zhu Zhao discreetly lowered their heads and withdrew from the room. In the next moment, Hong Yu found herself roughly pulled into Si Ming's embrace, feigning shyness as she draped her arms around his neck. Her rosy lips brushed against his cheek as she sweetly called out, "Your Highness." Hong Yu mused that if she could please Si Ming, perhaps she might gain entry into the royal household, even as a concubine. From there, she could leverage her skills to ascend further in status. Si Ming, gazing at the alluring Hong Yu, suddenly broke into a wicked grin. He thought of Yanhua, whom he had encountered earlier at Si Heng's residence, a visage of ethereal beauty and enchanting charm. He found himself eager to explore the depths of such allure. Chapter 11. Invitation. At this moment within the prince's residence, Si Heng had changed into a frost-colored long shirt. As he emerged from the bath chamber, droplets of water clung to his forehead, cascading down his smooth jawline and sliding into the slightly open collar, disappearing into his cool, firm chest. The moonlight spilled over his unblemished visage, lending it an air of serenity and restraint. Approaching the table, Si Heng impatiently toweled his hair for a while longer before tossing the cotton cloth onto the surface. His dark eyes turned towards Yanhua, who was draped in a blanket, quietly propped on the couch, flipping through a storybook. Frowning slightly, he inquired, "Are you still reading?" As expected, when Yanhua lifted her gaze to meet his, the flickering candlelight danced in her eyes, bright and clear, yet devoid of any signs of drowsiness. Sighing, she remarked, I seem to find it extremely difficult to fall asleep. Not anymore, Yunhua said, placing the book beside her pillow, her soft voice tinged with a hint of fatigue. I've been reading for so long, yet I still feel wide awake. Si Hung extinguished the candlelight and lay down beside her. After being scrutinized by her unwavering gaze for a moment, he turned away, glancing into her sparkling eyes, and spoke in a deep tone. What do you wish to say? Yunhua pressed her lips together, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent shapes as she gazed softly at Si Hung and gently asked, Your Highness, may I inquire where I left off in my tale? I would like to continue. Having moved to the prince's residence, Yunhua discovered her inability to sleep in unfamiliar surroundings, and she had no fondness for bitter herbal sedatives. Remarkably, storytelling became her sole method to lull herself to sleep. Each time she narrated a tale, she felt a gradual relaxation wash over her, leading her into a state of drowsiness. At 12 years old, she began, her voice consistently cool and low. Yet to Yunhua's ears, it brought a subtle smile as she lay on her back, realizing he was genuinely listening to her, akin to a storyteller finding an eager audience, thus becoming increasingly animated. That year, the most vivid memory I hold is of the Divine Offering Festival, which was the grandest celebration in Si Jue's history. The long streets were lined with exquisite stalls, bustling with joyous voices, and every face radiated happiness. Countless lanterns floated along the river, resembling a galaxy adorned with stars. As she reminisced about that day, Yunhua slightly turned her face, her expression tinged with regret as she glanced at Si Hung, wistfully saying, If only your highness had witnessed it firsthand, it was truly a magnificent spectacle. When is the Divine Offering Festival? Si Hung suddenly inquired. On the 12th of December, Yunhua replied instinctively. Si Hung raised the back of his hand to shield his forehead, concealing the unusual flicker in his dark eyes. For years prior, he had indeed been in Si Jue on that date, though he was covertly there to see someone, traversing the less frequented alleys and thus missing the bustling grandeur of the main streets. The reason he remembered that day was that it marked the birth of that individual. With a rustling of fabric against the bedding, Yunhua shifted slightly closer to Si Hung, her bright eyes sparkling as she asked, Your Highness, this year marks the 4-year interval for the Divine Offering Festival. Shall we attend together? Si Hung lowered his arms and met Yunhua's expectant gaze, a hint of bewilderment surfacing in his usually placid eyes. Was she truly inviting him? Seeing Si Hung remain silent, Yunhua felt a twinge of anxiety and half turned her body, causing her silky nightgown to slip to one side, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white shoulder. Unaware of her own exposure, she gazed at Si Hung with hopeful eyes and sweetly inquired once more, Shall we attend this year's Shenguang festival together, Your Highness? Si Hung's gaze lingered on her alabaster shoulder and the delicate curve of her collarbone, a barely perceptible frown adorning his brow. He gently grasped the fallen fabric of her gown, his fingers brushing lightly against her tender shoulder, and without a change in his composed demeanor. He lifted her garment back into place, his voice still low, yet seemingly more profound than usual. Just lie still. We shall go. All right, Yunhua replied, akin to a nimble fish slipping back beneath the covers, her cheeks subtly flushed. His fingers felt cool as jade, yet her skin seemed to burn with an unaccustomed warmth. Grasping the quilt's edge, she gradually sank deeper into the bedding, revealing only her almond-shaped eyes, glistening with a hint of bashful allure. The night was serene, the moonlight shimmering like silver, and in the stillness, the sound of their heartbeats echoed softly. After a long while, Yunhua, cradling her anticipation for the festival, gently closed her eyes, a tender smile playing upon her lips beneath the blanket. On the day of the Shenguang festival, she wished to ask for a longevity lamp for him. Meanwhile, after Yunhua had drifted into slumber, Si Hung unexpectedly rose and approached the window, slightly parting the curtains. Standing in a breeze, he sought to quell the restless stirrings stirred by the cool night air. Chapter 12. The warm sunlight cascaded through the intricately carved window, scattering golden specks upon the floor. Yunhuan scooped up a dumpling, the finely minced meat enveloping kernels of corn. With a single bite, the tender juiciness burst forth, a delightful blend of savory and a hint of sweetness, unmistakably reminiscent of Qing Tao's culinary prowess. Yin Huan's eyes twinkled as she beamed at Qing Tao, who was also smiling at her with delight. Si Hung cast a glance at the two, sharing a knowing smile, and with a dismissive sound, summoned Mu Feng into the room. After all, who did not have a confidant among their attendants? Mu Feng stood respectfully by the table, gazing at Si Hung, who fixed him with a silent, penetrating stare, causing a cold sweat to break out on his forehead. He mentally recounted every action he had taken recently, even the duration of his visits to the restroom, but could not discern what had displeased Si Hung to warrant such scrutiny. The emotionless gaze exuded an unsettling chill, intensifying the pressure. Yin Huan continued to savor her dumplings, her bright, clear eyes wavering between Si Hung and Mu Feng. Mu Feng, fearing that Si Hung might perceive the shiver running down his spine, lowered his head to wipe away the cold sweat. When he finally looked up, he unexpectedly met Yin Huan's gaze, and in their eyes, they found mutual confusion. They shared a silent understanding, turning their attention towards Si Hung. "What did you discover yesterday?" Si Hung asked, his expression lethargic as he glared at Mu Feng, clearly unimpressed with their lack of synchrony. "Ah, the prince wished to inquire about that." Mu Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, having been too frightened to breathe moments earlier. Yet, he pondered why the prince could not simply articulate his thoughts. Did he not realize how chilling his eyes appeared? Si Hung noticed Yin Huan, her small head drooping as she nearly buried her face in the bowl. And he too let out a discreet sigh of relief, finding her apprehension amusing. She was worrying for no reason. Her startled demeanor resembled that of a fish fearing for its life. "Your Highness, after the Duke of Jing departed from our residence yesterday, he went to the Lu Manor. The Duke was ostensibly dispatched to Yongzhou for disaster relief, but intended to sell the imperial grain mint for aid to merchants, who would then substitute inferior grain to make up the rations. Passing through Tuzhou, he fortuitously aligned with Lu Rixing and his associates." Yin Huan abruptly lifted her head. Disbelief etched across her face as she set down her spoon, growing increasingly incensed with every word. "Not eating any more?" Si Hung inquired leisurely, observing her indignation. "Indeed, I shall not eat any more." Just as Yin Huan finished speaking, her eyes widened in astonishment as she watched Si Hung scoop a dumpling from her bowl and leisurely place it in his mouth, savoring it meticulously. He had his own dumplings. Why would he indulge in hers? Did he not mind the taste of her saliva? Was he truly lacking in food? Dazed, Yin Huan stared at Si Hung, her mouth agape, at a loss for words. Si Hung, noticing her relish in her meal, began to question if hers were indeed more delectable than his. After tasting the dumpling he had taken from her bowl, he found it to be slightly superior in flavor, just a tad. Mu Feng, standing nearby, quickly lowered his head, fearful that his astonishment would be too evident. Only after Si Hung raised his hand did Mu Feng feel a wave of relief wash over him as he exited the room, gripping the hilt of his heavy sword to ground himself in the reality of the moment. This morning was utterly terrifying. First, I felt the unnerving gaze of the prince upon me, and then I witnessed him, who despises being touched and would never share a meal with others, consuming the remnants of the princess's food. It was simply shocking. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in from outside, carrying the refreshing sweetness of the rain-soaked foliage, dispelling some of Yin Hua's bewilderment. Reflecting on what Mu Feng had just said, she hesitated before looking towards Si Hung. What was she about to say? Si Hung, however, scooped a dumpling from Yin Hua's bowl. She pressed her lips together, pondering for a moment before softly speaking. "When I was young, my family accompanied my father to Tuzhou, and we happened to pass through Bai province during a locust plague. The crops were utterly devastated, and the people's granaries lay bare. They lamented in the streets, pleading and weeping, selling their wives and children in a scene too harrowing to behold. I remember my father, filled with righteous indignation, saying that the calamity was so severe that either the officials were concealing the truth, leaving the court in ignorance, or some were profiting from the disaster. Devoid of any conscience, he vowed to write to the court upon reaching Tuzhou to report on the dire situation in Bai province. The actions of Si Meng and his associates this time were even more despicable, for the court would believe that they had already allocated disaster relief grains and would not distribute more for a time, unaware that the moldy rice sent by Si Meng was entirely inedible for the victims. Thus, the fate awaiting the people was destined to be a landscape of floating corpses and famine. As Yinhua spoke, Si Hung recalled that 10 years ago, her father had been the governor of Si Jue, but he had tragically passed away shortly after taking office. The successor had since risen to the position of Jing Zhaoyin. Si Hung calmly set down his spoon and turned to Yinhua, inquiring, and so, therefore, under the condition that His Highness remains unharmed and unthreatened, could we assist the disaster-stricken people of Yongzhou? Yinhua tentatively asked, lacking confidence. Given the dual calamity of natural disaster and man-made misfortune inflicted by Si Ming and his ilk, she dared not imagine the extent of suffering endured by the people of Yongzhou. Cannibalism might even be a possibility. Si Hung casually tapped a chopstick on the table with his long, elegant fingers, lost in thought. For him, it was sufficient to ascertain whether Si Ming's intentions posed a threat to him. Everything else lay beyond his consideration, or perhaps he simply did not care. He did not believe in deities, nor did he possess a heart that empathized with the plight of others. In the past, he had dragged his wounded body, half alive, against the crimson palace walls, walking alone along the deserted palace path while spitting blood, the crimson droplets staining the ground unseen. For the shadows beneath his feet were shrouded in darkness that even sunlight could not penetrate, and even his shadow was reluctant to accompany him. At that moment, he understood divinity could not save him. He must save himself. The heavens had forsaken him, and thus he bore no compassion for the world. Observing the increasingly somber expression in Si Heng's eyes, Yinhua reflected that she had overstepped her bounds. She quietly lowered her eyelashes, concealing the regret within her gaze, harboring no resentment towards Si Hung. After all, every individual's thoughts and experiences are unique, and one cannot impose their will upon another. The flickering sunlight fell upon her gently drooping eyelashes, ethereal as mist, beautifully unreal, yet fragile enough to shatter with the slightest touch. After a prolonged silence, Si Hung slowly uttered 2 words, "It is possible." In that moment, he watched as Yunhua's eyes widened with delight. Her dulcet almond eyes gradually illuminating with a radiant smile, akin to the blossoming of a daffodil, enchanting and captivating. "Thank you, Your Highness." Yunhua gazed at Si Hung with a gentle smile, her voice imbued with unreserved delight as she expressed her gratitude on behalf of the people of Yongzhou. Si Hung slowly curved one side of his lips, crafting a faintly aloof smile. He picked up the chopsticks from the table, idly twirling them between his fingers. Whether the people of Yongzhou expressed their thanks or not was of little consequence to him. He remained indifferent, for his sole desire was to behold the fleeting beauty of time and the enchanting elegance of the water lily, nothing more. Chapter 13. The Annoyance After Breakfast. Si Hung left the residence with Mu Feng and returned only at the 1:15. When Yunhua brought the prepared medicinal soup to Si Hung, he suddenly inquired, "Can you grind ink?" Yunhua, somewhat perplexed, nodded affirmatively, "Yes." "Come over and grind the ink." Si Hung gestured towards the chair beside him, indicating for Yunhua to sit. She responded with an "oh," and quietly settled next to him, drawing her sleeves close. With delicate fingers, she brushed away the fine dust from the edge of the inkstone before taking the ink block in hand and placing it into the groove of the stone. The coolness and texture of the inkstone caressed her fingertips as she began to grind slowly. Gradually, the rich ink seeped from the block, mingling with water at the bottom of the stone, transitioning from light to dark. The warm sunlight illuminated her focused and serene expression, exuding an ethereal charm. Glancing sideways at Si Hung, she noticed him leisurely flipping through a book after finishing his medicine, seemingly disinterested in writing. A hint of confusion furrowed her brow, yet she refrained from asking further questions, choosing instead to concentrate on her task. The mere thought of him agreeing to assist her request earlier that morning filled her heart with uncontainable joy. Although uncertain of how he would aid the people of Yongzhou in regaining disaster relief supplies, her faith in his word remained unwavering. The afternoon sun was both warm and intoxicating, and the monotony of her actions began to lull her into a state of drowsiness. Yunhua's eyelids grew heavier. Her hand slowed in its motions, eventually coming to a complete stop. Si Hung, feeling the weight on his shoulder, turned to see Yunhua had fallen asleep. Her head leaning against him, the ink block precariously perched on the edge of the inkstone. His dark eyes momentarily froze before he extended his long arm around her back, grasping her wrist that held the ink block. With his other hand, he gently retrieved the ink block from her fingers and placed it safely aside, resting her wrist on her abdomen. As Si Hong adjusted her position, Yunhua's head slid further down, resting against his neck. Gazing down at her, Si Hong frowned slightly, muttering a single word, troublesome. He bent down, his arms slipping beneath her knees, lifting her effortlessly and placing her on the soft couch in the study. The afternoon breeze and sunlight seemed to weave a spell of drowsiness over him as well, and he adjusted Yunhua's position on the couch, making room for them both. The single couch felt quite cramped with two people lying upon it. As soon as Si Hong reclined, Yunhua instinctively turned towards him, nestling into his embrace. Her soft cheek brushed against his neck, seeking a comfortable position. Her delicate lips inadvertently grazed the curve beneath his throat, and as his Adam's apple moved, a wave of irritation washed over him. Si Heng's hand found its way to the back of her collar, a genuine urge to remove her from his embrace rising within him. In her dreams, Yunhua believed she was clutching a pillow, recounting childhood tales to Si Hong. She softly wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning closer, her lips resting against his throat as she mumbled, "Your Highness, let me tell you a story." A story? What kind of story? He was no mere toddler in need of bedtime tales. Si Hong suppressed the itch in his throat, his handsome face darkening as he glared at the restless figure in his arms, his hand resting lightly on her collar. A sweet, soft voice echoed in her ears, and a gentle fragrance lingered in the air. The woman's delicate form pressed against his chest, and even the hardest of hearts could not help but be stirred by a hint of tenderness. Si Hong closed his eyes momentarily, slowly lowered his head, and leaned into her ear, punishingly nipping her tender earlobe. Observing the instant blush that graced her ear, he commanded in a low tone, "Do not tempt this prince. Do you hear me, you little tease?" The sensation was ticklish. Yunhua, with her eyes closed, furrowed her brow in displeasure, raising her hand to rub her ear, much like a little turtle burrowing its face into the nook of Si Heng's neck to escape the bothersome mosquito. Si Hong let out a cold snort, his hand that rested on the nape of her neck gradually shifting upward to rest upon her head, gently tousling her fine, silky hair. With her ear nestled against his shoulder, accompanied by a gentle breeze, she unknowingly drifted into slumber. As the evening breeze wafted in, intending to deliver a report, it caught sight of the two nestled together on the narrow couch. The corners of its mouth twitched involuntarily, and with great discretion, it quietly retreated. Glancing up at the sky, the resplendent light was adorned with a golden hue. "What do you see?" Qing Tao, holding freshly washed apples, followed the gaze of the evening breeze, observing the clear blue sky, finding nothing particularly remarkable. "You'll know once you step inside," the evening breeze hinted, casting a meaningful glance toward the study. Curious, Qing Tao pushed open the door slightly, peeking inside before closing it again, her brows furrowing as she whispered, "Isn't the couch too narrow? Will the princess be uncomfortable sleeping on it?" The evening breeze, momentarily speechless, regarded Qing Tao's worried expression in disbelief. Raising a hand to his forehead and carefully choosing his words, Don't you usually read storybooks?" "I don't, but our third young lady loves to read," Qing Tao replied, blinking her round eyes in innocence, not understanding why the evening breeze posed such a question. Crossing her arms, the evening breeze said earnestly, "Then I suggest you start reading from today." Qing Tao nodded, somewhat understanding, and decided to borrow a book from Yunhua to peruse. When she had the chance to meet Yin Shu, she would ask the third young lady for recommendations. Yunhua had no idea how long she had slept. Drowsily opening her eyes, she found herself reclining on the soft couch. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up, clutching a light blanket, and gazed sleepily at Si Hong, who was seated behind the desk. "Oh, how'd I end up here?" Si Hong, leaning back against the armchair with a straight posture, propped his forearm on the armrest while perusing the drawings in his hands, casually replied, "You walked over by yourself." "Huh? Oh." Yunhua blinked in surprise. glancing at the distance from the desk to the couch, her lips slightly parted in astonishment, though not entirely unexpected. Well, I must have walked over myself. He wouldn't have carried me, would he? To be honest, this couch is indeed the most comfortable spot in the study. With a smile, she mused at her knack for finding cozy places. Si Hung observed her innocent grin, finding amusement in her naivety, and a faint smile graced his lips. Yunhua rose to fold the blanket neatly at the head of the couch, smoothing out her slightly wrinkled skirt. Noticing the ink block on Si Heng's desk, she felt a twinge of embarrassment as she returned to the desk, reminded of her promise to grind ink, only to have fallen asleep instead. As she drew nearer, a faint fragrance, almost imperceptible, wafted into Si Heng's nostrils, lingering tantalizingly. Si Hung turned his gaze towards the window, where the crimson maples danced like flames in the autumn breeze. Yunhua tucked away the stray strands of hair that the wind had blown to her lips, preparing to grind ink, yet her attention was captured by the drawing held in Si Heng's hand, prompting her to steal a curious glance. Chapter 14. Enchantment. Her curiosity was piqued by the drawing, which prominently marked 5 locations with circles inscribed with the characters Chun, Jing, Lu, Wang, and Zhu. Adjacent to the characters Lu, Wang, and Zhu, annotations indicated the number of people and the distance to Chun. Have you devised a plan, Your Highness? Yunhua inquired, her bright eyes fixed on the blueprint in Si Heng's hand. Si Hung withdrew his gaze from the window, responding in a measured tone, Yes, tonight. Si Meng will arrange for trusted confidants to guard the imperial grain, providing an opportunity for Lu Rixing, Wang Guangxai, and Zhu Zhao to exchange their supplies. Tomorrow morning, they will depart from Suzhou, transporting the rice to Yongzhou. These details were gleaned from Mu Feng's eavesdropping last night and this morning. He and Mu Feng had ventured out to scout the locations and defenses of the Lu, Wang, and Zhu granaries. Yunhua set down the ink block in her hand, contemplating the map intently. After a moment, she suggested softly, We can wait until they have completed the exchange, believing themselves to be unassailable, and then infiltrate the Lu, Wang, and Zhu households to abscond with their grain, subsequently dispatching it discreetly to Yongzhou. As she spoke, she unconsciously leaned closer to Si Hung, her finger tracing the designated route on the map. Turning to him, she asked, Is this correct, Your Highness? One can surmise quite a bit from a map. You are rather astute, Si Hung remarked, observing the sparkle in Yunhua's eyes, offering a slight nod. When shall we undertake this endeavor? Yunhua eagerly queried, grasping the armrest of the chair with excitement. Tomorrow night, though we lack sufficient manpower, Si Hung replied candidly, addressing the challenge at hand. The most prudent strategy would indeed be to simultaneously raid the 3 granaries, minimizing the risk of leaks and preemptive measures. Yunhua considered this, aware of Si Heng's preference for tranquility. Even within the residence, there were few servants and guards. Given that the grain was substantial and heavy, it would require a considerable number of people, particularly those she could trust. Your Highness, I can summon the guard from the Yun family for assistance. Most of them, like Zhang Bo, are veterans who fought alongside my elder brother, possessing unwavering loyalty. Si Hung, unfamiliar with the individual she mentioned, nonetheless placed his faith in her judgment. He focused on the locations of the 3 granaries on the map, noting that the Lu granary was closest to the Yun residence. Have them prepare 10 flatbed carts to arrive at the Lu granary at the first quarter of the high hour tomorrow night. Before their arrival, my men will neutralize the guards, and they will only need to handle the grain. Yunhua nodded, then, recalling something, asked, Where will Zhang Bo and the others store the grain once they finish? Perhaps at the Yun residence? Will it fit? Si Hung inquired. Yunhua furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of disdain evident. Though the emperor bestowed a general's residence upon my elder brother in Shengjing, we are currently residing in a sizable estate purchased by my father during his tenure, which is quite ample. Thank you very much. It can indeed be accommodated, she replied, a hint of reluctance in her voice, her pride evident as she regarded Si Hung. Si Hung chuckled at her response, suddenly reaching out to pinch her soft cheek between his thumb and forefinger, leaning closer with a playful smile. No pouting. Yunhua stared, momentarily stunned, her innocent almond-shaped eyes gazing at Si Heng's remarkably handsome face. The pair of cool, distant eyes, when touched by even the slightest hint of a smile, resembled a gentle breeze sweeping across a tranquil lake, stirring ripples of shimmering light, captivating and enchanting. Si Jue glanced at Yunhua, who appeared lost in thought. He smirked slightly, satisfied as he released her hand. Yunhua quietly lowered her head, one hand resting on her heart, the other rubbing her flushed cheeks that, though not painful, felt warm. How could her heart be racing so fast? After a brief pause, her gaze wandered as she continued. Should I go back now and inform Uncle Zhang to prepare in advance? Si Jue tilted his head, observing Yunhua, who dared not meet his gaze. Propping his forehead with one hand, his brows lifted lightly, he spoke in a voice that was both teasing and serious. Very well. Yunhua sprang to her feet, eager to dart away, her skirt in hand, but she heard Si Jue's calm voice say, "Let us go together." With his deep, magnetic tone paired with that handsome face, it was hard not to overthink. The mere thought sent her heart racing. Stunned, she stood rooted in place, her face growing even redder. Si Jue strolled leisurely to her side, casting a glance at her rosy cheeks, a sight both delicate and charming, but one that only he could admire. Thus he ceased to tease her and simply remarked, "I shall find Xiao Yu and on the way escort the princess to the Yun residence." Is that so? She almost let her imagination run wild. With a beaming smile, Yunhua's eyes sparkled as she felt relieved that she had not pursued her thoughts further, or it would have been quite embarrassing. A quarter of an hour later, the evening breeze brought the carriage carrying Yunhua and Si Jue to the Yun residence. "I will wait here. I have come to fetch you," Si Jue said, pushing open the carriage window. Yunhua smiled and nodded, realizing she should say something to him as well. Glancing at the setting sun, she blinked her clear, bright eyes and waved, speaking lightly. "See you in the evening, Your Highness." Standing nearby, Mufeng recalled the scene he witnessed in the study earlier that afternoon, and upon hearing Yunhua's words, it was difficult for him not to ponder further. He stifled a smile, pressing his lips together to suppress laughter. Si Jue watched her petite figure vanish at the doorway, his cold gaze sweeping over the suppressed laughter of Mufeng, who shivered at the look and quickly returned to the reins to continue driving. Si Jue closed the window, and a faint smile curved his pale lips as he savored the words "see you" in the evening on his tongue. He chuckled softly, pondering how she managed to say those words. Did she truly believe he wouldn't pursue her? Upon seeing Yunhua return unexpectedly, Fan Shi and Yun Shu were taken aback, fearing she had been wronged. Fortunately, Yunhua quickly clarified the situation and called for Uncle Zhang to discuss his thoughts. Upon understanding the circumstances, Uncle Zhang emphatically stated, "Miss, you needn't even ask. It is our duty to ensure that those wicked schemers do not succeed. Rest assured, I shall have preparations made immediately, and we will not delay in this important matter." "Thank you, Uncle Zhang." The Yun family had always treated their servants with respect, especially those like Uncle Zhang who had defended the borders and safeguarded the realm. Yunhua held them in high esteem. Fan Shi took Yunhua's hand, gently stroking it, her eyes filled with maternal affection. In truth, when Yunhua had previously mentioned that Si Jue had not mistreated her, Fan Shi had not entirely believed it, which is why she had spoken those words to him. In the present day, witnessing a young couple working hand in hand on a significant endeavor truly made her believe in Yunhua's words. Yunhua, being a sensible child, always approached matters with discretion and possessed a kind heart. For a moment, Fan Shi found herself at a loss for further admonitions. Instead, holding Yunhua's hand with warm and gentle eyes, genuinely delighted for her from the depths of her heart. Meanwhile, Si Jue sought out Xiao Yu and briefly conveyed his intentions, prompting Xiao Yu to hastily dispatch someone to make preparations. As Xiao Yu fanned himself, his playful peach blossom eyes regarded Si Jue with a teasing glint, just as he was about to jest about Si Jue's unexpected benevolence towards the victims. He was met with a cold glare from Si Jue. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Yu sheepishly closed his fan and amended his words. "Since the prince has arrived, perhaps you could take a pulse." "No need," Si Jue replied curtly, turning to exit. Xiao Yu, unfazed, was aware that Si Jue possessed medical skills, albeit not as exceptional as his own. Therefore, if Si Jue deemed it unnecessary, he surely had his reasons. Nonetheless, Xiaoyu found the situation rather intriguing. It seemed that Yun Zhao's sister was no ordinary person. The ability to sway Si Heng's thoughts was a rare gift, and it appeared that only she could achieve such a feat, though it seemed that certain individuals had yet to recognize this fact. Chapter 15. As dusk descended and a gentle breeze stirred, Si Heng arrived at the Yun residence to escort Yun Hua. By the time they returned to the Wang Fu, it was well past the hour of Su. Qing Tao had prepared warm water and gently knocked on the door of the main room, softly calling out, "Wang Fei, the water is ready." Yun Hua responded and entered the bathing chamber, while Qing Tao slipped in through a small door, assisting her in shedding her garments and placing a clean nightgown on a nearby rack. The chamber was enveloped in a haze of steam, and Yun Hua sat amidst the mist, resembling a fairy lost in ethereal clouds. With her face slightly tilted, a few damp strands of hair fell delicately against her cheek. She cupped her hands together, forming a bowl to scoop up a handful of water, then slowly released it, her gaze following the water as it trickled between her fingers. The rosy petals clung to her porcelain-like fingers, adding a touch of exquisite color. Qing Tao, smiling as she observed Yun Hua playing with the water, worried that she might feel cold, added some hot water to the tub. She casually inquired, "Wang Fei, would you like me to replace the study's narrow couch with a wider one? It must be rather cramped for you and Wang Yi to lie together on such a small one." "Wait." Yun Hua, momentarily bewildered, shook off the petals from her hands and pondered Qing Tao's words. Uncertainly, she asked, "Qing Tao, did I lie down with Wang Yi on the couch?" Qing Tao, with a straightforward nod, replied, "Yes, in the afternoon, you were resting on the couch with Wang Yi, weren't you? Besides, that single couch is indeed too cramped for two. You had to lie sideways, nestled in Wang Yi's embrace." "I was nestled in his embrace?" Yun Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, you were even holding on to Wang Yi's neck." Qing Tao recalled, affirming her statement. Yun Hua's face flushed crimson as countless thoughts raced through her mind. What exactly had transpired between her and Si Heng during her nap? Had she indulged in some inappropriate dreams? Otherwise, she could not fathom how it had come to this. Qing Tao, perplexed, asked, "Wang Fei, are you not aware?" She truly was oblivious, and upon waking, she had found herself alone, with Si Heng insisting that she had walked over on her own. Yun Hua splashed her heated face with water, lamenting in her heart as the shimmering surface reflected her troubled visage. What am I to do? Leaning weakly against the tub's wall, her gaze lost in the rising steam, she wrestled with her thoughts. Suddenly, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Perhaps Si Heng had also been asleep and was entirely unaware of her actions. Yes, that must be it. He hadn't mentioned anything about it that afternoon, so he must not have known. With this comforting thought, Yun Hua felt a wave of relief wash over her, a faint smile illuminating her lovely face. Qing Tao scratched her head, observing Yun Hua's fleeting expressions of distress and then relief, though she could not comprehend her thoughts. She knew, however, that it was best to share in Yun Hua's joy. Just as Yun Hua had once told her, in life, the most important thing is to find peace of mind, and to achieve that, one must avoid unnecessary entanglements. Yun Hua had embraced this principle. Given the events that had transpired, since she could not alter them, it was better to focus on the brighter side, even if it meant self-consolation, thus alleviating much of the futile turmoil. After lingering in the water a while longer, she finally rose to dress herself. As she stepped out of the chamber, she beheld Si Heng, nonchalantly reclining on the couch, engrossed in a book. A wave of self-reassurance washed over her. See, there was no hint of peculiarity. He must be utterly unaware of her previous boldness. What a fool she was for reveling in such thoughts. Si Heng set his book aside, raising his gaze to catch a glimpse of Yun Hua, who was secretly delighting in her own amusement. Naturally, Yun Hua could not divulge to Si Heng the source of her joy. She pressed her lips together and, with measured grace, approached the bedside, seating herself opposite him, her eyes slowly curving into a smile that sparkled like the stars. "I'm simply elated to have accomplished something meaningful today." Si Heng's lips curled slightly, his tone cool as he remarked, "I did not expect the princess to embody such a spirit of worrying before the world worries." rejoicing after the world rejoices. It is indeed the case for us both, the prince and I. Yunhua smiled back at Si Hung, her soft voice imbued with resolve. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Si Heng's dark eyes, uncertain whether it was due to the mention of his concern for the country or the simplistic notion of us. Foolishness. He raised a hand to playfully tap her forehead before turning to wash up in the chamber. We are quite clever. Yunhua silently made a face at Si Heng's retreating figure, then flopped onto the couch, lazily stretching her body into a large character, rolling about a couple of times before finally settling back onto her pillow. The thought of being able to assist the disaster-stricken people of Yongzhou filled her with joy, and she gazed up at the tense ceiling, swinging her feet playfully. The long-lost drowsiness gradually enveloped her. Perhaps it was the result of acclimatization or sheer exhaustion. But before Si Hung returned, she had slipped into a deep slumber. After completing his ablutions, Si Hung lifted the quilt and lay beside Yunhua, gazing with surprise at the sleeping figure. At first, he thought she was merely pretending to sleep, so he gently tapped her brow with his finger. Seeing no response, not even a flutter of her eyelashes, he finally accepted that she was truly asleep. Si Hung observed her sweetly slumbering features, reaching out to pinch her soft, fair cheek. A slow smile crept onto his lips as he leaned closer to her ear, his voice a low murmur. Are you no longer going to tell this prince a story? The following day, as dusk descended, the wind stilled and the moon shone brightly. Si Hung, Xiao Yu, and Zhang Bo divided their efforts, each heading to the granaries of the Wang, Zhu, and Lu families, agreeing to transport the harvested rice back to their respective residences. The sheer volume of rice posed a challenge for a single trip to Yongzhou. The question of evading scrutiny from the city guards loomed large. Thus, prudence dictated that they transport the rice in batches. By doing so, they could conveniently store it at their homes, making the eventual transport less conspicuous. Everything proceeded according to plan, and under the cover of night, Si Hung and his companions arrived at the Wang family's granary. The 4 guards stationed outside the granary were engaged in idle chatter, one tall fellow boasting to another, Lai Tu, you must not have heard about the windfall our master received while you were resting yesterday. The one referred to as Lai Tu pulled a handful of sunflower seed from his pocket, sharing them with the others as he curiously inquired, Do tell. What happened? The tall fellow, munching on seeds, gestured towards the granary behind him, raising 2 fingers in admiration as he recounted. Yesterday, our master exchanged all the moldy rice in this warehouse for fine rice, and upon reselling it, he effortlessly raked in 2,000 taels. Aside from the 2 individuals with bald heads, the others were aware of the rice exchange due to their involvement with the servants at the manor last night. However, they were astonished by the substantial profit. How did you know so much? The group inquired curiously, their interest piqued. The tall man grinned and replied, My brother-in-law works in the manor's accounting department. He came to my house for dinner before his shift and, after a few drinks, let it slip. No wonder you reek of alcohol. If the master finds out you've been drinking before work, he would surely have your head, another warned. Not at all. The master has no time to concern himself with us at the moment. When I arrived tonight, I saw him grinning from ear to ear, waddling hurriedly towards the Zanhua building. I suspect he's about to take on more concubines. Ha ha ha. As they jested, they remained oblivious to the approaching figures. Suddenly, 2 shadowy figures, cloaked in obscurity, appeared behind them, and before the group could react, they were rendered unconscious. After dealing with the 4, Mufeng and Muyun swiftly approached the tall man. Muyun retrieved the key to the granary from him and unlocked the door, revealing stacks of rice bags neatly arranged within. After inspecting several bags to confirm their contents, she glanced towards the direction of the carriage and saw Si Hung nodding in acknowledgement. She then signaled to the guards hidden in the shadows, who promptly carried away the unconscious figures and began to load the rice onto the cart in an orderly fashion. Mufeng stood nearby, meticulously recording the quantities as instructed by Si Hung, ensuring that every single bag of good rice obtained from Wang Guangcai in exchange for Simo was accounted for. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Mufeng approached the carriage and bowed, reporting, Your Highness, everything has been loaded. At that moment, 2 red flares burst into the tranquil night sky, indicating the successful endeavors at the Lu and Zhu family granaries. Si Jue glanced upward, realizing that those sent to the Liu and Zhu families were also successful. He then instructed Mufeng, send someone to continue monitoring the movements of the Liu, Wang, and Zhu families. Chapter 16 Hua Hua. Come here. The long moonlit night enveloped the starry river, casting a gentle glow. Under the glass lantern, a beautiful maiden, clad in a flowing lavender gown, absent-mindedly flipped through the pages of a book, her starry eyes occasionally drifting towards the window. Her inky black hair was caressed by the moonlight that slipped through the window, enhancing her ethereal charm reminiscent of orchids in a secluded valley. As familiar footsteps echoed, Yunhua looked up with delight at the figure of Si Jue entering through the door, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with a sweet smile. "You're back," she said. Si Jue gazed into her shimmering eyes, a fleeting moment of astonishment crossing his features. He casually draped his cloak over a chair and, without waiting for Yunhua to inquire, replied, "Yes, everything went smoothly. There is no need for concern." Yunhua nodded earnestly, her voice melodious. "Indeed, I am not worried, for I have faith in you, Your Highness." Si Jue was momentarily taken aback, his gaze heavy as it traced her brow, lingered on her eyes, and finally settled on her lips, which resembled cherry blossoms softly parting. His heart, like a winter stream thawing in spring, felt a gentle warmth spreading. With a radiant smile, Yunhua picked up the cloak Si Jue had placed on the chair, shook it lightly, and neatly folded it into the wardrobe, softly saying, "The water is ready. Please go wash up, Your Highness." Her natural demeanor and graceful actions resembled that of a virtuous and gentle lady. Si Jue's shoulders stiffened suddenly, and he said slowly, "If you are tired, you may sleep. There is no need to wait for me." Yunhua nodded, her eyes curving in agreement. A quarter of an hour later, as Si Jue emerged from his wash, he found Yunhua reclining on the couch, her head bobbing sleepily, the book she held having long since slipped to the floor. Hearing a sound, she drowsily opened her eyes, struggling to stay awake. "Why aren't you asleep?" Si Jue asked as he picked up the fallen book and extinguished the candle, lying down beside her. "I'll wait for you," Yunhua murmured, shifting closer, sliding down the blanket, resting her head on her arm, her voice tinged with fatigue. Before Si Jue could say more, he was met with the gentle rhythm of her breathing. She had already drifted off. It seemed that whether she was awake or asleep, she did so with remarkable speed. The following day, chaos erupted when the Liu, Wang, and Zhu families discovered that the rice exchange from the granary had mysteriously vanished. On the chilly autumn day, Wang Guangcai was so flustered that sweat beaded on his forehead, thumping his chest and exclaiming, "Which heartless wretch has robbed us of our grain? I'll make him pay dearly." Liu Rixing slammed his hand on the table, his anger causing him to tremble, cursing, "Not only have we earned nothing, but we've also lost over 1,000 taels. This is simply intolerable." Among the three, Zhu Zhao remained somewhat composed, though only because his grain exchange from Si Ming was lesser than that of the other two. Frowning deeply, Zhu Zhao speculated quietly. Could it be that King Jing is involved in this black market scheme? After all, who else in Suzhou would know about our grain exchange and possess the capability to quietly transport such a large quantity overnight? Upon hearing this, Liu Rixing and Wang Guangcai exchanged a glance of realization. Yet, after a moment's thought, Wang Guangcai remarked, "But didn't King Jing depart Suzhou with his army just days ago? It's possible he left trusted aides behind." Zhu Zhao increasingly suspected that it was Si Ming, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "If it truly is the king of Jing, we can only suffer in silence. That man is ruthless, accustomed to killing without a second thought. He is not someone we can provoke." Liu Rixing sighed in despair, his heart filled with regret, realizing that ill-gotten gains bring nothing but misfortune. The act of swapping imperial grain was indeed a matter that could cost one's head, especially since it involved disaster relief supplies. Presently, they could neither report to the authorities nor dare to confront Si Ming, fearing that if it truly was a case of black eating black, their demise would be swifter. The predicament tormented the three men, depriving them of sleep and peace, primarily because they mourned the loss of the silver they had so eagerly grasped, each falling ill from worry. 6 days later, when Si Ming returned to the capital and once again passed through Suzhou, he deliberately lingered for several days. Meanwhile, Liu Rixing, Wang Guangcai, and Zhu Zhao did not dare to confront him, opting instead to lie in bed, lamenting and cursing Si Meng's humanity. Simultaneously, Si Heng shared with Yunhua a letter from Xiaoyu, informing her that the first batch of rice had successfully arrived in Yongzhou, where the disaster situation was far worse than they had anticipated, with corpses strewn across the land. The grain Si Meng had sent was moldy and spoiled, utterly inedible. Thus, Xiaoyu's timely arrival was akin to a much-needed rain, and it was fortunate that despite the grave circumstances, a responsible individual among the locals had distributed the available food evenly to prevent violent looting. As for the second batch of grain, Yunhua had arranged for Zhang Bo to prepare to discreetly join the merchant convoy leaving the city with the guards of the Wang residence the following morning, to be transported to Yongzhou to meet Xiaoyu. The relief efforts for the disaster seemed to be drawing to a close. It was now late autumn, and the withered leaves danced in the wind, adding a touch of melancholy to the season. Recalling her desire to plant flowers, Yunhua instructed someone to measure the empty space in the courtyard, estimating how many different types of flowers could be cultivated and how many would need to be purchased. She had initially intended to ask Si Heng if he had any particular favorite flowers, but upon returning to her room, she learned from Granny Lin, who was sweeping the fallen leaves in the courtyard, that Si Heng had gone out with Mu Feng. Thus, Yunhua had no choice but to abandon her inquiry, taking Qing Tao to a flower shop on Pingwuchang Street. The flower shop was run by an elderly couple who were warm and attentive. Seeing Yunhua purchasing a considerable quantity, they gifted her several pots of peonies. Qing Tao and the coachman carefully loaded the flower seeds and plants onto the cart. With some time to spare, Yunhua chatted with Qing Tao and then walked a few steps ahead, hoping to check if the shopkeeper she had been keeping an eye on for Yun Shu had returned. If he had, she wished to make the purchase promptly. Isn't that the princess of Chunwang? As Yunhua walked, a shadow blocked her path, the voice sharp and unpleasant. I have encountered the king of Jing. Yunhua maintained a neutral expression, offering Si Meng a perfectly courteous bow. Si Meng squinted, his gaze fixated on Yunhua as if he wished to see through her, unabashedly revealing his intent. Earlier, I could not attend your wedding with the seventh prince in the capital. Since we have fortuitously met today, I would like to invite you to dine with me. The king of Jing is being polite, but it is unnecessary, Yunhua replied distantly, turning to walk away, only to be seized by Si Meng, who grasped her wrist firmly. Si Meng glared at Yunhua, threateningly declaring, "You will accompany this prince." Startled, Yunhua suppressed her rising panic, forcefully shaking off Si Meng's grip, and coldly commanded, "Release me." Unmoved, Si Meng continued to hold her, his grip tightening around her delicate wrist, leaving a circle of crimson marks. He mockingly chuckled, "Do not overestimate your worth. I am merely stating my intentions. If I were to forcibly take you away, what could you do? That ailing and disregarded wretch cannot protect you. Is that so?" A voice, as chilling as a snow-capped mountain, suddenly emerged from behind Si Meng. "Your Highness!" Yunhua exclaimed joyfully, her beautiful eyes shimmering with hope. Si Meng, still gripping the struggling Yunhua, spat in disdain and turned to face Si Heng with a taunting glare. Si Heng's gaze was icy as he fixated on Si Meng's hand clutching Yunhua's wrist, his dark eyes shadowy as a waterfall. Suddenly, something shot from his fingertips and accurately struck the back of Si Meng's hand. With a pained howl, Si Meng instantly released his hold on Yunhua. Si Heng gradually softened his cold demeanor, extending his hand towards Yunhua, his deep voice deliberately lowered, as gentle as mist enveloping a mountain. "Hua Hua, come here." Chapter 17. Do not fear. Yunhua abruptly pushed aside Si Meng and swiftly made her way towards Si Heng. The hem of her skirt billowed behind her, and the long, silky strands of her hair danced as she ran. Upon reaching him, her clear eyes gradually filled with a misty sheen, resembling a child who had been wronged, seeking solace from a guardian. The shimmering gaze brimmed with a sprinkle of grievances. This soft, pleading look momentarily froze Si Heng, who gently cradled the back of her head and drew her into his embrace, tenderly stroking her hair and softly murmuring, "Do not fear." Leaning against Si Heng's broad chest, she inhaled the faint scent of medicine emanating from him, akin to a calming balm. Unconsciously, she whispered, "Your Highness." Her soft, melodious tone conveyed a sense of dependence, akin to a gentle coo, effortlessly melting one's heart. Si Heng's hand slid to her waist, encircling her delicate form. As he slowly inclined his head, his chin resting against her petite forehead, responding in a hushed tone. However, upon noticing the redness creeping up Yunhua's wrist, the warmth in his gaze instantly vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness as he cast a cold glare at Si Meng. "Si Meng, do you dare to lay a hand on this prince?" Si Meng howled defiantly, blood streaming from his hand, oblivious to the danger he was in. A cold laugh escaped Si Heng's lips, and his grip around Yunhua's waist unconsciously tightened as he spoke in a calm, yet menacing tone. "If you dare to harm her again, you shall meet your demise." Si Meng's lips twitched, a shiver coursing through his scalp. After a moment of hesitation, he managed to utter, "You wait for me." Seated in the carriage, Si Meng grimaced as he removed the concealed weapon embedded in his hand. The more he pondered, the more discontent brewed within him. Through the window, he cast a shadowy gaze towards Si Heng, and the sinister thoughts he had long harbored surged anew. Standing at the entrance to the flower shop, Qing Tao stifled her impulse to rush towards Yunhua, for Mu Feng, standing behind Si Heng, had gestured for her to halt. Coupled with the advice she had heeded from Mu Feng over the past few days, having read various tales, she vaguely sensed that this was a moment meant for the two to be alone. Thus she refrained from intervening. Si Heng lifted Yunhua's chin, gazing into her misty eyes, and asked, "Does it hurt?" Yunhua shook her head, casting a glance at her reddened wrist. Pulling a handkerchief from her waist, she replied softly, "It does not hurt, but it was touched by something vile. It feels dirty." Si Heng observed the puffiness of her cheeks, a hint of amusement flickering in his dark eyes. He took the handkerchief from her, gently placing her hand in his palm, holding her delicate fingers as he meticulously cleaned her wrist. Yunhua's gaze inadvertently fell upon Si Heng's hands. His fingers were long and well-proportioned, exquisitely perfect like cold jade, imbued with its smooth and cool essence. The dark bone ring on his index finger accentuated the fairness and cleanliness of his hands. She blinked and awkwardly shifted her gaze away, asking the question she had longed to pose before leaving. "Your Highness, what flowers do you like?" Si Heng looked up at Yunhua, his eyes as clear as water, tilting his head as he regarded her, lively and charming. "Narcissus," he replied, releasing her hand and lowering her sleeve to cover her wrist. "Do you still want this handkerchief?" "No, I do not." Yunhua shook her head, utterly disgusted by Si Meng, resolving to wash her hands thoroughly upon returning. Si Heng tossed the handkerchief to Mu Feng, instructing him to burn it. "Yes, my lord," Mu Feng replied, catching it with precision. The elderly couple, the proprietors of the flower shop, were engrossed in their tasks. One was manipulating the abacus, while the other meticulously checked the day's accounts. Suddenly, the curtain at the entrance fluttered gently, and Yunhua reappeared, accompanied by a remarkably poised gentleman clad in exquisite garments. Their arrival illuminated the shop like the dawn breaking at daybreak, captivating the elderly couple in an unexpected moment of awe. The man exuded a serene charm akin to the moon, while the woman's beauty rivaled that of blooming flowers. A perfect match indeed. After a brief moment of astonishment, the elderly woman set aside her account book and kindly inquired, "My dear, what brings you back again?" "Madam, we wish to purchase another pot of daffodils," Yunhua replied softly. "Certainly, the daffodils are just about to bloom," the old woman said, turning to fetch a pot of budding daffodils from the back room. She smiled as she advised, "Daffodils thrive in the cold and are sensitive to heat. Take care of them at home, and they should bloom in a few days." "Thank you, dear lady," Yunhua responded warmly, raising her hand to express her gratitude, only to see Si Heng naturally take the pot from the elderly woman's hands and pay with coins. Watching Si Heng assist her, Yunhua discreetly lowered her eyelashes, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The old man behind the counter observed this scene, setting aside his abacus to share a knowing smile with the elderly woman. Their weathered faces reflected a tenderness for their younger counterparts and a nostalgia for days gone by. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays bathed the world, softening the passage of time and embodying the tranquility of existence. In the desolate night, a few scattered stars illuminated a face shrouded in darkness. Si Meng lifted a cup of wine from the table and drank deeply, only to catch sight of the bruised back of his hand, injured by Si Hung. Enraged, he crushed the cup in his grip. Though both were princes, the moment of their birth had bestowed upon them a hierarchy of privilege and disgrace, with he and Si Hung occupying the lowest rung among royal blood. He would never forget that year when he was 12 and Si Hung 10, a winter day when the biting cold pierced through them. Si Jue had ordered a young eunuch to strip them of their coats and force them into the snow. They were pelted mercilessly with cold, hard snowballs, their cries drowned out by laughter as they shivered and bled. The pain was unbearable, and in that moment of torment he succumbed, crawling to Si Jue's feet, mimicking a dog's whimper. Si Jue, satisfied, patted his head, lifting his chin with his foot, and mockingly declared, "At least the fifth prince knows his place. You shall henceforth be my faithful dog." With a dismissive wave, he signaled for the eunuch to return their clothes. As he donned his attire, he cast a cautious glance at Si Hung, who, despite his frail form being knocked down, rose defiantly, his face pale as snow, blood streaming from his head and mouth. Yet his dark eyes remained fixed on Si Jue with an unwavering resolve, refusing to plead for mercy, not even a sound escaping his lips. The stark contrast of crimson and pallor intertwined to create a hauntingly beautiful tableau. As those surrounding Si Jue grew weary, Si Hung remained drenched in blood. Even his once jet-black eyes now tinged with crimson, still unyielding in his defiance. Perhaps tired of the monotony of the game, Si Jue disdainfully commanded the cessation of play, coldly remarking that they would resume another time. From that day forth, Si Meng began to shadow Si Jue, transforming from a victim into an aggressor. Within the shadowy confines of the palace, he would act on Si Jue's behalf even without prompting. Perhaps it was the remnants of a long-lost pride that drove him. When striking Si Hung, he did so with unparalleled ferocity. Was it his tenacity that spurred him? Then he would strike with utmost severity. When a victim becomes a tormentor, he harbors no empathy for the suffering he once endured. He becomes crueler than anyone else. He fears confronting the weakness that lurks within his heart. Yet he craves the hollow vanity of superiority over others. "Someone come," Si Meng called out to the exterior. His trusted aide, Wang Bao, hurriedly entered, bowing deeply. "My lord, you summoned? Tomorrow, send someone to keep watch over the Chun Wang residence. Once Si Hung departs, ensure he does not return," Si Meng commanded, his gaze fixed on the back of his hand, consumed by an overwhelming sense of resentment that drove him to madness. Chapter 18. Peril on the second day. When Yunhua awoke, Si Hung was absent from the residence. After partaking in her morning meal, she passed by Si Heng's study and, through the open window, beheld the daffodils she had purchased the previous day, standing gracefully upon the table. The verdant leaves cradled the buds, which were enveloped in a delicate, almost translucent membrane, allowing a glimpse of the snow-white petals within. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying with it a fresh and subtle fragrance that meandered through the air. As Yinhua inhaled the faint aroma, a smile graced her lips. Cradling a bag of flower seeds, she moved briskly toward the open space within the estate. Qing Tao, wielding a hoe and carrying a water bucket, cheerfully trailed behind her. The golden autumn sun, akin to soft silk, gradually illuminated the earth, casting a warm glow upon their industrious figures. "Let us pause here for today. I wish to return home for a visit." Qing Tao. Yinhua stood, brushing the soil from her skirt, casting a glance at the sinking sun. Tomorrow, Zhang Bo and the others would disguise themselves as merchants to transport grain to Yongzhou alongside the guards of the Wang residence. Feeling a tinge of unease, she yearned to return to the Yun family home before dusk. "Yes, Your Highness. I shall arrange for a carriage immediately." Qing Tao put away the hoe and bucket, accompanied Yunhua back to the house to change her attire, and summoned the preparations for the carriage. A quarter of an hour later, upon arriving at the Yun residence, Yunhua found Zhang Bo and the others meticulously stacking the rice in the storeroom, having also prepared silk cloth for protection against rain and dampness. Everything was in impeccable order, and reassured, she returned to the main hall to converse with Fan Shi and Yin Shu. Mama Zhang, standing by Fan Shi's side, smiled at Yunhua, saying, "Fourth Miss has returned at the perfect time. The madam knows of your fondness for hawthorn candy and has just made some these past few days, intending to send it to the Wang residence tomorrow. How fortuitous that you have returned." In the Yun household, Mama Zhang and Zhang both still preferred to address Yunhua as Fourth Miss, a title she cherished. Upon hearing of the hawthorn candy, Yunhua's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Mother has made hawthorn candy? I wish to have some right now." She adored Fan Shi's hawthorn candy, which combined the natural fruitiness and tartness of hawthorn with a sugary glaze, creating a delectable treat. "Mama Zhang, do fetch the hawthorn candy for this greedy child," Fan Shi teased, affectionately ruffling Yunhua's nose. Mama Zhang chuckled as she exited, coincidentally encountering a young servant at the door, who upon seeing Fan Shi and Yunhua, respectfully announced, "Madam, His Highness the Prince of Chun is at the gate," saying he has come to escort the princess back to the residence. Upon hearing that Si Hung had arrived, Yunhua felt a mix of surprise and joy. She had not anticipated that he would know of her presence at the Yun family home, nor that he would come to fetch her. Joy eclipsed her surprise, and with a beaming smile, she lifted her skirts and dashed toward the door. Yun Shu, observing Yunhua's eager demeanor, could not help but jest, "Mother, look at our Hua. She seems as if she wishes to soar out at once." Indeed, it is the season of newlyweds, sweetly immersed in love. "Sister San," Yunhua, blushing from Yun Shu's teasing, approached her and playfully covered her mouth. Yun Shu laughed even more heartily, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she threw Yunhua a playful glance, teasingly tugging at her hand and continuing to tease. "I wonder, does she have someone to paint her brows and adorn her with fragrance? Mother, please manage your third sister. Listen to what she is saying. Quickly confiscate those novels she reads so often." Yunhua felt an overwhelming sensation of vulnerability, as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, and she playfully pinched Yun Shu's waist, urging her to cease her teasing. Fan Shi, observing her two daughters in a delightful uproar, shook her head in exasperation and intervened. "Enough, enough. We must not linger. We ought to head out so as not to keep the prince waiting." Exchanging a glance filled with mirth, Yunhua and Yun Shu burst into laughter, linking arms with Fan Shi as they made their way to the estate's entrance. Si Hung stood beside the carriage, the autumn breeze lifting his white garments, the setting sun casting a golden glow upon his noble profile, as resplendent as a jade tree swaying in the wind. Upon hearing their footsteps, Si Hung turned to Fan Shi, offering a slight nod before inquiring with an air of gentle consideration, "Are we returning?" "Indeed, just in time for the prince's arrival," Yunhua replied, her eyes twinkling with a soft smile directed at Si Hung. Consequently, after bidding farewell to Fan Shi and Yun Shu, she opted not for the carriage they had arrived in, but rather chose to share a carriage with Si Hung. As the carriage was about to depart, Zhang Mama hurriedly chased after them, extending a food box through the window towards Yunhua, advising, although the princess enjoys her treats, she mustn't indulge excessively, or it may upset her stomach. "Understood, Zhang Mama," Yunhua replied dutifully, her spirits lifted as she accepted the food box with glee. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder reverberated unexpectedly, startling everyone. Fan Shi glanced at the swiftly darkening sky and urged, "Prince, it would be prudent for you and Hua to return quickly. Rain is imminent, and the roads may become treacherous." Yunhua nodded in agreement, encouraging them to return indoors without seeing them off. The carriage continued to roll away, and moments later, the rain began to patter insistently on the roof. Seeing glanced down at the food box resting on Yunhua's lap and asked, "What have you got in there?" "Some hawthorn candy," Yunhua replied, opening the box and cheerfully offering a piece to Si Hung. "Your Highness, would you care to try? It's quite delightful." Before she could finish her sentence, Si Hung abruptly grasped her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Caught off guard, Yunhua collided against his firm chest. In an instant, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air as an arrow shot through the carriage. A split second away from what would have been a fatal strike had Si Hung not acted. "Your Highness?" Yunhua gazed at him, her lips trembling with trepidation. "Chill." Si Hung gently placed a finger over her soft lips, attentively listening to the sounds outside the carriage. The wind howled anew, and Si Jue sheltered Yunhua, leaning forward to evade two arrows that whizzed past them from behind. A cacophony of hoofbeats and frantic neighing ensued as the carriage jolted violently. Mu Feng, gripping the reins of the panicked horses with one hand while brandishing a heavy blade with the other, fixed his gaze on several cloaked figures that had suddenly leapt from the trees. "Be cautious, Your Highness." Mu Feng deflected the majority of arrows aimed at the carriage with his sword. Si Jue's hand rested protectively on the back of Yunhua's head, pressing her face against his neck as he calmly retrieved a long sword concealed beneath the seat, effortlessly slicing through the incoming arrows. Then, securing Yunhua's waist with one arm, he spun gracefully and leaped from the carriage, landing safely atop a large tree. "Wait for me here." Si Jue found a sturdy branch and gently set Yunhua down. As she gazed upon the fierce assassins, her face turned pale with fear, her eyes misting with terror. Slowly, she released her grip around Si Jue's neck and trembled as she cautioned, "Your Highness, be careful." Si Jue looked at the little one, her tear-stained lashes poised to fall, and with a gentle touch, he lightly tapped her forehead, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Be good, close your eyes." Once Yunhua obediently shut her eyes, Si Jue turned his attention to the dark-clad figures beneath the tree, his narrow eyes gradually transforming into a crimson, menacing glare. Chapter 19. Obscurity. Yunhua, her eyes closed, clutched the tree branch tightly, listening to the frantic beating of her heart and the anguished cries echoing from below. The more she could not see, the greater her fear grew. Her complexion paled with each passing moment, the time stretching interminably until she could no longer resist the urge to open her eyes. The ground was littered with headless corpses, rain washing over them, a river of blood flowing freely. Si Jue's snow-white attire was already soaked with crimson, clinging to his tall, slender frame. He wielded a bloodied longsword, slaying one foe with every 5 steps, his jet-black eyes glimmering like shards of ice, reminiscent of a hellish demon. The last cloaked figure, filled with terror, gazed up at the advancing Si Jue, immediately discarding his weapon, his legs trembling like chaff in the wind, and knelt before him, repeatedly banging his head against the ground, pleading for mercy. "Your Highness, spare my life. Your Highness, spare my life." From his elevated position, Si Jue gazed down at him, lifting the blood-soaked sword and pressing it against the man's face, blood trickling down the blade, plopping onto the ground before him, pooling into a grim, scarlet puddle. In a voice as frigid as the steel he wielded, he inquired, "Who sent you? If your Highness grants me my life, I shall divulge everything," the cloaked figure stammered, shrinking back in fear of the longsword. Si Jue raised the sword, leisurely sliding it from the man's face to his neck, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Negotiating, are we? Let us descend to negotiate." With an indifferent lift of his brow, he brought the sword down swiftly. Before the cloaked figure could react, a complete head rolled to the ground. Yunhua, witnessing the scene below, felt her small face grow even paler. Si Jue discarded his sword and strolled back to the base of the tree, looking up at Yunhua, who was frozen in shock, and extended his arms, his voice low and commanding. "Jump down." As the autumn wind blew, Yunhua bit her lip, casting her gaze down at Si Jue, drenched in blood, shivering in fear. Their eyes locked, neither moved. After a brief standoff, Yunhua steeled her resolve, closed her eyes, and leapt from the high branch. He caught her securely in his arms, lifting her slightly higher than himself. The thick, metallic scent of blood emanating from him made her frown involuntarily. "Are you afraid?" Si Jue asked, encircling her soft waist, gazing intently into her eyes. Her delicate fingers brushed against his shoulder, becoming stained with blood, as she slowly curled her fingertips, intertwining her wrists behind his neck. She nodded and shook her head softly, replying, "I am, yet I am not. I have never witnessed such a bloody scene firsthand, and it frightens me indeed. However, I also understand the necessity of eradicating evil, so I should not succumb to fear." Wet strands of hair clung to her petite forehead, raindrops cascading down her long eyelashes, trailing down her fair cheeks, rendering her utterly endearing. Si Hung gazed into her eyes, clearer than the rain itself, momentarily entranced, wishing to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. But upon seeing his bloodied hands, he halted mid-motion. Such a pure soul should not be tainted by his filth. Gently, he set Yinhua down, kicking aside the obstructive head, his voice low and tinged with restraint. Let us depart. Yinhua followed closely behind Si Hung. The carriage they had arrived and lay shattered and overturned in the middle of the road. The hawthorn candies her mother had prepared scattered across the ground. She sighed softly. What a pity, all the hawthorn candies are gone. Si Hung paused for a moment, yet he did not turn back. Murmuring softly, I will have Mu Feng buy it for you again. Yinhua gazed at Si Hung's brocade robe, now devoid of its original hue, and his desolate silhouette. She pressed her lips together and spoke gently. I lament that your highness did not get to taste it. His ink-colored eyes suddenly flickered with emotion as he slowly turned around. The rain continued to fall, but seemed to cascade within his heart. The storm was bleak and sorrowful, shrouded in a haze of obscurity. Chapter 20. The Wrist. As the evening wind swept through the rain, Mu Feng gazed at the figures of Yinhua and Si Hung standing resolutely against the tempest. For the first time, he discerned a look of conflict on Si Hung's face. In Mu Feng's memory, Si Hung had always appeared aloof and detached, rather than being carefree. He seemed to embody a stark, unfeeling solitude. How could such a person find joy? His existence was not one of liberation, but rather an unyielding, bone-deep desolation. The shadowy figures hidden along the path believed that he alone could not protect the prince and princess, unaware that when the prince finally took action, it would unleash a true hell on earth. The autumn rain fell steadily, and the yellow leaves danced in the wind. Si Hung stared at Yinhua, lost in silence, while an anguished female voice echoed hauntingly in his mind. You wretched spawn, you are unworthy of love, and no one shall ever love you. You are destined to be a lonely star, in a dimly lit palace. A disheveled woman with a face as pale as paper sat on the ground, her eyes gleaming with a frightening intensity. She laughed maniacally, pointing at him and hurling curses. Si Hung shut his eyes, attempting to banish the image of her deranged face until a gentle, delicate touch at his wrist broke through the chaos. He was bleeding. Yinhua furrowed her brow, lifting his left wrist with one hand while the other retrieved a handkerchief from her waist. Carefully, she pressed it against the wound, wrapping it around and tying it with a delicate bow. The cascading wind and rain fell upon her lowered lashes, creating a misty shimmer that was dreamlike in its beauty. Si Hung gazed at the wound on his left wrist, which he deemed insignificant, yet he felt a deepening somberness. It was astonishing that such a minor injury could evoke concern from another. Yinhua, oblivious to his emotions, focused solely on her bandaging, her eyes curving into a comforting smile. Let us leave it at this for now. We can tend to it properly when we return home. Home! The word resonated within Si Hung, a flicker of confusion crossing his darkened gaze. His lips parted, ultimately conceding to her with a soft, all right. The fine, hurried raindrops fell like countless slender silver threads from the sky, painting delicate strokes across the misty canvas above. The guards of the royal residence, having seen the signal smoke released by Mu Feng, swiftly arrived to assist, clearing away the fallen bodies and preparing a carriage to escort Si Hung and Yinhua back to the palace. Concerned for their well-being amid the pouring rain, Granny Lin had anticipated their return and prepared warm water and clean garments, thoughtfully lighting a charcoal brazier in the bathing room. Thus, when Yinhua and Si Hung entered the main hall, they were met with a wave of warmth. Go take a bath, Si Hung commanded as he unfastened his belt with one hand, disdainfully shedding his blood-soaked outer robe. He glanced at Yinhua, who remained still, and urged her to hurry. Perhaps your highness should go first? Yinhua turned her face slightly, avoiding direct eye contact as he changed. She considered that Si Hung still bore remnants of poison within him and had been caught in the rain. If he were to catch a chill, it could worsen his condition. Si Hung raised his gaze, observing Yunhua's continued reluctance to act. With a sigh, he strode towards her, grasping her chin and turning her face toward him. His voice, deep and magnetic, took on a teasing tone. If you do not wash soon, you shall bathe with me. Yunhua trembled in surprise, her face flushing suddenly. She hastily swatted his hand away and fled towards the bathing room, murmuring, "I will wash by myself." She intended to soak a while longer to ward off the chill. Si Jue gazed at the fleeing figure, delicately lingering on the warmth that still clung to his fingertips. Upon hearing Si Jue's words, Yunhua halted, turning back to him with a worried expression, clutching her sleeve as she asked, "Can you endure?" Meeting her anxious gaze, Si Jue unusually refrained from teasing her and replied earnestly, "The side room can also serve for bathing." "That's good." Yunhua sighed in relief, suddenly recalling something, and hurriedly ran into the inner chamber, lifting her skirt. After cleansing her hands, she returned with a basin of clear water, instinctively grasping his left wrist. She gently unwrapped the blood-soaked cloth and carefully rinsed the wound, crimson mingling with the water, staining it a vibrant red. It was at that moment that Yunhua truly beheld the gruesome injury, flesh torn open, deep enough to expose the bone. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as she swiftly sprinkled the hemostatic powder onto the wound, meticulously wrapping it with gauze. As she worked, her thoughts raced. Such a profound wound must be excruciating, yet Si Jue remained silent, his wrist betraying no tremor. Cradling his wrist, Yunhua felt a pang of sorrow. What must one endure to become so numb to their own pain? Lifting her gaze to Si Jue, she inadvertently allowed a soft light to glimmer in her eyes, gently advising, "Your Highness, be sure to keep your wrist dry. It will heal faster that way." Si Jue met her clear, gentle gaze, his own focus lingering for a moment before he offered a slight nod. Chapter 21. Nightmare. Yunhua immersed herself in the warm water for quite some time before she felt her body begin to warm up, yet her feet remained icy. "Princess, do have some ginger soup." Lin Momo gently knocked on the bathroom door and entered, holding a bowl of ginger soup, standing by the bathtub as she offered it to Yunhua. "Thank you, Momo." Yunhua frowned as she lifted the bowl to her nose. The aroma was both pungent and spicy. Suppressing her initial aversion, she held her breath and drank it all in one go. Lin Momo took the empty bowl and placed it on a nearby shelf, skillfully adding more hot water while engaging in conversation with Yunhua. "Momo, I'm done with my bath." As Yunhua soaked, drowsiness enveloped her, her mind clouded and her body weary. All she yearned for was a quick slumber. Thus, after drying her hair and changing in her nightgown, she collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep, unaware of when Si Jue returned. Si Jue sat by the bed, his gaze complex as he observed the peacefully sleeping Yunhua. Even in slumber, her brows and eyes remained gentle and sweet. The silk nightgown, as she turned in her sleep, revealed a slight opening at the collar, allowing glimpses of her delicate collarbones. A soft allure that was uniquely feminine, yet a potent temptation for a man. Si Jue's gaze momentarily faltered as he gently closed her open collar, ensuring not a sliver of skin was exposed. Suddenly, he lifted his index and middle fingers to touch her porcelain cheek, but alas, her skin was too smooth and tender for him to grasp. His fingertips brushed against her snow-white complexion, his deep voice tinged with a hint of confusion. "Will you too come to despise me like they do, wishing for my demise?" The rain had yet to cease, the wind still howled, and the cold moon enveloped a solitary shadow, silently questioning without words. As the autumn night deepened, the chill intensified. Yunhua was jolted awake by a sudden wave of alternating cold and hot pain. Her brows knitted tightly as she cocooned herself in the blankets, yet she could not help but shiver, as if countless tiny ants were crawling over her. Her joints aching fiercely, she curled up, turning her back to Si Jue, striving to remain silent. "Turn around." Si Jue's cool voice pierced through the stillness. Startled, Yunhua reluctantly turned to face him, her clear eyes reflecting guilt, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she spoke softly. "Did I wake you?" Si Jue remained silent, sitting up and, aided by the light from the standing lamp in the corner, scrutinized her flushed cheeks. He placed his palm on her forehead, confirming its feverish heat. It was uncertain whether his hand was too cool or her forehead too warm. The clash of temperatures made Yunhua shudder. Her mind hazy as she bit her lip and gazed at him. "Extend your hand." Si Jue withdrew his hand, tapping the surface of the bed. indicating for Yunhua to place her hand there. Bewildered, she reached out, only to find Si Hung's 3 fingers resting upon her wrist, prompting her to ask in surprise, "Your Highness, do you possess medical skills?" One becomes knowledgeable through prolonged illness. Si Hung furrowed his brow, checking her pulse. Though his skills did not match those of Xiaoyu, they were still commendable. Yunhua nearly forgot the rumors of Si Heng's frail health, which explained his medical knowledge. "Are you afraid of bitter medicine?" Si Hung felt her pulse, revealing that she had caught a chill from the rain. The mere thought of the bitter concoction stirred discomfort in her stomach. She frowned slightly, biting her lip before truthfully replying, "I'm not afraid. But it's just a bit challenging to drink. It is truly exhausting. Each time I manage to drink half, I feel a wave of nausea rising, and, at times, I indeed find myself retching." Si Heng glanced down at Yunhua, observing her unreserved expression of aversion, and a hint of amusement danced in his dark eyes. Understood. He promptly rose and approached the antique shelf, retrieving a pill from a golden Nama box. Pouring a cup of warm water, he returned to Yunhua's side, gathering her and the blanket in his arms, allowing her to lean against him. Supporting her slender shoulder, he brought the porcelain cup to her lips. "Take your medicine." Yunhua, overwhelmed by discomfort, did not resist. She accepted the water and swallowed the pill, lifting her gaze to him, softly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness." Si Hung regarded her lips, tinged with moisture, reminiscent of dewdrops glistening in the morning light, so delicate they seemed as if they would dissolve upon contact. His gaze deepened, and with a gentle touch, he brushed away the remnants of water from the corner of her mouth, caressing her chin, his voice a low murmur. "Indeed, you should be grateful, but—" He paused, drawing out his words languidly. "When the princess regains her strength, let us find a different way to express it." "Yes, of course. Whenever Your Highness suggests how I should express my gratitude, I shall comply." Yunhua nestled further into the blanket, revealing only her small head, her large eyes blinking innocently as she smiled sweetly at Si Hung. He offered a cryptic smile, his fingers tapping lightly on her forehead, his eyes glimmering with mirth. "Sleep now." Yunhua obediently replied with a soft okay, her eyes curving with gratitude as she nodded at Si Hung. Sinking back onto her pillow, under the influence of the medication, she gradually drifted into slumber. In the latter half of the night, autumn rain returned, its rhythmic patter lulling Yunhua into a nightmarish reverie. She found herself in a distorted twilight, enveloped in mist, pursued by a horde of headless monsters. Each of their steps resonated with the chilling sound of grinding bones. The cold, eerie moonlight illuminated their forms, casting an unsettling pallor. Before her lay an expanse of white fog, while behind her loomed the relentless headless fiends, leaving her adrift in a bizarre realm, unable to find a path to safety, helpless against the menacing creatures. The frigid hands of the monsters tightened around her throat, twisting her wrists, threatening to tear her apart. Despair engulfed her heart, entwined with an unprecedented terror, and she struggled fiercely, her voice trembling. "Leave me alone, Your Highness, save me, please." Si Hung, who had not yet fallen asleep, furrowed his brow upon hearing Yunhua's murmurs. He swiftly turned to her, grasping her flailing hands, gently lifting her head while placing his arm beneath her neck, enveloping her trembling shoulders in a protective embrace. She was so delicate, yet upon holding her, she felt incredibly soft. Nestled in his arms, she appeared both fragile and petite. Resting his chin atop her silky hair, he tenderly patted her damp back, lowering his voice to soothe her. "I will save you. I will save you. I am here. Do not be afraid." After a considerable time, the trembling figure in his arms gradually calmed. In her frightful dream, she beheld Si Hung breaking through the thick fog, charging forth on horseback, wielding his sword to vanquish the monsters that pursued her. He was like the crisp frost, yet he warmed her heart. In her slumber, she subconsciously clutched his garment, nestling within his embrace, as her tearful droplets fell upon his neck, cascading down his pale collarbone and ultimately resting upon his heart. "You must remain by my side," she murmured, her voice laced with a weeping tremor, vague yet unmistakably clear. "Yes, I shall always be here." Si Hung gazed down at the gradually awakening Yunhua, who lingered on the brink of dreams and tenderly tucked a damp strand of hair behind her flushed ear. Gently wiping away the tears from her face with the back of his finger, his dark eyes reflecting a warmth he himself was unaware of. Chapter 22. Murder. As the clouds dispersed and the rain cleared, a delicate shade of blue emerged at the horizon, with sunlight piercing through the layers of clouds, casting golden rays that illuminated the earth and made the residual raindrops on the eaves sparkle. Si Hung lay with his eyes closed, listening to the melodious chirping of birds outside, until a soft murmur escaped Yunhua's lips in his embrace, prompting him to open his eyes. Glancing down at Yunhua, who rested her head on his shoulder, he noticed the sunlight bathing her face, causing her to furrow her brows in discomfort. Slowly, she shifted slightly in front of him, seemingly seeking refuge from the harsh light. Si Hung, with gentle movements, adjusted from lying flat to a side position, shielding the sun behind him and casting a soft shadow over her petite frame. The crease in her brow gradually relaxed as she nestled closer, her soft cheek resting against his chest, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. The delicate scent of daffodils lingered in the air, and Si Hung inhaled the fragrance emanating from her, placing his palm on her forehead. Noticing it had cooled, he tenderly stroked her silky hair. "Your Highness," Mu Feng called tentatively from the door, holding a newly received confidential letter. Si Hung frowned slightly, glancing at the still slumbering Yunhua before carefully withdrawing the arm he had placed under her neck and lowering the hanging bed curtains to shield her from sunlight. Observing Si Hung emerge from the bathing chamber, Mu Feng momentarily hesitated at the main door of the residence, pondering whether the prince was concerned about disturbing the princess's slumber. Soon, Mu Feng confirmed his suspicion, as Si Hung did not allow him to speak until they reached the study. Si Heng's gaze lingered on the daffodils adorning the table as Mu Feng reported, "Your Highness, we have discovered the truth. The assassin from yesterday was affiliated with Prince Jing, who has hastily departed from Si Jue and returned to Shengjing." Si Hung twirled the black jade ring on his finger, his expression darkening as he stared into the impending storm. "What shall we do, Your Highness?" Mu Feng inquired, well aware of Si Heng's years of subtlety and his successful efforts to lower the guard of the other princes. The sudden aggression from the fifth prince left Mu Feng feeling uneasy. "Bring men and follow me to pursue Si Meng," Si Hung commanded, gazing out the window towards the main house, his tone steady yet imbued with an unsettling intent. Although Mu Feng did not grasp the true motive behind Si Heng's desire to eliminate Si Meng, he sensed the gravity of the situation. Si Heng noticed the cotton thread on his wrist and paused momentarily before instructing, "Summon the princess's maid." "Yes, Your Highness." A moment later, Qing Tao cautiously followed Mu Feng into the study, bowing respectfully to Si Hung, who was seated at the writing desk, before quickly lowering her head, her gaze fixed on her shoes. Si Hung cast a glance at Qing Tao, his voice icy. "The princess caught a chill last night. You should have attended to her these past few days." Before he could finish, Qing Tao abruptly raised her head, her tone laced with urgency. "The princess is ill? Has she taken any medicine? Is she still running a fever?" Having delayed for an entire night, she couldn't help but fret over the princess's discomfort. Silently chastising the prince for not mentioning it sooner, her sleeves twisting in her hands. Mu Feng, standing nearby, observed Qing Tao with a furrowed brow, incredulous that the girl, who usually trembled in fear of the prince, dared to interrupt him. Out of consideration for her unwavering loyalty, Si Hung chose not to hold a grudge against her. He set aside his brush, raised the prescription he had prepared, and stated plainly, "The medicine has been administered. There is no fever now. Pay close attention over the next few days. If the princess experiences another fever, prepare the medicine according to this prescription. If the fever does not return, ensure she drinks plenty of hot water." "Yes, my lord." Hearing Si Heng's words, Qing Tao's heart finally eased. She swiftly took the prescription from Mu Feng and hurried out of the study, racing towards the main house to check on Yunhua. Meanwhile, 2 days later, Si Heng finally caught up with Si Meng in a secluded courtyard in Yong'an County. Under the cover of darkness and a gusty wind, Si Meng was roused from his slumber by a chilling breeze. Groggily, he opened his eyes to find the window wide open, swaying precariously. The cold air rushed in, and he noticed a figure standing by the window. Startled, Si Meng's blurred vision sharpened instantly, and he shouted, "Who's there?" Si Hung turned slowly, the pale moonlight casting a spectral glow upon his face. His cold, indifferent expression gradually transformed into a faint, almost imperceptible smile as he reveled in Si Meng's panic. Softly inquiring, "Awake, are we?" "Si Hung, what are you doing here? Someone quickly." Si Meng became flustered, hurriedly dressing while shouting for help. Si Hung regarded him with a cold stare, leisurely approaching the table to light the candles. The flames illuminated the dim room. Si Hung raised his eyelids to glance at the shouting Si Meng, then casually kicked a round, bloody object to his feet, slowly curling his lips into a smirk. "Look at this." Upon glancing down, Si Meng let out a piercing scream, half of his soul fleeing at the sight of the head of his captain of guards. His gaze fixed in horror upon the severed head at his feet, he realized, after some time, that no one had come to his aid. The dreadful realization dawned on him that all his guards were likely dead. Trembling uncontrollably, Si Meng collapsed onto the bed, his pallid face turned towards the composed Si Hung. The assassins he had dispatched had not returned to report. He had surmised that the assassination attempt had failed. He had initially thought it was due to the prowess of Si Heng's subordinates that he had managed to escape. He intended to rush back to Shengjing to arrange for more assassins. He was taken aback that Si Hung had tracked him down so swiftly and had come to confront him in person. At that moment, Si Meng truly grasped that the frail figure they had deemed weak was, in fact, unfathomably formidable. "What do you want?" Si Meng widened his eyes, fixating on Si Hung, his voice trembling with trepidation. "I have warned you. Should you dare to harm her again, you shall meet your demise," Si Hung replied, his gaze piercing as he tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, each sound resonating in Si Meng's ears like the tolling of a death knell. Si Meng paused, perplexed as to how this involved Yanhua. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he had not harmed her. Instead, he found himself emboldened, hastily defending, "I did not touch her." Indeed, he had only sent people to kill Si Hung, and had not harmed Yanhua at all. "But the assassins you dispatched frightened her, causing her to suffer nightmares. Tell me, do you not deserve to die for that?" Si Heng's obsidian eyes glinted ominously as they bore into Si Meng, cold as an icy abyss, devoid of warmth. As Simon's heart, which had just settled, was abruptly lifted again, he gazed at Si Heng in disbelief, questioning whether he had truly lost his sanity. Rather than retaliating for the assassination attempt on him, he had come to eliminate Simong due to the fright inflicted upon his woman. Outside the door, the guards Mufeng and Muyun were equally taken aback by Si Heng's declaration, their pupils contracting in shock. They silently vowed to show greater respect to the princess upon their return. Simong's terrified gaze darted around, and he blustered, "Si Hung, I am under the protection of the fourth prince. If you harm me, he will not let you off lightly." He placed his hope in Si Jue, attempting to intimidate Si Hung with the name of the fourth prince. Si Hung suddenly chuckled, his elongated eyes lifting slightly, a sneer of disdain gracing his lips. Indeed, a dog only knows how to rely on its master. Unfazed, Si Hung rose and approached Simong step by step. The latter, frightened, continued to back away, shouting, "Don't come closer. If you lay a hand on me, the fourth prince will not spare you." Unfortunately, this prince has never concerned himself with the master when dealing with dogs. Si Hung advanced with the poise of a defiant wolf king, his presence formidable. "I was wrong. I truly was. Si Hung, spare my life. Seventh brother, I was in the wrong. I beg you, spare my life. I will never dare again. I implore you." Simon's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat cascading down as he knelt before Si Hung, trembling and confessing his transgressions at Si Hung's feet. It was too late. Si Hung looked down upon Simong with disdain, grasped his collar, and effortlessly lifted him. A swift strike through his crown sent blood gushing from Simong's head. Releasing his grip, Simong crumpled like a rag doll, tilting to the side, blood frothing from his mouth as he gazed at Si Hung in shock and bitterness, struggling to utter a single word, "You," before he breathed his last. Si Hung disdainfully wiped the blood from his hands and coldly regarded Simong's lifeless body, instructing Mufeng outside, "Burn it." The autumn wind howled fiercely as flames soared skyward, a wave of heat rising. Si Hung, mounted on his steed, indifferently watched as the fire consumed the entire courtyard, turning everything to ash. Casting his gaze downward at the cotton thread wrapped around his wrist, the corners of his lips, which had formed a straight line, unexpectedly curled into a faint smile. Surely her chill has subsided? Is she still plagued by nightmares? With a swift gallop, he vanished into the distance, heading towards Si Jue. Chapter 23. Disrobing on the day that Si Hung departed, Yinhua had already ceased to feel feverish. Yet, her mind remained somewhat foggy, and her body lacked strength. The oppressive gray skies, coupled with the rain that had been held back for several days, added to the melancholic atmosphere. Yinhua sipped on some light porridge, standing by the window, lost in thought as she gazed at the somber sky. Lin Mama informed her that Si Hung had gone out on business and would not return for several days. As she calculated the days, it had already been 4. She wondered if he had remembered to change the dressing on his wrist. With a deafening clap of thunder, the long-awaited rain finally descended with incredible force, enveloping the world in a hazy curtain of water. Watching the raindrops splatter against the windowsill and splash on her hand, Yunhua's brows furrowed slightly. Such heavy rain would surely make the roads difficult to traverse. Would he be cautious of his wrist, which should not come into contact with water? Why is the princess standing out here in the wind? Qing Tao rushed into the room with a pot of pear water just before the downpour, hastily closing the window, fearing that the recovering Yunhua might catch another illness. Yinhua turned her attention to Qing Tao's concerned expression and smiled gently. It's all right, do not worry. In truth, her constitution was quite robust. It was merely the storm and prolonged exposure to the rain on the day of the attack that had caused her illness. Nevertheless, you have been coughing for the past few days, Qing Tao said, pulling Yunhua's hand and cheerfully advising, please drink some pear water. I just made it. Do try it and see if you like it. Seated at the table, Yunhua took a spoonful and brought it to her lips, her eyes crinkling with delight as she exclaimed, delicious. Your culinary skills are always exceptional, Qing Tao. Qing Tao beamed with joy, revealing a pair of adorable little canine teeth. As twilight descended and the lights began to glimmer, the heavy rain finally ceased. The fresh scent of the rain-soaked earth drifted into the room, prompting an involuntary deep breath as Yunhua sought to absorb this invigorating essence. Gazing at the flickering lanterns under the eaves, she suddenly proposed, Qing Tao, let's take a stroll outside. Qing Tao followed Yunhua's gaze to the brightly lit courtyard and, though concerned about her catching a chill, quickly fetched a cloak from the wardrobe to drape over Yunhua. The bluestone path in the front courtyard had been washed clean by the rain, gleaming with a moist sheen under the bright lights. Water pooled into gentle streams, trickling through the gaps between the stone slabs. Yunhua stood upon the bluestone path, her delicate brows slightly knitted as she gazed pensively at the gate of the palace. Just as Si Hung stepped through the threshold, his eyes fell upon the contemplative Yunhua. Your Highness. Yunhua was momentarily taken aback, but her eyes brightened suddenly as the moonlit lanterns cast a shimmering glow, reflecting the joy that danced in her gaze. Amidst the radiant lights, she ran towards him. The evening breeze trailed behind her, lifting her light, soft hair, while the hem of her skirt billowed like ripples in a serene pond. Overwhelmed by an impulse, Si Hung quickened his pace, arms outstretched to catch the stumbling Yinhua. As her hands rested on his arm, she looked up at him, and he gazed down at her. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, time stretched, flowing like the seasons in an endless embrace. Si Hung, captivated by Yunhua's radiant smile, reached up to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, then warmed his cool palm before placing it on her forehead to check her temperature, asking softly, are you feeling better? The prince's medicine is remarkably effective. I'm already on the mend. Yunhua gazed at Si Hung with her dark, sincere eyes brimming with gratitude. Si Hung withdrew his hand, the corners of his eyes lifting slightly, adorned with a hint of enigmatic amusement. How could it not be effective? Not only for a chill, but even those on the brink of death can cling to life with the help of the Gu Yuan Dan. Such a wondrous remedy was employed to treat a common cold simply because she expressed her distaste for medicinal soups. Yunhua scrutinized Si Hung, noting his drenched garments that bore witness to the recent downpour, realizing he had hurried back. She glanced at his wrist and softly inquired, "Your Highness, have you had your bandage changed these past few days?" "I am waiting for the princess to do so," Si Hung replied, observing the concern etched on Yunhua's face, his deep voice lightening with a touch of mirth. "Very well. Let us return swiftly to change the dressing." Yunhua, preoccupied with worry for Si Hang's wrist, failed to detect the teasing tone in his voice. As the wind picked up, Si Hung casually secured Yunhua's hood. Upon their return, Yunhua unwrapped the cotton gauze from Si Hang's wrist, frowning at the clumped medicinal powder that had accumulated. She reproached him gently, "Your Highness, the wound is inflamed, so red and swollen. Does it not hurt? Why have you not changed the dressing?" Si Hung cast a glance at the wound, and upon hearing her reproachful tone, his dark eyes sparkled with a faint smile as he replied candidly, "I had no time." Initially, he was preoccupied with the fear of Si Ming escaping, tirelessly pursuing day and night. Later, he was anxious to return, thus he rode without pause. Yunhua felt a twinge of anger at Si Hang's indifference to his own well-being, yet she was at a loss for words. The deeper she ventured, the more apprehensive she became. The shallower her words, the less impact they had. Silently, she cleaned the wound, reapplied the medicinal powder, and wrapped it in fresh gauze, anxiously reminding him, "Your Highness, be cautious while bathing, avoid getting it wet." Si Hung nodded in agreement and rose to enter the bathing chamber, only to emerge shortly thereafter. Yunhua closed the medicine box and looked up at Si Hung, who stood impeccably dressed at the doorway. Puzzled as she asked, "Your Highness, why did you not wash?" "My hand aches. I cannot untie my belt," Si Hung replied, his expression strained as he glared at his injured wrist. To Yunhua, it seemed as if he might, in a moment of frustration, inflict harm upon himself. She hurriedly approached him, her bright, crystalline eyes soft and reassuring. "It's all right. I shall assist you." "Thank you, Princess," Si Hung said, lowering his gaze with polite gratitude. But as he turned, a smile crept onto his lips, unseen by Yunhua. His courtesy made her feel a tad bashful, her lips parting slightly as she replied, "Your Highness is too kind." Within the misty confines of the bathing chamber, as Yunhua stepped inside, a faint blush unexpectedly graced her porcelain cheeks. Standing before Si Hung, she clumsily attempted to undo his belt, her delicate fingers exploring for the buckle for some time before finally loosening it. His garments fell open, revealing glimpses of skin beneath. As she placed the belt on a rack behind her, she turned back to find the space between them had narrowed to an almost suffocating proximity. "Your Highness, is it permissible for you to remove your own garments?" Yunhua instinctively recoiled, her back pressed tightly against the coat rack, her head bowed as she hesitantly inquired. Too timid to look around, her wrist felt immobilized. Si Hang's voice remained languid, yet the corners of his lips curled into a faint smile as he observed the delicate blush that gradually crept across Yunhua's porcelain cheeks. She gently bit her lip, suppressing her embarrassment, and grasped the overlapping lapels of his garment. As her fingertips brushed against the collar on his shoulder, the left front flap suddenly slipped down to his arm, revealing a significant portion of his shoulder, the stark whiteness of his chest, and the lean, firm contours of his narrow waist, all laid bare before her eyes. Yunhua's eyelids fluttered, and she swiftly turned her face away, her heart racing. Si Hung glanced at her flushed cheeks, then unexpectedly leaned closer, his right hand elevated against the coat rack behind her. With his movement, the already fallen lapel gaped wider, exposing his defined waist and abdomen, a sight that intruded upon Yunhua's vision. Despite her desire to avert her gaze, the smooth lines of his torso seemed to possess an invisible force, compelling her to look. Thus, from the corner of her eye, she beheld the scene with startling clarity. Si Hung smiled, tilting his face slightly, his thin lips brushing against Yunhua's ear as he understandingly murmured, "I feared the princess might not reach, so I drew nearer." His deep, resonant voice floated into Yunhua's ear, his warm breath cascading over her neck like a languid summer breeze, igniting a tumult of emotions within her. Unconsciously, her fingers, hidden within her sleeves, trembled slightly as she struggled to calm her racing heart. Resolutely, she shut her eyes, yanked off Si Hang's long robe, and tossed it onto the coat rack before swiftly crouching down, ducking beneath his arm, and bolting towards the exit without a backward glance. "Your Highness, please enjoy your bath." "I shall take my leave," she uttered softly, her voice trembling with unmistakable emotion. Si Hung watched the petite figure flee in a flurry, then glanced down at himself, casually toying with the drawstring of his trousers. His lips curved in a subtle smirk as he chuckled softly. "But I haven't even removed my trousers yet. Why the haste?" Chapter 24. Pretending to sleep, Yunhua stood outside the boudoir, exhaling deeply with a sense of relief, feeling as though her face might ignite if she lingered any longer. After a moment's respite, she donned her nightgown and retrieved a book she had left unfinished, lying on the couch, her mind wandering as she aimlessly flipped through its pages, attempting to dispel the tumultuous thoughts swirling in her head. However, the narrative contained a vivid and intoxicating description of the protagonist shedding their garments in an embrace of ecstasy, and the scene she had just witnessed in the boudoir involuntarily resurfaced in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush anew. In that instant, all the depictions seemed to materialize into tantalizing, vivid imagery. Despondently, Yunhua rested her forehead against the open book, rubbing it back and forth. Her hands lay anxiously over her fluttering heart, while her fair legs rhythmically tapped against the soft bedding, murmuring to herself, "Oh, it's over." After a brief struggle on the bed, she heard the door to the boudoir creak open and hastily tucked the book beneath her pillow. Turning swiftly to the side, pulling the covers over her head, and closing her eyes tightly, feigning sleep, as if she had truly succumbed to slumber. Si Hung stood by the bedside, arms crossed, observing the curled-up figure of Yunhua with a knowing gaze. "Ah, she's indeed asleep," he mused. Yunhua, muffled beneath the covers, subconsciously replied, but as the words escaped her lips, she furrowed her brow, biting her lower lip in frustration. "Who pretends to be asleep, yet engages in conversation?" Si Hung chuckled softly, patiently watching as Yunhua emerged from her cocoon of blankets, her movements languid. The candlelight elongated her drooping lashes, and her porcelain complexion resembled a perfectly ripened peach, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. "No longer pretending to sleep, are we?" Si Hung remarked, shedding his shoes and lying beside her, gently tapping her slightly furrowed brow with his index finger. Yunhua buried her face into the pillow, mumbling, "This time, I truly wish to sleep." Observing her childish antics, Si Hung let out a light laugh and pulled a silk blanket from beneath her, draping it over himself. After 4 consecutive days of exertion, he too felt weary. Consequently, he ceased his teasing and succumbed to a deep slumber, synchronized with her soft, rhythmic breathing. The following day, as Yunhua was tending to the flower seeds she had previously sown alongside Qing Tao, a guard rushed over, cupping his hands in respect. "Your Highness, a young lady named Lin Jin Shu seeks an audience outside the estate." Yunhua was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated Jin Shu would come to the royal residence in search of her. Hastily, she handed the hoe to Qing Tao and hurried towards the entrance. Yunhua, Lin Jin Shu, waiting at the gate, spotted her from afar and waved, hastening towards her. Upon hearing her name, Yunhua's eyes sparkled with delight as she joyfully called out, "Jin Shu," lifting her skirts to meet her. "Jin Shu, what brings you here?" Yunhua asked, clasping Lin Jin Shu's hand with a smile. "Of course, I came to see you, to have a chat, and to check if you've been mistreated," Lin Jin Shu replied, releasing Yunhua's hand to scrutinize her from head to toe. Yunhua smiled warmly, her lips curving in a reassuring manner. "I am perfectly well, so do not worry, Jin Shu. How have you been these past few days?" Although Lin Jin Shu had never met Si Hung, she had certainly heard numerous rumors about him. One could say he was often perceived as ruthless and difficult to engage with. She indeed harbored concerns about Yunhua being bullied. Nonetheless, observing that Yunhua appeared little different from before her marriage, with her bright eyes still sparkling with sweetness, brought her some comfort. After all, who could resist such a charming and lovely young lady? She herself delighted in spending time with Yunhua. "Yunhua, we won't just stand at the door chatting, will we? Can you step outside? I invite you for tea," Lin Jinshu inquired, her eyes sparkling as she linked arms with Yunhua. Upon seeing Lin Jinshu, Yunhua, filled with joy, momentarily forgot to invite her inside, exclaiming, "I should be able to. Jinshu, please wait for me in the main hall. I'll just inform His Highness." Lin Jinshu nodded with a smile, but did not enter the residence, saying, "Don't rush. I'll wait for you by the carriage." Yunhua did not press her friend, understanding that Lin Jinshu preferred to avoid encountering Si Hung. Lin Jinshu had always been reluctant to converse with strangers, often wishing to evade them altogether for fear of unsolicited conversation. Yunhua hurried back to the inner courtyard and through the open window, glimpsed Si Hung seated at his writing desk, engrossed in his work. Upon hearing her footsteps, Si Hung looked up, their gazes meeting. Yunhua lifted her skirt and stepped onto the stone steps below the window. Standing outside, she looked at Si Hung and softly asked, "Your Highness, my dear friend Jinshu has come to invite me for tea. May I go?" Listening to Yunhua's cautious request, Si Hung set down his brush, rose, and approached the window. Suddenly, he grasped her chin gently, lifting it slightly to peer into her eyes. "The princess is to enter the royal household, not to be confined within it. Just as you were free to roam in the Yun family, you may visit any place you wish, provided you remember to take your guards with you. Do you understand?" Yunhua had not anticipated such words from Si Hung, and warmth surged within her heart. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled as she sweetly replied, "Yes, I understand. Thank you, Your Highness. Let Mu Yun accompany you," Si Hung said, releasing her chin and casting a glance at Mu Feng, who understood the cue and went to summon Mu Yun. "Your Highness, you must eat lunch on time. You need not wait for me," Yunhua thoughtfully reminded him. Si Hung nodded, his brief response still carrying a sense of acknowledgement. Yunhua's eyes brightened, glimmering with joy. She stood on her tiptoes, resting her palms on the windowsill, and leaned into the room, tilting her face upward to whisper softly into Si Hang's ear. "You are truly wonderful, Your Highness." Her voice, sweet as a songbird shrill, instantly warmed Si Hang's ears, a rare flicker of fluster crossing his usually composed countenance. "I shall take my leave now, Your Highness," Yunhua said with a radiant smile, waving farewell as she turned to depart. Si Hung watched her retreating figure, rubbing his slightly tingling ears, his brows furrowed in contemplation. Had he just been flirted with? As Yunhua stepped outside, sensing something in the air, she turned back and smiled sweetly at him, her delicate lips curving upwards like a gentle spring breeze caressing 1,000 peach trees in full bloom. The sunlight poured down, illuminating her radiant beauty. Chapter 25. The monkeys play upon exiting the Wang residence. Yunhua and Lin Jinshu made their way directly to Yiming Zhai. The sisters were caught in an endless conversation, with Lin Jinshu doing most of the talking, as her family affairs were far more tumultuous. "Yunhua, I am utterly exasperated by Lin Jinfu. How can she be so pretentious? And yet, Wang Xingzhou seems utterly captivated by her, behaving like a blind fool," Lin Jinshu lamented, lifting her chrysanthemum tea and taking a large gulp to quell her frustration. Although Lin Jinshu was the legitimate daughter of the Lin family, her father, Lord Lin, had taken several concubines, among whom Aunt Lu was the most cunning. Lin Jinfu, born of Lu, had completely inherited her mother's scheming nature. The duo not only manipulated Lord Lin with ease, but also toyed with Lin Jinshu's fiancé, Wang Xingzhou. Even though Lin Jinshu had no affection for Wang Xingzhou, the two would incessantly flit about her like bothersome flies. As Yunhua poured tea for Lin Jinshu, she offered a suggestion. "Calm down. Why not spend some time at your maternal grandmother's house with the eldest lady? Out of sight, out of mind." Yunhua was familiar with Lin Jinshu's mother, Lady Xiao, who was forthright and sincere, her emotions plainly displayed. Unlike the duplicitous nature of the Lu mother-daughter pair, Lady Xiao would only speak her mind, which had led to Lin Jinshu suffering numerous hidden losses over the years. "That might be for the best," Lin Jinshu replied, longing to sever her engagement with Wang Xingzhou. She had no desire to marry a blind fool. After finishing their tea, the two ventured to Yipin Lu for lunch, where Yunhua suggested a stroll to aid digestion. "Jinshu, shall we check if the shopkeeper has returned?" Yunhua inquired, still hoping to secure a shop for Yinshu. Unfortunately, the shopkeeper had only hung a sign indicating urgent business and had not been present despite their multiple visits. Inquiring with nearby merchants revealed that the shopkeeper had returned to his hometown due to family matters. Lin Jinshu sighed and expressed a mix of envy and admiration. Though we share no mother, how is it that you and Yunshu are so close? I wish you were my sister. Yunhua smiled and linked arms with Lin Jinshu, reassuring her, we are sisters now. My third sister considers you as her own. This was indeed true. Every time Lin Jinshu visited the Yun family, Fanshi would prepare delectable treats for them, and Yunshu would quietly listen to her, gently engaging in conversation. The warmth and harmony often absent in noble families were a commonplace occurrence in the Yun household. As they conversed, a young woman clad in a light blue RU skirt approached them, smiling as she called out, "Elder sister." Lin Jinshu rolled her eyes in annoyance. The newcomer was none other than Lin Jinfu. Undeterred by Lin Jinshu's evident disdain, Lin Jinfu maintained her smile and gracefully stepped forward, curtsying before Yunhua. Jinfu pays her respects to the Princess of Chun. Out of politeness, Yunhua raised her hand and softly replied, "Please rise." Lin Jinfu gazed at Yunhua's face, which had once sparked her jealousy, and inwardly scoffed. What was the use of beauty if she was to marry a frail invalid? Lin Jinshu, growing impatient, shot a glance at Lin Jinfu before turning to pull Yunhua away. Lin Jinfeng glanced behind the two, her lips suddenly curving into a delicate smile as she approached and gently tugged at Lin Jinshu's sleeve, softly inquiring, "Why is my elder sister in such a hurry? It has been quite some time since I last saw the Princess of Chun. I wish to converse with you both. I am not well acquainted with Miss Lin." Yunhua interjected with a frown. "Did you hear that? She claims not to know you." Lin Jinshu retorted, making no attempt to touch Lin Jinfeng, instead shaking off her grasp with a flick of her sleeve in an attempt to free herself. However, an unexpected ouch escaped Lin Jinfeng as she suddenly fell to the ground. "Lin Jinshu, have you bullied Jinfeng again?" Wang Xingzhou stormed forward from behind Yunhua and Lin Jinshu, his face etched with anger as he tenderly embraced Lin Jinfeng, helping her up from the floor. "Brother Xingzhou, do not blame my elder sister. It was merely my own carelessness," Lin Jinfeng replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, which only deepened Wang Xingzhou's concern. "Jinfeng, you need not defend her. I am well aware of her true nature," Wang Xingzhou reassured, grasping Lin Jinfeng's hand, his tone laced with disdain for Lin Jinshu. Lin Jinshu scoffed, retorting, "Can you not comprehend the situation? How dare you presume to know my character, merely because you perceive my indifference towards you? You intentionally harass Jinfeng and push her away. She does not hold it against you, yet you still find justification?" Wang Xingzhou glared at Lin Jinshu with a fierce countenance. Lin Jinshu, nearly exasperated to the point of fury, thought to herself, when will he look in the mirror? Who is enamored with him? Truly, he is delusional. "Brother Xingzhou, please do not act this way," Lin Jinfeng said, letting a few tears fall, appearing quite frightened as she tugged at Wang Xingzhou's sleeve. Yunhua, observing the enraged Lin Jinshu, took her hand in a gesture of comfort, her expression tinged with irritation as she addressed Wang Xingzhou. "First and foremost, we did not push Miss Lin. As for her fall, I believe she is most aware of the reasons behind it." With a pointed glance at Lin Jinfeng, she continued, "Secondly, you hastily draw conclusions without knowing the full story and shout at Jinshu. Is this the decorum of your scholarly family?" Unfamiliar with Yunhua, Wang Xingzhou, taken aback by her questioning, defiantly shouted, "Who are you?" Before Yunhua could respond, Mu Yun, who had been following her, suddenly changed expression. Mu Yun stepped forward, his fierce gaze locking onto Wang Xingzhou as he drew his sword from his waist, sternly declaring, "Who are you speaking to in such a manner? Dare you raise your voice at our princess again, and I will ensure you lose all your teeth." Both Yunhua and Lin Jinshu stared in astonishment at Mu Yun, taken aback by the thunderous command that resonated with a formidable intensity. "Princess, please step back to avoid any bloodshed," Mu Yun said, retracting his imposing presence and respectfully bowing towards Yunhua, his sword now hidden behind him. "What ist?" His lord had once been so disturbed by the princess's fright that he had nightmares, and in a fit of rage, he had hunted down and eliminated 2 individuals. This fool dared to raise his voice against her. Today, even if he were to face punishment, his lord would surely grant him a leave of absence for his efforts. Yunhua gazed at the striking contrast presented by Mu Yun, momentarily taken aback. Yet, it dawned upon her why Si Hung had dispatched Mu Yun to accompany her. Indeed, he was formidable. With his robust physique and ruggedly stern features, he exuded an intimidating presence. Consequently, Wang Xingzhou instantly lowered his voice, refraining from casting another glance at Yunhua. Through Mu Yun's address, he deduced that Yunhua was likely the princess consort of the Qin Wang. For there was only one prince in Suzhou, Prince Si Hung of Chun. Lin Jinfeng, with tears glistening in her eyes, observed the cowardice of Wang Xingzhou, secretly twisting her handkerchief, pondering to herself how pitiful it was that a mere servant could instill such fear. However, putting on a facade of understanding, she gently remarked, "Brother Xingzhou, it is clear that with just the two of us, we cannot possibly contend with them. Therefore, let us retreat. It is entirely my fault for being so ineffectual." Wang Xingzhou hastily lowered his gaze and accepted her words, murmuring, "Yes, yes, fu. We shall not stoop to their level. Are we watching a monkey show?" A voice, cold yet laced with disdain, suddenly interjected. Yunhua turned to see Si Hung standing beside her, her eyes sparkling as they brightened, her beautiful eyes arching with delight, and a smile gracing her lips as she exclaimed, "Your Highness." Chapter 26. The Reed's Pavilion. Lin Jingshu turned her gaze toward Si Hung, who stood beside Yunhua, intrigued yet merely offering a cursory glance, as it was her first encounter with him. Suddenly recalling Si Hang's earlier flippant remark about watching a monkey show, she glanced at Wang Xingzhou and couldn't help but burst into laughter, feeling the remark was remarkably apparent. Yunhua joined in the mirth, gently tugging at Si Hang's sleeve, signaling him to lean closer. Si Hung inclined his head, catching the playful twinkle in Yunhua's enchanting eyes as she whispered softly, "Your Highness may not be aware, but this monkey is quite blind." The sweet, soft breath of a young girl sent a delightful shiver through Si Hang's ear, and he stifled the ticklish sensation, maintaining a stoic expression as he glanced at Wang Xingzhou, echoing Yunhua's sentiment. "Indeed, it is evident. You possess keen vision, Your Highness." Yunhua beamed up at him, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, lavishing him with praise. Si Hung lowered his gaze to her alluring lips, momentarily captivated, before inquiring, "Shall we return home?" Yunhua looked at Lin Jingshu, who embraced her exuberantly, her radiant face illuminated with a bright smile. "Let us head back, Yunhua. I shall visit you again soon." Having conversed with Yunhua and given Wang Xingzhou his comeuppance, Lin Jingshu felt elated. "Shall we escort you home, Jingshu?" Yunhua grasped Lin Jingshu's hand. Just as Lin Jingshu was about to nod in agreement, she caught sight of Si Hang's cold gaze directed at her. As he toyed with the black jade ring on his finger, its stone reflecting a somber chill. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Jingshu forced a smile and pointed to the carriage of the Lin family parked not far away, saying, "No need, I can return by myself." Thus, after bidding farewell to Lin Jingshu, Yunhua walked alongside Si Hung towards the Wang residence's carriage. Lin Jinfeng and Wang Xingzhou watched the pair stride together, momentarily frozen in surprise. The infamous, short-lived Prince Chun was rumored to be pallid and afflicted by illness, possessing a temperament as bleak as his health, easily winded by a mere cough. Yet, the individual before them, with his sharp, elongated eyes that had merely brushed over them, exuded an aura as piercing as a sword. Lin Jinfeng's jealousy, long suppressed, flared up once more. "Ah, how curious! What brings His Highness here?" As they walked, Yunhua suddenly turned. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired of Si Hung. "Just passing by," Si Hung replied, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze flickering slightly. "Ah, I see." Yunhua smiled brightly, entirely trusting in his words. Behind them, Mu Feng shook his head, murmuring, "The princess is still too young. His Highness's timing is almost too precise." As Mu Feng was about to jest with Mu Yun beside him, he noticed Mu Yun staring intently at the prince and princess. He nudged his elbow, asking, "What are you thinking about?" "Thinking of getting married," Mu Yun replied, gazing reflectively at the two ahead. The princess was laughing and chatting with the prince, who looked down at her with a gentle gaze, subtly laced with affection. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting soft, dancing patterns upon them, softening their outlines and warming the autumn chill. Simple, yet exquisite. In this moment, he yearned for a gentle companion to converse with him tenderly. Ah! Mufeng widened his mouth, paused for a moment, then playfully draped his arm over Mu Yun's shoulder and declared, "Brother, allow me to lend you a few novels to indulge in for now." Mu Yun shrugged off Mu Feng's arm, lifted one corner of his mouth disdainfully, and retorted, "What use is that? What meaning does mere indulgence hold? I seek to engage in practice." Yinhua raised her gaze and spotted the distant Jinjiao Pavilion. After a moment's thought, she invited, "The Jinjiao Pavilion is just ahead. Would your highness care to take a look?" Si Hung followed Yinhua's finger's direction and beheld a two-story pavilion. Recalling her earlier mention of opening a rouge shop, his interest was piqued. Very well. Typically, it was Wanxia who managed the shop while her brother perished on the battlefield, leaving her all alone at home. Hence, my second brother had her come to Si Jue to find me. Wanxia is clever and eloquent, highly adept in business, Yinhua introduced softly. At that moment, Wanxia, who was polishing the counter inside the shop, caught sight of Yinhua through the window and immediately rushed out joyfully. However, upon seeing Si Hung beside Yinhua, she momentarily faltered, unsure of how to address him. "Wanxia, this is His Highness, Prince Chun." Yinhua was the first to speak. Wanxia quickly grasped the situation, hurriedly bowing to Si Hung, then turned to Yinhua with a beaming smile. When they had learned about Yinhua's impending marriage to the ailing prince, they felt a sense of pity for her. Now, witnessing the gentle smile gracing her face, they rejoiced in her happiness. Wanxia stepped aside, pulling back the curtain, warmly welcoming the two into the shop. Just as Mu Feng was about to follow them inside, Mu Yun restrained it by the shoulder and whispered, "Today, let us switch roles. You stay outside while I go in." "Reason?" Mu Feng raised an eyebrow at Mu Yun. "I have accompanied the princess all morning. I am quite fatigued," Mu Yun boldly declared. Mu Feng chuckled, recalling how he had traversed several streets with the prince in search of the princess, insisting on pretending to be merely a passerby. Before Mu Feng could retort, Mu Yun pushed him aside and stepped in first, nodding politely to Wanxia as he passed. "Huh, such pretense of civility." Mu Feng crossed his arms, his tone dripping with sarcasm, left alone to guard the entrance. At noon, the shop was devoid of customers, making it convenient for Yinhua to show Si Hung around. The first floor primarily sold rouge and spices, while the second floor served as a tea room for young ladies to rest, try on makeup, and chat. Yinhua approached the counter, casually aligning the rouge boxes that were askew. Si Hung listened quietly, his gaze following her delicate hands as she adjusted the boxes. Her clean fingertips were adorned with a layer of soft pink pigment, accentuating her slender, jade-like fingers, soft and luminous, reminiscent of the tender buds of early spring willow branches, evoking a desire to pluck and play with them. Unaware of Si Heng's gaze, Yinhua picked up 3 boxes of rouge from the center of the shelf, opened them one by one in front of Si Hung, and smilingly inquired, "Which of these 3 colors does your highness find most appealing?" Si Hung lowered his head to observe, his brows knitting together as he countered, "Is there any distinction among these 3 colors?" Yinhua took a step back in astonishment, tilting her head to gaze earnestly at Si Hung. Her dark eyes were profound, akin to the vast night sky, brimming with vitality. How could one fail to discern the difference in colors? She raised a delicate finger and waved it before Si Hung, inquiring, "Your Highness, which one is this?" Si Hung, with a glint of annoyance, pinched her tender cheek and replied coldly, "I am not blind." Yinhua softly uttered an "oh," awkwardly retracting her hand, and gently explained, "These 3 boxes of rouge exhibit varying shades. The first, named Peach Blossom, is a subtle pink that, when applied, resembles a peach blossom on the verge of blooming, imbued with tender allure. The second is called." After Yinhua completed her descriptions, Si Heng's gaze fell upon her fair, rosy complexion, and he asked, "Which one did you apply?" Yinhua turned and retrieved another box of rouge from the shelf, saying, "This one, named reads." "Why not use the other 3? Si Heng queried. "Because they are too expensive," she replied. "Those 3 are the most costly in our shop, each priced at 50 taels of silver. Such luxurious rouge must be reserved for sale. I cannot bear to use it myself." Upon noticing the flicker of surprise in Si Heng's eyes, Yunhua pressed her lips together and hastily clarified, "It is not that I am greedy. There is a reason for their high price. Firstly, the ingredients are precious. These three types of rouge contain numerous exquisite herbs and flowers, not only enhancing beauty, but also nourishing the skin. Secondly, the colors are rare. These shades were meticulously crafted after extensive research in ancient texts and numerous experiments. There is no other shop in Si Jue that offers them. Thirdly, their reputation commands a premium. Some customers purchase these three shades not for personal use, but as gifts, hence the price must reflect their value." Si Heng observed the animated and eloquent Yunhua, a hint of admiration surfacing in his gaze. His little princess was not only enchanting, but also well-versed in the ways of commerce. "Which one do you prefer among these three?" he inquired, pointing to the most expensive options. "Peach blossom, I suppose." "Very well. I shall purchase one to give my princess a grand opening," Si Heng declared, promptly producing a banknote. Yunhua furrowed her brow at him, gently declining, "Your Highness. Spending money on items from my shop is akin to transferring funds from one pocket to another. It is still our family's money." "Our family?" The sound of those words was pleasing to Si Heng's ears, causing the corners of his lips to quiver imperceptibly, as if he wished to smile, yet restrained himself. Chapter 27. Whispered secrets. As the evening glow bathed the surroundings, Wanxia stood at a distance, holding a freshly brewed pot of tea, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she observed Yunhua and Si Heng converse, showing no urgency to approach. "Give it to me." Mu Yun extended his hand to receive the tray from Wanxia. She stared blankly at the tray that had been taken from her grasp, momentarily stunned. Before realizing he intended to assist her, she responded with a gentle, "Thank you, kind sir." Mu Yun raised an eyebrow slightly, offering a nonchalant acknowledgement. Ultimately, Yunhua refrained from allowing Si Heng to purchase her cosmetics. Noticing the day was still young, she pondered that since they had already arrived at the Jinjiao Pavilion, it would be prudent to review the accounts, especially with the monthly distributions approaching. Thus, Yunhua softly proposed to Si Heng, "Your Highness, would it be acceptable for you to rest upstairs while I verify the accounts downstairs?" "Bring them up for verification," Si Heng insisted, leaving no room for refusal. Yunhua obediently nodded, gathering the account books and abacus to accompany Si Heng to the elegant room on the second floor. Observing Mu Yun preparing to serve tea, Wanxia took some delicacies prepared for the guests and placed them on the tray as well. Seated beside the tea table, Yunhua deftly manipulated the counting beads, meticulously checking the accounts. Si Heng, meanwhile, lounged in a chair by the window, casually flipping through a book. The autumn sun poured its warm light upon his chiseled features, illuminating them with a gentle radiance. His long fingers turned the pages with ease, his expression tranquil yet focused. Dressed in pristine white, he appeared ethereal amidst the soft sunlight, exuding an air of refined elegance, reminiscent of a noble youth amidst the clouds. In a fleeting moment, as Yunhua lifted her gaze, she found herself entranced by Si Heng, momentarily lost in admiration. "The pen has fallen." Without lifting his head, Si Heng smirked, a playful glimmer in his eyes. "Ah!" Yunhua startled, swiftly regaining her composure, bending down to retrieve the pen, only to realize it was still in her hand. She belatedly understood he was aware of her stolen glances and had playfully deceived her. With a mix of embarrassment and curiosity, she stole a glance at Si Heng, only to find him gracefully closing his book. A subtle yet captivating smile gracing his lips as he approached her step by step. The sunlight enveloped him, making him appear as if he had stepped out of a painting. Even the minute particles of dust around him seemed to dance in the light. Si Heng navigated around the table and positioned himself beside Yunhua, noting the narrow bench she occupied. Without a backrest, the young lady demurely sat on a mere third of its surface. Yunhua blinked her wide eyes in confusion, her clear apricot gaze filled with curiosity, until he spread his long legs and settled behind her, wrapping his arm around her waist, drawing her into his embrace. In that instant, her curiosity was swiftly eclipsed by an unfamiliar shyness. Her body stiffened, instinctively wanting to pull away. Si Heng tightened his hold around her delicate waist, gently coaxing her to lean against his chest. tilting his head to whisper in her ear with a low, magnetic tone, "Come closer," so that the princess may gaze to her heart's content. A tingling sensation surged through Yunhua, causing her heart to flutter as she instinctively turned her face away. Avoiding his gaze, Si observed the blush creeping to her ears, chuckling softly. The playful tease had left him enchanted all day. It was now her turn to experience the same sensation. The graceful curve of her neck elongated as she turned away, revealing a hint of her collarbone beneath her clothing. Si gaze grew slightly intense as he lowered his head, the cool tip of his nose brushing against her warm neck, ascending slowly like a feather's caress, evoking a tantalizing itch. With a soft thud, the pen that Yunhua clutched in her hand slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Yet, the rapid thumping of her heart drowned out the sound of the pen, as the molten warmth of his deep, resonant breath intensified the fluttering in her chest. Instinctively, Yunhua recoiled slightly, her clear eyes veiled with a mist of bewilderment as she cast a timid glance at Si, calling out, "Your Highness. Have the accounts been reconciled?" Si tilted his head, observing the shimmering beauty of her clear eyes, his thin lips curling into a smirk, a hint of mirth dancing upon his features. "Not even close," Yunhua replied uneasily, shaking her head. Si encircled her waist, lifting her slightly, his cheek resting against her neck. The delicate, pale earlobes swayed before him, untouched and pure, appearing soft and delectable. Si parted his lips to gently nibble on her tender earlobe, his low, magnetic voice whispering seductively into her ear, "Continue your calculations." Yunhua shivered, as if every inch of her skin could feel the cool, damp sensation on her ear, her heart fluttering chaotically as if caught in a tempest. Biting her lip, she fought to suppress the strange sounds threatening to escape her lips. She instinctively shrank her neck, feeling as if her entire ear would go numb. Clumsily attempting to free her ear from his mouth, yet his arm encircling her waist held her captive. "Your Highness, I cannot concentrate like this," her voice trembled, laced with helplessness. Si gently grazed her soft ear with his teeth, glancing at Yunhua's flushed cheeks, and upon hearing her pitiful protest, he curled his tongue around her soft ear, chuckling softly in delight, gradually releasing his hold. Yunhua hastily raised her hands to cover her ears, glaring at Si in dissatisfaction, as if warding off a wolf. How foolish she had been to think of him as a noble prince. He was clearly a beast of the mortal realm, using her as a mere plaything. "Does it hurt?" Si asked, amused, observing Yunhua's woeful expression, tightening his embrace around her waist, drawing her closer. "Why not try it on yourself and see?" Yunhua retorted, secretly rubbing her now flushed and warm ears. Her tone defiant, Si lowered his head, gazing into her eyes, the obsidian depths of his orbs shimmering with an enchanting smile. "Very well. I shall allow you to bite me back. Here we go again. That smile of yours. It's like a tempting trap." "Humph." She would not fall for it. Yunhua closed her eyes, turning away, her chin held high with a proud defiance, embodying the spirit of someone who forgives the petty grievances of the small-minded. "I shall not bite you. I must settle the accounts now." With a wary glance at Si Yunhua bent down to retrieve the pen that had fallen, her demeanor akin to that of a vigilant little cat. Si raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly. If he truly wished to act upon her, could she really defend against him? His lips brushed teasingly against the tip of her ear once more, but he made no further advances, simply embracing her slender waist, silently observing her as she calculated. For as long as she counted, he would watch. At that moment, in the twilight below, Wanxia, adhering to the principles of hospitality, prepared some tea and pastries for Muyun, placing on the table behind him with a gentle smile, saying, "Esteemed brother, please sit down and enjoy some refreshments." Unlike before, when he had casually thrown aside his robe and plopped down, Muyun now nodded politely, delicately lifting the edge of his robe and sitting with an upright posture. He even took a moment to recall how Si ate, leisurely picking up a piece of pastry and elegantly bringing it to his mouth. Alas, while his movements were graceful, his manner of eating was rather gluttonous. The soft pastry lodged in his throat, prompting him to gulp down several mouthfuls of water and causing him to hiccup persistently. Observing this, Wanxia hastily poured him cup after cup of water, concernedly advising, "Brother, do not rush. Take your time. There is plenty of pastry." Muyun, his face slightly flushed with embarrassment, replied, "Please do not call me brother. Refer to me as Muyun." His words were interrupted by another hiccup. Wanxia quickly responded, "Understood, brother Mui." Muyun frowned, his gaze dropping momentarily before he confirmed that the hiccups had ceased and continued, "It is Muyun, not brother Mui." Wanxia paused in surprise, casting her eyes down with a slight smile, yet she refrained from addressing him as he wished. After all, in her view, it was more appropriate to use a respectful title given their lack of familiarity. Clumsy and unrefined, Miyun remained oblivious to the subtleties of a girl's thoughts, secretly admiring Wanxia, finding her increasingly appealing. She appeared to be around 16 or 17, her features not strikingly beautiful at first glance, yet remarkably harmonious and pleasing to behold. Especially when she smiled, her cheeks bore deep dimples, adding to her vivacious charm. Indeed, one must engage more with the princess in order to encounter suitable young ladies. Spending his days with the prince, even the mosquitoes that passed by were male. How would he ever hope to marry? Muyun reveled in his astute decision of the day, indulging in yet another pastry. Chapter 28. Embrace in the stillness of a night. The soft glow of the moonlight cast a gentle silhouette on the paper window. Yunhua sat opposite Si Hung, carefully unwrapping the cotton gauze from his wrist to inspect the wound. Noticing that it was not as red and swollen as the previous day, she felt a sense of relief. As she applied medicine to the injury, she inquired, "By the way, Your Highness, have you ascertained who sent the assassin we encountered earlier?" Si Hung gazed at her delicate fingers busying themselves over his wound and replied in a soft tone, "It was Si Ming." Yunhua paused for a moment, her brow furrowing slightly. "Since he has failed this time, will he strike again?" "He will not, for he is dead." Si Hung spoke leisurely, yet his gaze remained fixated on Yunhua's fingertips, recalling the soft ear he had bitten at the Jinjiao Pavilion earlier that afternoon. Suddenly curious if other parts of her were equally soft, unaware of Si Heng's thoughts, Yunhua was nonetheless taken aback by the news of Si Meng's death. After meticulously wrapping the gauze and tying a knot at the end, her curiosity got the better of her. "How'd he die?" Si Hung adjusted the butterfly knot she had tied on his wrist, replying nonchalantly, "I killed him." Yunhua's heart skipped a beat as she regarded Si Hung thoughtfully. "So, Your Highness, you went to kill Si Meng a few days ago?" Si Hung nodded, as if recalling something. He suddenly lifted his gaze to meet hers, scrutinizing her eyes to discern all the emotions within. Would she perceive him as cold-blooded for having slain his own brother? Would she fear him? Such fears would be in vain. Having provoked him, there was no escape without his consent. Yunhua studied Si Hung for a moment, noticing the dark, brooding glint that gradually emerged in his ebony eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke slowly. "Prince Jing harbored murderous intent first and acted against others. Therefore, Your Highness's actions were justified. Indeed, one should eradicate enemies thoroughly to eliminate future threats." Si Heng's narrow eyes lifted slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. She then asked earnestly, "Now that we have killed Si Meng, he was a prince after all. Will Your Highness face any danger?" Si Hung raised an indifferent eyebrow. The dangers surrounding him had never ceased. He could afford the loss of this one. However, Si Meng, in his foolishness, had sought refuge in a remote courtyard and had set a fire. The authorities would find it exceedingly difficult to identify the corpse. It would take at least a month for the capital to learn of Si Meng's disappearance or demise. Moreover, Si Meng possessed far too much knowledge about Si Jue. The latter, keen on maintaining a virtuous image, would hardly allow someone privy to his darker secrets to live long. Si Meng's death likely aligned with his intentions. Si Hung reined in his thoughts, focusing on the concern evident in Yunhua's expression. The flickering candlelight cast a gentle glow in his dark eyes, making them appear captivating. Feeling a sudden impulse, he grasped her slender waist and lifted her effortlessly, placing her on his lap with a wild yet assured demeanor. "You need not worry." Yunhua stiffened momentarily, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to such intimacy. She placed her hands demurely on her lap, her eyes curving into a smile as she replied softly, "That is good to hear." Si Jue glanced at her porcelain-like cheeks, lifting her in his arms as he made his way to the bed. In the fleeting moment of being airborne, Yunhua instinctively wrapped her arms around Si Jue's neck, her long hair cascading into the crook of his arm. Memories of his teasing bites on her ear, evoking both a delightful itch and a lingering moisture, flooded her mind. Her gaze drifted to the bed curtain embroidered with mandarin ducks entwined, causing her heart to race unexpectedly. As Si Jue laid Yunhua upon the couch, he waved his hand to extinguish the candles, leaving only a solitary floor lamp casting a warm, orange glow. In that dim light, his cold, ethereal visage drew nearer to her. Suddenly, Yunhua raised her hand to cover her ears, murmuring with a hint of pleading, "Please don't bite my ear." Si Jue, observing her anxious and somewhat pitiful demeanor, gently tapped her forehead and chuckled softly. "Put your hand down. I want to bite your ear." Cautiously, Yunhua lowered her hand, only to find herself enveloped in his embrace moments later. Gazing at the dazed Yunhua nestled in his arms, Si Jue tightened his hold around her waist, bringing her even closer. Foreheads touching, his deep-set eyes bore into hers, seductively whispering, "Let me hold you, shall we?" His rich, sonorous voice was intoxicating, rendering her powerless to refuse. Yunhua blinked, her mind a blank canvas. Si Jue, amused by her stillness and his embrace, smiled. She was undeniably obedient. The delicate figure lay softly against him, her clear eyes shimmering with a blend of bashfulness and innocent curiosity, gazing at him with a naive allure that was utterly captivating. Si Jue wrestled with the turbulence within him. He was still consuming the antidote, which, while suppressing the poison coursing through his veins, was itself a form of toxin. Until the antidote had run its course, he could not touch her, lest he transfer the venom to her. Turning his face, he lowered his gaze to her porcelain-like neck bathed in moonlight, burying his head into her fragrant skin. The gentle scent enveloped him as he pressed his damp lips against her neck, teasingly gliding from top to bottom. A gesture that felt like a kiss, yet was akin to silken strands brushing against her skin, sending shivers down her spine. "Your Highness." Yunhua gazed at Si Jue, whose face was nestled against her neck, his restrained yet heated breath sending her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Si Jue noticed the tautness of her collarbone, his gaze momentarily faltering. But he persevered. He placed a tender kiss in the warm, fragrant hollow of her neck, wrapping his arms around her head, gently pressing her against the shoulder, murmuring, "Be good, sleep now." Under some enchantment, Yunhua drowsily closed her eyes, inhaling the refreshing scent of soap and a faint medicinal aroma emanating from him. Her consciousness gradually returned, and she realized, he was holding her as they slept. Suddenly wide-eyed, she found herself staring at his smooth, fair jawline. In the dim candlelight, she discreetly studied his profile, her previous shyness dissipating, her lips curving into an unconscious, gentle smile. Her initially rigid body began to relax, and she tentatively shifted, seeking a comfortable position within his embrace. On this approaching winter night, while neither of their bodies radiated warmth, together they cultivated a sense of spring's warmth and summer's allure. Outside the window, the moonlight was cool, accompanied by the stars. Within the tent, the young master of the clouds found solace in the embrace of the daffodil. Chapter 29. To the use with each autumn rain comes a chill, and the heavy downpour from the day before seems to be the final outpouring of late autumn. A subtle coldness pervades the air, and a few stubborn yellow leaves flutter down from the branches in the morning breeze. "Qing Tao, let us visit the Jianjiao Pavilion." Yesterday, with Si Jue seated behind her, Yunhua found it difficult to concentrate on verifying the accounts, feeling utterly bewildered by the calculations. Therefore, she intends to revisit the matter today for confirmation. "Very well, Your Highness," Qing Tao said, as she fetched a red cloak from the wardrobe and draped it around Yunhua. "Your Highness, we have received news from Yongzhou indicating that someone has recently discovered the burned-down courtyard belonging to Si Meng and has reported it to the authorities." Si Jue reclined in the armchair, listening indifferently to Mu Feng's report, yet his gaze fell upon Yunhua, who was slowly approaching him from outside. Recalling the lingering warmth and fragrance from yesterday, he absent-mindedly stroked his lips. "Your Highness, I wish to go out." Upon catching Si Heng's gaze, Yinhua lifted her skirt and stepped closer to the window, where the gentle morning light illuminated her smiling face, casting a soft glow upon her porcelain cheeks. Si Heng, mesmerized by that pure light, rose and gestured towards the door. "Come in." Yinhua beamed sweetly, made her way to the study's main entrance, and stood before Si Heng. He regarded her cloak, the red fabric accentuating her fair skin beautifully. A soft breeze brushed past, causing the delicate fur lining to stand upright, enhancing the allure of her tender face. Si Heng raised his hand to adjust the fur collar clinging to her snowy cheek and casually inquired, "Where do you wish to go?" "I wish to visit the Jianjia Pavilion," Yinhua replied softly, her gaze directed at Si Heng. The moment those words left her lips, Mu Yun, standing next to Mu Feng, brightened with excitement. He abruptly looked up, eager to catch Si Heng's attention, anxiously awaiting his command to escort Yinhua outside. "What are you doing?" Mu Feng raised an eyebrow, casting a peculiar glance at the impatient Mu Yun and whispered, "Be quiet, mind your own business." Mu Yun gestured for silence. "Are you unwell?" Mu Feng scoffed, turning away in disdain, uninterested in him. "Shall I allow Mu Yun to accompany you?" Si Heng shot a cold glance at the whispering Mu Feng and Mu Yun before turning to Yinhua. Yinhua nodded with a smile, sweetly addressing Si Heng. "Your Highness, yesterday Mu Yun was particularly valiant. He even helped me and Jinshu scold Wang Xingzhou." Upon hearing Yinhua praise him before Si Heng, Mu Yun stood taller, unable to suppress the triumphant smile on his face. Si Heng glanced at the proud Mu Yun and said, "In that case, I grant you a day off tomorrow." "Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Princess." Mu Yun grinned widely, playfully raising an eyebrow at Mu Feng as he dragged him out of the study with an air of mischief. "I told you it was wise to follow the princess. Indeed, a good bird chooses the right tree to perch upon." As Mu Feng and Mu Yun exited, Yinhua realized it was time for her to leave as well. With a bright smile, she waved goodbye to Si Heng. "Then I shall take my leave, Your Highness." Just as she turned to depart, Si Heng grasped her wrist, pulling her into his embrace with a long arm. In a tender gesture, Si Heng placed his palm against her waist, gently pushing her forward until her soft form collided with his chest. He leaned down slightly, his chin brushing against her delicate forehead, whispering, "Hurry back." Enveloped in his embrace, Yinhua felt his warm breath caress her ear, stirring her heart like a soft caress, causing it to race. She tilted her face upward in his arms, gazing at him with crescent eyes, softly replying, "All right." At that moment, the pot of narcissus on the table quietly bloomed, its petals unfolding in pristine white and delicate pink, reminiscent of a bashful maiden smile, carrying a gentle fragrance that swayed in the breeze as if sharing whispered secrets. Outside, Mu Yun, waiting patiently, hurried forward upon seeing Yinhua emerge. She casually inquired, "Princess, how old is Miss Wanxia? Is she betrothed?" The question caught Yinhua off guard, and she looked at Mu Yun in puzzlement. Mu Yun, with a sheepish smile, explained, "I have a cousin who is 20 this year and still unmarried. I thought to inquire on his behalf." "Oh, I see. Wanxia has not been promised to anyone yet. But tell me, Mu Yun, what is your cousin like?" Yinhua expressed her interest in helping Wanxia find a suitable match upon hearing of Mu Yun's cousin. Mu Yun, with a serious demeanor, declared, "My cousin has large eyes, a high nose, and thick brows, handsomely masculine and skilled in martial arts." Qing Tao, who walked beside Yinhua, tilted her head, examining Mu Yun with clarity in her gaze, and remarked, "Mu Guard, does your cousin resemble you?" Mu Yun's expression faltered, and he coughed awkwardly. Indeed, cousins often bear resemblance. Yinhua stifled a smile, smoothing over Qing Tao's comment, and added, "Let me ask Wanxia for her thoughts, if she agrees. It will be delightful for her to meet your cousin and see if they are compatible." Suppressing her excitement, Mu Yun responded, "Thank you, Princess." As they conversed, the group boarded a carriage to the Jianjia Pavilion. With the absence of certain distractions, Yinhua swiftly verified the accounts, uncovering a few discrepancies that she promptly corrected. Upon returning to the royal residence, Si Heng lounged on a soft couch, one long leg propped up, his left hand casually resting on his knee as he leisurely perused a scroll. The gentle afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft, languid glow on his pale, refined features. His emotionless, onyx eyes appeared distant and indifferent. Yet when they turned toward her, they sparkled like obsidian, and he extended his hand, inviting, "Come here." Yunhua hesitated for a moment, gazing at his outstretched hand before slipping off her shoes and placing her hand in his, allowing him to draw her closer to sit before him. Si Hung gently placed her hand on her lower abdomen, applying a slight pressure as he pulled her slender waist back, drawing her against his chest, his long arm enveloping her completely. Leaning down slowly, his handsome face brushed against Yunhua's cheek, his crisp breath warming her skin. In a soft voice, he inquired, "Shall we continue with this book or choose another?" So close to him, what could she possibly discern? "Let us stick with this one," Yunhua replied, feigning seriousness as she glanced at the book in Si Heng's hands, discovering it was a military treatise. Si Heng observed her composed demeanor, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his lips, hinting at his amusement. Setting aside the book in her hands, she retrieved another from beneath her pillow and presented it to Yunhua. Si Heng leisurely turned his face, his soft lips grazing her delicate cheek, as he slowly leaned in to whisper in her ear, "It seems that the princess is unable to immerse herself in the reading. Perhaps this book might capture your interest? What is The Way of Marriage about?" Yunhua's ear tingled with curiosity as she focused intently on the title. She casually flipped open a page, only to feel her cheeks flush with a rosy hue, swiftly closing the book and widening her eyes in astonishment at Si Heng. "How can you read such a book?" "To learn, together," he replied, wrapping his arms around her, attempting to restrain her from fleeing. "No, Your Highness. You should study on your own," Yunhua protested, playfully swatting at his hand that encircled her waist. She believed her fierce demeanor was effective, yet she remained unaware of how captivating she appeared with her flushed cheeks and enchanting, glimmering eyes. Si Heng observed the squirming Yunhua in his embrace, his gaze wandering over her rosy cheeks before finally resting on her alluring, crimson lips. Leaning down to whisper softly in her ear, he murmured, "I wish to learn for practical application." Chapter 30. The first kiss before Yunhua could comprehend the situation. Si Heng had encircled her waist and lifted her onto his lap. One arm embraced her waist, while the other cradled the back of her head. Leaning down, his soft lips pressed forcefully against her delicate, luscious ones. Yunhua's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Si Heng, who was so close. And time seemed to stand still. The world around them faded into silence, leaving only the tingling sensation of their lips. The kiss was tender and lingering, reminiscent of the misty rains of June in Jiangnan, gently cascading into the lake of a young girl's heart, sending ripples of sweet, poignant emotion across its surface. Yunhua's eyelashes fluttered in uncertainty, unsure of how to respond. She found herself lost in Si Heng's deep gaze, where she saw her own flustered reflection. Si Heng, observing the bewildered girl before him, allowed a faint smile to escape his dark eyes as he took her hesitant wrist and guided her arms around his neck. With his encouragement, Yunhua pressed closely against him, resting her soft form against his chest. Si Heng, savoring her tender lips, brushed against them lightly, his voice a low, husky whisper as he called her name, "Hua Hua." The rich timbre of his voice caressed her ears, igniting a warmth that was both intoxicating and delightful. Yunhua trembled, her lashes lowering as she gently closed her eyes to shield the blush creeping into her cheeks. So this is what kissing is like. It was unexpectedly sweet and warm. After a long moment, their lips parted. Yunhua lifted her glistening eyes, shyly gazing at Si Heng, her voice still imbued with the lingering warmth of their connection as she softly addressed him, "Your Highness." The afternoon sunlight illuminated her clear apricot eyes, innocent and pure, evoking an urge to tease her. Si Heng's gaze darkened slightly as he tightened his grip around her delicate waist, lifting her slightly and resting her head against his neck. He restrained his breath, realizing the profound effect she had on him was greater than he had anticipated. Not wanting to frighten Yunhua, he could only offer a resigned smile, lying on his side while cradling her, gently patting her slender back as he soothingly murmured, "Let us take a nap." Yunhua, accustomed to afternoon slumbers, would have already fallen asleep had he not kissed her so unexpectedly. Thus, She nestled against his neck, obediently nodding and closing her eyes, a shy yet joyful smile curving her lips. Si Hung watched her peaceful, sleeping face, tenderly tucking away the strands of hair that had fallen. Half an hour later, Yunhua awoke drowsily, her eyes fluttering open as she quietly observed Si Hung, who was sleeping beside her. Compelled by an impulse, she lifted her fingertip and playfully poked at his soft lips. His thin lips were sharp yet beautifully shaped. When not smiling, they resembled an ethereal being from the heavens. But when he teased her, the slight curve of his smile was alluringly mischievous. Finding it amusing, Yunhua poked at Si Heng's lips again, marveling at their softness. She smiled, her gaze fixed on his lips while her delicate fingers playfully prodded, blissfully unaware that the owner of those lips had already opened his eyes. "What do you think you are doing?" Si Heng suddenly opened his mouth, catching her wandering fingertip between his lips. Yunhua, feeling as though she had been caught in a mischievous act, blushed and attempted to retract her now warm finger, stammering, "Your Highness, there rests something on your lips. I was just trying to wipe it off." Si Heng grasped her retreating hand, teasingly grazing her fingertips with his teeth, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "Should I then express my gratitude to the princess?" "Your Highness, there is no need for such courtesy," Yunhua replied, her small head drooping as she shyly pulled her hand away, her voice soft and murmuring. With a disdainful chuckle, Si Hung allowed her the opportunity to withdraw her fingers, only to witness her gaze linger on the moisture on her fingertips for a moment before she inconspicuously rubbed them against his garment. Ah, does she find him distasteful? Yunhua wiped her fingers clean on his clothing, a delicate smile gracing her lips. However, when she lifted her gaze, she was met with Si Heng's piercing, shadowy stare, causing her smile to falter. "Ah, this is perilous." Si Heng's eyes narrowed meaningfully at her fingers as he spoke in a cool tone. "How do you intend to explain this?" What could she say? It was not that she found it unappealing. Even if it were merely clean water, she would not wish to smear it on her own attire. Thus it found its way onto him instead. Yunhua lowered her eyes to his hand resting at his side, biting her lip in hesitation, before tentatively extending her pinky to lightly hook his ring finger. Giving it a gentle shake, she then raised her face to him, flashing a sweet smile, and deftly shifted the conversation. "There's a night market this evening. Shall we attend together, Your Highness?" Si Hung, gazing at her enchanting smile, snorted softly before lifting her into his arms. "Are we still to dine at the manor?" Upon hearing this, Yunhua knew he had acquiesced and eagerly responded, "There will be plenty of delectable treats at the night market. We can eat there." "Very well." Si Hung nodded in agreement. Gaining courage, Yunhua suddenly leaned in, placing a gentle kiss on his chiseled cheek, her eyes sparkling with shyness and trepidation. She whispered sweetly into his ear, "It's not that I find you distasteful." With that, she swiftly leaped off the bed and dashed into the adjoining chamber. Si Hung watched her flee, a bemused smile gracing his lips. At that moment, he wished for nothing more than to pull her back and press her against the couch. Chapter 31. Night stroll as twilight enveloped the sky and lanterns began to flicker to life. The royal carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the bustling marketplace. Yunhua, steadied by the carriage wall, was about to step down when she felt a firm grip around her waist. It was Si Hung, who effortlessly lifted her from the carriage. The evening breeze rustled softly, and both Mu Feng and Mu Yun busily attended to their respective tasks, one gazing at the moon, murmuring incantations, while the other meticulously groomed the mane of the horse. However, the sleek and powerful steed was unaccustomed to such tender treatment, stamping its hooves and snorting in protest towards Mu Yun. Reluctantly, Mu Yun withdrew her hand, focusing her gaze downward, resolutely avoiding any distractions. In that fleeting moment, when Si Hung lifted her, Yunhua instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered, "Thank you, Your Highness." Si Hung responded with a nonchalant murmur, gently placing her on the ground while naturally intertwining his fingers with hers. Their hands, delicate and slender, gradually found alignment, their fingers melding together in a profound connection. Yunhua's gaze lingered on their intertwined hands, a tingling sensation coursing through her as if touched by a feather. She clasped her heart, a soft smile curving her lips in secret delight. Si Hung glanced at the vibrant marketplace, the cacophony of voices grating on his nerves. Yet he patiently inquired, "What would you like to eat?" "I wish to have golden silk pancakes, but the queue is quite long," Yinhua replied, gesturing towards the distant stall, bustling with eager patrons. She hesitated, concerned that Si Hung might be reluctant to wait. "How many shall we have?" Sieng queried. Yunhua's eyes sparkled as she looked up at him, her voice sweet as she replied, "For one for each of us." Si Hung nodded and instructed Mu Feng to join the queue. The lively marketplace thrummed with energy, vendors calling out to the crowd. Hand in hand with Si Hung, Yinhua noticed how the passers-by often paused to admire his handsome visage, some even turning back for another glance. One young lady, so entranced by Si Hung's allure, inadvertently stepped on the shoe of the person in front of her, nearly causing both to stumble. Flustered, she stamped her foot and smoothed her skirt in an attempt to mask her embarrassment. Upon noticing Yunhua's curious gaze, her face flushed crimson, and she offered an awkward smile. Yunhua, with grace and poise, returned the smile, understanding that the desire for beauty was universal. She then turned her attention back to Si Hung, studying him closely. The flickering lantern light illuminated his obsidian eyes, momentarily overshadowing even the moonlight and stars. Such a face indeed draws the admiration of young women. Si Hung playfully pulled Yunhua closer, bemused by her dazed expression, and asked, "What captures your attention?" A gentle breeze swept by, lifting her crimson cloak and swirling around his snow-white mantle, casting soft, intertwined shadows upon the ground. Yunhua shook her head, striving to remain unenchanted by his beauty, and looked up at him with a soft expression. "I wish to buy a hairpin, Your Highness. Would you mind waiting for me here? Do you not want me to accompany you?" Si Hung raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "Your Highness may remain here while I go," she replied. Yunhua resolutely waved her hand. She had just noticed several young ladies selecting hairpins at the stall and wished to keep Si Hung away from the throng of admirers. However, Si Hung remained unconvinced of her ability to navigate alone and insisted that Muyun accompany her. Muyun maintained a respectful distance behind Yunhua and called out cheerfully, "Princess, I have a cousin for whom I would like to choose a hairpin as well. Would you kindly assist me in selecting one?" Yunhua smiled and nodded, casually remarking, "Muyun, you seem to have quite an extensive family." Muyun scratched her head, grinning broadly, and hurried to catch up with Yunhua as they arrived at the stall. Initially bustling with young ladies, the stall saw a remarkable shift upon Muyun's arrival, as the girls exchanged glances, unsure whether it was the imposing presence of Muyun or the prospect of standing near an outsider that compelled them to disperse. Yinhua and Muyun, undeterred, stood before the stall and began to earnestly select hairpins. A few girls, covering their mouths with fans, stole glances at Muyun while whispering amongst themselves. Observing the exquisite glass gardenia hairpin chosen by Muyun, Yinhua praised, "This hairpin is truly beautiful, elegant, and distinctive." At this affirmation, Muyun beamed, clutching the hairpin tightly, fearful that it might be snatched away by another. Once Yinhua had completed her selection, she instinctively turned a glance at Si Hung, only to find him gazing back at her. Their eyes met across the flickering lanterns and the swirling crowd, igniting a warmth within Yunhua's heart. She smiled softly and waved at Si Hung. From a distance, Si Hung looked at Yinhua, his bright eyes sparkling like the flames of August, captivating and unparalleled. Just as Yinhua turned to pay, a woman approached Si Hung and offered a delicate curtsy, saying, "Jin Fong pays her respects to the prince." Si Hung, however, remained focused on Yinhua, disregarding Lin Jinfeng completely. Lin Jinfeng, caught in awkwardness, stood speechless, realizing that she had noticed Si Hung the moment Yinhua and he alighted from the carriage. He stood amidst the crowd, radiant as a jewel among rubble. After patiently waiting for their separation, she had meticulously prepared herself to approach him, only to find that he wouldn't even spare her a glance. Si Hung bypassed Lin Jinfeng entirely, his attention fixed on Yinhua, who was approaching with her eyes scrunched up in discomfort. He reached out to hold her hand, inquiring, "What is the matter? Is something irritating your eyes?" Yinhua, half closing one eye and rubbing it until tears welled, still found no relief. Si Hung gently grasped her chin, lifting her face to meet her glistening eyes, and softly exhaled. Yinhua uttered a soft, plaintive sound, prompting Si Heng's fingers to stiffen and his brow to twitch as he fell unwittingly into a captivating trap. He playfully tapped her backside, leaning down to whisper in her ear, his lips brushing against her skin, muffled laughter escaping his throat. "You mustn't make such sounds." "Who is making noise?" she protested, merely feeling the cool, ticklish air against her eyes. With one eye open and the other closed, she looked at him with a pouting expression. "But my eyes still aren't better." Si Heng cradled her face with one hand while examining her eyes closely with the other, finally discerning a fallen eyelash lodged on her upper eyelid. He stood so close to her, his crisp breath brushing against her face, prompting Yunhua to involuntarily recall that lingering kiss from the afternoon, akin to the intoxicating caress of a summer evening breeze. Si Heng, observing Yunhua's dazed expression and the blush adorning her cheeks, smirked playfully, gently tapping her forehead with his finger to bring her back to reality, and commanded, "Do not blink." As he spoke, he retrieved a snow-white handkerchief from his pocket, folding it twice before delicately placing one corner against Yunhua's eyelid to coax out the fallen eyelash. The earnest concentration on his face made Lin Jinfeng, standing nearby, feel an itch of envy, her hands twisting the handkerchief tightly. Ever since she and Wang Xingzhou had been ridiculed by Mu Yun and Si Heng, she had lost all respect for the timid Wang Xingzhou. One cannot compare oneself to others. Once such comparisons are made, discontent inevitably follows. Yet, she did not harbor any affection for Si Heng. Rather, it was her unwillingness to accept the situation that vexed her. In terms of appearance and talent, she believed herself to be equally matched. Why should she not aspire for a better choice? "Is it done?" Si Heng asked, his voice low as he pocketed the handkerchief. Yunhua blinked, confirming that there was no irritation, and nodded cheerfully. Upon catching sight of the handkerchief he had stowed away, she suddenly leaped forward, tugging at his sleeve, and asked excitedly, "Your Highness, that handkerchief belongs to me, does it not?" If her memory served her right, it was indeed the very handkerchief she had handed to Si Heng on their wedding night to wipe away the blood from his lips. She had thought he discarded it carelessly, never expecting that he would keep it. Si Heng, witnessing Yunhua bouncing towards him like a little rabbit, instinctively pulled her into his embrace, lifting his chin and responding with an awkward, Yunhua grasped the fabric at his waist, tilting her head up to gaze at his proud expression, and softly remarked, "Your Highness is truly adorable." At the sound of her sweet voice, Si Heng momentarily froze, and before he realized it, a faint smile had graced his dark eyes. Mu Feng and Mu Yun, clutching golden pastries and jeweled flowers, stood off to the side, grinning widely, thinking to themselves, the princess must be blinded by something. It is truly a rare sight to hear such praise for our Lord. Chapter 32 Longevity. Are you hungry? Shall we go for noodles? Yunhua gently tugged at Si Heng's sleeve and whispered. Si Heng nodded in agreement, taking her hand to lead the way. As she turned, Yunhua noticed Lin Jinfu standing slightly behind Si Heng. "Miss Lin?" Upon seeing Yunhua glance her way, Lin Jinfu quickly concealed the jealousy and darkness in her eyes, approaching Yunhua with a feigned warmth. Yet her gaze subtly flickered toward Si Heng. What a coincidence! To encounter the prince and princess. The onlookers stepped back. Mu Feng and Mu Yun positioned themselves on either side, effectively blocking Lin Jinfu's approach. Standing resolutely in front of her, Lin Jinfu glared at their backs, wishing she could bore a hole through them. The two were an impenetrable barrier, leaving no space for her to slip through. Yunhua instantly understood the situation, yet struggled to fathom Lin Jinfu's motives. Why did she always seek to encroach upon others? In truth, Lin Jinshu and Wang Xingzhou were childhood companions, which was why Madame Xiao had consented to the alliance with the Wang family. However, in recent years, Lin Jinfu had suddenly shown interest in Wang Xingzhou and had engaged in numerous actions that had obliterated the innocent bond between Lin Jinshu and Wang Xingzhou, creating a rift between them. Yunhua nodded her gratitude to Mu Feng and Mu Yun before being led away by Si Heng, only to spot Wang Xingzhou hastily approaching Lin Jinfu, a steaming golden sweet potato in hand. Even as he fumbled it between his hands, his face radiated joy as he called out to Lin Jinfu, "Fuer, I've brought it back." Si Heng glanced down at Yunhua, who appeared lost in thought. furrowing his brow slightly as he tightened his grip on her delicate hand. "That hurts," Yunhua murmured softly, a hint of playful petulance in her voice as she cast a reproachful look at Si Heng. Seeing her attention return to him, Si Heng's expression softened, his grip gentle yet firm, as if he could easily break her delicate fingers with the slightest pressure. "What are you pondering so deeply? Do share," he urged, loosening his hold to a more tender grasp. Feeling the change in his grip, Yunhua could not suppress the smile that crept upon her lips, an undeniable sweetness dancing in her expression as she began to recount the tangled affairs among Lin Jinshu, Wang Xingzhou, and Lin Jinfu. Si Heng typically showed little interest in the affairs of others, yet he listened with reluctant attention. Once she finished, he remarked with a flat expression, "To misjudge one's character is foolishness, and folly must bear its consequences." Yunhua recognized he was referring to Wang Xingzhou. Yet she was curious. How had Si Heng discerned Lin Jinfu and Wang Xingzhou's natures so swiftly, despite having only just met them? As they conversed, they arrived at a modest noodle shop. Although small, it was bustling with patrons, nearly full to capacity. The moment Yunhua and Si Heng stepped inside, the previously lively chatter of the establishment fell to a hush, and numerous eyes briefly fixed upon them before resuming their conversations. At this juncture, the proprietor warmly approached, meticulously wiping down a table before inviting them to sit, cheerfully inquiring, "What type of noodles would you like to order?" Yunhua glanced at Si Heng for his input. He replied coolly, "You may decide." "Then we shall have 4 bowls of oil-splashed noodles," she concluded. Yunhua ordered the same noodles for Mu Feng and Mu Yun, who were seated at the adjacent table. "Very well. Please wait a moment," the shopkeeper said, draping a cloth over his shoulder before hastily retreating to the kitchen. While waiting for the noodles, Yunhua relished a golden pastry, delightfully listening to the lively discussions of the patrons around her. One individual, using a bamboo stick to pick his teeth, initiated a conversation. "I have heard that the emperor is obsessed with concocting longevity elixirs and intends to establish a Taoist temple in Nanpunglai." Immediately, a scholarly-looking gentleman sighed and added, "The emperor, nearing the twilight of his reign, refuses to relinquish power, while the princes, in the vigor of their youth, covet the throne." Another patron waved his hand dismissively, gravely asserting, "Since the demise of the second prince, it has merely been the first and fourth princes vying for supremacy. The other princes are ineffectual. Take the seventh prince from our Suzhou, for instance. He is hardly fit to rule and likely has little time left." Yunhua had been thoroughly engrossed in their conversation until she overheard them speak of Si Heng. Instinctively, she set down her golden pastry and turned to him with concern, only to find him leisurely observing the group, seemingly unfazed by their remarks. Furrowing her brows, she gently covered Si Heng's ears and earnestly whispered, "Your Highness, do not heed their words. You are truly capable." Si Heng regarded Yunhua's clear, innocent eyes and her childlike gesture with a raised brow, grasping her delicate wrist and placing it at his waist. He teased softly, "How can you declare that I am capable when you have never tried?" "Your Highness certainly appears to be quite capable," Yunhua blurted out. Si Heng's lips curled into a smirk as he pinched her tender cheek, his laughter light and playful, as if they were speaking entirely different matters. "You will undoubtedly enjoy longevity and peace," Yunhua said, tilting her head to gaze at him with earnest and gentle eyes. Si Heng chuckled, ruffling her hair, yet he did not respond to her statement. It was the first time he had not engaged with her words. The noodles arrived, and the shopkeeper's call interrupted their dialogue as he placed the bowls before them. The fragrant oil-splashed noodles, with their firm and smooth texture, heightened their appetites. Yunhua contentedly devoured a large bowl before leading Si Heng to purchase some almond pastries, her favorite treat. On their journey back, Yunhua leaned comfortably against the carriage window, admiring the night scenery, occasionally pulling an almond pastry from the bag to nibble on. Observing her unabated snacking, Si Heng suddenly grasped her wrist as she reached for another pastry, drawing her into his embrace, resting her on his lap. His broad palm rested on her abdomen, kneading gently, devoid of excess, and pleasantly soft to the touch. One hand supported her waist while the other caressed her belly, gently bouncing her on his lap as he asked earnestly, "With so much consumed, Where's all the meat gone? Yunhua's cheeks flushed as she pushed his hand away, protesting, "Humph, I haven't eaten that much." Si Hung, amused by her childlike demeanor, lifted her chin with his fingers, leaning down to kiss her pouting lips lightly, chuckling. A golden pastry, a large bowl of noodles, and all these almond pastries. Surely that is not little? As Si Hung recounted the details, Yunhua began to feel that perhaps there was indeed a considerable amount. She quietly touched her abdomen, a wave of concern washing over her as she murmured, "What if I gain weight?" Si Hung, tightening his grip around Yunhua's slender waist, drew her closer into his embrace. Leaning in, his lips brushed against her ear. His deep voice laced with an enticing playfulness, he leisurely remarked, "The sensation will be even better." Yunhua blinked in bewilderment, gazing at Si Hung with her clear, almond-shaped eyes, which shimmered like a tranquil spring. Unbeknownst to her, she had captivated his heart. With deft fingers, he undid the delicate ties of her outer garment, his hand slipping into her clothing, resting gently against her heart through the thin layer of fabric. In that fleeting moment, as his fingers curled, both were momentarily taken aback. Yunhua's face flushed crimson as she forcefully swatted Si Hang's hand away. Her eyes wide and flustered, resembling a startled fawn desperate to escape his grasp. Si Hung, however, encircled her waist once more, drawing her back into his arms, his chin brushing against her forehead in a soothing gesture. Suddenly, he leaned down, his soft lips grazing the delicate tip of her ear, his lowered voice, imbued with a subtle, beguiling laughter, whispered her name, Hua. Yunhua's heart raced from his touch, and her ears tingled at the sound of her name. As if she were adrift among the clouds, utterly lost in the moment, failing to catch the latter part of his statement, she simply responded with a dazed hum. He declared, 5 days hence, even if you weep, this prince shall not relent. Chapter 33. Suihuan. The noon sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue upon the delicate features of a young girl seated in the rocking chair, resembling the gentle flutter of butterfly wings. Qing Tao hurriedly entered, delivering the news. Your Highness, Miss Suihuan has arrived at the Yun residence. Has Suihuan returned? Yunhua exclaimed, her eyelashes fluttering in surprise. Qing Tao nodded vigorously, explaining, the messenger from the estate informed me that the eldest young lady and her husband have taken on a pressing business deal in Liangzhou. Concerned for Miss Suihuan's safety, they entrusted her to our care. Yunhua, upon hearing this, felt a sense of understanding. After all, the elder sister and brother-in-law were inseparable, deeply devoted to one another. Moreover, with Ji Haoting engaged in the silk trade and Yun Rao being exceptionally skilled in embroidery, they complemented each other's endeavors perfectly. However, the situation in Liangzhou was precarious, filled with diverse factions, making it unsafe for Ji Suihuan to accompany them. Qing Tao quickly, let us return to Si Suihuan. Yunhua, unable to contain her excitement, set aside her book and rose to change her attire. As she and Qing Tao rushed outside, they encountered Si Hung, who had just returned. Si Hung stood in place, arms outstretched, awaiting Yunhua's approach. He encircled her slender waist, drawing her close, and leaned down to inquire, Are you heading out? Yes, Suihuan has returned. She is my elder sister's child, and I wish to visit the Yun family. A smile graced Yunhua's lips, her eyes sparkling with joy. Let's go, Si Hung said, taking her hand and guiding her into the carriage. Naturally, he settled her upon his lap, wrapping his arms around her waist without leaving any space between them. Yunhua, shedding her initial nervousness, nestled against him, resting her head on his shoulder, inhaling the refreshing scent of medicine that lingered on him. The cold winter breeze slipped through the window cracks, silently observing the fluttering emotions within the young girl's heart, caressing her lips adorned with a playful smile, as if whispering her fondness for his company. As Yunhua and Si Hung approached the main hall, a flurry of pink dashed towards her. Aunt, with 2 small buns atop her head, Ji Suihuan bounced into Yunhua's embrace, clinging to her legs. Yunhua chuckled, affectionately ruffling Suihuan's hair, before crouching down to lift the now plump little one with some effort, planting a kiss on her soft cheek. Suihuan, Ji Suihuan beamed. relishing the affection from Yunhua as she was carried inside. However, a stern gaze from the side made her pause. Her curiosity piqued as she met Si Heng's eyes with wide, inquisitive ones. "Call him your highness," Yinshu gently reminded her while assisting Fanshur to rise. Ji Sui Huan complied, but remained unaware of Si Heng's true identity. Once the adults exchanged pleasantries, she nimbly slipped from Yunhua's lap and scurried to Yinshu's side, refusing to climb onto her lap or seek her embrace, knowing that Yinshu could not lift her. Standing on tiptoe, Ji Sui Huan leaned against the armrest of a chair to whisper in Yinshu's ear, her eyes darting toward Si Heng, her small hand cupping her mouth as she quietly asked, "Aunt, who is the prince?" With a gentle smile, Yinshu leaned closer and replied softly, "He is your aunt's husband." Realization dawned upon Ji Sui Huan as she exchanged knowing glances with Yinshu, her eyes then secretly studying Si Heng. So, he was the groom who had been absent from her aunt's wedding due to illness. "Mother, how long will Sui Huan be staying this time?" Yinhua extended her hand, and the little girl, Sui Huan, scampered over to her side. Si Heng cast a glance at the chubby child laboriously climbing up Yinhua's leg, his brow furrowing slightly. Did this plump little one not realize her own weight? According to the letter from Raoer, she and Houting would be in Liangzhou for half a year, and during this time, Sui Huan would be residing with us. Fanshur looked at Sui Huan with kind eyes. Sui Huan climbed onto Yunhua's lap, wrapping her arms around her neck and twinkling her eyes. She had yet to visit her aunt's home. Could she perhaps stay there? This way, she could play with her aunt every day. "Grandmother, can I stay at my aunt's house?" Sui Huan tilted her little head, looking adorably at Fanshur. Fanshur was taken aback and promptly refused. Sui Huan must be obedient and stay at grandmother's house. Fanshur was concerned that with Yunhua and Si Heng being newlyweds, having Sui Huan around might trouble Yunhua, and she feared Si Heng might not want to put Yinhua in a difficult position. Seeing that Fanshur disagreed, Sui Huan's dark eyes quickly brimmed with tears, her little mouth pouting as she looked at Yinhua with a pitiful expression. The sight nearly melted Yinhua's heart. She understood Fanshur's concerns, yet she genuinely welcomed Sui Huan's presence in the Wangfu. The Wangfu was already sparsely populated, and if Sui Huan could come, not only would she have a companion, but she would also have more to occupy her time. Thus, Yinhua discreetly grasped Si Heng's hand, her fingertips gently tracing his palm. Her eyes sparkling as she asked, "Your Highness, may Sui Huan stay in the Wangfu?" Sui Huan blinked her eyes and followed Yunhua's gaze towards Si Heng, instantly realizing that he was the one who could decide where she would reside. The little girl hurriedly wiped away her tears, rummaging through her pocket to retrieve her favorite candy, presenting it to Si Heng with a charming smile, her round eyes curving into crescent moons. Si Heng looked down at the delicate fingers gliding in his palm, raising an eyebrow with a hint of amusement. It seemed she had acquired a knack for charming him. He glanced at the eagerly expectant Sui Huan, tightened his grip on Yinhua's hand, accepted the candy from the little one, and casually remarked, "The mansion certainly does not lack for one more little tot." "Thank you, Your Highness." Yinhua beamed at Si Heng, a smile gracing her lips. "Thank you, Lord." Sui Huan mimicked politely, bowing her head to Si Heng. Fanshur and Yinshu were taken aback, not expecting Si Heng to agree so readily. "Want to be a bother?" Yinshu asked with some concern. Yinhua reassured her with a smile. "Sister San, do not worry. I can take good care of Sui Huan. If you find it overwhelming, just send someone to inform us, and we will come to fetch Sui Huan." Fanshur cautioned, still feeling uneasy. Yinhua smiled and nodded in response. And then Yinshu took Sui Huan to gather her belongings. While Sui Huan's maid, Qingji, was tidying up, Yinshu took Sui Huan's hand and led her aside. She squatted down in front of her, gently smoothing out the wrinkles in her little dress, and softly advised, "Sui Huan, while at your aunt's house, you must listen to her, be well behaved, and show respect to the Lord, understood?" Ji Sui Huan gently planted a kiss on Yinshu's face, nodding repeatedly. "Annie, rest assured, Sui Huan will be obedient." In truth, she harbored affection for her aunt, yet it seemed her aunt was somewhat reluctant to engage, preferring to nestle in place, engrossed in reading and writing. Moreover, she often felt that even a gust of wind could whisk her aunt away, prompting her to instinctively lower her voice whenever conversing, fearful of startling her. Much like flying kites or playing hopscotch, her aunt could only accompany her in stillness, watching as she leapt. Thus, each visit to her grandmother's house was filled with exuberance, with her younger aunt joyfully joining in her frolics. Just as Ji Suehuan was ready to depart, Mama Zhang passed a food box through the car window into Yunhua's hands, smiling as she remarked, "The hawthorn candies you requested are ready." Chapter 34. Savoring candy. The scene felt eerily familiar, with the same hawthorn candy before her. Yet, the last time she had encountered danger on her return journey, the candy Yunhua had offered to Si had tragically fallen into the mingled blood and rain. As the carriage gradually departed, Yunhua cast a sideways glance at Si, lifting the food box in her hand. "It's hawthorn candy, Your Highness. You simply must taste it this time." Si gazed at her with a gentle smile, his dark eyes glimmering like stars, and responded affirmatively. Kisuhuan perched on Yunhua's lap, alternating her gaze between Yunhua and Si. Whenever one of them spoke, she would eagerly turn her little head to listen. Once their conversation concluded, her sparkling eyes flitted curiously from Si and back again. At the tender age of 5, her curiosity knew no bounds. Especially having been nurtured by Yun Rao since childhood, she was unafraid of anything. Looking up at Si with wide, innocent eyes, Kisuhuan innocently asked, "Can I call you little uncle?" The moment those words left her lips, Yunhua was taken aback and hurriedly covered Kisuhuan's mouth, fearful that Si might find it impolite, and subsequently dismissed the little girl. Kisuhuan blinked her bright eyes in confusion at Yunhua's reaction. Was not her little uncle simply the husband of her little aunt? She thought the title little uncle sounded far more endearing than prince. Why could she not call him that? Si rolled the term little uncle on his tongue, amused by Yunhua's flustered demeanor, his elongated eyes arching slightly with intrigue as he addressed Kisuhuan. "Do say it once more." Kisuhuan wriggled free from Yunhua's grasp, her voice ringing clear and bright, "Little uncle." Then, she promptly pressed her lips back into the palm of Yunhua's hand. With a playful blink, pretended as if no words had been spoken. Yunhua looked at Kisuhuan, half amused and half dumbfounded. The term little uncle inexplicably stirred her heart. From now on, that's how we shall refer to him. Si observed the faint blush creeping onto Yunhua's cheeks, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "All right then, little uncle." Kisuhuan beamed at Si, then turned to Yunhua, her mouth against her hand, innocently asking, "Does little aunt still need to cover my mouth?" Yunhua could not suppress a laugh as she gently pinched Kisuhuan's petite nose. "No more silly talk, all right?" Joyfully clapping her hands. Kisuhuan indeed remained silent for the rest of the journey, drifting into slumber nestled in Yunhua's embrace. Upon arriving at the royal residence, Si dismounted the carriage first, yet he did not reach for the sleeping Kisuhuan. Instead, he patiently awaited Qingji to carry the dozing child away before he wrapped his arm around Yunhua's waist and lifted her down. Qingtao discreetly withdrew her hand, which had been poised to assist Yunhua, feigning to adjust her clothing. "You've made progress, Qingtao. You're quite perceptive now," Mufeng teased as he approached her. "Mainly because your previous advice on the script was immensely helpful. I shall endeavor to learn more from you, Mufeng. If I err in any way, please do not hesitate to enlighten me," Qingtao replied, her tone earnest. Mufeng regarded her with an expression of feigned solemnity, as if she were about to bow in gratitude, which made him feel somewhat awkward as he nodded in return, humbly stating, "Let's learn together." The once somewhat desolate Wang Fu became lively with the arrival of Ji Suehuan. After her afternoon nap, the little one first asked Yunhua to take her for a grand tour of the residence. Following dinner, she playfully insisted on a game of hide-and-seek. Concerned that Ji Suehuan might disturb Si, Yunhua called upon Qingtai and Qingji to accompany Ji Suehuan to a nearby courtyard for play. Feeling that 4 participants were rather few, Ji Suehuan, with a charmingly familiar demeanor, invited Mufeng to join. Mufeng sought Si-hung's approval, and upon receiving a nod, he followed suit, engaging in play for a full hour. Qingji observed Mufeng, who appeared more exhilarated than Ji Suehuan, and gently nudged Qingtai's arm, expressing her bewilderment. "This Mufeng is quite unique, isn't he?" Qingtai nodded earnestly. Mufeng is not only unique, but also remarkably intelligent. He possesses a particular fondness for reading. What has he read? Qingji inquired with curiosity. Stories, especially those of romance. Qingtai replied with utmost seriousness. Oh! Qingji exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment, struggling to comprehend not only Mufeng's uniqueness, but also Qingtai's definition of intelligence. Stammering, she found herself at a loss for words. While Qingji was still processing this, Si Jue was already arranging with Mufeng a time for their next playdate. On their way back, Si Jue held Yinhua's hand, sharing with Mufeng, Uncle Feng, I know many games. Once you've had your fill of hide-and-seek, I will introduce you to others. Thank you, Miss Suohuan, Mufeng replied cheerfully. Qingji trailed behind Si Jue, casting another peculiar glance at Mufeng, pondering who was truly charming whom. Yinhua, listening to the exchange between Si Jue and Mufeng, couldn't help but smiled gently. Upon returning to the main house, Yinhua first refreshed herself before unveiling a food box she had brought from the Yun family, offering a hawthorn candy to Si Hung, who was reclining on a soft couch. Your Highness, please try this. Si Hung did not take it. Instead, he grasped her wrist, pulling her to sit before him, their foreheads touching as he gazed into her eyes, murmuring, Feed it to me. Yinhua hesitated for a moment, then raised the hawthorn candy to Si Hung's lips. But he did not open his mouth. With your mouth, he commanded, his deep voice weaving an enchanting spell that beckoned her deeper into surrender. He guided her hand, placing the candy at her slightly parted lips, patiently awaiting her soft, inviting approach. After a brief moment of internal conflict, Yinhua slightly turned her head, her nose brushing against his, as she pressed her lips against his cool ones. The instant their lips met sparked a tingling electricity as he opened his mouth. She slipped the hawthorn candy inside. Feeling the task complete, she prepared to withdraw, but Si Hung suddenly grasped her, pulling her close for a fervent kiss. Unlike their previous gentle encounter, this time he claimed her with a possessive urgency, their breaths mingling in an intoxicating haze, making the very air feel thin. Just as Yinhua felt herself losing control of her breath, Si Hung eased his intensity. His tongue grazed her teeth, teasingly close to her lips as he softly urged, breathe. The hawthorn candy danced between their lips, diminishing until only the smallest remnant remained, at which point he finally released her. Breathless, Yinhua was cradled in Si Heng's arms. Once her breathing steadied, she lifted her gaze to consult with him. I wish to spend the night in the side room with Sui Huan, she expressed. Doesn't she have a maid? Si Hung inquired, brow furrowed. It's different. Children often feel frightened in a new environment, so I want to be with her, Yinhua explained gently. Si Hung remained unyieldingly silent. Observing his demeanor, Yinhua pondered for a solution, and suddenly she asked, Is hawthorn candy delicious? Sieng, his gaze dark and intense, fixated on her delicate lips, a smirk gracing his features as he replied, Yes, it is. Yinhua's eyes slowly brightened as she leaned closer, and just as his gaze deepened, their lips nearly met. She slightly turned her head, brushing past his lips, their shared breath intoxicating and alluring. Yet she evaded his true touch, teasingly inquiring, Then, does your highness wish for more? Si Hung, captivated by Yunhua's enticing gaze, felt a soft smile emerge in his dark eyes. His hand at her waist gradually tightened, pulling her closer. He fervently sealed her lips with his, indulging in a passionate entanglement before releasing her, his focus unwavering on her expressive features. Yinhua felt herself nearly drowning in his kiss, almost succumbing to the tempestuous depths of his onyx eyes, yet he ultimately acquiesced to her request. Si Heng propped one long leg up, resting his head on his hand, watching the petite figure dart away. He leisurely traced his finger over his moist lips, a low chuckle escaping him. Ah, she learns quickly, even how to enchant and tease me. It seems I can teach her a few more things. Chapter 35. Shopping the early winter night, the chill was palpable, and the evening breeze made Mufeng rub her arms as she gazed at the still-lit main house, then glanced at the side house, which had long since extinguished its lights. She pondered, why hasn't the prince gone to sleep yet? With a sharp sound, the door of the main house swung open, and Si Hung emerged, his expression devoid of emotion. He coldly instructed, "Have someone purchase the finest sugar from the kitchen first thing in the morning." "Yes, Your Highness." Mufeng responded, perplexed, only to see Si Hung turn and enter the side house. Si Hung stood by the bed, hands clasped behind his back, staring at the source of his restless thoughts, the culprit who disturbed his slumber. The silver moonlight bathed Yun Hua's delicate face, casting a soft, pearlescent glow, while her long, drooping lashes created gentle shadows. Ah, she sleeps soundly, even in his absence. With a hint of resentment, Si Hung pulled aside the covers and laid down beside Yun Hua, drawing her soft form into his embrace and planting a gentle bite on her neck. In her dreams, Yun Hua believed she was being pressed down by an unseen force. Discomfort, she furrowed her brow and swatted at the air, yet remained asleep. Seeing that Yun Hua had not awakened, the shadow of his frustration deepened, and he leaned down to claim her lips with fervor. Yun Hua, feeling the pain, opened her eyes, her almond-shaped gaze hazy and intoxicated. Her raven-black hair cascaded down, accentuating her snow-white complexion, and her rosy lips glistened alluringly, enticingly. Si Hung momentarily froze, the thrill of awakening her quickly replaced by the irritation of wanting more than mere sight. "Your Highness?" Yun Hua rubbed her eyes, surprised. Si Hung grunted in annoyance, raising his hand as if to carry her away. "Wait, how did you come here?" Fully awake now, Yun Hua grasped Si Hung's hand urgently. Si Hung cast a glance at the peacefully sleeping Ji Sui Huan, his voice husky as he said, "Come back to the main house with me. That one tea do. If Sui Huan wakes up in the night and finds no one beside her, she will be frightened." Yun Hua reasoned softly, holding on to Si Hung's hand. Si Hung frowned, his narrow eyes revealing a hint of displeasure. "How about you stay here for the night?" Yun Hua suggested, shifting closer to offer Si Hung more space, her gaze sparkling as she playfully wiggled his little finger. Si Hung, his face darkened, pulled Yun Hua into his arms from behind, holding her hand firmly on her soft abdomen, his tone distinctly reluctant. "Sleep." Nestled against Si Hung's broad chest, Yun Hua's gaze drifted to Ji Sui Huan, who was smacking her lips in her dreams, seemingly indulging in some delightful delicacy. She then gradually lowered her eyes to the hand Si Hung held, a gentle smile blossoming on her lips. If they were to have children in the future, would it resemble this scene tonight? The sudden thought startled Yun Hua, leaving her cheeks flushed and her heart racing as she pressed her lips together. When Ji Sui Huan awoke in the morning, Qing Ji was seated by her bedside. Ji Sui Huan, with her legs wrapped around the covers, lazily twisted on her pillow and asked, "Qing Ji, where's my aunt?" "The princess knew you enjoyed soy milk, so she went early to prepare it for you," Qing Ji said, gently brushing aside the stray hair from Ji Sui Huan's face. After lingering in bed for a while longer, Ji Sui Huan finally rose to freshen up. After changing her clothes, she skipped out of the room, and through the open window of the study, she caught sight of Si Hung seated at his desk. Ji Sui Huan cheerfully approached the study door, her small hands resting on the doorframe, peering inside with curiosity. Si Hung noticed her and beckoned her over, causing her eyes to light up with joy as she hurried towards him. Ji Sui Huan placed her hands on the seat and, with a determined effort, climbed onto the stool. Once seated, she realized the desk was still a bit too high for her, so she adjusted herself, kneeling on the stool, and energetically called out, "Uncle." Si Hung opened a drawer and retrieved a packet of candy, leisurely unwrapping it, releasing a rich aroma of milk. Ji Sui Huan craned her neck, her gaze fixated on the milk candy in Si Hung's hands, and asked, "Uncle, is this candy delicious? Do you want some?" Si Hung raised his eyelids, casting a glance at her before indulging in the candy himself. "I do," he replied. Ji Sui Huan eagerly nodded. "If you can sleep by yourself tonight without needing your aunt to accompany you, then all this candy will be yours." Si Hung pushed the milk candy closer to her. The little one's expression fell, resting her head against the chair's back, her brow furrowed in a dilemma between choosing the candy or her aunt. However, she reasoned that while candy was rare, her aunt was always available. If she could fall asleep quickly, she would see her aunt sooner the next day. After pondering, Ji Sui Huan's face brightened as she exclaimed, "I can do it, uncle. So, can I have all this candy?" Si Hung nodded in satisfaction. watching as Ji Sui Huan tightly clutched the packet of candy and dashed back to her room. Qing Ji, where should I hide this candy? Ji Sui Huan wondered aloud, wandering around her room with the candy in her arms. At home, Yun Rao seldom allowed her to eat sweets, so she feared that Yun Huan would discover her secret stash. Qing Ji smiled at Ji Sui Huan and suggested, how about I keep it for you? Whenever you wish to eat, just ask me, but remember, you can't eat too much at once. Ji Sui Huan considered this idea and found it splendid. After keeping 2 pieces for herself, she entrusted the rest to Qing Ji for safekeeping. Just as Ji Sui Huan finished her milk candy, Yin Huan called her to join for breakfast. Upon seeing the table laden with delicacies, Ji Sui Huan beamed and exclaimed in her sweet voice, wow, these are all my favorites. Thank you, Aunt. With her delicate features and charming demeanor, Yin Huan was utterly enamored, eager to present her with all the best dishes. Bustling about to serve her. Aunt, don't just serve me. Serve Uncle some too. Ji Sui Huan, enjoying a fragrant pancake, advised Yin Huan like a little adult. Both Yin Huan and Si Hung were momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Ji Sui Huan to voice such a thought. Ji Sui Huan, slightly confused by their stares, mumbled with a mouthful of pancake, mother often serves father. Si Hung observed as Yin Huan began to serve him pancakes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He turned to Mu Feng, who stood at the door, and instructed, go purchase every flavor of candy from the kitchen. With a sparkle in her eyes, Ji Sui Huan set down her wrap and eagerly inquired, did my uncle buy this for me? Si Hung nodded, while Yun Hua quickly interjected, Sui Huan shouldn't consume too much sugar. It would be wasteful for His Highness to purchase so many. It matters not. Si Hung replied leisurely, picking up the wrap that Yun Hua had prepared for him. Ji Suan twinkled her round, grape-like eyes and continued to address Yun Hua. Aunt, I've grown up now. I can sleep by myself at night, so you needn't accompany me anymore. Yun Hua was momentarily taken aback, pondering the unusual maturity of the little one today. Before she could fully grasp the situation, Si Hung asked Ji Sui Huan, what else do you enjoy eating? The 5-year-old, unable to conceal her excitement, eagerly exclaimed, Uncle, the pastries from Zifu are quite delicious too. Si Hung nodded and instructed Mu Feng, purchase them. Ji Sui Huan twirled joyfully, clapped her hands, and lightly wiggled her small feet as she chirped, thank you, Uncle. Chapter 36. The throbbing on this particular night, Ji Sui Huan indeed did not have Yun Hua accompany her to sleep, and she even urged Yun Hua to return to her room early. After Yun Hua left, Ji Sui Huan, with her eyes gleaming, turned to Qing Ji and said, Qing Ji, I desire some candy. You have already indulged in 5 pieces today. You must refrain from any more, Qing Ji advised while preparing the bed for Ji Sui Huan. Although Ji Sui Huan still longed for more sweets, she understood that Qing Ji had her best interests at heart. Thus, she obediently kicked off her little shoes, climbed onto the bed, and asked while clutching the quilt, so when I open my eyes tomorrow, can I have some more? Qing Ji chuckled at Ji Sui Huan's question, tenderly tucking in the quilt and sitting at the bedside, gently patting her, yes, my lady, after a good night's sleep, you shall be able to enjoy more tomorrow. Ji Sui Huan beamed with delight, savoring the memory of the candies and pastries she had tasted that day, while also daydreaming about the myriad flavors of sweets and treats she had yet to try. In her heart, she felt an uncontainable joy. Her little uncle was indeed quite generous. Meanwhile, when Yun Hua returned to the main house, Si Hung happened to emerge from the bathing chamber. He wore a loose-fitting snow-white robe, his long, ink-black hair still damp and unruly. A wet strand clung to the side of his face. Droplets glistening at the tips of his hair slid down his smooth jawline, rolling over his pronounced Adam's apple and disappearing into his solid, pale chest. He stood there, languid yet alluring, a vision of cool elegance. Yin Hua found herself entranced, her gaze lingering on the droplet for a moment, feeling an inexplicable dryness in her throat. She hastily averted her eyes and took a large gulp of water from the cup on the table. Si Hung glanced at Yin Hua, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he approached her. He took her hand gently, accepting the cup from her grasp, looking down at her with a low, commanding voice, go take a bath. Yin Hua met his gaze, her eyes aligning with his throat, and feeling as if she had been scalded. She awkwardly murmured an affirmation before hastily retreating into the bathing chamber, her heart fluttering inexplicably. Si Hung picked up the white porcelain vial on the table, extracting the last pill and leisurely swallowing it with the cup Yunhua had just used. He knew he would not need to take the antidote again for the next 6 months, but he worried that the residual effects might not be entirely absorbed. Hence he decided to wait 3 days before encountering Yunhua again. Seated at the table, he absently fiddled with the black jade ring on his finger, listening to the sound of water flowing from the bathing chamber. Once the water ceased, he pondered for a moment before politely knocking on the door. Hua Hua. I wish to wash my hands. Just as Yunhua had changed in her nightgown and was drying her hair, she heard Si Hang's courteous inquiry and responded without hesitation. Your Highness, please come in. Si Hung, standing outside the door, smiled and stepped beside Yunhua, washing his hands with deliberate slowness. Yunhua, drying her hair, curiously observed him as he meticulously washed his hands thrice, and with wide eyes, she sincerely remarked, Your Highness, you wash your hands with such care. Si Hung turned to the smiling Yunhua, who remained blissfully unaware, and used a clean cotton cloth from the rack to dry his hands, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Though Yunhua did not comprehend, out of respect for his personal preferences, she politely nodded, her eyes sparkling as she quietly watched him, waiting for him to leave. As a result, after washing his hands, he did not leave but instead turned and approached her. Si Hung wrapped his arms around Yunhua's waist, pulling her into his embrace, his gaze deep and intense as he asked, May I hold you? Yunhua looked at him with curiosity, her clear almond-shaped eyes resembling a tranquil pool of water, and softly replied, But Your Highness, are you not already holding me? Si Hung chuckled lightly, lowering his head to kiss her delicate lips, a gentle brush filled with enticing allure. Yunhua involuntarily shivered, her eyelashes fluttering as she gazed at him, the handkerchief she had clutched slipping silently to the ground at his touch. Si Hung grasped Yunhua's waist, placing her upon a small round table, aligning their gazes so he need not bend down to kiss her. The flickering candlelight cast 2 intertwined shadows upon the wall, while the warm, yet searing breath enveloped the nape of the girl's neck, behind her ears, and her collarbone. Si Hung leisurely untied Yunhua's garments, peeling away her outer layer until only a delicate inner garment remained. Yunhua bit her trembling lip, helplessly gripping the edge of the table. Support me, she murmured. Si Hung tugged at his collar, revealing his bare chest, encircling Yunhua's hand around his neck, kissing her lips, swallowing her suppressed sighs, soothingly caressing the smooth, jade-like back of the girl in his arms. With a swift motion, he pulled away the white garment embroidered with daffodils, allowing it to drift down beside him. The room was enveloped in a misty haze, reflecting the beauty of her icy skin and exquisite form, warming the air with vibrant allure. Si Hung's gaze darkened as he suddenly lifted Yunhua, settling onto a chair by the table, his voice low and magnetic, tinged with desire. Be good. Do not be afraid. Indeed, Yunhua felt fear. In her understanding, at this stage, he ought to have removed his garments as well, yet he did not. She was the only one left unclothed. This disparity in understanding left her feeling shy and helpless. What do you intend to do? She bit her lip, hesitantly raising her gaze to Si Hung, voicing her uncertainty. Si Hung, observing the starry depths of her eyes tinged with affection, suddenly burst into laughter. His Yunhua was truly adorable, so shy yet possessing a delicate thirst for knowledge, her eyes shimmering like jewels and as pure as daffodils. With a mischievous smile dancing on his lips, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered 2 words. Yunhua stared blankly at Si Hung, her dark eyes reflecting not clear water, but a mesmerizing intoxication, drifting blissfully into the trap he had set. Si Hung's gaze softened, soothing Yunhua until the wary girl succumbed, melting into his embrace. Outside, the first snowflakes fell gently, a scene of exquisite beauty. Inside, the couple reveled in their tender intimacy, entwined in a sweet embrace. Chapter 37. The fall. Yunhua sat curled up on the stool, her delicate hands clasping her knees, tightly gripping the white cotton scarf wrapped around her. Her soft, jade-like face still bore the rosy hue of their recent intimate exchange. The sound of water splashing as Si Hung washed his hands reached her ears, prompting Yunhua to shyly steal a glance at him, catching her in the act. Si Heng's lips curled into a smirk as he turned to stand before her. Upon his approach, Yunhua instinctively lowered her head, her heart racing uncontrollably. Like a timid turtle hiding within its shell, too bashful to meet his gaze. Si Hung bent down, gently lifting her warm cheek, and pressed a soft kiss upon her lips, murmuring, "Do you desire more?" "No, I do not." Yunhua's pupils quivered as she bit his lip in a moment of defiance, striving to maintain her composure. "Oh, but I noticed you were fixated on my hand, and I presumed you were left wanting," Si Hung teased, elongating his words with playful intent. "You must cease your chatter." Flushed with embarrassment, Yunhua rose from the stool, looking down at him with mock reproach, lifting her hand to cover his mouth. Si Hung raised an eyebrow, leisurely surveying her from head to toe, a hint of an indescribable smile dancing in his dark eyes. In her haste to stand, Yunhua had forgotten she was merely draped in a scarf, which had now slipped away. Upon catching sight of Si Heng's peculiar gaze and following it to her own form, she hurriedly released her grip, snatching the fallen scarf from the stool and curling back into her seated position. Si Heng chuckled softly at the sight of her retreat, choosing not to tease further. Instead, he affectionately ruffled her soft hair before turning to prepare bathwater for her. After a while, Yunhua heard Si Heng's voice calling her from behind, "Hua Hua, come for your bath." Yet, as she turned, a startled gasp escaped her lips. With one hand clutching the scarf and the other pressed firmly over her eyes, she stammered, Why aren't you wearing pants?" Si Hung, seemingly anticipating her reaction, crossed his arms and smirked with a hint of mischief, casually retorting, "Oh, is it not because Hua Hua?" "Stop. Do not say another word," Yunhua interjected, her voice rising in urgency as she covered her eyes. Embarrassed, she stamped her foot, but the already slick floor betrayed her, causing her to slip and fall with a yelp. Si Heng's brow furrowed as he rushed to her side, kneeling down to lift her. "Go put on some pants." "Pants!" Yunhua cried out in a flustered panic, her little head drooping as she anxiously scooted away, her voice trembling with distress. With a resigned smile, Si Hung picked up the scarf draped over the bathtub and tied it around his waist before bending down again to embrace her. Yunhua cautiously peeked through a narrow opening between her fingers, reassured to find he was indeed shielding her, and she remained still. Si Hung lifted her from the ground, using her scarf to gently wipe her off, frowning as he inquired, "Does it hurt?" Yunhua twisted her neck to inspect her sore bottom, gingerly probing it with her hand, inhaling sharply at the pain. Indeed, it hurt. "What do you think? It's all your fault," she lamented, both aggrieved and vexed as she playfully thumped Si Heng's shoulder. "Yes, blame it on this king," he replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Do not fidget. First wash, then apply the medicine." Si Hung gently placed Yunhua beside the bathing tub, soothing her as she held onto the edge. He scooped a handful of warm water from the prepared basin and poured it over her waist, the cascading water pooling at her feet. "I can manage myself." Yunhua, enduring the pain, quickly interjected, turning her head to rinse away the water he had poured before slipping into the tub. She curled into a small ball, seeking refuge in the warm water that concealed her body marked with delicate love bites. "Call me when you're done." Si Hung, reluctant to provoke her further, tenderly caressed her soft cheek before stepping out. Yunhua swiftly completed her bathing, yet she did not summon Si Hung. Instead, she dressed herself, limping as she supported herself against the wall while emerging. Si Hung approached, wrapping one arm around her shoulder while the other slipped beneath her knee, effortlessly lifting her and placing her upon the couch where a box of ointment awaited. As Yunhua beheld Si Hung, still adorning only a cotton cloth, vivid scenes from earlier involuntarily danced before her eyes. Turning her face, she murmured, "Your Highness, you should wash. I can't apply the medicine myself." Noticing her shyness returning, Si Hung teased her, "Have you grown eyes on your back? Can you truly tend to your own wounds? I can apply the medicine while facing the mirror." Yunhua retorted defiantly. Si Hung, maintaining his calm demeanor, regarded her with a leisurely gaze, and replied, "The mirror is not intended for such purposes." Chapter 38. Applying medicine. Having listened to his words for an extended period, coupled with her recent experiences, Yunhua suddenly discerned a truth. Anything uttered from his lips that she could not comprehend was generally not favorable. Therefore, she refrained from pursuing the topic of the mirror's usage. Yet, his scant attire was an unabashed provocation. Yunhua lay on the bed, burying her face into the pillow, avoiding his gaze, and murmured, "Your Highness, please wash up. I shall wait for you to finish before applying the medicine. Be good and wait for me. Do you understand?" Sihing leaned close to Yunhua's ear, gently tugging at her earlobe, expressing his concern. "Understood. You may go now," Yunhua replied with a distracted nod. Once Si Hung departed, Yunhua did not rise to tend to her wounds. Instead, she rested her chin on the pillow, her enchanting eyes gazing vacantly into the distance. Lost in thought, she seemed to grasp why a woman might bleed and experience pain on her wedding night. It surely must be far more agonizing than her fall onto the ground. With this realization, the youthful shyness dissipated, leaving only a furrowed brow of worry. How much blood might one lose? Should she prepare some hemostatic agents and cotton? As Yunhua pondered these matters, Si Hung emerged from the bathing room, clad in clean night attire. "What occupies your thoughts?" Si Hung inquired, gently tapping her furrowed brow with his finger. Yunhua blinked, slowly lifting her head, still ensnared in her reverie, gazing at him with a sorrowful expression, softly murmuring, "It hurts." Si Hung, assuming she was referring to her earlier fall, encircled her slender waist and gently lifted her onto his lap, soothingly saying, "Applying the medicine will alleviate the pain." Yunhua gazed intently into his eyes, shaking her head with unwavering resolve, her tone insistent, "It will still hurt." Si Hung was momentarily taken aback, unable to ascertain the reasoning behind her steadfastness. "How can it not hurt?" he queried. Yunhua's eyes brightened as she softly replied, "If your Highness does not use that thing, it won't hurt." Not receiving a response from Si Hung, she assumed his disapproval. Consequently, she tenderly wrapped her arms around his neck, her doe-like eyes shimmering with a hint of sorrow, her gaze both wistful and affectionate. Si Hung contemplated her words, glancing at the enchanting figure in his embrace, and suddenly found himself both amused and exasperated. "So, you have been waiting for me." He wrapped his arms around Yunhua's waist, lifting her chin gently, and lowered his head to nibble on her already reddened lips. Stating in a low, firm voice, "It is impossible." Yunhua slowly lowered her eyelashes, undeterred, and asked once more, "Is it truly not possible?" With a cold laugh, Si Hung grimaced as he drew her closer, whispering into her ear, each word laced with tension, "No, it is possible." Listening to his sardonic tone, Yunhua felt a touch of embarrassment as she rubbed her tingling ears and pitifully replied, "However, it will truly hurt. If you're gentler, it won't hurt as much." Si Hung struggled against the irritation her question ignited, yet he patiently endeavored to explain. Regret began to seep in. Tonight, he had intended to help Yunhua acclimate, yet it had backfired, nearly resulting in his own undoing. Observing Yunhua, who seemed poised to inquire further, Si Hung decisively turned her over and placed her on the couch, his tone stern as he commanded, "Lie down and apply the medicine." "Why must you always land on your backside?" Yunhua instinctively felt shy and did not wish for him to assist her with the application of medicine. Turning her head, she implored, "Could Qing Tao help me instead?" He responded with a teasing threat, "If you continue to bargain, I shall strip you of your garments." With a frown, Si Hung intimidated her, recalling that the last person who attempted to negotiate with him had suffered a severe fate. Yet, he was willing to indulge her whims, allowing her to express her thoughts. Frozen in place, like a parched fish, Yunhua remained motionless, obediently lying there. Si Hung gently removed her sleep pants and pressed down on her fluttering eyelids. Gritting his teeth internally, he muttered a complaint about her being a nuisance, then lightly patted her backside. "Ah, Your Highness, what are you doing?" Yunhua gasped in surprise, hastily springing upright and gripping her sleep pants tightly. Her face flushed with crimson as she stared at Si Hung in shock. Unfazed, he replied, "The bruised area will not turn blue immediately after a fall." I must examine it to ascertain where you're injured. Initially skeptical, Yinhua found herself unable to question his calm demeanor and assertive words. I'll inform your highness. Just please do not touch me, she said, her voice laced with doubt as she returned to her position. She began to massage the sore spots, telling Si Hung where it hurt so he could apply the medicine accordingly. Remain still. Wait until the medicine dries before you dress, Si Hung instructed, restraining her as she attempted to rise. Yinhua stole a glance at Si Hung beside her, her lashes fluttering as she became entranced by the obsidian ring he toyed with. Si Hung glanced down at the ring, a wild smile creeping into his enchanting eyes. He brushed his fingers against her heated cheek and provocatively inquired, Do you fancy this ring, Hua Hua? Sieng. Yunhua retorted, flustered and annoyed, lunging toward him and covering his mouth before he could utter any further teasing remarks. She glared at him, feeling duped, realizing she had been blind to his mischievous tongue all along. How had she been so easily enchanted by his looks? Oh, gaining courage, are we? You dare to call my name directly now? Si Hung chuckled softly, placing his palm on the back of her head. Leaning closer, his lips brushed against her ear as he whispered, The jade warmed by a beauty indeed feels different. Chapter 39. Feigned tears. Yunhua stared at Si Hung in astonishment for a considerable time, akin to a small cat that had been struck, vexed enough to bare her little white teeth at him. Si Hung raised the corners of his eyes, gazing at Yunhua with a smug expression. He slowly retrieved a bone ring from his mouth, elegantly wiping off the moisture with the hem of her garment before placing it back on his finger. The last time she had wiped the moisture from her fingertips on his collar, and this time he reciprocated with her clothing, a clear testament to his meticulous nature. Yunhua clenched her fist and gave Si Hung a gentle punch to his chest, yet feeling unsatisfied. She suddenly lowered her head and bumped her forehead against his smug face. With a thud, Si Hung remained unscathed, while she herself saw stars. Ouch! Yunhua rubbed her sore forehead, curling up in a ball, gasping in pain. Si Hung chuckled at her childlike antics, supporting her shoulders to help her up, his deep voice tinged with laughter. Did you think you had mastered the art of tough head? You're bullying me. Yunhua raised her hands to cover her face, intermittent sobs escaping through her fingers, sounding both fragile and aggrieved to any listener. Si Hung was momentarily taken aback, pulling her into his embrace and gently patting her back, responding to her words. All right, I shall not tease you further. Stop crying. To his surprise, upon hearing this, Yunhua wept even louder, sniffing and sobbing with extreme grievance. You bully me, and now you say I cannot cry? You are unreasonable. I don't want to play with you anymore. Ah, how she twisted his words. Not going to play with him anymore? Let her try playing with someone else. He could break her legs and tie her to the bed. How could she not cry? Si Hung leaned his cheek against her ear, nuzzling it gently. Hidden within his palm, her delicate face broke into a smile, albeit her voice still carried a pitiful tone of weeping. Tomorrow, I shall have Qing Tao apply the medicine for me. I do not want your help. Si Hung let out a cold snort, as if he had any desire to assist her with the medicine. Whether he did or did not was of no consequence. He grumbled in annoyance. Seeing that Si Hung acquiesced, Yunhua suddenly removed her hands, revealing a charmingly innocent smile, proudly lifting her chin towards him, her radiant features devoid of any trace of tears. Si Hung regarded her with a bemused expression, finding humor in the situation, as if he had been the one outwitted after years of outsmarting others. Yunhua, feeling triumphant, touched the medicinal ointment on her rear, satisfied to find it mostly dry. She cheerfully pulled up her sleeping pants and, suddenly recalling something, asked Si Hung, Your Highness, are we familiar now? Si Hung scoffed lightly, his cool gaze resting below her slender waist. Unperturbed as he replied, Is it that once you've pulled up your pants, you no longer recognize anyone? You. Yunhua struggled to find the right words, ultimately reddening her cheeks in embarrassment. She realized she could neither articulate her thoughts nor best him physically. The feeling of frustration was overwhelming. She truly wished to kick him off the bed. As soon as she lifted her foot, Si Hung seized her ankle, pulling her back onto him, straddling his waist. You have forgotten your own words, yet you still accuse me. Yunhua lay languidly against his neck, surrendering her struggle. Si Hung leaned against the headboard, one hand resting on her waist while the other twirled a strand of her hair around his fingers, inquiring, "What did I say?" "You said, if we are not familiar, then we shall not act." Yunhua mumbled softly. Si Hung released the strands of her hair from his fingers, half closing his eyes in contemplation, recalling that he had perhaps uttered similar words upon their first encounter. With both hands, he grasped Yunhua's delicate waist, lifting her slightly, tilting her face upward, his lips brushing against her flushed forehead. His dark eyes sparkled with a subtle, almost imperceptible smile. He elongated his tone and inquired, "What would you like to do now?" "No, but—" Yunhua hurriedly interrupted, her gaze dropping in embarrassment. After a moment of hesitation, she wrapped her arms around Si Heng's neck, resting her chin against his, daringly kissing the corner of his lips. Her beautiful eyes glimmered, and with a radiant smile, she declared, "But I am very happy to be closer to your highness." Si Heng's fingers, resting on her waist, noticeably trembled as he gazed deeply into her eyes, which sparkled with the purest light, as pristine as a waxing moon. Asmila graced Si Heng's lips, and his cool demeanor softened, sparkling with a gentle radiance akin to starlight. He returned the tender kiss upon her delicate lips, cradling her head and drawing her close, wrapping his long arms around her like a precious gem. Yunhua nestled against his neck for a while, but upon glancing at the hourglass, she suddenly sat up in surprise. "Is it already the second watch? We cannot stay up late. We must sleep quickly." In a flurry, she scrambled off Si Hung and deftly arranged the bedding before slipping beneath the covers. Si Hung observed her quietly from the side, his voice low. "Why can't we stay up late?" "Because it could lead to sudden death." "Your Highness, please sleep." Yunhua, eyes shut, pointed at the burning candle on the table, signaling Si Hung to extinguish it so it wouldn't disturb her slumber. "Ah, you do seem to cherish your life." Si Hung smirked slightly, extinguishing the candle with a flick of his wrist before enveloping Yunhua in his embrace. Yunhua shifted to find a comfortable position within his arms, her lips curving into a sweet, gentle smile. Si Hung lowered his gaze, admiring the softness nestled against him, resting his nose upon her fragrant hair as she drifted into a deep sleep. On a clear morning following the snowfall, sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, cascading onto the snow-covered ground, creating a dazzling, cold glow. Si Hung gazed at the peacefully sleeping Yunhua in his arms, cradling her head gently as he slowly extracted his arm from beneath her neck and rose. Seated at the edge of the bed, he watched her for a moment, noticing her deep slumber, and cautiously began to remove her sleeping pants. Despite the application of medicine, her skin remained marred with dark bruises, the purplish marks stark against her fair complexion. Si Hung meticulously applied ointment to her bruised skin, massaging it gently to hasten absorption without waking her. After tending to her injuries, he drew the bed curtains to shield her from the glaring sunlight and proceeded to wash up. Upon emerging, he overheard the voice of Ji Sui Huan outside. "Qing Tao, has my aunt not yet risen?" "Not yet, Miss Sui Huan." Qing Tao also found it curious that Yunhua had not awakened. "Very well, I shall wait a little longer." Just then, Ji Sui Huan caught sight of Si Hung exiting the room and was about to call out Auntie-'s husband loudly when Si Hung silenced her with a gesture. Ji Sui Huan, perceptive as ever, tiptoed quietly towards Si Hung, glancing up at him, and suddenly thought how tall he appeared. She gazed up at Si Hung, her face illuminated by the sunlight reflecting off the snow, causing a slight dizziness in her eyes as she hazily greeted him. "Uncle." Si Hung glanced at the swaying Ji Sui Huan, furrowing his brow before firmly grasping the collar of her coat and lifting her effortlessly to steady her. Qing Ji observed from the side, likening Ji Sui Huan to a little chick, her head drooping as Si Hung held her. She thought the prince was rather rough. Such a manner was hardly suitable for comforting a child, especially one as endearing as their little girl. Approaching them, she lowered her gaze and gently took Ji Sui Huan from his grasp. As Si Hung moved a few steps away from the main house, Ji Sui Huan regained her balance and cheerfully followed behind, reporting, "Uncle, the pastries and candies we bought yesterday were delicious." Si Hung nodded and suddenly turned to ask, Does your aunt have any particular favorite food? Ji Sui Huan pondered seriously before replying. It seems like my aunt enjoys everything. Si Hung raised an eyebrow, aligning with his observations. Shall I ask your aunt if there's anything she particularly craves lately? Her round, bright eyes sparkled with cleverness, understanding her intent. Si Hung glanced at Ji Sui Huan and inquired, "What do you wish to eat?" "The roast chicken from Fragrant Pavilion, Uncle," Ji Sui Huan exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement. Si Hung turned to Mu Feng, instructing, "Purchase it." Joyfully, Ji Sui Huan bounced twice in the snow before asking, "Uncle, may I go with Uncle Feng to buy it? Aunt hasn't gotten up yet, and I have nothing to do, so it would be perfect to stroll through the market for some tasty treats." "Ensure her safety," Si Hung commanded with a stern gaze directed at Mu Feng. "Yes, Your Highness," Mu Feng replied with a bow, accepting the order. Chapter 40, The Key Before Long. Mu Feng arrived at the Fragrant Pavilion with Ji Sui Huan and Qingji. Curiously, Mu Feng inquired of Ji Sui Huan, "How do you know so many delicious dishes?" "Miss, whenever I visit my grandmother's house, my aunts always buy me a great deal of food," Ji Sui Huan replied, her gaze fixed hungrily on the freshly roasted chicken. She swallowed hard and continued, "For instance, this roasted chicken. Every time I prepare to return to Huzhou, my aunt always buys me two. One for my meal, and the other for the journey home." Fearing that Mu Feng might not comprehend, Qingji elucidated, "The Ji family resides in Huzhou. Every year, the lady avoids a festive season to bring the young miss back to the Yun family 2 or 3 times. The Ji family is renowned as one of the premier merchant families in Huzhou, boasting numerous descendants. Yisui Havanis Fader Yihao Qing is one of the illegitimate sons, yet his capabilities far surpass those of the legitimate heirs. Consequently, the matriarch of the Ji family harbors considerable apprehension towards Ji Haoting, extending her disdain towards Yun Rao and Ji Sui Huan, often subjecting them to various trials. This explains why Yun Rao must wait for the festive season to elude such hardships when bringing Ji Sui Huan back to the Yun family. Fortunately, Ji Haoting's affection for Yun Rao blossomed from their first meeting and only deepened over time. He has never taken a concubine, treating her with utmost care. Although the Ji matriarch has posed challenges, Ji Haoting has successfully thwarted each one. It is precisely because of this that he is eager to secure the business in Liangzhou, intending to leverage it to establish his own independence from the Ji family, thereby relieving Yun Rao of any grievances. Mu Feng nodded in understanding and then turned to the shopkeeper, requesting 2 roasted chickens, please. "Uncle Feng, why are we buying 2 roasted chickens?" Ji Sui Huan tilted her head, inquiring curiously. "One for Miss Sui Huan to enjoy now, and the other to take back for the prince and princess to taste," Mu Feng replied gently. Ji Sui Huan's eyes sparkled with delight, for she had never tasted freshly roasted chicken. While the ones taken home were delicious, they lacked the crisp, golden skin. "Thank you, Uncle Feng," Ji Sui Huan beamed, her cheerful face radiating joy. Thus, the 3 of them found a table in the shop. Qingji first wiped Ji Sui Huan's hands, then, using oiled paper, tore off her favorite chicken wings, drumsticks, and some breast meat. Although the enticing aroma of the roasted chicken wafted through the air, Ji Sui Huan did not rush to eat. Instead, she handed a drumstick to both Mu Feng and Qingji, sweetly stating, "Mother says that good things should be shared. So one for Uncle Feng and one for Qingji. Let's enjoy together." Qingji was unfazed, having always attended to Ji Sui Huan and knowing her kind-hearted and considerate nature. However, Mu Feng stood there, momentarily stunned, holding the drumstick, lost in thought. As Ji Sui Huan munched on her chicken wings, swinging her little feet, she joyfully urged, "Uncle Feng, please eat. The freshly roasted chicken is truly delicious." Watching Ji Sui Huan, Mu Feng found her increasingly endearing, and he couldn't help but wish, when will the prince and princess have a child? Preferably a lovely little girl like Ji Sui Huan. That way, we wouldn't need to hire a nursemaid. I could gladly take on the responsibility of caring for the little mistress every day. Concerned that the roasted chicken for Yun Huan and Si Hung might cool and lose its taste, Ji Sui Huan did not linger. After finishing her 2 chicken wings, she asked Mu Feng to take her back to the residence. "Auntie, Uncle, I brought roasted chicken for you. Si Jue, with a roasted chicken cradled in her arms, skipped joyfully into the room, her two little buns bobbing merrily atop her head. How delightful Si Jue is. Who smiled as she accepted the roasted chicken from the little girl's hands and placed it on the table, gently covering her rosy cheeks. Reddened by the cold wind. Go wash your hands and prepare for breakfast, she said softly. In the washroom, as Si Jue washed her hands, she inquired, Annie, why did you sleep in today? At her words, Jue's hand slipped, and the soap fell into the basin as memories of the previous night flooded her mind. Her face flushed slightly as she stammered, Annie stayed up late last night. You must go to bed early tonight, Si Jue said obediently. All right, Who replied, drying the little girl's hands. When they returned to the table, Sh was methodically carving the roasted chicken with a small knife, disassembling it from neck to limbs with a deliberate grace that exuded an eerie beauty. Who found her gaze inexplicably drawn to the knife in Sh's hand. What are you staring at? Sh suddenly turned and asked, halting his actions. Who's staring at your hand? She protested, flustered, claiming she was merely observing the knife. Her eyes widened as she met Sh's knowing gaze. Her heart skipped a beat, and she replied, blushing, I wasn't looking at the prince's hand. Who hastily lowered her eyes, attempting to compose herself as she spooned some soup. Si Jue, with her bright, sparkling eyes, pondered how to flatter the prince, and suddenly exclaimed innocently, Wow, uncle, your fingers are so long. Cough, cough. Who nearly choked on her soup, her face turning crimson. Sh, observing her reaction, set down the knife and glanced at his own hand, casually fiddling with the black jade ring on his finger, and asked nonchalantly, Do you also think my fingers are long, Who shot him an embarrassed glare and picked up a piece of bread to stuff in his mouth. Sh raised his hand to block her gesture, a slow smile curling his lips as he gazed at her flushed cheeks, a subtle amusement dancing in his eyes. After breakfast, as Who found sitting uncomfortable due to her ailment, she preferred to stand. Sh, concerned for her boredom, suggested she assist him in grinding ink in his study. Just then, Myn entered and addressed Who. I report to the princess that the shop on Pingwu Street that was for sale now has the owner returned. Upon hearing this, Who felt a surge of excitement. After waiting so long, she could finally secure that shop. Myn, please go to the Yn family and bring my third sister to the shop, she instructed eagerly. Yes, princess, Myn replied with a bow before exiting. Sh stood up, catching Who as she hurried toward the door, wrapping his arm around her waist and pulling her close. What do you need a shop for? Who suppressed her urgency and, not wishing to hide her intentions, replied candidly. My third sister enjoys reading stories and occasionally writes them as well. I have managed to save some money, so I wish to purchase a shop to open a bookstore for her. It would be wonderful if it could be profitable. If not, it could serve as a dowry. A fleeting glimmer of astonishment and obscurity flickered within Si Heng's gaze. Though he was aware of the amicable bond between the sisters, he was taken aback by the depth of their affection, an experience of familial warmth he had never known. He composed himself, suppressing his emotions, and spoke in a calm tone. You may retrieve the funds directly from the Juyuan Bank. The key is your birth date. The fact that he was voluntarily divulging financial matters to her and utilizing her birth date as a key sent a gentle breeze fluttering through her heart, awakening a tender, youthful longing within her. Yunhua wrapped her slender arms around Si Heng's lean waist, resting her chin on his chest, gazing up at him with soft eyes, and offered a sweet smile. How could I possibly use your highness's money to set up a shop for my third sister? Chapter 41. When Yunhua arrived at Pingwu Changjia, Yinshu had yet to make her appearance. Thus, Yunhua led Ji Sui Huan into the shop to meet the owner, meticulously inspecting the interior layout and decorations, growing increasingly satisfied with each glance. After expressing her genuine intent to take over the shop, the owner refrained from inflating the price and instead offered a fair selling price. Delighted, Yunhua paid the amount but did not take the deed, politely informing the owner, My sister will come by shortly. She is the new proprietor of this establishment. I kindly ask that you hand the deed to her when she arrives. Thank you. The worldly wise owner understood her intention to provide a formal handover for the young lady and readily agreed. Before long, Mu Yun arrived with Yin Shu in tow. Aunt Ji Sui Huan dashed into Yin Shu's embrace, nearly knocking her over, but fortunately, the maid Qing Ju was quick to support her. With a warm smile, Yin Shu caught Ji Sui Huan and gently inquired, "Are you settling in well at the Wang residence?" "Very well, and my little uncle is great. He always brings me treats," Ji Sui Huan exclaimed, her face beaming as she mischievously winked at Yin Shu. "Little uncle?" Upon hearing this endearing term, Yin Shu looked at Yun Hua in surprise. Noticing the smile in her eyes and the radiance on her face, she surmised that the young couple's relationship was blossoming. Taking Ji Sui Huan's hand, Yin Shu walked over to Yun Hua. Stifling a smile, she teased, "It seems the prince truly dotes on her Hua. Third sister, please don't jest. Come see the shop," Yin Hua replied, her lips curving into a smile as she recalled the words spoken to her by Si Hung before their arrival, deftly diverting the topic. At that moment, the owner approached, solemnly presenting the deed to Yun Shu. "I presume you are the new proprietor of this shop, miss? Here is the deed. Please take care of it." Yun Shu glanced at Yun Hua, hesitating to accept the document, feeling somewhat bashful. "Do take it, Miss Yin," Yun Hua urged playfully, her smile encouraging. With trembling fingers, Yun Shu accepted the deed, her eyes glistening with tears of gratitude. She softly choked out, "Hua, thank you." Yin Hua gently dabbed at Yun Shu's tears with a corner of her handkerchief, her expression warm. "Third sister, have you grown distant from me? Be careful, or Sui Huan will tease you for being so emotional." Ji Sui Huan looked up at Yin Hua and Yun Shu, proudly raising her chin. She chimed in, "Yes. I don't cry, even when father scolds me." Both Yun Shu and Yun Hua chuckled at Ji Sui Huan's spirited declaration. With Yin Shu affectionately ruffling Ji Sui Huan's hair, her eyes still shimmering with unshed tears. "Aunt, little aunt, may I go play outside for a while?" Ji Sui Huan asked cheerfully. "Yes, go ahead, but don't wander too far. Play nearby," Yun Hua instructed, glancing at Mu Yun, signaling him to accompany Ji Sui Huan. Thus, while Yun Hua and Yun Shu deliberated on the shop's future arrangements, Ji Sui Huan squatted outside, entertaining herself with a game of marbles. The round marbles rolled away with a gentle flick, and the little one, seemingly tireless, chased after them with unbridled joy. Mu Yin stood nearby, intently observing, yet utterly baffled as to what was so entertaining about it. Suddenly, a bead came to rest beside a pair of black brocade boots. Ji Sui Huan picked it up and, upon raising her gaze, found herself face to face with the owner of the boots. The bead slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground with a soft thud. What a handsome young man! His long hair, as dark as the night, was tied with a pale blue silk ribbon. Strands of hair delicately framed his smooth forehead, and his ink-like eyes sparkled like stars, clear as a mountain spring, their depths swirling with emotion, as if the very mountains themselves were inclined to lean in. Lin Si glanced down at Ji Sui Huan, who seemed nearly to drool at the sight, frowned slightly, and turned to leave. However, his steps halted upon noticing the figure of Mu Yun trailing behind her. Their eyes met, and both Lin Si and Mu Yun paused momentarily before seamlessly diverting their gazes. "Which family do you belong to, young sir?" Ji Sui Huan asked, her eyes fixed intently on the taller Lin Si, her expression dazed. "And you? Whose family do you belong to?" Lin Si retorted, avoiding her question. "My name is Ji Sui Huan, and I currently reside with my aunt," she replied, taking a step closer in an attempt to scrutinize him further. Lin Si subtly furrowed his brow and retreated half a step before inquiring, "Who is that person behind you?" Ji Sui Huan turned to glance at Mu Yun and, without a hint of caution, replied, "That's Uncle Yun, a guard from my aunt's household." Lin Si studied her intently, his dark eyes revealing a wisdom and insight beyond his years, as thoughts whirled in his mind, gradually forming a plan. He bent down to retrieve the bead Ji Sui Huan had dropped, saying, "Extend your hand." Obediently, Ji Sui Huan offered her hand. Watching as Lin Si placed the bead in her palm, persistently questioning, "I've told you my name. You still haven't told me which family you belong to." Lin Si suddenly lowered his eyelashes, a wave of melancholy washing over his brow. and after a long pause, he murmured, "I have no family." Ji Sue-Huan struggled to comprehend his words, scratching her head in confusion as she asked, "What about your father and mother?" "They are gone," Lin Si replied, his voice low and heavy, a statement that tugged at one's heartstrings. This time, Ji Sue-Huan understood. She crouched down, tilting her head to catch a glimpse of Lin Si's face, and gently took his hand, her voice soft and comforting. "Don't be sad. If you truly have no family, I will take you home with me." Yet, recalling that her own parents had not yet returned, she quickly amended, "We can stay at my aunt's house together." "Really?" Lin Si lifted his gaze to meet hers, a crystalline tear slipping from his eye. Ji Sue-Huan was momentarily taken aback. She had thought her aunt's tears were beautiful. Yet this young man's single tear was even more captivating, rendering one unable to look away. It felt as if denying him would be a grave sin. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Sue-Huan nodded eagerly. "Really? I will take you back to my aunt's house." Lin Si's voice remained low, tinged with profound sorrow. As he continued to inquire, "Will your aunt agree?" Ji Sue-Huan, now anxious, fearing his tears might flow again, hurriedly reassured him, "Of course. My aunt loves me dearly. If I ask her, she will certainly agree. Shall I take you to find her now?" Lin Si gathered his emotions, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied to Ji Sue-Huan, "All right." Mu Yun stood beside, listening to the conversation between the two children, observing Lin Si's changing expressions. She couldn't help but reflect countless times in her heart. How astute. Could this be an inherited talent? Chapter 42. The unicorn. Ji Sue-Huan grasped Lin Si's hand, rushing anxiously into the shop. Yun Hua and Yun Shu exchanged glances, their expressions a blend of astonishment and curiosity as they regarded Lin Si beside Ji Sue-Huan. Gently, Yun Hua inquired, "Sue-Huan, who is this?" "He's a friend I just met. Aunt, he is so pitiful, having no father or mother, all alone. So we brought him home with us, all right?" Ji Sue-Huan coquettishly clung to Yun Hua's leg, shaking it fervently. Yun Hua paused for a moment, then looked at Lin Si again. His exquisite features resembled those of a celestial being, and his attire was neat and unblemished, not at all indicative of a homeless child. Noticing Yun Hua's scrutiny, Lin Si bowed respectfully, saying, "Lin Si pays his respects to you, madam." "Ah, so your name is Lin Si. What a lovely name." Ji Sue-Huan exclaimed, dashing back to Lin Si's side, her bright eyes sparkling with joy. Lin Si, observing the innocent Ji Sue-Huan, silently thought to himself, "What is so special about this mundane name? It pales in comparison to my true name." "Come here, Sue-Huan," Yun Hua beckoned, then turned to Lin Si with a concerned expression. "Is it true you have no family? Who takes care of you? Before my parents passed away, they left me some silver and entrusted the neighbors to look after me. A neighborly sister often helps me with food and laundry," Lin Si replied softly. Yun Hua nodded, finding his explanation plausible. However, bringing him back to the royal residence felt somewhat inappropriate, prompting her to ask, "Then how did you end up here?" With a forlorn expression, Lin Si replied, "Because I am all alone at home. The silence within is terrifying. I have no choice but to wander aimlessly on the streets. He is so pitiful. Aunt, let's take him home," Ji Sue-Huan pleaded, shaking Yun Hua's hand urgently. Yun Shu knelt down and embraced Ji Sue-Huan's petite frame, soothing her gently. "How about we let Lin Si accompany Aunt to grandmother's house instead?" Ji Sue-Huan, not yet tired of playing in the royal residence and unwilling to part from Lin Si, desired to see the handsome young man every day. With no other recourse, she resorted to her final tactic and burst into tears. Yin Shu and Yun Hua hurriedly attempted to console Ji Sue-Huan, but their efforts proved futile. After listening for a while, Mu Yun discerned Lin Si's intentions and stepped forward to mediate. "Your Highness need not worry excessively. We can first take him back to the royal residence to meet the prince. He will certainly arrange for someone to verify his identity." Ji Sue-Huan wept heart-wrenchingly, still managing to interject through her sobs. "Exactly. What if Uncle also likes Lin Si? Aunt, let's take Lin Si back with us." "Very well," Yun Hua consented, and upon hearing this, Ji Sue-Huan immediately ceased her crying. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, Yun Hua playfully patted Ji Sue-Huan's little bottom. Yun Hua had intended to inquire where Lin Si lived, hoping to gather some belongings, but reconsidered, deciding it prudent to wait until his identity was confirmed. After all, they could adopt him and then ask further questions. Thus, Yunhua instructed Yun Shu to secure the property deed, and the two agreed to discuss the shop's arrangement at a later date, before leading Ji Suohuan and Lin Si back to the royal residence. On the way back, Ji Suohuan secretly retrieved a piece of candy from her pocket and handed it to Lin Si, whispering mysteriously, "When you meet my uncle, give him the candy, and he will let you stay." Huh? Lin Si took the candy, gazing at Ji Suohuan in confusion. Ji Suohuan confidently remarked, "I initially offered a piece of candy to my aunt's husband, and he allowed me to stay at the Wang residence." Lin Si discreetly glanced at Yunhua and quietly inquired of Ji Suohuan, "Are you certain it was due to the candy and not because of your aunt?" Ji Suohuan nodded vigorously, brimming with confidence. Well, he certainly did not believe it. Lin Si pocketed the candy, his heart beginning to flutter with uncertainty. Yunhua was initially pondering how to broach the subject of Lin Si with Si Hung. However, when she presented Lin Si to Si Hung and briefly explained his background, Si Hung merely cast a glance at Lin Si and casually stated, "Let him stay for now. Mu Yun will verify his identity." Yunhua was somewhat taken aback by Si Hung's swift consent, and even more astonished when Mu Yun completed the verification of Lin Si's identity within 2 hours, declaring him free of suspicion. Once Si Hung permitted Lin Si to reside in the mansion, Ji Suohuan was more ecstatic than anyone else, bouncing around the study in jubilant celebration. She then asked Yunhua, "Aunt, can Lin Si address you as I do?" Yunhua looked at Si Hung, who nodded in affirmation. Grasping Ji Suohuan with one hand and Lin Si with the other, she gently inquired, "Do you have a childhood name?" Lin Si obediently responded, "My parents call me Lin Er." "Then Lin Er shall share all things with Suohuan and consider this his home," Yunhua declared with a smile as she held Lin Si's small hand. At long last, Lin Si revealed a genuine smile, his bright eyes sparkling like constellations. "Lin Er, go and exchange a few words with His Highness," Yunhua encouraged softly, her eyes crinkling with warmth. Si Hung regarded Yunhua and Lin Si thoughtfully, idly spinning the black jade ring on his finger. Ji Suohuan eagerly led Lin Si to Si Hung's side, subtly tugging at his sleeve and continuously signaling him to present the candy. Lin Si held the candy awkwardly, extending it hesitantly while calling out, "Aunt's husband." Si Hung raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lin Si without taking it, instead leisurely tapping the candy in his palm before suddenly asking, "Is it easy to call him Aunt's husband?" His calm tone concealed much emotion, yet compelled Lin Si to lower his gaze, deliberately avoiding Si Hung's eyes. "Easy, very easy," he stammered. Si Hung raised an eyebrow, accepting the candy from Lin Si's hand with a measured pace. After Qing Tao finished applying the medicine to Yunhua that evening, she was sent home to rest. Yunhua lay on the couch, waiting for the ointment to dry. Perhaps due to a late night, her eyelids began to droop. By the time Si Hung returned to the room, Yunhua had already succumbed to slumber. Si Hung stood at the bedside, observing Yunhua's innocent sleeping visage, his dark eyes gradually shimmering with warmth. He gently pinched her soft, fair cheek, and, with a faint smile, made his way to the washroom. After changing into a fresh, snow-colored robe, Si Hung noticed that the ointment on Yunhua's lower back had nearly dried. Concerned she might catch a chill, he assisted her in pulling up her nightgown. Lying beside Yunhua, propped on one elbow, his gaze fell upon her slightly parted lips, which were as delicate as blooming flowers, with a hint of her pink tongue visible between them. Si Hung tenderly touched her soft lips with his finger, causing Yunhua to unconsciously murmur in her sleep, brushing against his fingertip as she pursed her lips. Si Hung was momentarily taken aback, the tingling sensation at his fingertips prompting him to withdraw his hand, only to succumb to the irresistible urge to lean down and kiss Yunhua's lips. "Your Highness?" Yunhua, drowsily opening her eyes, found herself gazing up at Si Hung, momentarily bewildered before realizing he was kissing her. With a gentle embrace, Si Hung drew Yunhua closer, their lips melding as he tenderly pecked and nibbled, savoring her sweetness. In a daze, Yunhua mimicked his actions in response until his hand brushed against the ties of her nightwear. suddenly jolted awake. She shook her head and softly murmured a refusal. It hurts. Si Hung playfully bit her lip, resting his forehead against hers. A soft smile gracing his features as he reassured her, I won't touch you there. This prince knows where you've injured yourself. Yunhua's cheeks flushed crimson, and she stammered, How do you know? Gazing at her enchanting visage, Si Hung could not resist teasing her, leisurely replying, I took a look just now. Yunhua's eyes widened in shock. Her expression clouded with confusion as she pondered, had she truly been so deeply asleep that she was oblivious to everything? Chapter 43. Teasing her, Si Hung leaned back, propping his forehead with one hand as he rested on the pillow, keenly observing the vivid expressions that danced across Yunhua's face. From initial shyness to astonishment, and finally to perplexity, he relished every detail, finding great delight in the way her beautiful features twisted in embarrassment. Yet, it still felt insufficient. Thus, he wrapped his arm around her delicate waist, his palm gently resting in the small of her back, drawing her close as his low, magnetic voice dripped with temptation. Once Hua is ready, I will definitely make a move. After speaking, he playfully bit her soft lip, his elongated, dark eyes lifting slightly at the corners, revealing an alluring smile. Yunhua stared blankly at Si Hung, her entire being paralyzed in that moment. She wished more than anything that she could not comprehend his words. Alas, not only did she understand, but her mind conjured countless vivid images, warmth creeping from her cheeks to her ears, feeling embarrassed for the first time over her own perceptiveness. Seeing Yunhua's flushed face, a blend of bashfulness and helplessness, Si Hung felt an inexplicable joy, both physically and mentally. No more talking, Yunhua said, her gaze faltering under the weight of his teasing, as she hurriedly turned to face away from him, fearful that he might glimpse the thoughts swirling in her mind. Si Hung chuckled softly, embracing her from behind, pulling her slender form into his arms, capturing her flailing hands. He nestled his chin against her snowy neck, inhaling deeply, reveling in her fragrance. Whether radiant or bashful, she remained a delicate bundle in his embrace, soft and fragrant, even more so without the hindrance of her nightgown. Hey, don't take off my clothes, Yunhua protested, pressing down on Si Hung's hand as she turned to pout at him. Si Hung seized her wrist, his expression unchanging as he replied, What if I show you a little more of myself? Who would want to see yours? Yunhua exclaimed, her face flushing at the memory of last night's vision. In her moment of daze, Si Hung seized the opportunity to slide down her nightgown, his palm grazing her porcelain-like smooth back as he comfortably held her. Yunhua glanced down at her scant attire and then at Si Hung's neatly arranged nightwear. Lifting her head from his embrace, she challenged him. Why do you get to keep yours on? Si Hung smirked, playfully pinching her soft waist, his expression enigmatic as he leisurely replied, If I were to take mine off as well, we wouldn't be enjoying this quiet embrace. It would surely stir up a commotion. Stop talking. Yunhua hastily covered his mouth, interrupting him just before he could utter anything more scandalous. Si Hung considered that in a couple of days he would truly have his chance with her, and thus he acquiesced, refraining from further comments. Your Highness, since Lin Si's identity poses no issues, I would like to send someone with him tomorrow to see if he needs to gather any belongings. Yunhua softly conveyed her plans, skillfully shifting the topic. Very well, Si Hung replied, adjusting the covers to shield Yunhua's exposed shoulder from the cold. She nestled her head against his arm, and as the ticking of the clock filled the air, she gradually drifted off to sleep. Si Hung encircled her waist with one arm, while holding her delicate hand resting on his chest, casting a glance toward the direction of Lin Si's chamber. A flicker of intrigue gleaming in his eyes. As the dawn broke with a gentle light, the morning dew glistened, and the air was laden with lingering mist. Lin Si had just opened his eyes when he was met by a pair of dark, profound eyes, instantly awakening him as if doused with cold water. Uncle? Lin Si shuddered slightly and hurriedly sat up, cautiously glancing at Si Hung, who was seated beside him. Si Hung chuckled softly, twisting the black jade ring on his finger, and said, Speak to me properly. Lin Si lowered his head, timidly murmuring, Seventh uncle. Now what is the matter? Si Hung inquired, His brow furrowed as he gazed at Lin Si. Lin Si was aware that he had acted impulsively by entering the royal residence yesterday. Due to the presence of the royal aunt, his uncle had refrained from reprimanding him, but now it seemed he was about to settle the score. Yesterday, I was merely out shopping with Mu Yu when I encountered Sui Huan. I noticed Mu Yun following her and inferred that she had connections to the royal residence. Later, she referred to you as uncle, and I thought perhaps I could use her to gain entry into the palace. Lin Si recounted his encounter with Ji Sui Huan. He cautiously observed Si Heng's expression and continued, "Seventh uncle, I understand that I cannot be associated with you by name. Therefore, I considered that if I were taken in by the royal aunt as an orphan, and Sui Huan was also in the palace, then no one would suspect our relationship." "You've certainly given it considerable thought," Si Heng remarked, lifting his eyelids to glance at Lin Si, his tone neither warm nor cold. Lin Si, feeling uncertain, cautiously raised his gaze. The lack of emotion in his uncle's voice left him unsure whether he was being praised or scolded. "Do you truly wish to stay?" Si Heng asked. Lin Si nodded vigorously, his dark, bright eyes glistening with a hint of mist. "You are my only relative, seventh uncle." Si Heng regarded Lin Si for a moment before saying, "Your royal aunt will send someone to accompany you back to gather your belongings. Take what you need." Lin Si smiled joyfully, realizing that seventh uncle had consented to his stay, and he earnestly replied, "Rest assured, seventh uncle, I will conceal my identity." Si Heng nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. His gaze lingered on Lin Si's face, grateful that he was still underage, his features only faintly reminiscent of that person. Years ago, a casual remark from that individual unexpectedly granted Lin Si a promise of protection. After breakfast, Yunhua instructed Mu Yun to accompany Lin Si back to collect his things. Upon their return, Yunhua and Ji Sui Huan eagerly offered to assist Lin Si, but he politely declined, saying, "There is no need to trouble my aunt. I do not have many belongings and can manage on my own." Yunhua recognized Lin Si as a child with his own opinions and did not press the matter further, simply reminding him gently, "If you find yourself lacking anything, do not hesitate to inform me. There is no need to stand on ceremony." Lin Si gazed at Yunhua, subtly lowering his eyelashes to conceal the emotions welling in his eyes, overwhelmed by a long-forgotten warmth. Indeed, the royal aunt was truly kind. Ji Sui Huan presented Lin Si with a large bag of assorted candies that Si Heng had previously bought for her, beaming as she exclaimed, "Here, have some sweets." Meanwhile, another visitor arrived at the royal residence. Mu Yu clapped her hands and, with an easy demeanor, approached Mu Feng and Mu Yun, casually draping her arms over their shoulders, exclaiming, "It's been ages since we last met, brothers." As the evening clouds rolled in, Mu Yun deftly evaded the outstretched claws of Mu Yu, maintaining her composure as she remarked, "Could you perhaps act a bit more like a lady?" Mu Yu, arching her delicate brows, retorted, "Is this our first acquaintance?" Observing the exchange, Mu Feng chuckled, seemingly unfazed. "Has the prince summoned you back?" "Of course," Mu Yu replied. "I was originally tasked with looking after the young master, and now that he has returned to the manor, it is only natural for me to accompany him." Mu Yu paused, recalling a matter of greater significance, and furrowed her brow as she inquired, "How is the princess? Is she easy to get along with? Is there anything you need to remind me about?" Mu Feng and Mu Yun exchanged a glance before. In unison, they proclaimed, "You must show the utmost respect to the princess." Such a synchronized response? "Very well, I understand," Mu Yu replied, crossing her arms and scrutinizing the pair with suspicion. Subsequently, she followed Mu Feng and Mu Yun to meet Yunhua. Mu Yu stared intently at Yunhua's face, making the latter feel somewhat bashful. Observing Mu Yu in her sharp attire with her hair elegantly tied up, exuding an air of vigor, Yunhua asked Mu Feng, "And who might this be?" Mu Feng nudged Mu Yu's arm and clarified, "Your Highness, this is Mu Yu, also a guard of the manor, who has only just returned from a prior assignment." "I pay my respects to the princess," Mu Yu declared, promptly kneeling on both knees to perform a deep bow to Yunhua. Mu Feng and Mu Yun exchanged bemused glances, their brows furrowing at Mu Yu's formality. Surely such reverence was unnecessary. This made their previous gestures towards the princess seem rather lacking in respect. Startled, Yunhua hurried forward to assist Muyu, her eyes brightening as she gently urged, please rise, Muyu. Chapter 44. Seeing Yunhua gaze at the increasingly bustling royal residence, her heart brimming with joy. She relished this simple yet vibrant life, filled with the warmth of human connection. Lifting her skirt, she made her way towards Si Heng's study. Upon entering, she beheld him tending to a pot of daffodils on the desk, watering the flowers that stood elegantly amidst lush green leaves. The petals, pristine as snow, radiated a subtle sheen, resembling a tender ray of spring sunlight that had strayed into the winter, delicate and refined. Yunhua's eyes brightened as she looked at Si Heng, sweetly calling out, Your Highness. Si Heng lifted his gaze to meet hers, sunlight streaming through the door, casting shadows around her while she stood illuminated. A vision of ethereal beauty. His gaze lingered momentarily before he extended his hand toward her, beckoning, Come. Yunhua approached him, allowing him to pull her into his embrace. She wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head on his broad shoulder, her attention drawn to the daffodils on the table as she softly spoke. The materials for the rouge have arrived at the Jinjia Pavilion. I would like to verify them. Shall I accompany you? Si Heng inquired. Yunhua lifted her head from his chest, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling like stars, curving into a crescent moon as she sweetly replied, Yes. Si Heng gazed into her radiant eyes, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her lips. Go change into a thicker cloak, he instructed. Yunhua obediently nodded and hurried back to change her attire. While Si Heng waited outside the door, Ji Suehuan and Lin Si came running towards him. Uncle, are you and Aunt going out? Can we join you? Ji Suehuan asked with wide, innocent eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, Si Heng declined, No. Ji Suehuan pouted in disappointment, eager to plead further, but Lin Si wisely restrained her. Si Heng glanced at Lin Si, appreciating his perceptiveness. He then turned his attention back to Ji Suehuan, pondering whether he should enroll her in a school or hire a tutor to provide her with some lessons. Upon arriving at the Jinjia Pavilion, Yunhua led Si Heng to the innermost storeroom on the first floor to inspect the newly delivered rare flowers. What flower is this? Si Heng asked, pointing to a cluster of white blooms. It is the seed pod flower, which grows on steep cliffs, demonstrating remarkable vitality, though it is difficult to harvest, making it quite rare in the market. When ground with mallow and mixed with water in a specific proportion, it yields a pale pink hue. Si Heng's gaze was fixed on Yunhua's face. The dimly lit storeroom became radiant under the brilliance of her expressive eyes. Her naturally soft voice took on a melodious clarity when discussing her passions, enchanting and alluring. What is His Highness observing? Yunhua turned to find Si Heng gazing intently at her, momentarily thinking there might be something on her face as she raised her hand to wipe it. Si Heng grasped her wrist, guiding her fingers downwards, intertwining their hands. There is nothing on your face. No need to wipe. Yunhua softly acknowledged with an O, her gaze falling upon their clasped hands, a gentle smile blooming at the corners of her lips. Just then, a familiar female voice resonated from outside the storeroom, capturing Yunhua's attention. Esteemed one, this shop is the most renowned rouge store in Si Jue. We have 3 exquisite shades. Would you care to see if any meet your fancy? Yunhua cast a glance at Si Heng and whispered, It is Lin Jinfu. Si Heng furrowed his brow and inquired, Who? The woman you referred to as playing with monkeys during the last outing and the one we encountered on the night tour. Yunhua endeavored to jog his memory. He seemed oblivious. For those he deemed insignificant, he scarcely afforded even a fleeting glance, let alone held them in his thoughts. With a resigned shake of her head, Yunhua pushed open a narrow gap in the door, hoping to glimpse the noble figure Lin Jinfu had mentioned. Before her stood a resplendent lady adorned in exquisite attire, her hair embellished with countless jade hairpins, her wrists, neck, and ears adorned with gold and precious jewels, radiating an aura of opulence akin to a grand palace, dazzling in its brilliance. Logically, such a person would be unforgettable after a single encounter. However, it was evident that Yunhua had never crossed paths with her. Who could this be? Yunhua mused aloud, never expecting the indifferent Si Heng to recognize her. To her surprise, Si Heng offered a brief glance, his brows subtly knitting together as he spoke in a low tone. the Grand Princess Seeing. Chapter 45. Sweetness Suddenly. Yun Hua recalled Si Ming, and a wave of apprehension washed over her. She feared that this Grand Princess would, like Si Ming, cause trouble for Si Hung. Anxiously, she glanced at Si Hung and instinctively tightened her grip on his hand. Sensing Yun Hua's unease, Si Hung withdrew his cold gaze from Si Yin, and a gentle warmth gradually flickered in his eyes as he tenderly cradled Yun Hua's small head in comfort. Leaning against Si Heng's chest, Yun Hua attentively listened to the conversation between Lin Jinfu and Si Yin, anxious not to miss any valuable information. Si Yin, with her fingers stained in a vivid crimson hue, casually pointed a shade of rouge, declaring with pride, "This color is passable." Lin Jinfu immediately brightened, praising, "Indeed, your discerning eye is remarkable. This hue truly compliments you." A smirk graced Si Yin's lips as she lifted her hand to adjust her hair, resembling a proud peacock. While she relished Lin Jinfu's flattery, she secretly scorned her lower status. Her visit to Si Jue had a deliberate purpose, as the Lin family, being the official host for noble guests, was expected to cater to them. Had it not been for the Lin family's dull-witted legitimate daughter, who could barely speak, the daughter of a mere concubine would hardly befit attending the royal carriage. After Lin Jinfu paid for the rouge, the two departed, disheartened by the lack of useful information. Yun Hua turned to Si Hung and inquired, "Your Highness, do you know why the Grand Princess is in Si Jue?" "I do not know," Si Hung replied, gently smoothing the furrowed brow she had formed. "Then we should send someone to investigate swiftly, so we can prepare accordingly," Yun Hua urged, tugging at his garment. Si Hung lowered his gaze upon the increasingly anxious Yun Hua and suddenly smiled, acquiescing, "Very well." The night was silent, illuminated only by scattered lights. After washing up, Yun Hua reclined on the couch, pondering her encounter with Lin Jinfu and the Grand Princess, when she suddenly heard Si Hung calling her from the inner chamber, "Hua Hua, bring me my night clothes." Glancing at the clean night clothes set aside near the wardrobe, her cheeks flushed slightly as she picked them up and slowly approached the door of the inner chamber. She opened it a mere crack, hiding behind the wall, and extended her arm to pass Si Hung his clothes, saying, "Your Highness, the clothes." Si Hung, observing Yun Hua's timid demeanor, slowly curved his lips into a smile. Instead of taking the clothes, he grasped her wrist and, with a gentle tug, pulled her inside. Yun Hua stumbled, her unsteady form colliding against his cool, pale chest. Hastily, she shut her eyes, turned her face away, and stammered, Why aren't you wearing trousers again?" Si Hung gazed at Yun Hua's trembling lips and chuckled softly. "Aren't my night trousers in your possession? How can I wear them? What a reasonable excuse!" Yun Hua exclaimed, hastily tossing the night clothes she held at Si Hung. Si Hung caught the night clothes and carelessly tossed them onto the hanger behind Yun Hua, which already held a clean set of night clothes. As she turned to flee, Si Hung encircled her waist. He then turned her to face him, leaning close to her ear, nibbling on her earlobe, his deep voice laced with an indescribable allure. "Be good, open your eyes." Yun Hua's eyelashes fluttered violently, the sensation at her ear and the intimate words enveloping her like a swirling vortex of intoxicating charm, drawing her deeper into a state of enchantment beyond her control. Yun Hua blinked dazedly, her gaze meeting her superior Sheng's, whose dark eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. As he leaned closer, his soft lips brushed against her neck, igniting a warmth that coursed through her. She bit her lip, stifling a soft moan that threatened to escape. Sheng trailed delicate kisses along her snow-white neck until he captured her lips, their breaths mingling, his voice a husky whisper. "Hua Hua." Yun Hua's long, thick eyelashes fluttered, her cheeks aflame, while her clear, almond-shaped eyes shimmered with a mix of surprise and enchantment. She had an inkling of his intentions, yet her own reservations lingered. Sensing her hesitation, his gentle kisses turned fervent, forcefully parting her lips. A shiver ran down her spine, nearly rendering her limp in his strong embrace as she weakly called out to him, "Your Highness." "I am here," Sheng replied in a muted tone, the subtle movement of his lips brushing against hers. She found herself at a loss for words, passively tilting her neck to receive his kisses. Her mind a tempest of confusion, where embarrassment entwined with novelty and tingling sensations collided with overwhelming impact. He was like an enchanting specter, effortlessly bewitching her. Suddenly, Sheng grasped Yunhua's delicate waist, placing her atop a small round table. With his arms braced on either side of her, he lifted her chin, gazing into her soft, obedient eyes, and asked, "Tomorrow night, shall we consummate our union?" Chapter 46. Struggles. Yunhua felt a warm flush spread across her cheeks as she gazed earnestly at Si Hung. She was not naive. She understood that his numerous gestures were intended to help her acclimatize. Moreover, this was a rite of passage every couple must inevitably face, and she bore no aversion towards him. However, upon inspecting herself in the mirror that morning, she noted with dismay that the bruised area from her earlier fall remained vividly discolored, an unsightly sight she wished to shield him from. Yunhua timidly inched closer, resting her delicate arm upon Si Heng's shoulder, bashfully proposing, "Shall we wait until my injury has healed before consummating our union?" Si Hung, his hand entwined at her waist, drew her nearer and inquired softly, "Does it still hurt?" With a gentle blink, Yunhua nodded earnestly, her eyes sparkling like a doe's, sweet and innocent. "Very well. Let's wait a bit longer." He planted a tender kiss on her eyelids, scooping her up in his arms as he carried her indoors. After all, if she was in pain, many positions would be rendered impossible. Si Hung laid Yunhua upon the couch, extinguishing the candlelight with a wave of his hand before pulling her close under the covers. "Rest now," he whispered. Yet Yunhua, devoid of drowsiness, lay in his embrace. Unable to sleep, she tentatively reached out to touch his fingers, softly calling, "Your Highness, are you unable to sleep?" Si Hung turned to face her, lying side by side as they had in the early days when she would recount stories to him whenever insomnia struck her. Yunhua responded with a gentle hum, raising his arm slightly to find a more comfortable position for her head. Then, she posed the question that weighed heavily on her heart. "How is your relationship with the princess?" "It cannot be termed good or bad. There is little interaction between us," he replied. "She is 6 years my senior, married at 15 to the king of Waddle on the Plains. He was assassinated 3 years ago by rival tribes. Upon her return to Dawei, the emperor welcomed her back." As she listened, Yunhua calculated in her mind. Si Hung was 21, and the princess was 27. She then queried, "Does the princess have any children?" "None," Si Hung replied, noticing the confusion in her eyes. He gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and continued, "She does not wish to bear children, and the king of Waddle, constrained by the power of Dawei, dared not press her." A complex mix of emotions stirred within Yunhua. She recognized that royal marriages were often political unions devoid of genuine affection, so shallow that even the desire to conceive shared offspring was absent. Yet, she fervently wished that her relationship with Si Hung would not mirror such a fate. Looking up at him with earnest determination, she declared, "No matter what happens in the future, I will stand by your side always." Si Hung was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for her sudden declaration. His gaze lingered on her sincere expression. Gently brushing his fingers along the contour of her eye, he spoke in a low, earnest tone, "If that day ever comes, you need not share my hardships. Just live well. Do you understand? The daffodil I have nurtured is not meant to accompany me to death. I want my Hua Hua to be that, an ethereal being in the water, a radiant beauty in this world." Tears welled in Yunhua's eyes, a blend of gratitude and an inexplicable unease coursing through her, rendering her hesitant to delve further into this topic. In the midst of a hazy night, she wrapped her arms around his neck, gently nuzzling his neck, suppressing her sobs as she murmured, "I didn't remember. I didn't remember. I didn't remember. No more words. I shall sleep now." Si Heng tenderly caressed Yunhua's head, embracing her delicate form closer to him, affectionately uttering, "Silly little one." Chapter 47. Peaking the following day, Yunhua slowly awakened, her eyes fluttering open just in time to catch a glimpse of Si Hung changing his attire. The winter sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his pale torso, which shimmered like fragmented jade. Covering her slightly flushed face with a quilt, Yunhua revealed only her pair of eyes, wide and dazed. As she gazed at Si Hung, who was clad only in a pair of sleeping trousers. His strong, toned back, broad and sturdy shoulders, slender waist, and long, straight legs were all imbued with a captivating allure. Her gaze lingered, fixated on his perfectly sculpted waist, though she was reluctant to admit it. She truly relished the sight of his waist and legs. Sensing the intense scrutiny from behind him, Si Jue casually retrieved a snow-white long robe from the wardrobe and donned it. As he tied the belt around his waist and slowly turned to face her, he inquired, "Are you watching me?" With the belt cinching naturally around his waist, the robe clung to his form, accentuating his firm and graceful silhouette. Yunhua bit her lip, propping herself up with the quilt and lifting her chin, playfully retorting, "Is it forbidden to look?" Si Jue approached her, leaning down to lift her chin, a faint smile dancing at the corners of his lips as he asked, "Would you like me to take it off for you to see?" "No, no need for that." Yunhua's gaze unintentionally darted downward, recalling the events of the previous night. Her palms grew warm, prompting her to hastily avert her eyes. Si Jue chuckled softly at her flustered expression and leaned in, intending to kiss her. "No, I haven't brushed my teeth yet." Yunhua leaned back, raising her hand to block his lips. Si Jue gently pulled her from the quilt and playfully patted her bottom. "Go wash up." By the time Yunhua finished her grooming, Si Jue was already dressed and lounging on the soft couch, idly perusing a book. She approached him, seated across from him, hesitatingly broaching the subject. "Your Highness, should we hire a tutor for Lin Er and Sui Huan, or send them to school?" Sui Huan would be staying in Shoujo for half a year, and Lin Si would also be there. The two children couldn't simply remain at home playing without studying. She had inquired with Lin Si, who mentioned that he had a tutor when his parents were around. Sui Huan's situation was similar, as the Ji family had many children and also hired a tutor to teach the children at home. This question was precisely what Si Jue wished to discuss with her. He was aware that Yunhua had previously asked Lin Si about his education, and Lin Si's response was a mixture of truth and embellishment. While it was true that he had a tutor, it was Si Jue who had arranged it. "Let us send them to school," Si Jue declared, setting down his book. He grasped Yunhua's slender waist, turning her towards him and embracing her. Since Lin Si had chosen to step outside that courtyard, Si Jue wanted him to experience the world beyond. At the age of 7, it was time for him to witness the myriad of life's experiences. Yunhua nestled her head against his shoulder, her eyes crinkling with a smile as she said, "I'll ask Sui Huan and Lin Er for their thoughts later. If they agree, we shall enroll them in school." "Indeed," Si Jue replied, playfully twirling a strand of her long hair around his finger. Thus, after their breakfast, Yunhua summoned Lin Si and Ji Sui Huan, inquiring whether they preferred to attend school or hire a tutor to teach at home. "I'm fine with either. I'll follow Lin Si's lead," came the response. Ji Sui Huan playfully manipulated the rattle in her hands, her soft little fingers rubbing against its handle, producing a cheerful melody of rhythmic sounds. Lin Si did not respond directly, but politely inquired of Yunhua, "Where do Auntie and Uncle wish for us to study?" Yunhua replied, "Your uncle suggested that you attend the academy, but we shall respect your preferences." Gently patting Lin Si's hand, Yunhua encouraged him to speak freely, without hesitation. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Si cheerfully responded, "I would love to attend the academy, Auntie." "So would I," Ji Sui Huan chimed in, her round eyes sparkling as she nestled closer to Lin Si. With one hand holding Ji Sui Huan and the other grasping Lin Si, Yunhua softly said, "Very well. Annie understands." Shortly thereafter, Yunhua and Si Jue departed to select a suitable academy for Ji Sui Huan and Lin Si. Ji Sui Huan, observing Lin Si seated upright at the table engrossed in his studies, felt a twinge of shyness about interrupting him, and even more so about asking him to join her in play. Thus, she procured a sheet of rice paper and, after several energetic trips, gathered an array of brushes and paints, settling beside Lin Si to imitate his earnest focus on painting. After a while, Lin Si turned to glance at Ji Sui Huan's artwork, frowning slightly. What she had created hardly resembled a painting, merely splashes of color without any discernible lines or depth. As he lifted his gaze to Ji Sui Huan, he was met with the sight of her paint-smeared face resembling a calico cat, which made him furrow his brow even more. "Stop painting and come wash your face," he instructed, rising to gather her brushes and leading her to the basin. Si Jue cast a glance at her partially colored creation. Pouting in disappointment, she had not yet finished her work, and this interruption hindered her artistic endeavor. Si bent over the basin, using his hands to wash the paint from her face. Si Jue obediently leaned toward the basin, cooperating with Si as he cleaned her face. And soon the once clear water became murky with paint, contrasting sharply with Si's delicate, pale hands. Si, your hands are truly beautiful, Si Jue exclaimed, wiping the droplets from her eyes with curiosity. Without even glancing at his hands, Si replied, I know. Si Jue responded with an innocent "oh," washing her hands in the basin before turning to Si, her small teeth gleaming as she said, Si, you are very handsome. Si nodded slightly, I know. Si, I enjoy playing with you, Si Jue said, her eyes bright with excitement. Si's expression shifted slightly, and he awkwardly replied, I know. Si Jue's smile faltered. How could he know everything? Meanwhile, Yinhua and Si Hung successfully found a suitable academy for Si Jue and Si, a government-run institution named Tianlu Academy, conveniently located near the Wang residence. They completed the necessary enrollment procedures for both children. As evening descended and the long winds howled, snowflakes danced softly to the ground. Si Hung furrowed his brow, observing Yinhua suddenly sit upright on the couch. He pressed his fingers to his slightly throbbing forehead and asked in a low voice, what is the matter? Yinhua lifted the quilt and was about to get out of bed, anxiously exclaiming, I forgot to prepare some snacks for Sui Huan and Lin Er to take to school tomorrow. They were going to school, not on an outing. What snacks were necessary? Si Hung, with a resigned glance at Yinhua, reached out to pull her arm. Come here, lie down. Is it really unnecessary to bring anything? The mere thought of sending Sui Huan and Si to school the following day filled Yinhua with an inexplicable sense of tension and concern. No need. Stop overthinking and sleep, Si Hung insisted, firmly pressing her restless head into his embrace. At this moment, Sui Huan was also unable to sleep. Why isn't the young lady asleep yet? Qing Ji inquired, observing Sui Huan tossing and turning restlessly. Sui Huan tugged at the corner of the quilt and replied hesitantly, Qingji, I'm feeling a bit nervous. Qingji gently patted her small belly, smiling reassuringly, don't be anxious. The princess said we will only be there for half a day tomorrow, to see if you and Lin Xiao are comfortable. Suddenly, Sui Huan's eyes lit up. She kicked off the quilt, dashed to the window, and peeked towards Si's room. Oh my goodness, it's the middle of winter. What if you catch a chill? Qing Ji exclaimed, horrified, as she hurriedly closed the window. Sui Huan grabbed the cotton coat from the chair, threw it on, and rushed outside. The light in Si's room is still on. He hasn't slept yet either. He must be nervous too. I need to comfort him. Young lady, wait. Qing Ji called, hastily shutting the window and chasing after Sui Huan. However, the young girl had already reached Si's door. She knocked softly, Si, it's me. Hearing the knock, Si set aside the book he had been reading, donned a coat, and approached the door. As he opened it, he was greeted by a bright smile. Si stepped back slightly, allowing Sui Huan to enter, and asked, is there something important at this late hour? Sui Huan waved her hand dismissively. I want to come in. I just wanted to tell you not to be nervous about school tomorrow. We're only going for half a day. Si, bemused by Sui Huan's comforting words, felt no anxiety whatsoever. And I will protect you, so don't worry. She added with a playful wink, her dark, luminous eyes sparkling even brighter than the lanterns lit in the courtyard. Si listened to her seemingly nonsensical reassurances, watching her bounce back towards her own room with a bemused expression. He raised an eyebrow in disdain, thinking to himself that he certainly did not need a little girl to protect him. Yet, as he turned to close the door, he couldn't help but notice a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Chapter 48. The bracelet on the following day. Yinhua and Si Hung personally accompanied Sui Huan and Si to Tianlu Academy. Yinhua discreetly placed several milk candies into the palms of both children, anxiously advising them, if you feel hungry, have some candy to tide you over. When you return at noon, your aunt will prepare a delightful meal for you. Si Hung, observing Yunhua's eagerness to accompany the children to school, chuckled softly, a subtle warmth of affection gracing his lips. Rest assured, Aunt, we shall return shortly, Ji Sui Huan said, patting Yunhua's hand with an air of maturity. Yunhua then adjusted the clothing of Ji Sui Huan and Lin Si, saying, Aunt has informed the teacher that you two are cousins. If anyone inquires, you may respond accordingly. Understood, Aunt. Ji Sui Huan and Lin Si nodded in agreement. As Yunhua continued to impart her myriad of instructions, Si Hung could no longer contain himself, interjecting, If you keep this up, you'll be late for class. He took Yunhua's hand, pulling her close, and gestured to Lin Si to lead Ji Sui Huan inside. The teacher, who had been waiting nearby, approached and guided Ji Sui Huan and Lin Si to their respective classrooms. Si Hung lingered a moment longer, watching the retreating figures of the children before leading Yunhua to the carriage. He wrapped his arm around her waist, drawing her closer, his hand resting gently on her soft side, playfully squeezing it, marveling at its softness that he found utterly irresistible. Yunhua squirmed at his touch, pressing his hand down as she glanced out of the window, noticing they were not headed back to the Wang residence. Curiosity piqued, she asked, Your Highness, where are we going? To Ziyu Xian, Si Hung replied. Is Your Highness planning to purchase something? Yunhua inquired, a hint of surprise in her tone. Si Hung merely smiled in response. Her astonishment stemmed from a well-known saying in Suzhou. The most expensive items lie in Ziyu Xian, and the utmost luxury is found at Jinling Terrace. This referred to the exorbitant prices of goods at Ziyu Xian, where even a single jade hairpin was rumored to be worth 1,000 taels. Thus, although Yunhua was familiar with the establishment, she had never visited it. Ziyu Xian, not only known for its exquisite wares, was also strategically located, nestled between mountains and rivers, embodying both the elegance of nature and the grandeur of flowing waters. As Yunhua was helped down from the carriage, she stepped through the threshold and was greeted by an array of meticulously arranged display cases framed in sandalwood, adorned with delicate brass edges. The shelves were brimming with an array of jeweled hairpins and jade pieces, shimmering in a dazzling display. The shopkeeper, spotting Si Hung, hurriedly bowed in greeting, saying, Welcome, Your Highness. Yunhua subtly tugged at Si Hung's sleeve, asking, Do you know him? The perceptive shopkeeper, sensing her curiosity, smiled and explained. A few days ago, this young master ordered a complete set of accessories crafted from a flawless pale pink jade for you, madam. As he spoke, he opened a gilded cabinet and presented an exquisite brocade box. Please take a look, my lady. Since the young master mentioned you do not have pierced ears, we have prepared a bracelet, a necklace, a jeweled flower, and a tasseled jade hairpin for you. Yunhua stood there, momentarily stunned, waves of sweetness washing over her heart. Si Hung gently brushed his fingers across her nose and, taking the bracelet from the box, fastened it around her wrist, asking, Do you like it? How could I not? She replied, her heart brimming with joy. As long as it was a gift from him, she adored it. The delicate pink jade had been polished into smooth, rounded beads, each imbued with subtle hints of white. Strung together, they resembled the fluttering petals of spring, swaying gracefully. Adding to their charm, each bead's base was adorned with gold, and a flowing bead was intentionally crafted at the end of the bracelet. The entire piece exuded the jade's exquisite beauty and the opulence of gold, accentuating Yunhua's slender, fair wrist. She cherished it, yet Yunhua hesitated, casting a glance at Si Hung, unable to fathom the cost of such a set of jewelry. She did not wish for him to spend so much money. Observing her concern, Si Hung lifted her chin and spoke earnestly. As long as you love it, there is no need to consider anything else. Yunhua gazed at Si Hung, unable to restrain herself from leaping into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist, inhaling the faint scent of medicine that lingered on him, softly calling out, Your Highness. Si Hung smiled and embraced Yunhua in return, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on the crown of her soft hair. As long as you like it, let's return home. With that, he summoned Mu Feng to settle the remaining payment, grasping Yunhua's hand as they ascended into the carriage. When did Your Highness decide on this? Yunhua inquired, fiddling with the flowing beads on her bracelet, her lips curving into a sweet smile. "The night of our outing," Si Hung replied, leaning back comfortably against the carriage wall with her nestled beside him. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed upon spotting the floral bead in the jewelry. She recalled how he must have seen her purchasing floral ornaments by the street during their evening stroll. Turning to Si Hung, Yunhua gently kissed the corner of his lips, sweetly proclaiming, "Your Highness is truly wonderful." Si Hung's gaze flickered, captivated by her honeyed smile, suddenly understanding why some would willingly spend extravagantly, all for a glimpse of a beautiful smile. Truly, it was worth it. Chapter 49. Sweet and sour after spending half a day at Tianlu Academy. Both Ji Suo Huan and Lin Si found the experience to be quite novel and expressed a desire to return. Thus, in the following 2 days, after Yunhua sent the two of them to school, she had the opportunity to accompany Yun Shu to the bookstore to discuss the decorations. "Yunhua, what do you think about placing a larger bookshelf here?" Yun Shu suggested, gesturing towards the wall directly facing the entrance. Yunhua turned to Yun Shu, her eyes sparkling with a smile. "Sister, that is a brilliant idea." Yun Shu felt a surge of joy and beamed brightly, suddenly realizing that she was not entirely lacking in ability. Perhaps she could indeed manage this bookstore well. If she were to earn profits in the future, she would share dividends with Yunhua, help her mother with household expenses, save money to present a wedding gift when her second brother married, and buy many beautiful little dresses for Sui Huan. Golden sunlight streamed through the window, casting shimmering specks of light in Yun Shu's eyes filled with anticipation, transforming her once delicate face into a radiant glow. "Yunhua, how about we place several comfortable tables and chairs here, along with some refreshments for customers to enjoy while selecting books?" she continued. Yunhua patiently listened to every idea Yun Shu shared, offering her guidance and affirmation. She relished the sight of her sister's growing confidence. Her third sister was never merely a pretty face. She had always preferred to hide herself within the confines of her own world. Did she not wish to move forward? Of course she did, otherwise, why would she secretly write? She simply needed someone to gently push her forward, to lead her out of that limited space. After finalizing the decoration plans for the bookstore, Yun Shu returned home to ask Uncle Zhang to find workers to begin preparations, while Yunhua made her way back to the Wang residence. As Yunhua approached the study, she found Si Hung reclining on a soft couch, leisurely perusing a scroll. "Back already?" he inquired, glancing her way. "Yes, I'm back," Yunhua replied. As she reached the side of the couch, his hand extended towards her. A sweet smile graced Yunhua's lips as she placed her hand in his palm, climbed onto the couch, and allowed him to envelop her in his embrace. She leaned against his neck, his chin resting against her forehead as they nestled close together. Yunhua cherished these moments spent with Si Hung on the single couch, reading side by side. Such tranquility enveloped her, reminiscent of the enchanting scenes described in romantic tales. As she lowered her gaze to the book in Si Hung's hands, she suddenly spotted a passage regarding celestial phenomena. Her eyes gleamed with pride as she exclaimed, "My third cousin has a keen interest in studying celestial events. His aspiration is to enter the Imperial Astronomical Bureau after gaining recognition." "Third cousin? What a peculiar term," Si Hung remarked, frowning slightly. "You certainly know a lot about your cousin," he commented dryly. "We grew up together and have maintained contact over the years. Naturally, I know him well." Yunhua replied matter-of-factly, "Huh, childhood sweethearts?" Si Hung glanced down at Yunhua's blissfully unaware face, his expression darkening as he tossed aside the book he was holding. Yunhua watched the book land in the corner of the couch and then glanced at Si Hung's displeased countenance, her brows furrowing in confusion. Why was he suddenly upset? "Your Highness, are you not going to continue reading?" Yunhua asked softly. As Si Hung glanced at Yunhua's innocent and clear eyes, he said with annoyance, "Stop looking." Yunhua softly replied with a gentle "oh," her gaze falling upon the hand he had resting at her waist. She fiddled with the light blue embroidery on his sleeve and casually inquired, "What shall we do next?" Si Hung raised an eyebrow, his hand tightening around her waist. Drawing her closer, he leisurely caressed her ear with his fingertips and said, "Let us engage in some activities befitting a married couple." Yunhua looked up in confusion, only to find Si Hung's lips curving into a faint smile as he leaned in closer. His soft lips brushed against hers, gradually increasing in tenderness and depth. As she slowly closed her eyes, he enveloped her delicate lips as if savoring a sweet treat, lightly nibbling and teasing. The gentle kiss intoxicated her, creating a warm and velvety sweetness between their lips. As their lips met, Si Hung playfully inquired, "Had you been eating candy?" Yinhua, still dazed, opened her slightly hazy eyes, attempting to retreat to converse with him. Yet, he pressed his hand against the nape of her neck, his calloused fingers stroking her delicate skin, deliberately keeping their lips together as he lightly licked her lip. "I had hawthorn candy on the way back." This tender, teasing kiss sent delightful shivers through her, compelling Yunhua to instinctively lean back. Si Hung tasted her tongue, flavored with hawthorn, as they both fell back onto the soft couch. His lips shifted, kissing her luminous neck. Suddenly, a voice from outside interrupted them. "Your Highness." Yunhua's heart raced. Her cheeks flushed as she glanced at Si Hung, pushing against his shoulders in an attempt to escape his embrace. Sensing her subtle movements, Si Hung playfully bit into the soft flesh of her neck, leaving a noticeable mark. Before responding in a deep voice, "Speak." Clearly, the voice from outside was quite tactful, not intending to enter, simply reporting, "Your Highness. The princess has sent invitations for the banquet." Si Hung, still leaning over Yunhua, continued to nibble at her smooth neck, momentarily taken aback by the news. His kisses slowed as he raised his gaze to meet Yunhua's, who was looking at him with a gaze filled with affection. "Perhaps you should go and see," Yunhua suggested, her face slightly flushed, tightening the neckline he had carelessly loosened. Si Hung did not hasten to rise. Instead, he placed his hand underneath her, gently patting her and asking, "Does it still hurt, Hua?" Yunhua instinctively pressed her lips together, tasting his unique essence, and replied in a voice barely above a whisper, "It doesn't hurt anymore." "Then tonight?" Si Hung turned to embrace Yunhua, letting her lie atop him. She gazed into his dark, profound eyes, shyly kissing his lips in acknowledgement of his unspoken invitation. Using both hands and feet, she slid down from him, lowering her head and urging, "Your Highness, please go now. Don't keep them waiting." Si Hung firmly grasped her arm, kissing her deeply before murmuring, "Wait for me tonight." The heat of his breath ignited warmth in her heart, causing her pulse to quicken with each thump. Chapter 50 Prelude. As Si Hung stepped out to meet the envoy sent by Si Yin, Lin Jinfeng, who had been accompanying Si Yin these past few days, conversed with Aunt Lu regarding the banquet invitations. "Aunt, the welcoming banquet for the Grand Princess is the day after tomorrow. Please ask Father for some silver. I wish to purchase a few more pieces of jewelry," Lin Jinfeng remarked to Aunt Lu, who stood behind her. The upcoming banquet would see the attendance of the influential elite from Si Jue, and she was determined to adorn herself splendidly, captivating all in attendance. Aunt Lu readily agreed. "Certainly, Fuer, I shall speak with your father shortly." Such an opportunity to shine was not one Aunt Lu wished Lin Jinfeng to miss. After speaking, Aunt Lu, with an elegant gesture, picked up a golden hairpin from Lin Jinfeng's cosmetic box and, gazing into the mirror, adorned Lin Jinfeng's hair, exclaiming with a flourish, "What of Lin Jinshu being a legitimate daughter? She is but a foolish girl who cannot even speak, unlike my Fuer, who is both intelligent and beautiful. Fortunate enough to be in the Grand Princess's company." Aunt Lu's enthusiasm grew as she continued, reveling in her own pride. Despite her humble origins, she had managed to captivate Lin Leoi with her wiles, and her daughter had equally enchanted Wang Xingzhou. Lin Jinfeng smiled in agreement, but soon composed herself and said to Aunt Lu, "If Wang Xingzhou comes looking for me in the next few days, please tell him I'm not at home." "Why?" Aunt Lu inquired, twisting her waist as she sat in the chair behind Lin Jinfeng, looking puzzled through the mirror. Lin Jinfeng delicately adjusted the jewelry in her box, her eyes glimmering with evident greed and desire. "Because I may have a better option." Previously, she had followed Aunt Lu's plans, believing that marrying Wang Xingzhou after he achieved a degree would be quite satisfactory, allowing her to become the esteemed wife of an official. However, after witnessing Yunhua and Si Hung, and observing Wang Xingzhou's cowardly demeanor when questioned by a servant from the Wang residence, her perspective shifted. It was uncertain if Wang Xingzhou would even succeed in the examination. Even if he did, when would he ever attain a position of notable distinction? Given this, why not take a more direct route? Thus, Lin Jinfang confided in Aunt Lu. Now that the Grand Princess is in Suzhou, and I serve her closely, I naturally have the opportunity to meet esteemed individuals far superior to those from the Wang family. Just yesterday, she had eagerly taken on the task of delivering banquet invitations to the Chongping Marquis's residence, which led her to an unexpected encounter with the illustrious Marquis Shinjibai. To her astonishment, the nearly 30-year-old Shinjibai was strikingly handsome and exuded an extraordinary aura, igniting a flicker of infatuation within her. Aunt Lu's eyes sparkled with understanding, clearly grasping Lin Jinfang's ambitions, and nodded approvingly, praising, "Fu truly possesses foresight. I comprehend your intentions. Exercise caution and do not offend Wang Xingzhou," Lin Jinfang advised. Aunt Lu, adjusting a strand of hair that she had deliberately let fall, confidently assured, "Rest assured, Fu." Meanwhile, since his engagement with Lin Jinshu was dissolved, Wang Xingzhou had been secretly contemplating the timing of marrying Lin Jinfang, oblivious to the fact that he had already become her last resort. The delicate and ethereal moonlight filtered through the sparse branches, casting shadows that danced and intertwined, creating a mosaic of dark patterns reminiscent of shy caresses shared between lovers, adding an indescribable allure to the tranquil night. Yunhua reclined in the warm bath, lost in thought as she gazed at the surface strewn with rose petals. Recalling the passionate kiss from the afternoon and anticipating the moments to come, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. She cupped her hands to splash water upon her heated face. The surface of the water rippled gently, reflecting a vibrant and enchanting visage. Suddenly, the door to the bathing chamber swung open, startling Yunhua, who tremulously inquired, "Your Highness, how did you enter?" "I cannot wait any longer," Si Hung replied with an air of calm, striding confidently towards Yunhua. How could he articulate it so candidly? Chapter 51. Clouds and rain. Yunhua lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Her slightly damp cheeks were more enchanting than rose petals floating on water. Si Hung leaned over the edge of the bathtub, his hands supporting him as his eyes wandered over Yunhua's delicate face, settling upon her gracefully curved collarbone. Like a chalice, her collarbone cradled a small pool of water in which a drunken red rose petal floated. Si Hung swallowed hard, grasping Yunhua's slender shoulders and lifting her from the water, enveloping her in his embrace. Abruptly emerging from the warm water, Yunhua instinctively nestled into Si Heng's arms, her hands covering herself as she whispered softly, "It's cold." Si Hung held her tightly, leaning closer to her collarbone, slowly tasting the rose petal that rested there, murmuring, "You will soon feel warm again, Hua Hua." Yunhua trembled as if scalded, her clear eyes wide as she gazed at Si Hung, who was savoring the petal from her body, his features refined yet alluring, and his deep, dark eyes exuded an enigmatic charm that sent a shiver through her heart. As she focused on his subtly moving lips, her cheeks flushed involuntarily, her heart fluttering. Si Hung continued to savor the petal, placing Yunhua on a small round table beside the clothes rack, wrapping her petite form in a soft cloth, intending to carry her to the bed. Yunhua lowered her eyelashes, extending a hand from the fabric to gently tug at the hem of Si Heng's nightgown, murmuring, "My hair is still wet." Seeing the rosy hue on Yunhua's cheeks, Si Heng guessed that she was still nervous. Thus, despite his eagerness, he did not press her, but instead replied, "All right, I will dry your hair." Si Hung picked up a cloth from the table and draped it over her head, tenderly drying her silky black hair. His touch was gentle, causing Yunhua to curl her toes in comfort, gradually easing her inner tension. With her eyes sparkling, she smiled sweetly, her feet playfully intertwining as she asked, "Your Highness, why don't you use your internal energy to dry my hair?" Si Hung halted his movements, playfully tapping her forehead with his fingers as he chuckled. "Have you read too many novels? What sensible person uses internal energy to dry hair?" Noticing that Yunhua could now joke with him, Si Hung leaned closer, his arms supporting him on either side of her, their noses nearly touching, his dark gaze penetrating hers as he softly inquired, "Are you still nervous?" They were so close that Yunhua could distinctly see the urgency in his eyes while sensing his indulgence towards her. A warm feeling surged within her, and bravely, she wrapped her arms around Si Heng's neck, resting her head against his shoulder, silently conveying her feelings. Si Heng's lips curled into a smile as he leaned down, placing a gentle kiss upon her blushing cheek before lifting her and striding towards the bed. Yunhua clutched the soft cloth around her, shyly gazing up at the tall figure looming over her, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters as she quietly asked, "Will it hurt?" Si Heng gently caressed her tender cheek with his fingertips, his lips brushing against hers in a soft peck as he reassured her, "It might sting a little, but I will be as gentle as possible." The kiss, neither too forceful nor too light, captivated the senses, while the tender touches stirred the heart. He kissed her eyes, his voice deep and magnetic, laced with a potent allure as he softly called her Hua Hua, diverting her attention, accompanied by a muffled gasp. Yunhua gazed tearfully at Si Heng, leaving a crimson mark upon his shoulder. The silvery moonlight outside quietly approached, gently brushing against the red drapery, shyly revealing a scene of enchanting beauty. The stars worship the moon, the daffodils embrace the night, and the affection between them flourishes like the tenderest of romances. Chapter 52. After the rain following two passionate encounters, Si Heng cradled Yunhua to wash up. As their prolonged exertions had left them both quite fatigued, Yunhua, reluctant to rouse Qingtao to boil water, urged Si Heng to do so instead. Once the water was boiling, Si Heng seated Yunhua on a stool, holding her in his arms. The little one, utterly exhausted, lay limply against his shoulder, her form soft and yielding, as if she would dissolve upon contact. Melting into his embrace, Hua Hua, Si Heng gently jostled her, nibbling at her ear, his voice a low, resonant murmur calling her name. He must be doing this deliberately. Each time he distracted her earlier, he had nibbled at her ear, using that same deep tone to invoke her name. Vivid scenes of their intimate moments in the crimson drapery flashed before her eyes, causing Yunhua to blush involuntarily. She covered her ears, attempting to evade his lips, glaring at him with mock ferocity, and retorted, "Do not call me that." Si Heng regarded her flushed cheeks, the swollen petals of her lips, and her sparkling eyes still brimming with springtime longing. Her self-proclaimed ferocity only served to intensify his desire, igniting a yearning to possess her once more. With this thought, he pressed his palm against her delicate waist, playfully pushing her closer, teasing, "Come here, kiss me, and I shall refrain from calling you that." "Really?" Yunhua cautiously scrutinized Si Heng, her hand resting on his shoulder. Si Heng arched an eyebrow, languidly responding, "If your kiss is sweet, I shall not call you that. But if it is lacking, we shall try again." At his words, Yunhua trembled, contemplating for a moment before timidly gazing into his eyes. Mimicking his earlier approach, she gently brushed her lips against the corner of his mouth, then pressed her lips to his in a soft, tentative kiss, biting down lightly on his thin lower lip to coax him to part his lips. Yet, he stubbornly withheld his mouth, a playful smile blossoming in the depths of his dark eyes as he watched her. "Humph, I shan't kiss you anymore. It is your lack of cooperation, not my kissing skills. You must not call me that again." Yunhua curled up on his lap, resting her forehead in the crook of his neck, hiding her flushed cheeks. Si Heng chuckled softly, lifting her chin to kiss her deeply. She resembled the dainty narcissus on his desk, exuding an intoxicating fragrance, sweet and alluring, small yet irresistibly tender. After a long while, their lips parted. Breathless, Yunhua nestled against his neck, inhaling the pleasant scent of the medicine that clung to him, mingling with the crisp aroma of herbs, which momentarily cleared her foggy mind. "I need to bathe. The water will grow cold," she murmured, weary and fatigued. Si Heng lifted Yunhua and placed her on the triangular round table, instructing, "Sit here patiently for me." He then walked over to the stove, scooping up a large tub of hot water. As he bent down to lift the water, the muscular contours of his back became increasingly pronounced. Yunhua's gaze instinctively drifted downward, landing on his slender waist, and her thoughts wandered. "Oh dear, what am I thinking?" She raised her hand to pat her flushed cheeks, her fingers pressing against her chin, pushing herself to shake off her errant thoughts. though her eyes could not help but sneak glances at his waist. Alas, it seems that beauty knows no gender. It is difficult to determine who truly benefits from the events of this night. On a snowy morning, the air is exceptionally crisp. The cold wind sweeps through, stirring the snowflakes on the ground into swirling white eddies, which gradually settle into tranquility. Si Jue leaps upon the delicate layer of fresh snow, leaving behind a series of small footprints, her little backpack bouncing rhythmically with her joyous hops. Lin Si, come and enjoy the snow. It's delightful. Si cheerfully invites Lin Si. In his heart, Lin Si thinks childish, yet he awkwardly extends his hand towards Si Jue and stammers, "Give me your backpack." "Are you worried that carrying the backpack will hinder my play?" Si Jue happily hands her bag to Lin Si. Such a chatterbox. Lin Si frowns slightly, a hint of exasperation crossing his exquisitely sculpted face as he lets out a barely audible sigh and accepts Si Jue's backpack. After a while of play, noticing the absence of Yunhua, Si Jue curiously peers towards the main house. She softly inquires of Qing Tao, "Has my aunt not risen yet? Is she not accompanying me and Lin Si to school today?" "Indeed, the princess has yet to awaken, Miss Suohuan," Qing Tao replies truthfully. Subsequently, Qing Tao turns to look at Mu Feng, pondering whether he might know the reason for the prince and princess's late rising. Mu Feng shrugs, indicating his ignorance. Meanwhile, leaning against the tree trunk, Mu Yu smirks playfully and beckons to Qing Tao. "Little Taozi, come ask your sister. I shall enlighten you." Chapter 53. A tale. Qing Tao approached Mu Yu with a heart full of curiosity, humbly inquiring, "Sister Yu, do you know the reason?" Mu Yu crossed her arms and gazed into Qing Tao's clear eyes, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "Little Taozi, it seems there is work to be done today." Mu Feng, suddenly enlightened, could not suppress the upward curve of his lips, sensing hope for his beloved young master. After indulging in his silent joy for a moment, he scrutinized Mu Yu with a furrowed brow, secretly pondering, does this woman possess an excessive amount of knowledge? Meanwhile, the earnest Qing Tao, not quite grasping the implications, opened her mouth and confessed, "Sister Yu, I don't quite understand. Could you elaborate?" Mu Yu glanced at Lin Si and Si Jue, who were attentively listening with curious expressions. With a gentle hand, Mu Yu cradled Qing Tao's head and, after a moment's contemplation, lowered her voice to whisper in her ear. "The prince and the princess surely engaged in the rites of marriage last night." Qing Tao's eyes sparkled with delight, nearly prompting her to leap with joy. Although Yunhua had always treated her with sisterly affection, Qing Tao believed it inappropriate to take liberties simply because her mistress was kind, and thus she had never broached such topics with Yunhua. However, each time she washed the bed linens, she diligently searched for a hint of crimson to infer the progress of the prince and princess's relationship. "Ah, Sister Yu is truly wise." Qing Tao's eyes crinkled with laughter as she generously praised Mu Yu. Mu Yu raised an eyebrow, confidently nodding in acknowledgement. Si Jue tilted her head and nudged Lin Si's shoulder, asking, "Lin Si, do you understand what Aunt Mu Yu is talking about?" "Not all." Lin Si shook his head, a frown creasing his brow. It was beyond his comprehension. "Let us pretend we have not heard anything." Si Jue consoled herself and Lin Si, convinced of her cleverness. Indeed, she never made things difficult for herself. Lin Si cast a sidelong glance at Si Jue, a hint of a smile flickering in his beautiful dark eyes. Inside the main house, Si Hung had long awakened, his gaze resting on the slumbering Yunhua nestled in his embrace. He arched his index finger and gently brushed her cheek with the back of his hand. Her soft, smooth face resembled that of the fair and tenderly Qi. He grasped Yunhua's hand that lay across his chest, placing it on his lips and softly nibbling her fingertips. After observing her for a while, he slowly withdrew his arm from beneath her neck, gently resting her head upon his pillow. Once he had risen, he washed and dressed, stepping out through a small door from the bathing chamber. "Uncle," Si Jue called out as she and Lin Si hurried towards Si Hung. Si Hung, his expression impassive, acknowledged them with a brief before asking, "Why haven't you both gone to the academy yet?" "We're waiting for Aunt to escort us," Si Jue replied. "No need to wait. Si Hung directed his gaze towards Mu Feng and Mu Yu, saying, "Take them." "Yes, your highness." Mu Feng and Mu Yu bowed respectfully and led Ji Sui Huan and Lin Si towards the carriage waiting outside the estate. In the carriage, Ji Sui Huan leaned against the bench beside Lin Si, her brow furrowed in confusion. Uncle clearly got up. "Why isn't he sending us like usual?" "Because Anton T come to send us," Lin Si replied. The pristine white snow outside cast a reflection in Lin Si's eyes, enhancing the brilliance of his dark, intelligent pupils akin to exquisite glass. His seventh uncle, a man known for his aloofness, would never have escorted him and his companion to school were it not for the presence of the Empress. "Lin Si, your eyes are truly beautiful," remarked Ji Sui Huan, resting her chin on her hands, gazing intently at Lin Si's eyes. Lin Si lowered his gaze towards Ji Sui Huan, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he replied, "I am aware." The winter sun illuminated the window on the other side of the carriage, casting the silhouettes of the little girl gazing upward and the little boy looking down, their innocent forms embodying pure beauty, like a scene from a poem or a painting. As the hour grew late, Yun Hua awoke languidly, her eyes opening to find Si Hung leaning against the bed, engrossed in a book. "You're awake," he said, reaching out to stroke her head, his gaze returning to the scroll in his hands. Yun Hua responded with a soft gradually realizing the bright sky outside. Suddenly, she sat upright, alarmed. "Oh no, I forgot to send Sui Huan and Lin Er to school." Si Hung wrapped his arm around Yun Hua's slender waist, pulling her close as he teased, "No worries, you can sleep a little longer and still catch them after school." Yun Hua shot him a glare for causing her to oversleep, then glanced at the book in his hands, which was none other than the tale she had recently been reading. "Your Highness, don't read that. It's not interesting," she said, feeling a bit embarrassed for him to see her reading such romantic literature, and reached out to snatch the scroll from him. Si Hung raised the book high, and Yun Hua missed her attempt. With a smirk, Si Hung remarked, "Whether it is interesting is debatable, but the content of what you read, my dear, is quite daring." Yun Hua, puzzled, looked up at the book he held. It was one that Qing Tao had just purchased for her. It was said to be the most popular tale on the market, and she had only just begun, having only reached the part where the protagonist's feelings began to blossom. Si Hung raised an eyebrow, his dark eyes sparkling with a subtle amusement as he grasped Yun Hua's wrist with one hand, revealing a page of the book in front of her. Following the direction of his finger, Yun Hua's face flushed crimson as she encountered a detailed and audacious description, accompanied by illustrations that seemed to clarify the text. Observing her flushed cheeks, Si Hung chuckled softly, playfully prolonging his words. "There are even more exhilarating scenes ahead, particularly in the wilderness." "Stop. Don't say another word, and no more reading," Yun Hua exclaimed, freeing herself from Si Heng's grasp, one hand covering his mouth while the other reached for the book. She had not glimpsed the subsequent content and was unaware of the bold depictions and intimate illustrations. If she had been reading alone, it would have been one thing, but the fact that Si Hung had seen it made her wish to vanish into a crevice. Si Hung tightened his hold around Yun Hua's waist, drawing her close to him, his lips curving as he whispered seductively near her ear. "Why not try what the book suggests, "Absolutely not," Yun Hua retorted, her ears turning a deeper shade of crimson, her vision blurring as if the red curtains before her were swaying gently. At that moment, Si Hung was dressed in a white brocade robe, a sky-blue jade belt cinching his waist, one long leg gracefully bent as he reclined against the bed, his deep-set eyes sparkling with a teasing smile. Each of his movements painted a picture of a languorous celestial being, yet the words that escaped his lips were utterly provocative. Yun Hua gazed at the lips of Si Hung as they parted and came together, abruptly pushing him away. She no longer cared for the book, lifted the quilt, and dashed into the bathroom. She scooped up a handful of cool water and splashed it upon her flushed face, attempting to quell the tumultuous beating of her heart. Meanwhile, within the residence of the Marquis of Chongping, Shun Jibai sat in a circular chair, his gaze deeply fixed upon the invitation laid upon the desk. His brows furrowed with intensity, and he sighed inwardly, realizing that certain matters could no longer be delayed. Chapter 54. Gu Mingyan stood beside Song Ming, casting a glance at the invitation sent by the Princess of Chong. A wave of anxiety washed over him. The princess seemed to have become fixated on their lord ever since returning to the Great Way, despite the lord having made his intentions abundantly clear. Yet, the princess appeared impervious to his words. She even pursued him all the way to Si Jue under the pretense of ancestral worship. Si Jue furrowed his brows in contemplation for a moment before gazing out at the expanse of snow. Suddenly, he spoke, summoned Mingyan. "We shall pay a visit to the Dazhao temple." "Yes, my lord," Song Ming replied, having accompanied Si Jue for many years. He was well aware of his lord's penchant for seeking solace in the sound of Buddhist chants whenever troubled. Nestled amidst towering mountains, the Dazhao temple stood majestic and solemn, exuding an otherworldly tranquility in the midst of a snow-clad realm. The ancient trees before the temple, adorned with snowflakes, swayed gently in the chilly breeze, causing the delicate snow to cascade to the ground like thousands of blossoming pear trees. Yunshu knelt on a cushion, diligently inscribing the final line of scripture before reverently handing it to the young monk reciting prayers before the brazier, softly saying, "Thank you, Master." The young monk chanted a Buddhist invocation, courteously accepted the scripture, and placed it in the brazier to continue his recitations. The Fan family had a tradition of revering the Buddha, to encourage Yunshu, who often remained indoors, to venture out. They frequently took her to the temple to listen to the teachings of the masters and transcribe prayers. However, due to the snowfall, and with her knee injured while saving Yunhua's father, causing her considerable pain, Fan had to allow Yunshu to visit the Dazhao temple alone. After watching the scripture in the brazier burn to ashes, Yunshu expressed her gratitude to the young monk and turned to leave. The biting wind swept through, scattering the falling snow. As she attempted to wipe away the snowflakes that had settled on her cheeks, she realized she could not find her handkerchief after searching her person for some time. "Qingju, it seems my handkerchief was left behind in the house," she said, her brows furrowed in concern. Qingju, having walked a distance with Yunshu, hesitated, knowing the snowy path was slippery and that Yunshu was still frail. She suggested, "Why don't you wait here? I will return to fetch it for you." Yunshu glanced around. Despite the snow, many pilgrims were present, and being in this sacred place alleviated her fears of mischief. She nodded in agreement. Qingju hurried back to retrieve the handkerchief, leaving Yunshu to wait on the steps of a temple. She extended her hand to catch the falling snowflakes, listening to the melodious Buddhist chants, her gaze softening as she watched the snowflakes gradually melt in her palm. The cold wind rustled her white cloak, yet it could not diminish the warmth radiating from her face. Suddenly, a shout echoed, "Watch out! Quickly move aside!" Gu Mingyan slipped on the steps behind Yunshu and tumbled down. Yunshu turned in alarm, witnessing Gu Mingyan glide down with remarkable grace. Instead of stepping back, she instinctively moved to the side of the steps, preparing to catch him. However, the boy's momentum was too great. While she managed to catch him and halt his slide, they both ended up tumbling onto the ground together. "Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself?" Yunshu asked anxiously, looking up at Gu Mingyan, who had fallen atop her. Gu Mingyan shook his head sturdily, rubbing his small backside as he stood up. "I'm fine, thank you." Yunshu let out a sigh of relief and slowly rose, brushing off the snow that clung to her cloak. The little boy before her appeared to be of similar age to Yi Huan, prompting Yunshu to inquire, "Would you like me to help you brush off the snow on your back?" Gu Mingyan's eyes lit up as he tilted his head to scrutinize Yunshu. This sister truly had a kind heart. Moreover, she was quite pleasing to the eye. "Thank you, sister," Gu Mingyan said with a broad smile, turning his back to allow Yunshu to assist him. Yunshu smiled gently, delicately brushing the snow from his shoulders, then asked, "What are you doing out here all alone?" Gu Mingyan pointed to a nearby house and exclaimed, "My father is inside, listening to the teachings of Buddha, so I came out to play for a while." Yunshu patted Gu Mingyan's shoulder, informing him that he was now free of snow. Just then, Qingju returned, curiously eyeing Gu Mingyan. "Miss, who is this?" she inquired. Yunshu replied with a smile, "I happened upon this little child. I must be on my way now. Be careful while playing, and try not to slip again." She bent down to meet Gu Mingyan's gaze, softly admonishing him. "Got it, beautiful sister. Goodbye." Gu Mingyan beamed, waving at Yunshu. She reciprocated the smile. It was hard not to like such a sweet-natured and charming child. After parting ways with Gu Mingyan, Yin Shu boarded her carriage, but soon after departing from the great Jiaoxi temple, the carriage broke down on the road. Yin Shu and Si Jue stood by the roadside, watching as the driver disassembled one side of the carriage, scratching his head in frustration as he attempted repairs, growing increasingly uncertain. Si Jue anxiously asked the driver, "When will be fixed?" "It's hard to say, miss," the driver replied honestly. Si Jue rubbed Yin Shu's icy hands, her brow furrowed. In such cold weather, if Yin Shu continued to stand in the snow waiting, she would surely catch a chill upon returning home. Just as Si Jue was fretting, a splendid carriage came to a halt before them, and a familiar young voice called out, "Oh, it's really the beautiful sister." Yin Shu looked at Gu Mingyan, who had poked his head out of the carriage, and smiled. "It's you. Your carriage is broken. Why not ride in mine? I can take you home," Gu Mingyan suggested kindly, glancing at the broken carriage by the roadside. Yin Shu hesitated, but the driver gently advised, "Miss, we truly do not know when our carriage will be repaired. Don't worry, beautiful sister. My name is Gu Mingyan. I'm not a bad person," he reassured, leaning further out of the carriage, eager for Yin Shu to see the sincerity in his eyes. "That would be a great help, Mingyan," Yin Shu admitted, feeling the cold seep into her bones after standing in the snow for so long. "It's no trouble. Didn't you help me earlier? It's only fair." Gu Mingyan smiled, opening the carriage door and beckoning Yin Shu to enter. As Yin Shu bent to step into the carriage, she was startled to discover that a man was already seated inside. Taken aback, she instinctively tried to retreat, but Gu Mingyan grasped her wrist, leading her into the carriage. "Don't be afraid, beautiful sister. This is my adoptive father. Moreover, with my presence, the two of you are not entirely alone in this room." Gu Mingyan raised his chin like a little adult, firmly pulling Yin Shu's hand to have her sit down. "Isn't this inconvenient? I should just leave," Yin Shu protested, attempting to rise once more. Who had remained silent until now, spoke in a deep voice. "You have assisted Mingyan, and now we are here to assist you in return. Consider it a repayment of kindness. There is no need for you to worry excessively." Without waiting for Yin Shu to respond, he cast a glance at Song Ming. Song Ming then promptly closed the car door, leaving the still-chatting Si Jue outside, and said to her, "Sit tight." The horse-drawn carriage, pulled by two horses, sped away like a whirlwind, while Si Jue clutched the cart rim tightly, feeling as though she might be thrown off with the slightest release. Chapter 55. Shun Jibai. Gu Mingyan glanced at the restless Yin Shu, tenderly engaging her in conversation. "Beautiful sister, where do you live?" "In the Yun residence on East City Street," Yin Shu replied softly to Gu Mingyan, her voice barely above a whisper, as if fearing that Shun Jibai might overhear. Yet, Shun Jibai caught her words, his typically tranquil black eyes momentarily flickering with surprise as he scrutinized Yin Shu and inquired, "What is your relationship with Yin Shao?" Although taken aback that Shun Jibai was acquainted with her elder brother, Yin Shu maintained her composure and respectfully answered in a hushed tone, "He is my elder brother." Shun Jibai observed the profile of Yin Shu, nodded slightly, and turned his gaze toward the window, lapsing into silence. "So it is she?" Gu Mingyan listened intently to the conversation between Shun Jibai and Yin Shu, his bright eyes darting back and forth, and innocently asked, "Beautiful sister, with such looks, you must have someone special, right?" Yin Shu felt a tinge of embarrassment from Gu Mingyan's compliment. Yet, mindful of Shun Jibai's presence, she could only gently shake her head, her light green tassel jade hairpin swaying softly with emotion. Meanwhile, Shun Jibai caught a glimpse of the delicate movement from the corner of his eye. Clapping his hands with excitement, Gu Mingyan exclaimed, "What a coincidence! My adoptive father is also unmarried." "Huh?" Yin Shu looked at Gu Mingyan's excited face, somewhat perplexed but hesitant to ponder further. After all, the man seated at the head of the table, though possessing an exquisite and exceptional countenance, emanated an air of authority that made it difficult to meet his gaze. Stealing glances at Shun Jibai's expression, Gu Mingyan noted that his adoptive father remained aloof but did not admonish him for speaking. Thus, he turned his gaze again, grinning widely, and swiftly approached the carriage door, calling out to Tsang Ming, "Tsang Ming, please stop for a moment." I need to use the restroom. Hearing this, Yinshu instinctively rose and offered, shall I accompany you? She was reluctant and somewhat intimidated to remain alone with Shun Jibai in the carriage. Gu Mingyin's face reflected a hint of embarrassment. But I am a boy. Wouldn't it be inconvenient for a beautiful sister to follow me? Yinshu considered this and, feeling slightly awkward, returned to her seat. However, as Gu Mingyin exited the carriage, she gradually shifted closer to the door. Shun Jibai withdrew his gaze from the window, observing Yinshu, who was now bowing her head and distancing herself from him, and asked in a deep voice, "Are you afraid of me?" "Just a little," Yinshu replied softly, grasping the handkerchief in her hand. Shun Jibai's gaze fell upon a strand of her hair, cascading beside her ear, and he questioned, "Is my appearance so dreadful that it frightens you?" Yinshu quickly met his eyes, her voice urgent as she clarified, "That's not it." Her inherently gentle and affectionate gaze, now tinged with anxiety, appeared to shimmer with a misty hue, enhancing her delicate and vulnerable beauty. Seeing that Yinshu finally dared to look him in the eye, Shun Jibai's typically stern lips unexpectedly curled upward, though he refrained from pressing her to elaborate. Instead, he pushed the carbon stove slightly closer to her, stating, "Your shoes are wet." In her earlier nervousness, Yinshu had not noticed her damp footwear. It was no wonder her feet felt cold while waiting for the carriage to be repaired, as they had been soaked by the snow. Yinshu pressed her lips together and once again cast a glance at Shun Jibai, her voice still barely above a whisper, "Thank you." In truth, she was not fearful of Shun Jibai. Rather, she was unaccustomed to conversing with men. Just as Yunhua had not spoken a single word to Si Hung throughout their prolonged union, she felt a certain trepidation at the mere sight of him. Fortunately, Si Hung also preferred solitude, thus sparing them both the embarrassment of conversation. Yet, this very man harbored such affection for her sister. The thought alone filled Yinshu with joy for Huar. Indeed, that was what one called favoritism. Lost in her musings, she swayed her feet playfully by the charcoal stove, a sweet smile blooming on her lips, reminiscent of the delight one experiences from tasting sugar. Shun Jibai cast a fleeting glance at the smile gracing Yinshu's lips, musing to himself, is she truly so pleased merely by the presence of the charcoal stove? How naive she is, like a child. After a considerable time, Gu Mingyin, who had gone to relieve himself, finally returned, and the carriage was no longer filled with the sound of a pin dropping. Upon arriving at the Yun residence, Gu Mingyin turned to Shun Jibai and tentatively inquired, "Adoptive father, may I tell the beautiful sister where we live?" Before Shun Jibai could respond, Yinshu interjected, No, Mingyin, you needn't tell me. I have no intention of visiting, so there is no need to trouble yourself." Upon hearing this, Shun Jibai's brow furrowed slightly, and he replied, "Do tell her." "All right," Gu Mingyin cheerfully acquiesced. He then turned to Yinshu with a smile and said, "Beautiful sister, our home is also on this street. Just a bit further ahead is our ancestral residence." "Quite close, I assent it." Yinshu followed Gu Mingyin's pointing finger and realized that the residence he indicated was indeed the ancestral home of the Duke of Jinbei. Thus, the man before her was Shun Jibai, the illustrious general renowned for his countless victories in battle. When Yinshu glanced at him again, her eyes were unmistakably filled with respect, imbued with a touch of reverence for her elder. Shun Jibai accepted Yinshu's gaze of respect with an expressionless demeanor. "We live so close, beautiful sister, you can come play with me." Gu Mingyin tugged at Yinshu's hand, earnestly inviting her. Not wishing to deceive the child nor hurt his feelings, she gently caressed his small face and replied softly, "Mingyin can come to find me. That would be more convenient." Gu Mingyin pondered for a moment, considering that there would be ample time ahead, and decided that establishing a connection was of utmost importance. He obediently nodded and said, "All right." As the sky darkened and the moon ascended to its zenith, the warm glow of orange candlelight spread throughout the room, casting a soft radiance within the richly adorned chamber, evoking the essence of spring. Yunhua clutched the quilt tightly in her embrace, barricading herself at the farthest end of the bed. "Hua, be obedient," Si Hung urged, reaching out to grasp her exposed ankle. With one hand firmly clutching the quilt and the other gripping the headboard, Yunhua shook her head vigorously, her delicate eyes shimmering like clear water. Soft yet defiant. Your Highness, you must also be obedient. Let's not quarrel, shall we? Si Hung, exasperated yet amused, could only laugh at the irony of the situation. Was she truly attempting to turn the tables and demand his compliance? Chapter 56. Exhaustion. Si Hung released Yunhua's ankle, leaning over the petite figure and effortlessly prying her fingers from the headboard, enveloping her along with the blanket in his embrace. His palm grazed the expanse of her smooth back, his forehead resting against her slightly furrowed brow as he lowered his voice in a seductive whisper. Just this once more. My dear. His naturally deep and melodious tone was deliberately softened, resembling the gentle mist of the mountains brushing against one's eyelashes, evoking a subtle yet enticing thrill. Yunhua felt her resolve weakening, biting her lip as she gazed at Si Hung, already contemplating whether to indulge him in yet another encounter. Si Hung scrutinized each nuance of her expression, his clear eyes betraying no secrets. With just a single glance, he discerned her thoughts. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips, his gaze warm as it lingered on hers. Yunhua's eyelashes fluttered, completely succumbing to her emotions. He was like a blood-red mandrake blooming at midnight, exquisitely handsome and enchantingly captivating. Defeated, Yunhua cast a playful glare at Si Hung, raising her chin defiantly yet weakly. We agreed, just this once. Deceivers are but little dogs. Si Hung regarded her fierce yet fragile demeanor with a soft chuckle. Very well. He turned to kiss her lips, which had just been slightly dry, now instantly moistening under his touch. Si Hung discarded the brocade blanket that lay between them, his hand pressing against her waist as he pulled her closer, enveloping her completely without leaving a sliver of space. It was undeniable that he understood her better than she understood herself. His deliberate seduction was like a whirlpool, drawing her deeper into its embrace. Outside, the radiant stars and moon were captivated by the warmth of the red candles, lingering in the heavens and observing from afar. The next day, when Yunhua awoke, Jisui Huan and Lin Si had returned from school at noon, beginning to prepare for their studies. Is Annie unwell? Why has she been waking up later and later these past few days? Jisui Huan mumbled, biting the tip of her brush with a furrowed brow. Lin Si paused with his pen in hand, tilting his head in thought before seriously analyzing. Annie shouldn't be ill. If she were, Uncle wouldn't appear so spirited these past couple of days. Right? Jisui Huan's eyes brightened, her worries dissipating instantly. Nevertheless, she intended to check on Yunhua's frequent late awakenings, so she set down her brush and took Lin Si's hand. Shall we go see Annie? Lin Si's gaze fell upon the hand Jisui Huan held, his eyes narrowing slightly before he nodded softly. Si Hung entered from outside, spotting Yunhua lazily sprawled on the couch, a light smile gracing his dark eyes. He strolled to her side, sitting beside her, his long arm wrapping around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. His lips brushed against her neck as he inquired, still not recovered? Yunhua let out a soft huff, attempting to evade the heat of his breath on her neck. It wasn't fatigue that plagued her. Rather, her limbs felt weak and sore, longing for rest. All of this could be attributed to the man behind her. Who would have thought he could last so long? With a pout, Yunhua glanced down at Si Hang's hand resting on her abdomen, his long fingers distinctly elegant, pale as jade, and utterly flawless. Yunhua gently lifted Si Hang's index finger, lightly touching it with her fingertip before playfully curling it, softly calling him, Your Highness. Si Hang subtly curled the corner of his lips, intrigued and awaiting her words. Typically, when she spoke to him in such a soft tone, it indicated she sought something from him. Just as Yunhua was about to speak, her fingertip grazed the black jade ring on Si Hang's index finger. A wave of unexpected warmth surged through her, causing her to hurriedly release his finger and instead grasp his ring finger. Si Hung observed Yunhua's furtive movements, the amusement in his eyes deepening. Your Highness, might it be possible for you to not take so long in the future? Yunhua carefully chose her words, teasingly tugging at his finger, her gaze lowered as she whispered her plea. It truly is exhausting. If this continues, I fear I shall become accustomed to the company of my bed alone, with no other engagements, and before I know it, half the day will have slipped away. Si Hung chuckled softly, leaning closer to nip playfully at Yunhua's earlobe, leisurely responding, "If the time were shorter, I would worry that you might not be satisfied." Who exactly is it that remains unsatisfied? Yunhua shot him an indignant glance, flustered and tempted to pull away from his grasp. Yet his hand around her waist held her firmly in place. "Aunt!" Ji Sui-Huan's bright voice rang out from outside the room. Yunhua panicked, anxiously glancing at Si Hung, pleading, "Quick, let go. Sui-Huan is coming in." Si Hung, unfazed, gazed into Yunhua's clear eyes, not loosening his hold, but drawing her closer instead, leisurely asking, "Do you still find the time too long?" "Not anymore," Yunhua exclaimed, forcefully swatting at his hand, exasperated yet resigned. "Good." His dark eyes sparkled with a teasing smile as he finally released her. Yunhua quickly distanced herself from Si Hung, adjusting her attire and sitting gracefully opposite him, awaiting Ji Sui-Huan's entrance. "Oh, uncle is here too?" Ji Sui-Huan exclaimed as she dashed in, pulling Lin Si along, her enthusiasm palpable as she greeted Si Hung. Si Hung responded with a nonchalant hum, glancing at Lin Si. Lin Si returned the gaze with a sweet smile, as if to say, "It wasn't me who brought Ji Sui-Huan here." Ji Sui-Huan kicked off her shoes and climbed onto the bed, naturally settling between Yunhua and Si Hung. "Aunt, why haven't you taken us to school these past few days?" "Because Aunt hasn't been sleeping well at night and hasn't gotten up in the morning," Yunhua replied, scrambling for an excuse while pulling Lin Si's small hand to encourage him to sit beside her. Lin Si looked up at Yunhua, understandingly suggesting, "Then Aunt should rest early today." "All right, I'll listen to Lin Er," Yunhua replied warmly, her eyes sparkling with affection. Si Hung leaned against the headboard, observing the harmonious trio, suddenly narrowing his brows as he turned to Ji Sui-Huan and inquired, "Have you finished your assignments?" "Not yet," Ji Sui-Huan replied candidly, clearly uninterested in her schoolwork. She had already devised a clever plan. If the teacher asked, she would simply claim she had forgotten to bring her assignments. At this thought, Ji Sui-Huan couldn't help but silently applaud her own cleverness. Lin Si glanced at Si Hung, his dark eyes twinkling with understanding as he suppressed a smile, seemingly grasping the unspoken meaning behind the words of the seventh prince. Rising from his seat, Lin Si exchanged formalities with Si Hung and Yunhua before addressing Ji Sui-Huan. "I must return to my studies. Will you accompany me?" "Yes, I shall." "Wait for me, Lin Si," Ji Sui-Huan exclaimed, hastily slipping on her shoes as she saw Lin Si preparing to leave. Observing her flustered urgency, Lin Si's lips curled down slightly, yet a subtle smile lingered in his clear and refined eyes as he led her out of the main room. Once the two children departed, Si Hung playfully flicked Yunhua's nose with his finger and inquired, "Will you join this prince at Jinling Terrace tonight?" Yunhua's eyes sparkled with interest. "What brings His Highness there?" "To attend the welcoming banquet for Siyin," Si Hung replied. Upon hearing this, Yunhua recalled that the previous afternoon, the Grand Princess indeed sent someone, revealing that it was an invitation to the banquet. "That sounds delightful. I have yet to visit Jinling Terrace," she said with a cheerful nod. Chapter 57. The banquet seated in a rocking chair behind Yunhua. Si Hung gazed pensively out the window, awaiting her preparations. Yunhua wished to adorn herself with a set of jewelry gifted by Si Hung, so she deliberately chose a matching skirt. "Is this suitable?" she asked softly as she placed a delicate pink tassel hairpin in her hair and twirled gently before him. The expansive hem of her skirt flowed gracefully as she turned, resembling a peach blossom blooming vibrantly in the spring, enhancing the beauty of her ethereal visage. Indeed, she was more exquisite than the flowers, which appeared dull in her presence. Si Hang's gaze momentarily faltered as he extended his hand towards Yunhua, remarking in a low voice, "You look splendid." As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. Thus, upon hearing Si Hang's praise, Yunhua could not suppress a smile. She grasped his hand and allowed him to pull her onto his lap, comfortably leaning against him. The rocking chair swayed, and the tassels of her hairpin lightly brushed against Si Hang's ear, reminiscent of a gentle summer breeze creating ripples on a calm lake. Si Heng's hand rested on Yun Hua's waist as he held her close for a moment longer before they finally rose to depart. As dusk enveloped the sky, the Jinling platform gleamed with lights, bright as day. Guests adorned in splendid attire strode along the crimson silk welcome path, entering the enchanting banquet filled with flickering lights. The seasoned Lin family minister stood at the entrance of the Jinling platform, his face adorned with a welcoming smile, awaiting the arrival of distinguished guests. Upon spotting Si Heng and Yun Hua alighting from their carriage, he hurried forward, respectfully greeting, "I have the honor of meeting His Highness, the Crown Prince, and Her Highness, the Crown Princess." Regardless of how others perceive this seemingly neglected prince, the Lin family minister believed that even a withered camel is larger than a horse, and thus, proper etiquette must be upheld. Si Heng raised a hand, signaling for the Lin family minister to rise. With a beaming smile, the minister led the way, personally guiding Si Heng and Yun Hua to their seats. As the couple entered, countless pairs of eyes, some direct and others furtive, fell upon them, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Yet amidst the scrutiny, a gentle and affectionate gaze lingered. Yun Hua gently tugged at Si Heng's sleeve, whispering softly, "Your Highness, please wait for me a moment. I shall greet Lady Lin, who is Jin Shu's mother." Si Heng nodded, watching as Yun Hua gracefully approached Lady Lin. "Jin Hua," Lady Lin exclaimed upon seeing her, extending her hand in welcome. "Madam," Yun Hua replied, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she took Lady Lin's hand. Lady Lin scrutinized Yun Hua from head to toe, then glanced knowingly at Si Heng, her heart swelling with pride as she remarked, "It seems that what Jin Shu said is true. The prince treats our Jin Hua exceedingly well, and she is blossoming into an even more beautiful young lady." Yun Hua felt a flush of shyness and smiled bashfully. "You flatter me, madam." She glanced behind Lady Lin, but did not see Lin Jin Shu, prompting her to inquire, "Madam, where is Jin Shu?" "Jin Shu has caught a slight cold, so I did not allow her to attend," Lady Lin replied. As Lin Jin Shu's only close friend, Lady Lin held a deep affection for Yun Hua. "Is it serious? I will visit Jin Shu tomorrow. Would that be convenient?" Yun Hua furrowed her brows in concern. Madame Lin gently caressed the delicate back of Yun Hua's hand and shook her head, saying, "It's not serious. It will be better in a few days. If you wish to visit, let us wait until Jin Shu recovers, lest you catch the illness yourself, and that would be truly regrettable." Yun Hua wanted to say something more, but Madame Lin interrupted her with a smile. "Good child, when you have time to come to the residence, we shall speak at length. Now, hurry back to the prince's side. Do not keep him waiting." Yun Hua turned a glance at Si Heng, their eyes meeting for a brief moment, and thus she ceased her reluctance, her face adorned with a warm smile. "Then I shall visit you and Jin Shu another day." Madame Lin nodded with a smile, watching as Yun Hua walked back to Si Heng, observing how he naturally took her hand, the two gradually disappearing into the distance. A series of familiar yet long-forgotten images flickered in her mind. Once, she and Lord Lin had shared a similarly intimate bond, but with the arrival of concubine Lu and the subsequent addition of more wives, that tender affection had long been worn away. There was no uproar, no tearing apart of facades. It was her final concession to preserve their mutual dignity. Before the banquet commenced, Yun Hua and Si Heng strolled about. They reached a secluded corridor, about to turn a corner when they heard footsteps approaching from the other side. Seeing halted, turning to look back at Shun Ji Bai, her voice imbued with an unusual softness. "Ji Bai, I have come to Qinzhou with you. Will you still keep me at arm's length?" Upon hearing this, Yun Hua covered her mouth gently, her eyes widening in shock and excitement as she turned to Si Heng, her gaze brimming with curiosity about the revelation. Si Heng, observing Yun Hua's small expression, smiled tenderly and reached out to pat her head. Shun Ji Bai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his handsome face betraying no emotion. "I have already made my feelings clear to the princess. I am grateful for your affection, but I would never dare to hinder your marriage." Seeing gazed at Shun Ji Bai with an almost foolish admiration, devoid of surprise, only a sense of unwillingness. The same words he had expressed countless times over the past 3 years. She could not comprehend why. Despite her willingness to cast aside her royal demeanor and extend a hand, he remained as unyielding as a stone. her fingers, concealed in her sleeves, dug in her palm, the slight pain prompting her to ask bitterly, "Do you disdain me for having been married?" "No," Shun Jibai replied, his restraint dictated by her royal status, though internally he was exceedingly vexed. "Very well, Shun Jibai, I shall tell you this. As long as you remain unmarried, I will wait for you." This proclamation had been in Si Yin's heart for 3 years. Otherwise, she would not have clung to it so resolutely. When she was 15, it was Shun Jibai who escorted her to the grasslands to wed King Vardar. At 23, upon her return to the Great Way, it was again Shun Jibai who led the way to welcome her back. Over the years, his single status had only fueled her obsession, convincing her that fate had intertwined their lives. "There is no need for that," Shun Jibai spoke in a deep voice, yet he refrained from elaborating further. However, to dispel Si Yin's hopes, he had indeed begun to entertain the thought of taking a wife. "You need not concern yourself." Si Yin flicked her sleeves and proudly brushed past Shun Jibai, lifting her chin. Such unrequited love is indeed the most painful feeling. Yet emotions are the most reluctant of things. Yunhua gazed fondly at Si Hung beside her, unable to resist wrapping her slender arms around his lean waist. Tilting her face up, resting her chin against his chest, and looking at him with soft, adoring eyes, Si Hung embraced the affectionate figure, his dark eyes gleaming with a warmth akin to the sun and moon, as he leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her tender lips. Once Si Yin had walked away, Shun Jibai turned his attention towards the corridor where Si Hung and Yunhua were situated, and spoke in a low voice. "Come out." Chapter 58. Fallacies upon hearing Shun Jibai's words. Yunhua blinked in confusion, glancing at Si Hung and silently mouthing the question. "Is he referring to us?" Si Hung raised his brow slightly, neither confirming nor denying, merely nodding. Given Shun Jibai's formidable martial prowess, he could easily discern the presence of someone lurking behind the corridor. Si Hung took Yunhua's hand, guiding her around the corridor with an air of calmness, eventually standing before Shun Jibai, even leisurely adjusting his crane cloak. Shun Jibai, upon recognizing Si Hung, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his cold eyes, but chose not to speak, instead observing him with a furrowed brow. Yunhua raised her gaze, alternating between Si Hung and Shun Jibai, sensing an awkward tension in the air. In the realm of Dewei, few were unaware of Shun Jibai's illustrious reputation. He had entered the battlefield at 16, gained fame at 18, and wielded his spear to vanquish countless foes. His name had become synonymous with the spirit of the army, instilling fear in adversaries and safeguarding the common folk. Considering such a figure, Yunhua believed he ought to be reasonable. Thus, she composed herself and addressed Shun Jibai softly. "My lord, it was actually I and His Highness who arrived first. Your conversation with the princess merely found its way into our ears." At her words, Si Hung looked down at Yunhua, who presented the act of eavesdropping with such fresh innocence and earnestness, a smile unwittingly gracing his lips as he gently weighed her delicate hand in his palm. Shun Jibai regarded Yunhua as well, though his gaze seemed to penetrate beyond her, searching for another. Despite their sisterly bond, they bore little resemblance, and their temperaments diverged significantly. Had it been the woman from yesterday, she would likely be in tears by now, unable to engage in such whimsical reasoning. Shun Jibai withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and queried, "So, are you implying that I have intruded upon your conversation with the Crown Prince?" Yunhua nodded, her expression unflinching, her eyes clear and innocent. Si Hung, holding Yunhua's hand behind his back, continued, "The dealings with Si Yin have long been the talk of the capital. What need is there for eavesdropping?" Shun Jibai found amusement in the interplay between the couple, a hint of paternal mirth rising in his gaze. Astonished that the usually aloof and grim seventh prince would have someone to protect in such a manner. Yet, he thought, why should he lower himself to squabble with these two children? At that moment, Lin Jinfeng, having finally escaped Wang Xingzhou, approached the group with a smile. She gazed at Shun Jibai's tall and upright figure, brushed her hair, and discreetly touched up her lip color. Today, she donned a white cloak over a pale yellow skirt adorned with cloud patterns, each step causing the hem to flutter, embodying the ethereal grace of a delicate lotus. As Wang Xingzhou had described, Thus, Lin Jinfeng approached with confidence, elegantly curtsying to the trio and softly announcing, "The banquet is about to commence. Jinfeng has come to invite the Marquis, His Royal Highness, and the Crown Princess to take their seats." With that, Lin Jinfeng's gaze lingered on Shen Jibai. Her heart increasingly stirred. Apart from being significantly older, he was perfect in every regard. Highborn, majestic, and incomparable to Wang Xingzhou. Shen Jibai cast a brief glance at Lin Jinfeng before turning to head towards the main hall, with Lin Jinfeng following closely by his side. Yunhua tilted her head and gazed at the figure of Lin Jinfu ahead, suddenly whispering, "Is this yet another shift in focus? First it was Wang Xingzhou, and now it is Lord Shen?" Her voice was soft, and Si Heng did not catch her words. Yunhua rose on her toes, leaning closer to Si Heng's ear to share her speculation. "It seems that Miss Lin has set her sights on Lord Shen once more." Si Heng glanced indifferently ahead. Who Lin Jinfu fancied was of no concern to him, provided she did not take an interest in him, lest he find himself compelled to silence her. Just then, Lin Jinfu, who had been walking steadily, suddenly let out a delicate cry, twisting her body, her steps faltering as she lurched towards Shen Jibai. Shen Jibai, with his sharp brows furrowed, executed a calm sidestep, evading the clumsy Lin Jinfu, allowing her to fall unceremoniously to the ground. Having spent years on the battlefield and in court, Shen Jibai prided himself on his keen judgment of character. As a military commander, if he could not discern the intentions of others, how could he strategize effectively? Thus, he dismissed Lin Jinfu's pitiful ruse, continuing on his way without a moment's pause. Humiliated, Lin Jinfu sat on the ground, her handmaidens hurriedly assisting her to her feet, carefully brushing the snow from her garments. Lin Jinfu, twisting the handkerchief in her grip, glared resentfully at the indifferent figure of Shen Jibai. Yet, the thought of Yunhua and Si Heng witnessing her embarrassment conjured images of their mocking laughter in her mind, prompting her to stomp her foot in frustration. Little did she know, Yunhua and Si Heng merely observed her recent display without comment, engrossed in their own tender exchanges. "Wasn't I quite brave when I was reasoning with Lord Shen earlier?" Yunhua's eyes sparkled as she smiled at Si Heng, her face uplifted in anticipation of praise. Si Heng's lips curled slightly, and he playfully pinched her soft cheek with his fingers. His voice laced with a languid amusement. "I never knew the princess was so adept at twisting logic." "That's because your highness was present, granting me confidence," Yunhua replied sweetly, her soft apricot eyes shimmering with warmth. Si Heng's fingers lingered on her cheek, his deep, dark gaze growing somber as he asked, "And what if I were not here?" Though he wore a smile, Yunhua sensed an unspoken bitterness beneath it, and his implication of absence seemed to resonate with something beyond the present moment. "How could your highness not be here? You will always be by my side, won't you?" Yunhua, slightly anxious, grasped the hem of Si Heng's garments, shaking it gently. The bright joy in her eyes faded, replaced by a misty confusion. Seeing the tears welling in Yunhua's eyes, Si Heng smiled warmly, his long fingers threading through her flowing hair, drawing her head against his chest. Leaning in, he playfully nibbled on her ear, his voice low and teasing. "What are you worrying about? I long to be entwined with you day and night. How could I bear to be away?" Yet, from an angle unseen by Yunhua, Si Heng's smile gradually faded, a rare shadow of uncertainty regarding the future flickering in his gaze. The faint pang of bitterness in Yunhua's heart was ultimately disturbed by Si Heng's mischievous words, gradually transforming into a delicate blush and threads of sweetness. Si Heng reined in his emotions, lifting her blushing face, which bloomed like a flower, and chuckled lightly. Teasing her, "How about one more time tonight?" Instantly, Yunhua's small face fell, and she fiercely bit down on his index finger, pouting no. Si Heng curled the corners of his lips, raising the finger that Yunhua had bitten, leisurely tracing it around his lips, and with a gentle press. He savored the honeyed essence that lingered in her mouth. Chapter 59. Heartache upon their return to the front courtyard, Yunhua and Si Heng encountered Si Yin raised her chin, surveying her long-lost imperial brother with an air of arrogance. Upon noticing Si Heng clasping Yunhua's hand, her gaze instantly turned frigid, and she coldly mocked, I never expected you to be so pleased with father's betrothal. Indeed, I am quite satisfied, Si Hung replied, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. At his words, the frost in Si Yin's eyes intensified. Both were bestowed with marriages. Both were subject to the whims of fate. Yet, why did this frail wretch encounter a beloved, while she could not? Since the very day she wed the king of Vadal, resentment had festered within her. She, the most esteemed princess of Dawei, was forced to leave her homeland and marry into a foreign realm, one so bereft of familiarity. She loathed the people there, detested the biting winds and sands that stung her face, found the greasy food intolerable, and could not abide the uncivilized customs. She abhorred everything about that place and laid all blame upon the king of Vadal, who had insisted on marrying her. Yet, was the king truly unkind to her? To be fair, he had treated her well. In a land where polygamy was common, he had taken only her as his wife, never once compelling her to bear him children despite her unwillingness. He defied all counsel, resolutely refusing to take concubines. He constructed a palace for her, akin to those in Dawei, and brought her various intriguing trinkets, delighting in her laughter as if she were a child. He showcased his equestrian skills, demonstrated archery, and sought to impress her with his prowess in taming fierce birds of prey, yearning for her to witness his gallant side as he rode through the dust. Yet, she perceived nothing but savagery, her eyes devoid of any interest. In matters of intimacy, he would plead with her for ages before she reluctantly fulfilled her marital duties. Lying beside him, she would remain motionless, offering no cooperation. Nevertheless, he still refused to take a concubine, even in his final moments. He ensured that his confidant would escort her away, fully aware of her disdain for his rustic nature and absence of the refined elegance characteristic of Dawei's gentlemen. Thus, even with a dagger embedded in his chest and blood incessantly trickling from his lips, he endured the excruciating pain, laboriously wiping the blood from his mouth with a handkerchief, a rarity among the rugged men of the steppes, and smiled at her, saying, "My little princess may return to your homeland now." At that moment, Si Jwe's heart, unwavering for 8 long years, faltered, engulfed in confusion and disarray. She then watched as he slowly collapsed, the pristine white snow beneath him soon stained with vivid crimson. He cast one final glance her way, filled with profound affection and endless regret, asking her, "If there's a next life, could you perhaps smile for me?" Iner? Her pride had prevented her from shedding a tear before the king of Vadal, and her disdain had kept her from ever smiling in his presence. Yet this time, Si Jue trembled with a smile and wept. It was her first smile for him and her first tears for him, and indeed, it was the last. Waddle, once the sovereign of the grasslands, gazed upon his beloved maiden, his right hand resting upon his heart, a smile frozen upon his face as he lay in the snow. Si Jue was perplexed by her sudden recollection of Waddle. She closed her eyes briefly, her gaze returning to Si Hung and Yunhua, perhaps stung by the affection shared between them. Si Jue cast an irritable glance at Si Hung, disdainfully uttering, "What a pity he won't live long." With that, she turned and walked away. Once again, Yunhua found it utterly detestable when others cursed Si Hung in such a manner. She raised her eyes to observe Si Hung, who remained utterly calm, his obsidian eyes betraying not a flicker of emotion, his brow unknotted. His nonchalance pierced Yunhua's heart with an ache. How many times had he endured such curses, numbing himself to the point of indifference? Had anyone ever grieved for him before? Had anyone told him that such words were incorrect, that he would thrive year after year? Yunhua gazed at Si Heng's profile, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering. The night breeze caressed her, and the lantern swayed, casting a dance of light and shadow upon the sparse, unpolished surface, as pure as snow beneath an eave, as cold as the moon in the sky. A sudden desire to embrace him surged within her, yet propriety forbade such displays in the presence of others. Instead, she could only squeeze his palm, conceal her sorrow, and bend her lips into the sweetest smile, softly reiterating, "Your Highness will thrive year after year. I shall always be by your side." Si Hung turned to behold Yunhua's gentle and sweet smile, momentarily taken aback before realizing she was affected by Si Yin's words. "You foolish girl," he thought, releasing her hand and wrapping his long arm around her slender shoulder, heedless of the gazes surrounding them, drawing her into his embrace. He rested his chin atop her silken hair, tempted to nuzzle, yet fearing to disturb her meticulously arranged locks. He settled for gently patting her delicate back in a soothing manner. From a distance, several young ladies from noble families witnessed the scene. Meng Jiyu, the daughter of the governor of Si Jue, remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "Rumors can be quite harmful. They say Prince Chun is ruthless and cold. Yet what I see is a prince who is exceedingly gentle with his princess." Beside her, Tang Wan formed a heart shape with her hands, nodding in agreement, enviously exclaiming, "Had I known Prince Chun possessed such exquisite grace and striking features, I would willingly leap into the fire pit." Yongla, Xiangju and Jiang Si Yao, listening to her companions, fixed her gaze on Si Hung, a spark of eagerness lighting her eyes as she smirked, "It's never too late to realize." Meng Jiyu and Tang Wan exchanged glances, uncertain yet intrigued, before Jiang Si Yao smiled and turned to take her seat. At the banquet, Lin Fuchong arranged a sumptuous feast tailored to Si Yin's preferences, accompanied by songs and dances. Guests raised their glasses to toast Si Yin, while others engaged in low murmurs, laughter and chatter creating a harmonious atmosphere. Jiang Si Yao cast a disdainful glance at the contented Yun Hua across the table, inwardly scoffing. How utterly petty, only concerned with eating at such a grand affair. The reason for Yun Hua's indulgence was simple. It was late, and she was indeed quite hungry. Secondly, the dishes were exquisite, and she had no desire to waste them. Moreover, Lin Fuching had indeed put considerable thought into it, knowing that Sin had a penchant for shrimp. Despite the frigid season, he had procured a substantial quantity of fresh seafood and had specifically instructed the chef to employ various cooking techniques. Si Hung glanced at the plate before Yun Hua and noticed that she had sampled every dish except for the shrimp, prompting him to inquire, "Do you not like shrimp?" Yun Hua shook her head, her eyes sparkling with a youthful cleverness, as she earnestly shared her wisdom with Si Hung. "Eating shrimp requires peeling, so I intend to save them for last. Otherwise, my hands will get dirty and my eating posture will not be presentable." Sieng chuckled softly, taking the plate of shrimp from in front of Yun Hua and placing it on his own table. He adjusted his sleeves and began to peel the shrimp. "Will you be giving that to me once you are done, Your Highness?" Yun Hua gazed eagerly at the shrimp in Si Heng's hands, fearing that he might consume them all without returning any to her. Si Heng was aware of Yun Hua's fondness for food, yet he was unaware of her fierce protectiveness over it. Chapter 60 Provocation. Si Heng cast a humorous glance at Yun Hua, his thin lips curling slightly. "It's all yours." Only then did Yun Hua feel a sense of relief, placing her hands on her knees and sitting up straight, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at the shrimp in Si Heng's hand. "Thank you, Your Highness," she said sweetly. With elegant fingers, he deftly peeled away the shrimp head, his fingertips gliding along the shell seams, removing the slightly firm exoskeleton. His fair fingers gradually became stained with the shrimp's red hue, imparting an oddly captivating beauty to his jade-like hands. Yun Hua fixated on Si Heng's hands, inadvertently complimenting, "Your Highness, your hands are truly beautiful." Si Heng lifted his eyelids to regard the dazed Yun Hua, raising an eyebrow as he softly inquired, "Just beautiful? What about their length and thickness?" Initially, Yun Hua did not comprehend, but upon meeting his half-smiling gaze, the hidden implications of his words dawned upon her, and images of his hands from the past involuntarily surfaced in her mind. "Humph, I shall ignore you." Yun Hua turned her head away, no longer fixated on his hands, her palms resting on the edge of the seat, her eyelashes fluttering as her cheeks blushed. "Do you not want the shrimp?" Si Heng asked, his tone cool and teasing. As expected, a morsel of pride was easily swallowed. Yun Hua, lacking in resolve, replied in a soft voice, "I do." Si Heng looked on with satisfaction at her flushed face and dispirited expression, a faint smile gracing his lips, though Jiang Siyu was seated at a distance. Unable to discern the words exchanged between Yun Hua and Si Heng, their demeanor conveyed a playful flirtation beyond any doubt, especially when Si Heng brought the peeled shrimp to Yun Hua, resting his chin on one hand as he leisurely watched her eat. This scene was undeniably striking to her. When the cool depths of his eyes shimmered with affection, it was utterly enchanting. The young girl, as heart fluttered with hope that those captivating eyes would linger upon her. Thus, during a pause in the music, Jiang Siyu rose and approached the hall, bowing to Si Yin. It is my fortune to behold the long princess today. I would like to offer a dance in homage to her. Si Yin looked down at Jiang Siyu, a faint smile gracing her lips as she waved her hand dismissively. Very well. Unperturbed by Si Yin's haughty demeanor, Jiang Siyu smiled and, after informing the musicians of her chosen tune, began to prepare for her dance. In between bites, Yunhua glanced up at the gracefully dancing Jiang Siyu, the flowing skirt and her lithe figure rendering each movement both delicate and powerful, indeed a sight to behold. She set down her chopsticks, intent on watching. Yet, she gradually sensed something amiss. Every time Jiang Siyu turned in their direction, her flirtatious glances seemed to intentionally linger on Si Heng. Yunhua nudged Si Heng's hand, leaning slightly closer as she whispered, "Your Highness, she seems to be looking at you." Si Heng furrowed his brow and cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Siyu. Upon noticing Si Heng's attention, Jiang Siyu's gaze brimmed with even more affection. High above, Si Yin detected Jiang Siyu's lingering gaze upon Si Heng and leisurely raised her goblet of fine wine to her lips, taking a sip, a playful smile dancing in her phoenix-like eyes. Si Heng glared darkly at Jiang Siyu, his expression grim and frigid, as if regarding a mere object. He had already begun contemplating how to rid himself of her presence. Seated opposite Si Heng, Shunji Bai also sensed the shift in his demeanor, leaning back against the chair with a silent smile. The love of a heartless individual is not something that everyone can endure. To endure it is to share a life and eternity as a pair. To falter is to end up as a solitary grave. Jiang Siyao felt a chill creep up her spine under Si Heng's piercing gaze, causing her once graceful dance steps to falter. She fought to suppress the panic rising within her, maintaining a dancer's smile as she completed her performance. As the final notes faded, the unknowing guest showered Jiang Siyao with admiration and fervent praise for her dance. Amidst the flattery, her initial fright, instigated by Si Heng, gradually transformed into self-satisfaction. She graciously acknowledged the applause and turned to Yunhua, her expression respectful as she said, "I have heard that the Princess of Chun possesses exceptional dancing skills. Might we be granted the pleasure of witnessing her grace at the banquet of the Grand Princess?" Yunhua regarded Jiang Siyao, who had suddenly turned against her, and gently grasped Si Heng's hand beneath the table, his simmering anger palpable. Maintaining a gentle smile, she inquired, "Who told you that my dancing is exceptional?" The statement was fabricated, yet Yunhua feigned earnestness, leaving Jiang Siyao momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Gradually, Yunhua's smile faded as she continued, "I am not particularly skilled in dance. It was merely the Yongle County lord who claimed I excelled. Today is the Grand Princess's welcoming banquet, and your excessive flattery towards me might be perceived as overshadowing the main event." Jiang Siyao had intended to embarrass Yunhua, yet the latter's candid admission of her lack of skill redirected the audience's focus to her subsequent remarks. This unexpected maneuver left Jiang Siyao bewildered. Shunji Bai observed Yunhua, noting her cleverness. Indeed, the children of the Yun family were remarkably astute. Si Heng smiled, his gaze filled with appreciation for Yunhua. Although she was well-behaved, she was certainly not naive. "I am not." Jiang Siyao's face flushed with displeasure as she attempted to defend herself. Yunhua interrupted her coldly. "I could overlook the county lord's remarks, yet I hope you refrain from creating such troublesome situations in the future." Jiang Siyao stammered. But before she could articulate her thoughts, Yunhua had already encapsulated them, leaving her at a loss for words and retreating in embarrassment. Meng Jiyu and Tang, one exchanged glances, silently acknowledging that Jiang Siyao was no match for the Princess of Chun, feeling fortunate that they had not entertained any ill intentions. Si Yin observed the scene, which was more entertaining than any performance of the evening. Swirling the fine wine in her goblet as a tipsy haze began to envelop her, she then instructed the guests to disperse. Moonlight like fine sand, gently draped over the snow-covered bluestone path, while the stars wove a tapestry of lingering night. Si Hung looked down at Yunhua, his hands slipping beneath her nightgown, feeling a sense of bewilderment. The once bashful girl now neither shrank back nor felt shame. Instead, she gazed back at him with her enchanting eyes, smiling. Just as Si Heng's hand began to ascend, poised to rest on her soft snow-like form, Yunhua suddenly shifted his hand aside, wrapping her arms around his neck and pulling him closer. She gently kissed the corners of his lips, then turned and pressed closer, whispering softly, "Not tonight, Your Highness." Si Hung, taking the initiative, caressed her dewy lips, lightly nibbling and murmuring in a husky voice, "Why not?" Yunhua, listening to Si Heng's deepening breaths, teased his eager lips and tongue, slowly lifting the corners of her eyes, revealing a hint of mischief as she triumphantly declared, "Because I have my monthly cycle." Si Hung, both amused and exasperated, gazed at the little imp beneath him, fully aware that she was teasing him, knowing he could not touch her tonight, and relishing in her boldness. Chapter 61. Moonlit enchantment. Si Hung curled one corner of his lips, gazing at Yunhua beneath him. His expression a blend of amusement and intrigue as he remarked, "Engaging in a bloody battle is not out of the question." Yunhua, her eyes widening in disbelief, stared at Si Hung, her fingers that had been entwined around his neck trembling slightly as she finally realized she should push him away. Stammering in a quivering voice, "Why, you are terrifying." Si Hung seized her wrist, which sought to distance herself, effortlessly lifting it above her head and pressing it against the pillow. A playful smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Still interested?" Yunhua, nearly on the verge of tears, pitifully shook her head, fearing he might take her words seriously. Satisfied, Si Hung pressed a gentle kiss on her glistening eyes, releasing his hold on her and lying beside her, his hand naturally slipping in her nightgown, caressing her waist. "How many days until your moon time?" Si Hung inquired, lifting her chin with his other hand and leaning down to brush his lips against hers. 7 days, Yunhua replied, shifting to rest her head in the crook of his arm. Si Hung nodded thoughtfully, his fingertips tracing her dewy lips as he leisurely stated, "After 7 days, 7 times in one night shall be your compensation to this king for these past few days." "Huh? What?" Yunhua trembled in his embrace, her doe-like eyes glistening as she timidly asked, "Are you serious, Your Highness?" Observing her endearing, pitiful demeanor, Si Hung chuckled softly, his intentions genuine, and he possessed the stamina for such an endeavor. He lifted Yunhua slightly, playfully pinching her delicate cheek as he leisurely replied, "Indeed, I desire it, yet find myself restrained." Yunhua let out a long sigh of relief, only to notice Si Heng's warm hand resting upon her abdomen, his brow furrowing as he asked, "Does it hurt?" To her surprise, he was aware that women often experience discomfort during their moon time. Yunhua smiled brightly, snuggling closer to him, sweetly declaring, "It doesn't hurt. Perhaps it's because I am in good health, as I seldom feel anything during my moon time. Indeed, your health is commendable, though your stamina could use some improvement," Si Hung remarked, his hand caressing the softness of her waist, his words laced with implication. Feeling challenged, Yunhua, like a puffed-up kitten, sat up abruptly, glaring down at Si Hung with a heightened tone. "Is my stamina lacking? Does he not realize how long I endure each time? He should try it with someone else." No, that is not an option." Si Hung, captivated by the indignant Yunhua, found her utterly adorable. A tender smile graced his lips as he took her wrist, drawing her back into his embrace. His long fingers wove through her cascading hair, his warm gaze resting upon her as he pressed his forehead against hers, a low chuckle escaping his throat. Indeed, Yunhua possesses remarkable stamina. Yunhua, filled with pride, lifted her chin, her expression one of undeniable certainty. The moonlight outside quietly filtered through the window, casting a silvery glow upon Si Heng's face, imbuing his cool, refined features with an ethereal aura. His naturally distant, cool eyes, now shimmering with mirth, appeared even more profound, ensnaring one's gaze, drawing them into a deep reverie. Yunhua found herself mesmerized, recalling the first moment she laid eyes upon him on their wedding day, utterly captivated. He truly was the most handsome gentleman she had ever encountered. Yunhua could not help but raise her arm, entwining it around Si Heng's neck. Leaning in closer as she gently brushed her lips against his, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water surface. The faint scent of medicine emanating from him transformed into an enchanting allure, compelling her to desire another kiss. Si Heng lowered his gaze upon the dazed little creature. Seemingly enchanted, playfully disrupting his lips, and a smile crept across his face as he felt fortunate for his handsome visage. Yanhua beamed up at Si Heng, realizing that all the tales she had read were indeed true. When one harbors affection for another, an irresistible urge to kiss and embrace arises, and his refreshing aura becomes a sweet nectar. The moonlight swayed gently, reluctant to avert its gaze, as even the twinkling stars seemed to shyly blink at the couple within the tent, entwined in their kisses. True desire is never a mere awkward word. It is the tender entanglement born of mutual affection, the heartfelt longing that paints a poignant picture, and the most exquisite romance bestowed by the heavens. Si Jue lay restlessly upon her couch, unable to succumb to slumber. She propped her head on her arm, gazing out at the stars, which shone exceptionally bright that night, yet still paled in comparison to the brilliance of those she had witnessed upon the grasslands. However, no star could rival the radiance of that one person's eyes, particularly when they were directed at her. In a whimsical moment, Si Jue threw off her covers and approached her vanity, crouching down to fixate on a box concealed beneath it. After a moment of hesitation, she finally opened it. Inside, 8 exquisitely crafted zodiac wooden sculptures lay neatly arranged, meticulously carved by King Waddle. He had once said, "Every year, I gift a zodiac sculpture to my beloved Jue, wishing her a lifetime of happiness and health." Si Jue furrowed her brow as she picked up the 8th sculpture, a yet-to-be-finished lamb, her own zodiac sign. For reasons unknown, memories of her first encounter with King Waddle surged forth. It was on the night of her grand wedding, where she sat sulking on her couch, awaiting the arrival of the man she had never met. Whispers from the palace had painted the people of the grasslands as robust and imposing, with fierce visages, prone to violence at the slightest provocation. Though fear gripped her, she was determined not to display weakness, twisting her sleeves anxiously while defiantly raising her chin, her eyes wide with anticipation towards the entrance of the tent. However, when the curtain was drawn back, there was no fearsome face to behold, only features more profound than those of the people of Dway. He stood there, as elegant as jade, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "I apologize for keeping the little princess waiting. I am no little princess. I am the most esteemed eldest princess of Dway." Si Jue glared at him, retorting in a haughty tone. King Waddle seemed unfazed by her disrespectful tone, prolonging his response with a playful drawl, hands clasped behind his back, leaning in to gaze deeply into her eyes, and smiling as he said, "But you are my little princess." Chapter 62. Crossing the river with a sharp click, Si Jue abruptly closed the ornate box. Surely, it was the wine from the evening that had summoned memories of him, the Valdar king, Helian's son. Si Jue closed her eyes, silently reminding herself that the one she cherished was Shun Jibai, who, like Helian's son, shared the same age and bravery, yet exuded an air of elegance and refinement. She pushed the ornate box back to its place and, barefoot upon the plush carpet, wandered unsteadily back to her bed, the moonlight casting a long, solitary shadow behind her. Turning her back to the moonlight, she curled up beneath the covers, clutching the unfinished wooden carving of the zodiac sheeped tightly to her heart, gradually shutting her eyes, compelling herself to drift into slumber. The following day, when her maid, Yinxuan, entered with the washing supplies, she was taken aback to find that Si Jue had already risen. Si Jue, her long hair, cascading like a waterfall, sat slightly askew on the soft couch by the window, intently carving an object with a chisel in hand. Her flowing skirt trailed gently to the floor, swaying slightly as Yinxuan opened the door. The soft morning light fell upon Si Jue's long eyelashes, accentuating the lack of a smile upon her face, which appeared as frosty as snow upon a branch. As Yinxuan observed Si Jue engrossed in her carving, distant memories suddenly surfaced. The Valdar king had a profound fondness for carving and relished sitting beside Si Jue, crafting little trinkets for her. Initially, Si Jue would feign indifference, displaying no interest whatsoever. Yet, gradually, she would steal glances at what the Valdar king was carving and how he shaped his creations. However, upon his gaze landing on her, she would quickly turn away, continuing to act disinterested. Eventually, when the Valdar king was absent, Si Jue would take up his chisel, attempting to replicate his carved objects. At first, her efforts were clumsy, often resulting in cuts upon her hands. As she wiped the blood from her fingers, she could not shake the belief that what he could accomplish, she too could master. It was not until that day, when the Valdar king returned early, that he discovered Si Jue imitating his technique. Delight flickered in his eyes as he inquired, "Do you wish to learn, Ina? I can teach you." Si Jue felt a childlike embarrassment at being caught in her secret endeavor. She awkwardly set down the chisel, adopting a serious demeanor, and retorted, "I don't need your instruction. I can learn on my own." The Valdar king, as ever, merely smiled and did not argue with her. From that day forth, he would leave easy-to-carve objects by Si Jue's bed for her practice, and while carving, he would casually speak aloud about how to hold the chisel, how to turn corners, how to carve patterns. Though Si Jue feigned indifference, she unconsciously absorbed his words, and eventually, she was able to replicate his wooden carvings with remarkable precision. Yinchuan recalled a day when Si Jue placed her carved figure alongside the Valdar king's creation on the table. Both identical wooden sculptures gazing at each other as if they were mirror images. Si Jue rested her chin on one hand, tilting her head to observe the two sculptures side by side, delicately tapping her finger against her own carving, then against his. In that moment, even Si Jue herself did not notice the gentle curve of her lips, forming a beautiful smile. As Yinchuan refocused her thoughts and glanced back at Si Jue, a mixture of emotions swirled within her. She softly asked, "Princess, would you like to wash up?" Silently, Si Jue continued to etch the wooden sculpture of the zodiac sheep in her hands, her gaze cast downwards. Yinchuan, assuming Si Jue had not heard her, set down the basin and approached the bedside, gently inquiring once more, "Princess, would you like to wash?" This time, she distinctly observed a tear cascade onto the wooden carving held in Si Jue's grasp. Startled, Yinchuan knelt before Si Jue, her heart laden with concern. "Princess, what troubles you?" Si Jue remained fixated on the solitary tear for a long while before finally whispering, "I suddenly miss him." Clenching her left hand around the zodiac sheep and laying down the carving knife, she turned her gaze towards the blinding whiteness of the snow outside, tentatively tracing her fingertip beneath her eyelid. The dampness on her finger and the moisture sliding down the sculpture served as undeniable proof that she had indeed shed tears. Yinchuan comprehended that Si Jue was reminiscing about King Vadal. A wave of emotion surged within her, causing her to lower her head and succumb to her own tears. Having served Si Jue since her youth and accompanied her to the grasslands for marriage, Yinchuan was acutely aware of her princess's resilience. Having witnessed Si Jue weep on only a few rare occasions, the most profound sorrow had been on the night of her farewell to King Vadal. Yinchuan once pondered whether Si Jue had ever harbored feelings for the king. Yet, during the past 3 years and away, Si Jue had seemingly made it known to everyone, as if to remind herself that the one she cherished was Shunji Bai. "Princess." Yinchuan choked on her words, at a loss for how to console Si Jue. What could be more heart-wrenching than the memory of one who has departed? Si Jue gazed out at the swirling snowflakes, where everything appeared hazy and ethereal amidst the expanse of white. She recalled the wintry grasslands, where frost and snow enveloped the world, and Hellion Sun rode towards her, the pounding hooves of his steed stirring a flurry of snow mist. Yet each time, she could discern his eyes through the swirling snow, only to awkwardly turn away, avoiding his gaze. But she knew he would not be angered. He would lean down to draw her by the waist, lifting her onto the horse's back before galloping across the grasslands with joyous laughter. The biting wind of the grasslands would whip against her face, sharp and cold, and he would wrap her in his warm cloak. His deep voice carrying a hint of expectation as he said, "The grasslands are truly beautiful. Would you consider trying to embrace it?" At that time, she remained silent, stubbornly retreating into her self-imposed confinement. Si Jue withdrew her gaze from the window, raising her face, resolutely refusing to allow the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. "Hellion Sun, I wish to convey my answer to you later, but now you shall never hear it. Outside, the snow fell mournfully, shrouding the world in a veil of mist. Within, the moonlight danced upon the waters, leaving questions of love lingering in the air. As an aside, allow me to share the writing process with my young readers. Initially, I had not envisioned King Vadal's character at all. However, on the day I penned chapter 59, the idea of writing someone like King Vadal emerged unexpectedly, and the words flowed with remarkable ease. I found myself moved to tears while writing, which led me to explore more about King Vadal, and consequently, Si Yin's character underwent a transformation as well. Today, after completing chapter 61, I noticed that many young readers also share a fondness for King Vadal. This inspired me to pen even more. Furthermore, I realized that I compose the heart-wrenching segments with remarkable ease and swiftness. This led me to ponder, perhaps I am indeed suited for writing poignant tales? Chapter 63. The gossip for 3 consecutive days. Apart from dining and resting, Si Jue immersed herself in carving a wooden sculpture of the zodiac sheep. Leaning languidly against the couch, her deep-set eyes fixated on the intricate details of the woodwork, while her long lashes cast shadows over her thoughtful gaze. Inchuan, casting her sight towards the clear sky after the snowfall, crouched down in front of Si Jue and gently inquired, "The weather is pleasant today, Your Highness. Would you like to take a stroll?" Si Jue, with a casual hum, set aside the sculpture and rose slowly. She herself was unsure of the reason, but ever since she had encountered the newlywed Yun Hua and Si Hung, memories of her past with He Lien Sun began to resurface uncontrollably. "Shall we visit the shops on Ping Wuchan Street?" Inchuan asked while assisting Si Jue with her attire. "Whatever," Si Jue replied with a lackluster tone. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Chunwang residence, Yun Hua was on her way to the study to inform Si Hung of her intention to visit the Jinjia Pavilion. As she approached the study, Mu Yu, stationed outside, discerned her arrival and politely knocked on the door, announcing, "Your Highness, the princess is here." Moments later, the door opened from within, and Mu Feng bowed at the entrance, gesturing for Yun Hua to enter. After she stepped inside, he thoughtfully closed the door behind them. Yun Hua grasped Si Heng's outstretched hand as he gently pulled her to sit sideways on his lap. With a soft voice, she said, "Your Highness, I wish to visit the Jinjia Pavilion. The flowers that were sent earlier should have been ground by Wan Xia by now, and I would like to match the color of the rouge." Si Heng's palm rested on Yun Hua's waist, and as he listened to her gentle words, the coldness in his dark eyes gradually warmed. Such a delightful young lady. Each time she expressed her desire to go somewhere, she would candidly share her reasons without him needing to ask. Drawing her closer, Si Hung embraced her and said, "I have some matters to attend to, so let Mu Yun and Mu Yu accompany you, if that is agreeable." Yun Hua nodded, gazing at the side of Si Heng's face. She gently caressed his brow, her voice tinged with concern as she remarked, "If you have any worries, Your Highness, you may share them with me. Do not keep your troubles bottled up." Feeling unhappy alone, just as she entered the study, she had caught sight of Si Heng's furrowed brow, but when he turned to her, he masked his troubled expression with an air of indifference. Si Heng looked down at Yun Hua in his arms and couldn't resist kissing her eyes. For 21 years, he had harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Emperor Wei, yet in this moment, an unexpected sense of relief washed over him, all because the emperor had unwittingly bestowed upon him a treasure, a most delicate treasure. Si Heng clasped Yun Hua's hand, playfully nibbling on her soft fingertips, his dark eyes twinkling with mirth as he softly replied, "All right." Yun Hua beamed, wrapping her arms around his neck, her porcelain cheek nuzzling against his, resembling a small kitten. In a voice as sweet as honey, she said, "Then I shall take my leave, Your Highness." Si Heng smiled, kissing the cheek of the little one who was being affectionate, and patted her back, reminding her, "Go early and return early." Upon learning of Yun Hua's visit to the Jinjia Pavilion, Mu Yun's face instantly lit up with joy as she retrieved a jeweled flower from her pocket, thinking to herself, finally, an opportunity to present it. When Yun Hua and her entourage arrived at the Jinjia Pavilion, they found the shop occupied by customers and thus entered through the back door, proceeding directly to the second floor. As the evening glow signaled the arrival of Yun Hua, Wan Xia had thoughtfully placed the freshly ground flower powder within the chamber. Mu Yu, with her carefree demeanor, sat across from Yunhua, surveying the array of jars and bottles before her. "Your Highness, how may I assist you?" she inquired. Yunhua pondered for a moment. Her task for the day was not overly complicated, since the hues of the delivered flowers varied in depth. The proportions of each type of flower needed adjusting with each blend. Today, she intended to experiment with this batch of ground flower powder to determine the necessary ratios to achieve the desired color. Once she established this proportion, she could instruct Wan Xia to convey the measurements to the other ladies for crafting the rouge. As she scooped flower powder from the jars, Yunhua smiled, saying, "There is no need to assist me. I shall complete this swiftly." Then, gesturing toward the delicacies on the nearby table, she added with a playful glint in her eyes, "Mu Yu, just enjoy some snacks while you wait for me." Mu Yu rested her chin on her hand, captivated by the gentle smile of Yunhua, her heart softening at the sight. What a lovely young lady. No wonder even the aloof prince, as cold as ice, found himself enamored. "I shall forego eating. Let me keep you company instead," Mu Yu replied with a smile, her gaze unwavering on Yunhua, for she cherished the sight of beauty. Feeling a tad bashful under Mu Yu's scrutiny, Yunhua sought to change the subject. "Mu Yu, what kind of gentleman do you fancy?" she inquired. Mu Yu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she responded, "I am fond of those who possess striking beauty." Yunhua blinked in surprise. It was her first time hearing a woman describe a man in such terms. Curiously, she asked, "What type of man do you consider beautiful?" "A délicat visage, one whose smile captivates the soul," Mu Yu replied, narrowing her eyes as if savoring the thought. A captivating smile flashed through Yunhua's mind, and she thought of Si Heng. Yet, the notion of a delicate appearance eluded her, for Si Heng's ethereal beauty was starkly refined and far from feminine. Setting aside her current task, she rested her chin on her hands, leaning closer to Mu Yu, eager for knowledge. "Such a delicate visage. How exquisite must he be? Have you encountered one?" Mu Yu lifted one corner of her mouth, arching an eyebrow at Yunhua with a hint of pride. Not only had she encountered such a figure, but she had also experienced it firsthand. "And who might he be? How did you come to know him? Please, indulge me with the details, Mu Yu," Yunhua urged, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "Ah, that is a matter not easily divulged," Mu Yu replied, her expression tinged with embarrassment as she cleared her throat softly. "Then share something more convenient." Yunhua tilted her head, winking at Mu Yu with understanding. Mu Yu chuckled quietly, realizing that while certain tales were too scandalous to share, there were nonetheless boundaries to maintain. "Ahem, Your Highness, you are still quite young. Such matters are not suitable for you," she remarked delicately. Yunhua's eyes twinkled as she suppressed a smile that threatened to break free, responding with a cheerful, "Oh, I see." Mu Yu gazed at Yunhua's adorable expression, stifling a laugh. She longed to pinch her cheek, certain it would be delightfully soft. In stark contrast to the light-hearted banter shared between Yunhua and Mu Yu upstairs, the atmosphere below was bustling with activity as Mu Yun attended to her myriad tasks. As the evening glow observed the diligent Mu Yun, who was alternating between wiping the floor and the table, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, "Brother Mu Yun, I can manage on my own. Please take a moment to rest." "No need to concern yourself with me. You should attend to your duties," Mu Yun replied, exerting himself to make the table gleam as if it were brand new. The evening glow hesitated, trailing behind Mu Yun, with the recent departure of the customers. She found herself with little to occupy her time. Fortunately, at that moment, Yunhua and Mu Yu descended from the upper floor. "Oh, when did Mu Yun become so industrious?" Mu Yu teased, crossing his arms and casting a playful glance at the industrious Mu Yun. Calm and unhurried, Mu Yun finished wiping the table, neatly folding the cloth into a square and placing it on the table before responding with an impassive demeanor, "I've always been this diligent." Mu Yu's gaze flicked between the evening glow and Mu Yun, a smile spreading across his face as he concluded, "The big fool is lovesick." Chapter 64. Complimenting him, Yunhua smiled as she handed the prepared floral arrangement to Wan Xia, offering a few words of advice before preparing to leave. "Oh, by the way, thank you for the pearl flower you sent me, Princess." Wan Xia suddenly caught up with the departing Yunhua, her voice brimming with excitement. Yunhua paused, turning to gaze at the pearl flower in Wan Xia's hand. Gardenia? How familiar it looked. Wasn't this the very flower that Mu Yun had intended to gift to his cousin on that night outing? Observing the confusion in Yunhua's expression, Mu Yun hurriedly raised his eyebrows and made subtle gestures, fearing that Wan Xia might refuse it, thus claiming it was from Yunhua. Understanding, Yunhua smiled faintly and replied to Wan Xia, "You're welcome, Wan Xia. It was sent by your cousin." Wan Xia's eyes widened in surprise. Her cousin? That was quite a distance away. Yet, she believed that Yunhua would not deceive her. So she dismissed her doubts and cheerfully waved goodbye as Yunhua and her companions departed. At that moment, Si Yin's carriage approached Ping Wuchang Street, and as she prepared to disembark, she looked up to see Yunhua, realizing that silence upon meeting would be rather impolite. Yunhua took the initiative to walk over and performed a respectful bow, saying, "I greet your highness, the princess." Si Yin glanced at Yunhua, pausing her descent, and replied, "Since we have encountered each other, why not join me for a cup of tea back at the inn?" Yunhua, taken aback by this invitation, felt reluctant to decline and signaled to Mu Yun to return and inform Si Chung. She then accompanied Mu Yu back to the inn with Si Yin. Inside the inn, Si Yin reclined on a couch, lifting her gaze to scrutinize the formally seated Yunhua across from her. The girl's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with clarity and innocence, and her petite, fair face exuded an air of obedience. Si Yin smiled subtly, not having anticipated that Si Chung would be drawn to such a type. Leaning against a low table, Si Yin suddenly inquired, "You share a close bond with the seventh prince?" Yunhua, taken aback, nodded in surprise, not expecting such a question from Si Yin. "What is it about him that merits your affection?" Si Yin leaned slightly, casually probing. This question displeased Yunhua, her expression growing cold as she retorted, "Your highness is truly wonderful. He possesses charm, a good character, and a kind heart, all of which are deserving of my affection." Si Yin burst into laughter, amused, for it was the first time she had heard someone describe Si Chung in such flattering terms. Yunhua frowned at Si Yin, feeling inexplicably mocked, her mood darkening. Si Yin continued to chuckle for a moment before abruptly sobering, her expression turning serious as she asked Yunhua, "What does it feel like to be in love?" Yunhua was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend what the princess was driving at. Wasn't she enamored with Shinji Bai? Why then would she inquire about the experience of love? Seeing Yunhua's silence, Si Yin casually added, "Share your thoughts with me." On this matter, Yunhua had gained profound insight on the first night of her monthly cycle. That day, she felt that loving someone compelled one to desire their closeness, to want to kiss and embrace them. Yet, sharing such intimate feelings with a stranger like Si Yin felt rather awkward. After thoughtful consideration, Yunhua spoke softly. Perhaps it is the yearning to be together always, and yet the mere thought of potential separation inevitably brings sorrow. Yunhua, reflecting on the poison afflicting Si Hong, recalled Xiao Yu's words that the toxin could only be temporarily suppressed, never eradicated. She dared not dwell on the thought, nor did she wish to question Si Hong, choosing instead to place her faith in his and Xiao Yu's medical prowess, trusting that they would discover a remedy. Si Yin, listening intently to Yunhua's words, gazed thoughtfully at the tea leaves settled at the bottom of her cup. When Hellion Sun was by her side, she felt little joy. Yet during his campaigns, an unsettling emptiness would wash over her, stirring agitation within her heart. At that time, she had never contemplated the reasons behind these changes, perhaps unwilling to confront them. It was evident that love could cultivate a sense of familiarity, leading her to take for granted all that he offered, oblivious to the possibility of loss. Both Yunhua and Si Yin fell into a contemplative silence, the atmosphere within the room suddenly turning somber and oppressive. Abruptly, a loud bang echoed as the door was forcefully kicked open, and Si Hung strode in, his expression shadowed, the black cloak billowing behind him in a rigid arc. "Your Highness?" Yunhua exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she instinctively lifted her skirts and rushed towards him. Si Hing opened his arms and bent down to catch Yunhua as she leaped into his embrace, holding her tightly while casting a frosty glare at Si Yin. Unfazed, Si met his gaze with unwavering composure. Si Hung lifted Yunhua's chin, noticing the slight redness in her eyes. With his thumb gently caressing her cheek, he inquired, "Did she trouble you?" "No, not at all," Yunhua replied, sensing the menace emanating from Si Hung and quickly grasping his hand. "Why are your eyes red?" Si Hung clenched her hand in return, frowning with concern. Yunhua, unwilling to deceive him, wrapped her arms around his lean waist, resting her head against his chest, and confessed, "I fear separation from you, Your Highness. Just the thought brings me sorrow." Si Hung did not fully comprehend her words, but tightened his embrace around her soft form, soothingly stroking her hair as he coldly questioned Si. "What did you say to her? Can she even consider being apart from me?" Si, observing Si Hang's ominous demeanor, offered a faint smile, recognizing her younger brother's inherent ruthlessness. Yunhua lifted her head from Si Hang's embrace, grasping his icy hand and gently shaking it as she softly explained, "Your Highness, the princess truly said nothing to me. Rather, it was I who spoke." Si raised her hand to admire the deep red of her lacquered nails, a teasing smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Indeed, the crown princess expressed her fondness for you, praising your amiable nature and kind heart." Yunhua eagerly nodded, her eyes sparkling like stars as she openly acknowledged the compliment with a sweet smile. Si Hang's somber expression lightened, a smile almost breaking through as he considered how Yunhua praised him to others, a sentiment so delightful it seemed almost unbelievable. Si Hang pinched Yunhua's cheek playfully with his fingers, drawing her closer, his gaze icy as he addressed Si. "Do not harm her. You should know I disdain underhanded tactics." Si raised her chin proudly, locking eyes with Si Hung. He fixed his cold stare on her, taking Yunhua's hand and intertwining their fingers, speaking gently, "Let us return home, my dear Hua Hua." "Yes," Yunhua responded, her eyes curving into a compliant smile as she gracefully turned to Si, offering a respectful bow. Si gazed at Yunhua, a hint of a gentle smile gracing her radiant eyes. The little girl had spoken words that resonated with her today, and there were still a few other matters she wished to inquire about. Perhaps it would be better to wait until tomorrow. As a side note, I have read the comments from my dear readers regarding yesterday's segments and chapters. I'm truly grateful for your resonance and encouragement. Since you all desire a happy ending for Si and King Vadal, it must certainly be fulfilled. Initially, I intended to depict their happy union in the epilogue, starting from their marriage. However, given the affection you all harbor for King Vadal, I am contemplating a modification, allowing his revival to occur within the main narrative. Today's chapters serve as a foundation, leading to Si's awakening, which is essential for the continuation of the story. Nonetheless, I have yet to devise a specific method for his resurrection, as I am not particularly adept at writing rebirth scenarios and would prefer a natural revival. If any of my esteemed readers have insightful ideas or opportunities for this revival, please feel free to share your thoughts with me. Chapter 65. The Pass on the Way Back. Si Hung naturally cradled Yunhua in his lap and inquired, "What did Si say to you?" In truth, not much was exchanged. The eldest princess merely asked her, "What does it feel like to like someone?" Yunhua still could not comprehend why Si posed such a question. She lowered her gaze, fiddling with Si Hang's long fingers resting on her thigh, and furrowed her brow, asking, "Does the eldest princess not know what it feels like to like someone? Haven't she claimed to love Shunji by then?" Si Hang glanced at the delicate hand in his palm, its smallness accentuated when juxtaposed with his own. He casually remarked, "Perhaps she has never truly known what she desires, as everything has come to her far too easily." Yunhua turned her face towards Si Hung, her understanding not quite complete. Si Hang's expression softened momentarily as he continued, "From the moment of her birth, Si has basked in boundless privileges and favor. She has never needed to contemplate her own affections. Others simply anticipate and present them to her. The suitor she is reluctant to marry, Prince Vardar, has been meticulously chosen for her by the emperor." Yunhua suddenly understood. She was a spoiled girl, unacquainted with love and incapable of comprehending it, having grown accustomed to being adored. If Si was raised in indulgence, what of Si Hung? Yunhua playfully tugged at Si Hang's index finger, her eyes sparkling with a gentle smile as she softly asked, "What about you, Your Highness, when you were a child. Si Jue met her expectant gaze, hesitating for a moment before slowly turning his face to gaze out the window, remaining silent. Yunhua, patient and obedient, awaited his words. The distant memories had not faded with the passage of time. Rather, they resurfaced in Si Jue's mind with startling clarity. Yet, after meeting Yunhua, he seldom pondered his past. What was he like in his childhood? From a moment he could remember, he was aware that no one favored him, not even his mother or the emperor. In those days, he often curled up alone beneath the dark red palace walls, occasionally lifting his gaze to the flocks of birds soaring above or lowering it to observe the ants scurrying between the stones. While all beings above and below had companions, he was left solitary, even his shadow reluctant to accompany him, for it resided in the dim corners untouched by sunlight. He was obedient, yet his mother despised him. Her eyes were always filled with deep resentment when they fell upon him. Nevertheless, after being struck by Si Jue for the first time, he still wished to conceal his wounds, not wanting to cause his mother concern. He endured the piercing pain, standing on a stool to rummage through the medicine box on the shelf, then quietly bandaging his bleeding wrist before smiling as he helped arrange meals for her. However, his mother dismissed him with disdain, saying, "Go eat elsewhere. I do not wish to see you." He had grown accustomed to this treatment, skillfully taking his bowl and chopsticks to a corner of the palace, eating quietly with his back turned to her, making no sound at all. Sunlight streamed into the silent palace, casting two cold and sorrowful shadows that would never intersect. One day, he witnessed his sixth brother stumble and fall, crying as he rushed into their mother Ing Pin's embrace, receiving her tender comfort and solace in return. He pondered whether his mother would speak to him more and show concern if she knew he was injured. Yet, he was mistaken. When he returned to his chamber, dragging his dislocated arm and stained with blood at the corners of his mouth, his mother merely cast a disdainful glance and remarked, "You deserve it." That day, a tumultuous rainstorm mixed with hail fell upon the capital. He stood in the downpour, gazing up at the overcast sky, allowing the relentless hail to pummel his body, feeling neither pain nor cold, and certainly not the yearning for life. From that moment onward, no matter how Si Jue and the others tormented him, he neither retaliated nor begged for mercy, for he simply did not wish to live. No desire, no pain, no joy. Reflecting on this, Si Jue closed his eyes, withdrawing his gaze from the window, and spoke in a casual tone. "When I was young, no one liked me. Even my mother said I was a scourge who should not exist in this world." Yunhua looked at Si Jue in disbelief, tears instantly welling in her eyes, her heart aching at such hurtful words, which he uttered with an air of indifference. She struggled to suppress her sobs, her lips trembling as she leaned in to kiss his seemingly tranquil ebony eyes, softly saying, "Do not take harsh words to heart, in my eyes. Your Highness is the best person, and I like you the most." He had long since outgrown the age of caring about such words. Time may not dull memories, but it can render one numb. Si Jue gazed at Yunhua's sincere and gentle features, unable to suppress a smile. He drew her head against his shoulder, playfully nipping her earlobe, and affectionately teased, "Little fool." As his words fell, a sudden warmth surged in his throat, and Si Jue frowned, quickly retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to cover his mouth, suppressing a low cough. Yunhua attempted to lift her head to speak with Si Jue, but he held her firmly against his shoulder, rendering her immobile. She could only humbly insist, "Your Highness must believe me. I will always be by your side. Do you understand?" Si Jue lowered his head, rubbing his chin against Yunhua's delicate cheek, his voice laced with laughter as he softly reassured her, "I understand." Yet, his gaze lingered on the blood-stained cloth in his hand, the faint smile on his lips tinged with bitterness. He was unsure if he could always be with Yunhua. "Please do not press my head down. I can't breathe." Yunhua tugged at Si Jue's garment, struggling to rise. Si Jue concealed the handkerchief and released his hold on her. Yunhua tilted her head, scrutinizing Si Jue. Seeing him composed, with a hint of a smile in his eyes, she followed suit and smiled back without suspicion. Then, seeking a lighter topic, she asked Si Jue, "Shall we tutor Sui Huan and Linner together tonight?" Si Jue lifted Yunhua slightly, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. his gaze holding a deep affection as he replied in a deep voice, "Very well." Chapter 66. In the Snow After Dinner. Yunhua sat between Ji Sui Huan and Lin Si, observing as they diligently worked on their assignments. Si Hung, seated at a nearby table, casually flipped through a book. "Aunt, I need some water," Ji Sui Huan mumbled with a pen in her mouth, gazing longingly at Yunhua. Yunhua looked at Ji Sui Huan, who was squirming and unable to write a single word, and rubbed her temples. "Didn't you just drink some?" "But I ate something salty, and now I want water." Ji Sui Huan pouted, her voice sweet and innocent. "Very well, go ahead." Yunhua sighed in resignation. Ji Sui Huan set down her pen and hopped over to Si Hung, slowly pouring herself a cup of water. She took tiny sips while peering at Si Hung over the rim of her cup. Suddenly, Ji Sui Huan put down her cup, climbed onto her stool, and, with her arms crossed on the table and her eyes sparkling, exclaimed to Si Hung, "Uncle, today I praise you to my classmates." Yunhua glanced at Ji Sui Huan, massaging her slightly twitching brow. Wasn't she just going to get water? How had the conversation shifted? Was it truly so difficult to complete an assignment? "Oh." Si Hung cast a casual glance at Ji Sui Huan. "I told them that my uncle is exceptionally handsome, and they all said they wanted to meet you." Ji Sui Huan blinked her eyes, eagerly anticipating a reward. She had already prepared her response for what she wished to eat, just waiting for Si Hung to inquire. However, the reward she anticipated was replaced with a stern remark. "If you don't get back to your work, I shall sit beside you and watch you write." Ji Sui Huan's small face immediately fell, her head drooping and arms hanging limply, resembling a little zombie as she trudged back to her desk. Reluctantly picking up her pen, Yunhua suppressed a smile, gently patting Ji Sui Huan's hunchback. "Sui Huan, sit up straight and write properly." Ji Sui Huan yawned and mumbled an unenthusiastic acknowledgement. Chuckling softly, Yunhua turned her attention to the upright and focused Lin Si, unable to refrain from complimenting him. "Lin, your writing is truly excellent. Each stroke has its rhythm. Though still youthful, one can already perceive its character." "Thank you, Aunt," Lin Si replied, his cheeks slightly flushed with happiness. Instinctively, Lin Si glanced up at Si Hung, meeting his gaze, which shone with encouragement. Though no words were exchanged, Si Hung nodded affirmatively. Lin Si's heart soared, his lips curving into a suppressed smile, his small face radiant with the joy of recognition. The brilliance in his eyes rivaled the splendor of the stars. Yunhua affectionately ruffled Lin Si's hair and watched him write for a while, only to suddenly notice that Ji Sui Huan had fallen silent. Turning around, she discovered the little girl had tilted her head onto her book, her mouth agape in slumber. Yunhua looked up at the beam of the room, took a deep breath, and, both amused and exasperated, picked up Ji Sui Huan. "And we'll take Sui Huan back to her room now. You can continue writing with your uncle. I shall return shortly." Lin Si nodded with a smile, pleased that the seventh prince and princess would accompany him. Once Yunhua had left with Ji Sui Huan, Si Hung approached Lin Si, glancing at his writing. "Are you still reading Six Tactics?" "Yes, Uncle," Lin Si replied softly, setting down his pen. With his hands clasped behind his back, Si Hung remarked, "If there is anything you do not understand, feel free to ask me." Lin Si gazed at Si Hung, her eyes filled with both respect and gratitude as she obediently nodded. "Thank you, seventh uncle." After Yunhua entrusted Ji Sui Huan to Qingji, she gently tucked the sleeping girl's blanket before returning to Lin Si's room. Sitting beside Lin Si, Yunhua patiently accompanied him in his writing, softly grinding the ink for him. Casually lifting her gaze, she found herself meeting Si Hang's penetrating stare. They exchanged smiles across the warm glow of the orange candlelight, enveloped in a comforting night where time flowed serenely. When they completed Lin Si's studies and stepped outside, snow began to cascade gently from the heavens. Si Hung intended to place a hood over Yunhua's head, but she grasped his hand, her eyes sparkling with delight as she softly proposed, "Your Highness, shall we enjoy the snowy scenery together?" Concerned for her comfort, Si Hung wrapped his arm around her, drawing her petite form into his embrace. Holding her hand as he quietly agreed, "Very well." Leaning against his shoulder, her clear apricot eyes glimmered with gentle warmth as she smiled. "I adore winter." "Why is that?" Si Hung inquired, pressing his forehead against her cool brow. Yunhua simply smiled sweetly, resting her forehead against the warmth of his neck, silent as her eyes glistened with the falling snowflakes that danced around them. If they were to share the snow together, their lives would be intertwined till the end. The following day, Yunhua and Si Hung accompanied Ji Sui Huan and Lin Si to the academy. As soon as they disembarked from the carriage, a few young girls familiar with Ji Sui Huan gathered around. Standing beside Si Hung, Ji Sui Huan proudly introduced, "Look, this is my little uncle, Si. Isn't he handsome?" Yunhua observed Si Hang's awkward yet restrained expression, covering her mouth as she exchanged a knowing smile with Lin Si. The little girls enthusiastically chimed in, "Wow, he really is handsome." One girl, however, frowned and lamented, "Why doesn't my little uncle look as handsome?" Without a second thought, Ji Sui Huan innocently reassured her, "It's all right. Your aunt can find a handsome little uncle next time." Yunhua was about to correct Ji Sui Huan's words when another girl complimented Ji Sui Huan's small bag, running up to Lin Si with sparkling eyes and a bright smile, declaring, "So, Lin Si is good-looking because your little uncle and aunt are both beautiful." Seeing this, Ji Sui Huan hurriedly dashed over, using her small frame to shield Lin Si from the girl, tiptoeing to block her view, and anxiously insisted, "Lin Si isn't handsome." "Don't look." Lin Si frowned slightly, turning Ji Sui Huan to face him as he questioned, "Am I not good-looking?" Ji Sui Huan placed her finger to her lips, repeatedly signaling him with her eyes, whispering, "I was just teasing her." Of course, he was handsome, but she feared that if others discovered his charm, they might whisk him away. After all, she was the one who found him first. Yunhua watched the playful children with a smile in her eyes, while Si Hung lowered his gaze upon her, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, allowing her to lean against him. "All right, it's time to enter the academy," called the teacher waiting at the door, urging the children to go inside. "Goodbye, little uncle, little aunt." Ji Sui Huan and Lin Sijiao waved cheerfully to Yunhua and Si Hang, running in a line with the children into the schoolhouse. In contrast to the daily routine of attending the school for Ji Sui Huan and Lin Sijiao, Gu Mingyan, who returned to his hometown to pay respects to his ancestors, enjoyed a rather leisurely existence. What else could he play? Gu Mingyan rested his chin on his hand, idly playing with beads at the edge of his bed. Oh, why not seek out the lovely elder sister to join him in play? Chapter 67. The Map Mission. There is a little boy named Gu Mingyan outside the residence seeking you, Zhang Boli informed Yun Shu from beyond the curtain. "Zhang, please invite him in," Yun Shu replied, placing her brush gently upon the inkstone and using a weight to secure her unfinished design of the bookcase. She accepted the cloak offered by Qing Ju and hurriedly made her way outside. From a distance, Gu Mingyan spotted Yun Shu approaching and, waving his hand, he sprinted towards her, calling out exuberantly, "Pretty sister." Yun Shu smiled, her eyes curving with delight, and stumbled back a few steps before catching the exuberant Gu Mingyan in her arms. Kneeling before him to meet his gaze, she softly introduced herself. "I am Yun Shu, and you may call me Sister Shu." "All right, Sister Shu," Gu Mingyan replied eagerly, nodding enthusiastically as he grasped her hand. "Would you like to come play in my house? My yard is quite spacious." Yun Shu hesitated, a flicker of concern crossing her features as she regarded Gu Mingyan. Sensing her trepidation, he quickly added, "My adoptive father is not home, so you need not worry." "Oh, is that so? Then I suppose it is all right," Yin Shu said, relieved to learn that Shun Jibai was not within the residence, and she acquiesced gently. Gu Mingyan sighed inwardly, realizing that Sister Shu indeed feared meeting his adoptive father. This could present a dilemma. After informing Zhang Bo to relay a message to Fan Shi, Yin Shu followed Gu Mingyan to the Chongping Marquis' estate. As Zhang Bo went to convey Yun Shu's departure to Fan Shi, she was in the ancestral hall, offering incense, clutching the white jade prayer beads in her hands. She gazed at the memorial tablet of Yun Hua's mother, softly murmuring, "Sister, the children at home are all well. Hao Ting and Rao Er have gone to Liangzhou for business, but the situation there is complex. I hope you watch over them, dear sister, for their safe return." Pausing, pride mingled with concern in her eyes, she continued, "Xiao Er has also sent word, claiming he has won another victory. Yet we remain uncertain if he can return home to celebrate the new year with us. It has been 3 or 4 years since he last came back. I implore you and the master to keep a vigilant eye on him from above. The battlefield is perilous and ever worrisome. And then there is our Hua heir. Upon mentioning Yin Hua, a smile lit up Fan Shi's face. Though it was an arranged marriage, the seventh prince treats our Hua heir with great kindness. They are a perfect match, truly destined for one another. Sister Shu is doing well too. Hua heir has provided her with a shop. The once reclusive girl now has tasks to occupy her, and she is finally willing to venture outside more often. Standing nearby, Zhang Mama observed the smiling Fan Shi. Struck by how much she resembled the late Madame Wan, Yin Hua's mother. Years had passed, yet she vividly recalled Madame when sitting beneath the osmanthus tree in the courtyard. Her fingers deftly twirling prayer beads, her gentle gaze resting upon the 4 children playing joyfully. With a smile, she had said to Fan Shi, "Life is fleeting. Harmony within the family fosters prosperity in all endeavors." This sentiment had resonated throughout their lives, instilled in the hearts of the family. Thus, despite the unexpected demise of the master and madam, the Yun family had flourished once again through their collective strength and unity. "Sister, do not worry. I am here for the family." Fan Shi picked up a clean piece of cotton cloth to wipe the memorial tablet of Madame Wan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The prayer beads in her hands were a gift from Madame Wan, who also taught her to read and to pay respects to the Buddha. Treating Yin Shu as her own, everything that Yin Hua possessed, Yin Shu had in equal measure, and Madame Wan bestowed upon her a warmth of familial affection she had never before experienced. She would safeguard this household for her sister and protect the cherished children. As Gu Mingyan aptly observed, the Chongping Marquis's residence was indeed vast, adorned with pavilions and terraces, with corridors and waterside pavilions emerging endlessly. Each courtyard boasted its own exquisite scenery and unique charm. After a delightful exploration of several courtyards led by Gu Ming, and Yin Shu felt a touch fatigued, suggesting that they resume their visit another day and return to rest. Gu Ming, noticing her slight breathlessness from the walk, thoughtfully proposed, "Shall I take Sister Shu to the study to read? As long as we can sit, that will suffice." Yin Shu smiled and eagerly nodded in agreement. Thus, Gu Ming took Yin Shu's hand and guided her to Shun Jibai's study. They each selected a book from the shelves, settled around the warm stove, and comfortably indulged in tea and snacks while casually flipping through the pages. After a while, Gu Ming excused himself to the restroom, leaving Yin Shu to wait. Her gaze fell upon a large map of the Great Way hanging on the wall, igniting her curiosity. Standing before the map, she meticulously searched for the location of Si Jue and then ventured to explore many unfamiliar place names, feeling a profound sense of the vastness of the land. Engrossed in her observations, she was unaware of the door quietly opening behind her. As Shun Jibai stepped inside, he caught sight of Inshu, gazing up at the map, momentarily taken aback before gently closing the door. Yun Shu appeared diminutive before the grand map, with the sunlight streaming through the window, casting a soft golden glow upon her, accentuating her delicate features. The text on the map was somewhat small, and after gazing upward for too long, she felt a wave of dizziness. Closing her eyes, she lightly shook her head to alleviate the sensation. Shen Jibai did not approach her directly, fearing to startle her, and instead cleared his throat softly. The sound startled Yun Shu, and as she turned, her ornamental hairpin traced a delicate arc rubbing her eyes. She murmured, "Marquis?" "Indeed," Shun Jibai replied, his hands clasped behind him as he strode confidently toward her. His imposing presence made Yun Shu instinctively retreat, anxiously glancing past him toward the door. Her heart racing. Why had Mingyan not returned yet? Standing 3 paces away, Shun Jibai paused, cautious not to frighten her further. "Are you studying the map?" he inquired. Yin Shu lowered her gaze, nodding slightly and softly affirming. "Your second brother is currently stationed here," Shun Jibai stated, moving to the map and pointing to a specific location. At his words, Yin Shu lifted her gaze, intrigued by the spot he indicated, yet unable to decipher it due to the distance and small text. "Come closer," Shun Jibai urged. Yun Shu bit her lip, torn between her desire to know where her brother was and how far away he might be, and her reluctance to approach Shun Jibai. Noticing her hesitation, Shun Jibai did not press her, but instead leisurely admired the map, allowing her the space to decide. Yin Shu found herself entangled in thought, ultimately approaching Shun Jibai. She yearned to uncover the whereabouts of her second brother, eager to relay the information to her mother. "Might you kindly indicate where my second brother is?" Yin Shu timidly gazed at Shun Jibai and inquired softly. Shun Jibai gestured to a spot before him and instructed, "Step forward." Complying, Yin Shu moved ahead, tilting her head to observe the location he had indicated, Hangzhou, and then raised her gaze to seek out Si Jue, curious about the distance between the two places. At that moment, she realized that Shun Jibai was gazing down at her, with the map before her and him behind her. His elevated arm seemed to encircle her within his embrace. As a side note, woohoo! A brief update for my dear readers. The groundwork has been laid, and starting tomorrow, we shall finally embark on a delightful journey of sweet romances between the pairs. Chapter 68. The Rabbit. As Yun Shu met the penetrating gaze of Shun Jibai, her heart raced, prompting her to hurriedly step aside. However, she inadvertently stepped on his foot, causing her to stumble backward. Shun Jibai leaned slightly, wrapping his arm around Yun Shu's waist to steady her faltering form, a subtle frown creasing his brow. The delicate curve of her waist, so slender it felt as if it could be encompassed by a single hand, was astonishingly soft. Yin Shu found herself inadvertently colliding with a chest exuding a faint scent of sandalwood. Her alabaster fingers instinctively pressed against Shun Jibai's chest, pushing him away with urgency as she retreated in a flustered manner. Even as her back pressed against the wall adorned with a map, her heart continued to thump erratically. Shun Jibai regarded Yin Shu, who resembled a startled bird, with an air of calmness. His handsome visage betrayed no sign of anger or joy. Noticing her fear, he graciously took a step back and remarked, "I merely intended to assist you." With her palm resting against the cool wall, Yin Shu lifted her gaze to meet the solemn expression of Shun Jibai, a wave of guilt washing over her. He was, after all, the illustrious Lord Shun, renowned for his martial prowess. She had misjudged his intentions, allowing her petty thoughts to overshadow his noble character. She certainly should not have treated him with the disdain reserved for the frivolous. "Thank you, Lord," she managed, her already tender eyes glistening with a layer of misty regret, rendering her even more endearing. Shun Jibai offered no further words. Instead, he turned to remove his cloak, casually draping it over a nearby rack before making his way to the tea table adjacent to the writing desk. As he turned, the formidable aura that had enveloped Yin Shu began to dissipate, and she placed a hand over her heart, releasing a gentle sigh of relief. Just as she was about to take her leave, she noticed Shun Jibai leaning on the edge of the tea table, lifting his gaze to her and instructing, "Come here." "Thank you, Lord, but I am not thirsty, so I will not partake in tea," Yin Shu replied softly, remaining by the map. Observing her lowered gaze, Shun Jibai offered a faint smile, leisurely saying, "Come and brew the tea. This lord shall drink." Yin Shu, misunderstanding his intent, felt her fair cheeks flush crimson, her fingertips pressing into her palm. Yet, she dared not defy Shun Jibai's wishes, not only due to his esteemed status, but also because of the commanding aura he exuded. Seated opposite Shun Jibai, Yin Shu delicately picked up a teacup with tongs, immersing it in warm water to cleanse the utensils, her long lashes fluttering like cicada wings. Shun Jibai's gaze lingered on Yin Shu's pristine visage before he suddenly spoke, "Your second brother has mentioned you to me." Yin Shu looked up in astonishment, her movements pausing as she struggled to comprehend the circumstances under which her brother would mention her to Shun Jibai. "What did my second brother say to you, Lord?" she inquired, bewildered. Shun Jibai naturally accepted the tongs from Yin Shu's hand, his fingertips barely brushing against her tender skin as he replied. "He said you were gentle and poised." His calm and deep tone revealed little emotion, yet Yin Shu's heart quickened at the compliment. It was the first time she had heard such an evaluation from a man outside her family, even if it was merely a relay of words. Concealing her fingers, as if they had been scorched, she cast a furtive glance at the teacup being held by Shun Jibai. Shun Jibai glanced at Yin Shu's slightly flushed cheeks, but refrained from disclosing the rest of Yin Zhao's words. What else did my second brother say to the Lord? Yin Shu tilted her head, cautiously inquiring of Shun Jibai. Observing Yin Shu, who finally dared to meet his gaze, he offered her the brewed tea, his voice imbued with admiration. Yin Xiao expressed a desire to achieve great feats and attain titles, solely to ensure that his sisters can marry with confidence. Upon hearing this, Yin Shu felt warmth envelop her heart as she reflected on her brother, who fought valiantly on the battlefield, unable to return home for her sake. Her fingers trembled around the cup, and tears began to well in her eyes. It had been 3 years since she last saw her brother, the one who would buy them candied hawthorns and treat them to delightful meals. A single tear fell into the teacup, creating ripples of melancholy. To this day, Shun Jibai recalled the moment 3 years prior when he and Yun Xiao had repelled the enemy forces, standing atop a mound of earth, overlooking the battlefield still shrouded in smoke and flames. He said to Yun Xiao, "This victory will surely bring ample rewards from the palace, and the noble families must have already set their sights on you as a promising son-in-law." Yun Xiao chuckled heartily, shaking his head as he drew his sword and planted it into the soil, gazing towards the distant Xuanzhou. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "It is not easy for women in this world. Marriage is a gamble. I cannot always protect my sisters, but my military achievements will serve as their armor, ensuring that no one dares to mistreat them. Hence, I shall not marry prematurely. I must remain on the battlefield to earn glory." The molten gold of the setting sun cascaded down, staining the vast desert with hues of crimson, highlighting the young general's chiseled features and resolute eyes. Shun Jibai patted Yun Xiao on the shoulder, glancing at the sword beside him that gleamed coldly, and recited, "The sword is forged with skill, its edge is sharp. The heavens wear their azure, and the earth bears its yellow. The future is as vast as the sea. The days ahead are long." Returning to the present, Shun Jibai looked at Yin Shu, only to realize that she had begun to cry. Crystal-clear tears clung to her long lashes, and those that overflowed from her eyes cascaded down her fair cheeks like a string of pearls, her trembling shoulders resembling willows swaying delicately in the spring breeze. Shun Jibai was momentarily taken aback, recalling Yun Xiao's words. "My third sister tends to cry, but her tears are not unbecoming." Meanwhile, Gu Ming outside the window anxiously stomped his feet, having made a small hole to peer in, whispering to Tsang Ming, who crouched beside him. "Why doesn't he, my adoptive father, say something to comfort Sister Shu? Merely watching is of no use. Perhaps the Lord is uncertain of what to say?" Tsang Ming pondered. Indeed, Shun Jibai found himself at a loss for words and could only say to Yun Shu, "Do not cry." This was meant as a comforting remark. But after years of military discipline, even the most ordinary words carried an air of authority. Thus, in Yin Shu's ears, it sounded like a military command, causing her to quickly bite her trembling lip and hastily wipe her tears with a handkerchief, her misty eyes gazing at Shun Jibai, awaiting his next directive. Shun Jibai gazed at the exceedingly docile Yin Shu, a hint of resigned amusement gracing his cold, hard lips. "It's not that I wish to prevent your tears. Rather, I urge you to cease weeping." Yin Shu, with a semblance of understanding, looked at Shun Jibai, her voice soft and laced with the remnants of her recent sobs. "I long to return home." The words emerged as if he had confined her, forbidding her from returning to her abode. "Very well, I shall escort you," Shun Jibai replied, his brow furrowing as he observed the delicate, red-eyed Yin Shu, who increasingly resembled a timid rabbit. Immediately, Yin Shu shook her head. "I wouldn't wish to trouble the Lord. I can return by myself." "I shall accompany you," Shun Jibai reiterated in a low tone. Indeed, the rabbit was once more startled, yet she fell silent, blinking her red-rimmed eyes at him before obediently lowering her gaze, no longer contesting his words. Chapter 69. The Daughter-in-Law Gu Mingyan, upon seeing Shun Jibai and Yin Shu preparing to emerge, twirled his large eyes and exchanged a mischievous grin with Tsang Ming, devising a clever plan. He tugged at Tsang Ming to position himself, allowing the towering figure of Tsang Ming to shield his diminutive frame. Once Yin Shu and Shun Jibai had taken a few steps ahead, he dashed out from behind, calling out, "Sister Shu." Subsequently, he sprinted towards Yin Shu. Caught off guard, was unable to brace herself for Gu Mingyin's enthusiastic leap. Stumbling backward, she once again found herself enveloped by Shun Jibai's embrace. As dusk settled, lanterns flickered to life in the courtyard. A gentle breeze stirred, casting dancing shadows of the delicate maiden gazing upward and the noble gentleman with lowered eyes. The scene was suffused with ephemeral light, creating an atmosphere of tender ambiguity. Having achieved his objective, Gu Mingyin turned at Song Ming and winked, to which Song Ming, understanding the unspoken message, discreetly gave a thumbs up. Song Ming marveled internally at the young master's prowess, contemplating how effortless it would be for him to court ladies in the future. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, standing aside with a furrowed brow, felt an unsettling impression that her young mistress had inadvertently stumbled into a den of wolves. Yet, the gentleman in question was none other than the illustrious Marquis of Chongping, and she dared not sully the image of such a lofty figure. "Get up, Mingyan," Yin Shu urged, her face flushed with embarrassment as she attempted to steady herself, striving to ignore the firm hand resting against her waist. Gu Mingyan, with his innocent visage, obediently stepped back and smiled, inquiring, "Sister Shu, are you returning home?" Yin Shu, flustered, hastily distanced herself from Shun Jibai and, feigning calmness, softly replied, "Yes, I must return home. I will play with you another day." With that, she grasped Qing Tian's hand and fled without a backward glance, entirely forgetting to inquire about Gu Mingyan's prolonged absence. Shun Jibai, expressionless, glanced at the empty space where warmth had momentarily lingered before slowly turning to gaze in the direction where the white garments had vanished. As he strode back indoors, passing by Gu Mingyan, he suddenly remarked, "Do not pounce on her in the future. She cannot withstand it. Can I leap towards Sister Shu for a hug when my adoptive father is present?" Gu Mingyan looked up at Shun Jibai, innocently questioning. Shun Jibai, his brow furrowed, cast a glance at Gu Mingyan but chose to remain silent, continuing on his way into the house. Gu Mingyan pursed his lips and retreated to Song Ming's side, where the two exchanged a secretive high five, exclaiming in unison, "This has potential." Meanwhile, Si Hung sat beside Yun Hua with a grim expression, glaring at Si Yin across from him, coldly demanding, "Why do you persist in seeking out Yun Hua every day, rather than looking for Shin Jibai?" Si Yin quirked one side of her lips into a faint smile, countering, "Is the Princess of Chun being sold to you? Is she off limits to others? What exactly do you intend to accomplish? Speak plainly. Do not dawdle." Si Yin tightened his grip on Yun Hua's hand, his gaze icy as he regarded Si Yin. "Is it not permissible for me to seek someone to converse with?" Si Yin's eyes lingered on the hand that Si Hung held firmly. Perceiving her gaze, Si Hung frowned and tightened his grip further, his tone sharp. "If you wish to find someone to talk to, why must it be my wife?" Yun Hua blinked her clear, almond-shaped eyes, alternating her attention between Si Hung and Si Yin, unable to interject, merely observing as the two exchanged words. Si Yin turned her gaze towards the bewildered Yun Hua, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she inquired softly, "Would you like to accompany your elder sister in conversation?" Oh, how charming it was for the princess to refer to herself as an elder sister. Yun Hua's eyes sparkled with delight, fixated on Si Yin's captivating, enchanting gaze. She suddenly realized that Si Yin not only spoke like Si Cheng, but also shared the same alluring smile. Si Cheng frowned, observing Yun Hua, who appeared entranced, his dark eyes narrowing as he directed a cold glance toward Si Yin. "Do not call her Hua Hua. That name is reserved for me," he declared possessively. Si Yin cast a dismissive glance at Si Cheng, her attention returning to Yun Hua, her eyes gradually shimmering with a radiant smile as she extended her hand. "Come here, Hua Hua, and keep your sister company." When her cool, regal demeanor transformed into a soft and enchanting smile, it was a beauty that outshone the most exquisite pearl. So captivating, Yun Hua felt an irresistible urge to approach Si Yin. Si Cheng, noticing her inclination to slip away from his grasp, glared at her intently, his irritation bubbling beneath the surface. He was aware that Yun Hua admired his face, yet he was taken aback to discover that she also appreciated the beauty of women. Since Si Jue began speaking to Yun Hua with such tenderness, her gaze had strayed from him. Si Chung raised his hand and gently pinched Yun Hua's soft cheek, prompting her to finally glance his way. "Are you back to your senses?" He huffed, annoyance lacing his tone. Yun Hua's eyes curved into a smile as she sweetly regarded him, softly suggesting, "Your Highness, I would like to converse with the princess." "May I?" Si Jue, with a sense of satisfaction, looked towards Si Chung, leisurely sipping her tea. "I have heard that the seventh prince dotes on Hua Hua, granting her every wish. I hope you do not disappoint me today. I shall repeat myself. Do not call her Hua Hua. That name is mine to use," Si Chung asserted, his grip on Yun Hua's hand tightening as their fingers intertwined. Si Jue suppressed a smile, conceding slightly to her younger brother. Si Chung turned to Yun Hua and asked, "Are you certain you wish to speak with her?" Yun Hua nodded eagerly. The princess was unlike anyone she had ever known. More importantly, she was Si Cheng's sister, even if their familial bond was somewhat tenuous. If given the chance, she wished to do something for Si Chung, to help him feel the warmth of kinship. Seeing Si Chung relent, Si Jue addressed Yin Chuan. "Please escort the prince out for tea." Reluctantly, Si Chung rose, catching a glimpse of the cheerful Yun Hua waving goodbye. And, begrudgingly, he flicked her forehead before following Yin Chuan out. "Come sit here," Si Jue beckoned as Yun Hua approached. Yun Hua obediently settled beside Si Jue, a small table adorned with exquisite pastries between them. "Did you not ask me last time what it feels like to like someone? I have gained some new insights." Yun Hua earnestly shared with Si Jue. Si Jue picked up a piece of snowflake pastry and offered it to Yun Hua, playfully asking, "What new insight have you gained?" Reflecting on Si Cheng's words from that day, Yun Hua felt the pastry in her hand had lost its sweetness. She spoke slowly. "It is heartache. When you start to feel heartache for someone, it signifies that you love them." Upon hearing this, Si Jue gazed thoughtfully at the dressing table behind Yun Hua, where two wooden zodiac carvings stood side by side. One is a dragon, the other a sheep. One is intricately carved by Helian's son, while the other is a continuation of his work by her. Over the past 3 years, she has shied away from recalling the final moments before Helian Sun's demise, and has been reluctant to ponder the words he once spoke to her. It was only upon encountering Yun Hua and Si Hung at the banquet that the flood of memories from her past with him surged forth. It turns out, she had long felt the pangs of sorrow, yet had deceived herself into avoidance. What if that person is no longer present? Si Jue gazed at the wooden sculpture of the dragon, inadvertently voicing her thoughts. Chapter 70. The goose lantern. Yun Hua followed Si Yin's gaze and turned to see the pair of zodiac wooden carvings on her dressing table. When she looked back at Si Jue, she noticed a vacant expression in her eyes, bright yet tearless, infused with a profound sorrow that refused to dissipate. After a moment's contemplation, Yun Hua gently offered words of comfort. "I have heard that behind every star lies a soul. Your Highness, perhaps you might share your thoughts with the stars. When they twinkle, it signifies that they have listened. It is as if they are winking at you with a smile, silently safeguarding you, whether above or below." Upon hearing this, Si Yin's gaze momentarily faltered, her thoughts swirling like autumn leaves, yet she found solace in the soft, tender words of the young girl. She raised her eyes to meet Yun Hua's gentle, smiling almond-shaped ones, and smiled in return. "It is indeed fortunate that the seventh prince encountered you." Si Jue slowly turned her body, glancing towards the direction where Si Hung sat outside the door, her mind adrift in memories. She recalled a time in her youth when she had seen the 5-year-old Si Hung sitting beneath a great tree, surrounded by the flowers he had picked, intently weaving a garland. The branches were rough, and his delicate little hands were scratched, bleeding profusely, yet he paid no heed, his face still radiant with joy, and his dark eyes sparkling with light. At last, the garland was completed, and she watched as Si Hung joyfully ran towards his mother, Consort Chun, eagerly presenting the garland. However, Consort Chun merely cast a fleeting glance at it before dismissively knocking it to the ground, coldly instructing him to stay away. Si Hung's brilliant smile froze, and he dejectedly picked up the fallen garland, retreating to sit once more beneath the tree, his once bright eyes now dimmed. As the sun set, casting long shadows from the great tree, a small figure curled up with its knees drawn to its chest was discernible within the gloom. He rested his head on his knees, staring vacantly at the garland he had lovingly crafted throughout the afternoon. No one approached to offer him concern. Only the oppressive shadow of the tree and the crows that flitted by served as his company. From that moment on, in her memories, Si Jue was never seen smiling again. He always stood apart from others, cold and solitary. He neither laughed nor cried, as if the world around him held no relevance to his existence. The adage regarding the coldness of the imperial family rang true. There, no one genuinely cared for anyone, including her own self at that time. Even those who showed her respect were merely constrained by her status. Si mused that if Si Jue were to weave a garland now, he would not be disregarded. Yunhua would smile and tell him that she adored it. When ice meets its rightful sunflower, it begins to melt, transforming past wounds into a luminescent path forward. Yunhua remained unaware of Si Yin's reflections, but her affirming words brought a smile to her face. Your Highness, you too shall encounter the one you long to see and attain the happiness that belongs to you. The one she wished to see was no longer present. Si Yin smiled, but did not contradict Yunhua. Blessings are always beautiful, and perhaps they could serve as a cherished thought. After engaging in conversation with Yunhua for a while longer, Si Yin noticed the sky darkening and felt it was inappropriate to linger. Just as Yunhua was about to take her leave, Si Yin suddenly inquired, "If you have time, would you come to speak with your elder sister?" Perhaps it is Yunhua's pair of untainted, clear eyes. Or perhaps it is the warm words that flow from her lips. Or maybe she has once witnessed the fervent sun over the vast prairie, yet her sun has set. She yearns to find a sunflower that blooms toward the sun, seeking someone who, like him, would smile sincerely at her. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yunhua beamed brightly and nodded cheerfully. "All right, dear elder sister." She could discern the melancholy on Si Yin's face and the solitude in her eyes, despite her noble status. She was merely a girl accustomed to being cherished. The difference now seemed to be that the girl had begun to understand what she truly desired. Si Jue propped his forehead on his hand, listlessly gazing at the door. Upon seeing Yunhua finally emerge, he promptly rose and grasped her hand, stating, "Let us return home." Yunhua had just savored Si Yin's snowflake pastry, which she found delightful, igniting her craving for sweets. With bright eyes, she posed a question to Si Jue. "Your Highness, shall we visit the night market to purchase some pastries?" "Very well," Si Jue replied, and together they ventured to the night market. The market at night was ablaze with lights, thrumming with the bustle of people. Si Jue lifted Yunhua down from the carriage, holding her hand as they entered the market, deliberately leaving Mu Feng behind. This arrangement aligned perfectly with Yunhua's wishes, as she longed to experience a private rendezvous with Si Jue. "Your Highness, I wish to buy colorful lanterns," Yunhua exclaimed, pointing toward a stall on the bridge selling them. "Certainly," Si Jue replied, guiding her through the throng of people descending the bridge until they reached the stall. The vibrant lanterns, in various shapes and hues, dazzled the eye, and after a prolonged selection process, Yunhua struggled to choose one. Noticing her indecision, Si Jue picked up a pair of geese-shaped lanterns, inquiring, "Do you fancy this one?" Regardless of what he chose, she would adore it. Yunhua smiled and nodded, accepting the lanterns from his hands. Her curiosity piqued. "Why did you select this, Your Highness?" Though the geese lanterns were beautifully crafted, they were not the most striking among the many. According to the customs of Dawei, a groom would traditionally present a pair of geese to the bride's family as a token of betrothal. Yet Si Jue had been unconscious during his wedding to Yunhua, thus missing this ritual. "I did not gift you the geese at the time of our betrothal, so I am making amends now," Si Jue said, a hint of regret in his voice as he gazed at Yunhua. Her eyes sparkled, soft almond-shaped orbs curving into a sweet crescent as she looked up at Si Jue. "I truly adore these goose lanterns." Si Jue smiled, raising a hand to gently stroke her nose. His little princess always offered the warmest of responses. Clutching the lanterns in one hand and entwining her fingers with Si Jue's in the other, Yunhua gleefully shook the lanterns, turning to Si Jue beside her. The lights lining the stone bridge illuminated Si Jue's striking features, the glow reflecting in his obsidian-like eyes, rendering even the high-hanging moon pale in comparison. "Oh my, how extraordinarily handsome he is! Moreover, such a beautiful man is my husband." Goodness, just the thought fills me with joy. What are you smiling about so foolishly? Si Hung teased, squeezing her palm as he leaned down to look at her. I shan't tell you. Quick, let us go buy pastries before they run out. Yunhua playfully winked, tugging Si Hung eagerly toward the pastry shop. The two individuals, already striking in appearance, immediately captivated the attention of onlookers upon entering the pastry shop, who could not help but remark on their perfect match, resembling ethereal beings from a painting. Allow me the lantern. You shall choose the pastries, said Si Hung, as he took the lantern from Yunhua's hand, accompanying her to the display case. The shop assistant, beaming with delight, presented a tray laden with an array of pastries for the guest to sample, cheerfully stating, Miss, please feel free to try. Yunhua expressed her gratitude, picked up a piece of lotus pastry, took a bite, and naturally offered it to Si Hung's lips, asking, Is it to your liking, Your Highness? Although Si Hung was not particularly fond of sweets, he relished the pastries that Yunhua fed him, especially those she had tasted first. He savored the delicacy while holding onto her waist with one hand, his dark eyes shimmering with affection as he said, Choose what you enjoy. Chapter 71. Jealousy. Upon hearing his words, Yunhua felt a sweet sensation in her heart, her lips involuntarily curving upwards as she gazed at Si Hung with crescent-shaped eyes. With a charming smile, she softly remarked, Your Highness, if there is anything you particularly enjoy, do let me know, and we shall procure more. Si Hung affectionately ruffled her hair in response, agreeing with a simple good. Yunhua sampled several varieties of pastries, each time taking only a half bite before offering the remaining portion to Si Hung, whether she was selecting pastries or sharing them with him. Si Hung's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon her. In the shop, two women were present. One, clad in a dark red cotton coat, whispered with a hint of admiration, Look how sweet the young couple is. The woman beside her, dressed in blue, nudged her arm and said, What are you envious of? Your husband treats you well enough. Look at mine. If I so much as hope for a glance, it's as if I've asked for his life. The blue-clad woman continued bitterly, That wretch is planning to take a concubine again, and you do nothing about it? The red-clad woman interjected in indignation. Let him do as he pleases. At our age, it's all for the children. We might as well make do. This is how life is, the blue-clad woman remarked, selecting pastries that her child favored, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Every household has its own troubles, and the red-clad woman refrained from pressing further. Si Hung gently brushed away the crumbs clinging to Yunhua's lips, casting his gaze upon the pastry she had chosen, and inquired, Is this enough? Yunhua's eyes twinkled as she replied sweetly, It's sufficient. Thus, Si Hung settled the bill and stepped out with Yunhua, carrying the neatly packaged pastries. The night breeze wafted through, carrying the enticing aroma of freshly baked pies. In the cool night, the warmth from the stove rose in delicate wisps. Do you wish for a pie? Si Hung asked, noticing Yunhua's gaze fixed on the pie stall. She furrowed her brows slightly and replied, Yes, but there are so many people in line. Si Hung chuckled, returning the lantern to her and placing the hood over her head. Wait for me on the bridge. I shall go buy some. Complying obediently, Yunhua made her way to the bridge they had just crossed, where she could easily spot Si Hung from her vantage point. As the gentle breeze caressed her, it stirred the white fur trim of her red hood, enhancing the delicate beauty of her soft, jade-like face. The lantern in her hand swayed gently in the wind, casting a warm, red glow. While she observed the crowd from the bridge, she remained blissfully unaware that someone below was watching her as well. Whose young lady is that? She looks like a painting. I should go over and inquire her name. A man standing before the pie stall remarked to his companion, pointing at Yunhua with a grin. Si Hung's expression darkened as he shot a cold glare at the two men, his deep voice slicing through the air like shattered jade on ice. She is mine. The two men froze, startled by Si Hung's ominous demeanor, and hurriedly apologized, even exchanging places in the queue with him, unable to bear the chilling sensation of his glare on their backs. Yunhua swayed her lantern gently, straining to catch a glimpse of Si Hung through the throng, her eyes reflecting the flickering lights, and a soft, peach blossom-like smile gracing her lips as she tilted her head and waved at him. Si Hung reigned in his icy demeanor, his dark eyes rising to meet her warm smile, his lips curving into a heart-stirring arc. The resplendent moonlight flowed like wine over the stone bridge, gently illuminating the visage of a couple who smiled at one another. Suddenly, a male voice called out uncertainly from behind Yunhua. Yunhua? She turned to see none other than her elder brother's closest friend, Zhang Tsiyuan, and with delight, she approached him. Brother Tsiyuan. Zhang Tsiyuan greeted her with a hearty laugh, remarking as he walked, "It has been 3 years since we last met, and you have blossomed into a young lady, growing so tall." As he spoke, he instinctively reached out to pat Yunhua's head, but his hand barely grazed her hair before Si Hung surged forward from behind her. Si Hung encircled Yunhua's slender waist, pulling her securely into his embrace. His expression dark as he glared at Zhang Xian, startled by the sudden grip around her waist. Yunhua relaxed only upon recognizing Si Hung, sweetly calling him Your Highness. Zhang Xian, noticing the displeasure in Si Heng's gaze, paused, recollecting that the emperor had recently betrothed the two of them. He scratched his head and cautiously bowed to Si Hung, saying, "I pay my respects to His Highness, the Crown Prince, and to the Crown Princess." Si Hung dismissed him with indifference, taking Yunhua's hand and turning to leave. "Brother Tsiyuan, I must be going." Yunhua politely informed him as she was led away by Si Hung. Zhang Tsiyuan smiled, watching them depart. "Brother Tsiyuan?" Si Heng's brow furrowed at Yunhua's endearment for Zhang Tsiyuan, his dark eyes glimmering with icy annoyance. He squinted toward the pavilion shrouded in shadows and hastened his steps, still holding Yunhua's hand. Yunhua placed a lantern on the bench within the pavilion, gazing intently at the pastry in Si Heng's hands, and innocently inquired, "Your Highness, are we to eat here?" Si Hung, glancing at the oblivious Yunhua, felt a surge of irritation and tossed the pastry onto the bench. Confused, Yunhua looked up at him as Si Hung strode forward, gripping her delicate waist and pushing her back until she was pressed against the pavilion's pillar. "Your Highness." Yunhua stared at Si Hung, her words trailing off as he leaned in and captured her lips with his. Si Hung held her waist with one hand, while the other cradled the back of her neck, compelling her to tilt her head back. Their kiss, laced with a hint of anger, was both assertive yet measured, a delicate balance of dominance. Though they were concealed in shadows, they were still outdoors, and Yunhua's heart raced with nervousness, instinctively wanting to push him away. Yet, under the skilled caress of his lips, her clarity dissipated into a whirlwind of sensation. Her hands, initially resisting, unconsciously shifted to embrace his neck, her eyelashes fluttering shut as she surrendered to the lengthened kiss. The distant sounds of the bustling market echoed, while stars and the moon adorned the inky sky, weaving a tapestry of gentle romance. The initial tension gradually faded, giving way to an indescribable sweetness. Time slipped away, and as Si Hung pressed against Yunhua's lips, his breath grew heavier, and even his typically cool gaze was now tinged with a burning desire as he huskily asked, "Has your moon cycle ended?" Yunhua's cheeks flushed as she nodded, her clear almond eyes shimmering with a captivating allure. "Let us return home," Si Hung murmured, brushing his lips against her soft, rosy ones. His gaze filled with urgency. Just how intense was his urgency? The pie was consumed in the carriage, and upon entering the residence, one was carried inside. Even before drying off after a bath, Si Heng came in to retrieve someone. Chapter 72. The tease when Si Hung entered. Yunhua was bending over, her back turned to the door, drying her body. Si Heng approached her from behind, his fair chest pressing against her delicate back. His hand reached forward, taking the cotton cloth from her grasp to wipe the droplets of water from her porcelain-like skin. In the humid warmth of the room, the flickering charcoal fire danced, and the beads of water rising from the beams were irresistibly drawn to the enchanting scene before them. Captivated, a droplet fell with a soft plop, landing on Yunhua's trembling eyelashes, startling her. Si Hung lowered his gaze to her flushed cheeks, a smile curling on his lips as he wrapped the cotton cloth around her and lifted her effortlessly, striding back into the room to place her gently on the couch. His tall figure bent down, and his clear, almond-shaped eyes, deliberately stirred, had softened into pools of autumn water. Gazing at Si Hung as she called out to him with a quivering voice, "Your Highness." Si Henkes fingertips terset Yunhua's luscious lips. his dark eyes glimmering with mischief as he provocatively inquired, "What does Hua Hua desire?" Yunhua glared at the instigator, her annoyance evident. A wicked smile played on his lips as he leaned down to kiss her neck, slowly moving upwards to nibble on her tender earlobe. His voice low and enticing. "If Hua Hua speaks her wish, this prince shall grant it." The tingling sensation in her ears spread through her limbs like an incantation unlocking a secret chamber, teasing and tantalizing. "You bully me," she whimpered, a mix of embarrassment and anger causing her to bite down hard on Si Heng's shoulder, her voice barely a whisper. Si Heng looked down at the tearful little one, his desire to tease her growing. His lips found hers, muffled laughter escaping his throat. "Do you want me, Hua Hua?" Yunhua recognized his deliberate provocation. If she remained silent, he would continue to tease her. Thus, her cheeks flushed with color, she glared at him in frustration, nodding randomly. "Call me brother." Si Heng suddenly grasped her slender waist, his voice hoarse. With tear-filled eyes, Yunhua gazed up at Si Heng, her delicate fingers leaving red marks on his shoulder as she murmured, Heng-gu, Heng-gu. "Good girl," Si Heng said, resting his arms beside her as he leaned down to kiss her lips. The moonlight stretched boundlessly, the embroidered curtains whispered sweet nothings, and the atmosphere was rich with allure. Si Heng embraced the soft Yunhua from behind, his gaze lingering on her body adorned with kiss marks, unable to resist kissing her slender neck. Yunhua, eyes closed, evaded his lips, sleepily turning to bury her face in his embrace, murmuring, "No more teasing." Si Heng chuckled softly, lifting her slightly, cherishing such a compliant darling. He refrained from further teasing, instead kissing her forehead before drifting off into slumber with her in his arms. The following day, when Yunhua awoke, she felt as though she had traversed through time. Clutching the blanket, she gazed wistfully out the window, lost in thought for a while before realizing it was already afternoon. Awake? Si Heng entered, sitting beside her. Yunhua huffed heavily, pulling the blanket tighter around herself, turning her face away from him. He had gone too far. How could he be so audacious? Si Heng lifted one corner of his lips in a slight smile, gently pulling the blanket-wrapped figure into his embrace, nibbling at her ear and asking, "Are you dissatisfied with this prince's performance last night?" Si Heng. As Yunhua opened her mouth, she realized her voice was hoarse beyond measure, which only fueled her irritation further. She extended her arm from beneath the blanket and forcefully slapped the back of Si Heng's hand that was resting in front of her. Si Heng, with a somber gaze, scrutinized Yunhua's jade-like arm adorned with kiss marks, grasped her wrist, and leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on the hollow of her exposed collarbone. "I don't want to talk to you anymore." Yunhua pouted angrily, wriggling out of Si Heng's embrace, cocooned in the blanket like a silkworm. However, as soon as her feet touched the ground, she weakly collapsed back onto the edge of the bed. Momentarily stunned, Yunhua soon directed her ire towards the perpetrator, muttering, "It's all your fault." Si Heng raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly, and leaned closer to peck her puffy cheek, say, "Just sit here and wait." He then rose and approached their wardrobe, retrieving a complete set of clothes for Yunhua, who had slumped back onto the bed due to exhaustion. He feared that if she did not dress first, he might lose control and desire her once more. Placing the garments at the bedside, Si Heng inquired, "Would you prefer to dress yourself, or shall I assist you?" "I'll do it myself," Yunhua replied, reaching for the clothes, intending to shield herself with the blanket while dressing. Observing her bashful demeanor, Si Heng stood up to lower the bed curtains for her, gently pinching her nose and assuring, "Dress well, a 1T look." With that, he exited the room, instructing Qing Tao to prepare a meal for Yunhua. Once Yunhua had finished her ablutions, Qing Tao had already arranged an array of dishes and discreetly retreated. After taking a sip of the 8-treasure porridge to soothe her stomach, Yunhua eagerly dug into a piece of braised pork ribs. "Eat slowly," Si Heng chuckled, using his fingertip to wipe the soup from the corner of her lips. It wasn't a matter of speed. She was genuinely famished, having expended too much energy. Yunhua tilted her small face upwards, her eyes crinkling with delight as she looked at Si Heng, her voice soft as she said, "Your Highness, will you eat with me?" Si Heng playfully shook her chin, laughing, "I have already dined." Yunhua's expression dimmed as she lowered her eyelashes, lightly tracing Si Heng's wrist with her index finger while softly calling out, "Brother Hung." Si Heng's expression shifted suddenly. The fingers that had been pinching her chin trembled noticeably. He swiftly encircled her slender waist, lifting her to sit on his lap, and bit her earlobe, his voice low and husky, "You little tease." Chapter 73. Fighting. Is this the first time Yunhua has heard Si Heng refer to her in such a manner? She deliberately shifted her position on his lap, and sure enough, he twitched at the temple. With a playful glimmer in her eyes, she encircled Si Heng's neck, unable to suppress a sweet smile, as if she had discovered a way to tease him. Si Heng, embracing the proud little figure in his arms, pinched the soft flesh at her waist. Burying his face in her neck, he restrained his breath, patted her waist, and spoke in a low voice. "Come here, let us eat properly." Yinhua, smiling brightly, turned around, intending to return to her seat. However, Si Heng did not let her go, his hand resting on her waist as he held her, gazing at her with warm eyes while occasionally sipping her porridge. "Not eating anymore?" he asked, his hand reaching through the soft fabric to feel her little belly. Sensing she had not eaten enough, gently leaning back, she nestled comfortably against him, whispering, "No, if I eat more, I want to be able to join Sui Huan and Lin Er for dinner tonight." Si Heng leaned over and kissed her cheek, saying, "Come to the study with me." Yunhua shook her head in reluctance, casting a pitiful glance at the bed. She was aching all over and simply wished to lie down rather than sit. Si Heng followed her gaze, chuckling softly, and remarked with a hint of suggestion, "One must tidy up, after all." Yunhua's cheeks flushed, and she hastily averted her gaze, responding with a barely audible "Go put on a cotton cloak," Si Heng said, taking her hand and standing up. He helped her don the cloak before putting on his own. Outside the room, Mu Yu, with remarkable foresight, grasped Qing Tao's hand in his palm, stroking the back of her hand with a mischievous grin. "Little Taozi has some work today." Qing Tao quickly grasped the underlying meaning of Mu Yu's words and grinned foolishly, revealing two adorable little tiger teeth. "If you want to talk, then talk. Can you refrain from being so hands-on?" Mu Feng glared at Mu Yu's hands. Mu Yu lifted his eyelids and glanced at Mu Feng, curling one side of his lip in a teasing smile. "Are you jealous that I can hold little Taozi's hand?" Mu Feng's face flushed instantly, glancing at the bewildered Qing Tao, stammering in response, "I'm just worried you might lead the child astray." "Oh." Mu Yu raised an eyebrow, casting a smirk in Mu Feng's direction. Qing Tao blinked her clear, bright eyes, looking between Mu Feng and Mu Yu, scratching her head in confusion. Mu Yu provocatively looked at Mu Feng, affectionately holding Qing Tao's hand, and exclaimed, "Little Taozi, the books you're reading now are of no use. Wait until I recommend a few to you. I guarantee you'll make tremendous progress." Qing Tao's eyes lit up with excitement, asking, "What books are so amazing?" "Don't listen to her nonsense," Mu Feng interjected urgently, genuinely fearing that Mu Yu would directly hand over such books to Qing Tao. She would absolutely do such a thing. After all, the first book of that nature he had ever read was shared with him by Mu Yu. Mu Igriku, observing Mu Feng's anxious expression, smirked wickedly, finding this far more entertaining than teasing the dim-witted giant. Meanwhile, at Tianlu Academy, each afternoon, students were allotted a quarter of an hour for free playtime. Due to the differences in age and knowledge between Ji Suihuan and Lin Xinian, they were assigned to different halls upon enrollment. One day after class, Ji Suihuan planned to play kuju with a few friends. She tiptoed and struggled to retrieve the last remaining kuju ball from the highest shelf. Just as she grasped it, a tall and stout boy rushed over and snatched the ball from her hands. "I got it first. Get it back to me," Yi Suihuan protested, reaching out to reclaim the ball. Zhou Zheng looked down at her disdainfully, pushing her to the ground and mockingly kicking a pile of snow onto her. He laughed heartily at the sight of Ji Suihuan, her face covered in snow, and arrogantly proclaimed, "What I want is mine. No one in this academy dares to compete with me. Is that so?" Lin Xinian, with a stern expression, glared at Zhou Zheng as he stepped behind Ji Suihuan. Zhou Zheng furrowed his brow at Lin Xinian, feeling an inexplicable sense of alarm. Though he was not as tall, Lin Xinian's dark, intense gaze imparted an innate sense of intimidation. Ji Suihuan brushed the snow off her face, blinking hard as some of it got into her eyes, and called out to Lin Sinian, her voice tinged with grievance. Zhou Zheng steadied himself, and, with a haughty tone, asked Lin Sinian, "Who do you think you are?" Lin Sinian cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Zheng, but ignored him, instead extending a hand to Ji Suehuan and gently saying, "Get up, Suehuan." Ji Suehuan took his hand to rise, but as she was about to rub her eyes, Lin Sinian restrained her hand. "Don't rub them," he said, pulling out a clean silk handkerchief from his pocket to delicately wipe around her eyes. He then leaned down to examine her eyes closely, gently blowing on them, and asked, "Is it better now?" Ji Suehuan gazed at Lin Sinian, marveling inwardly, realizing that his gentle demeanor was far more appealing than his usual stern expression. "All better, completely better." Ji Suehuan beamed, nodding enthusiastically. Lin Sinian ruffled her hair, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Stand aside and wait for me." Ji Suehuan tilted her head, curious about his intentions, but she enjoyed seeing him smile, so she obediently stepped aside. Lin Sinian turned his icy gaze towards Zhou Zheng and commanded, "Return the kuju ball to Suehuan." "Dream on." Zhou Zheng defiantly waved the kuju ball in his hand. Lin Sinian suddenly smiled, a peculiar and unsettling grin, and slowly remarked, "You brought this upon yourself." Before Zhou Zheng could react, Lin Sinian executed a sweeping kick, knocking him to the ground with a yelp, creating a dent in the snow while the kuju ball rolled away. Lin Sinian gracefully bent down to retrieve the ball, towering over Zhou Zheng with a chilling, emotionless gaze, and ordered, "Apologize to Ji Suehuan." "I won't." Zhou Zheng struggled to rise, bracing himself on the ground, never having endured such humiliation before. Lin Sinian pressed his foot firmly on Zhou Zheng's chest, exerting pressure to keep him down. Ji Suehuan, feeling a bit frightened, moved to stand behind Lin Sinian, furrowing her brow as she hesitantly tugged at his sleeve. This was the first time she had encountered such a cold and distant Lin Si, and it felt utterly unfamiliar. Most importantly, she did not want him to engage in a fight. She feared that the teacher would contact their parents and that Lin Si would be reprimanded. Lin Si cast a sidelong glance at Ji Suehuan, noticing her apprehension towards him, which prompted him to furrow his brow. Yet, today, an apology was imperative. Lin Si's gaze towards Zhou Zheng grew increasingly frosty as he articulated each word with precision. "Apologize to Ji Suehuan." Chapter 74. A lesson to be learned. The little girls eager to play kuju with Ji Suehuan sensed that the situation was amiss and hurried to find the master. "Master, please hurry." Two of the girls tugged at his sleeves, urging him on. The aged master, in his 60s, was panting as he was pulled along by the children. The cold wind ruffled his white beard, and he would cough a couple of times as they rushed forward. Zhou Zheng was in pain from Lin Si's weight on his chest. Just as he contemplated yielding, he noticed the master approaching and instantly felt emboldened. He glared at Lin Si and shouted, "You're finished. The master is here. Prepare to be dealt with." Then, with a swift change of demeanor, he feigned helplessness, looking woefully at the master. "Master, save me. This rascal is trying to kill me." Ji Suehuan, following Zhou Zheng's gaze, turned to see the master, and her face paled with alarm. She instinctively clutched Lin Si's sleeve and leaned closer to him, whispering, "Lin Si, let him go. I'm fine." Lin Si remained stoic, his gaze fixed coldly on Zhou Zheng, applying increasing pressure with his foot, causing Zhou Zheng to wail in agony. Observing this, the master shouted in a hoarse voice, "Stop! Stop this at once." He rushed forward, grasping Lin Si's arm to separate the two, then quickly helped Zhou Zheng to his feet. Zhou Zheng sobbed, "Master, you must stand up for me. This rascal and that little girl are bullying me, ganging up on me." The master looked between Zhou Zheng and Lin Si, his weathered face etched with concern. One was the legitimate grandson of a duke, and the other was a nephew and niece of a general. Neither was someone he could afford to offend. Now, let us all calm down. Are you injured badly?" The master furrowed his brow, hastily comforting Zhou Zheng. It hurts terribly." Zhou Zheng cried even louder. The master brushed the snow off Zhou Zheng's clothes and turned to Ji Suehuan and Lin Si, asking, "Do you two have anything to say?" Ji Suehuan stepped forward, pointing at Zhou Zheng anxiously explaining to the master, "Master, he stole my kuja ball first, pushed me down, and kicked snow at me. Lin Si was only helping me. He is not at fault." Lin Si, gazing down at Ji Suehuan who stood before him, felt a flicker of amusement at her earnestness. Her delicate features bore a hint of bravery despite her evident fear. It struck him as both foolish and endearing. "And you? What do you wish to convey to the master?" The master inquired, still supporting Zhou Zheng. Lin Si withdrew his gaze from Ji Suehuan, glancing at Zhou Zheng, and replied coolly, "He deserves a lesson." The master squinted, scrutinizing Lin Si. He had taught countless students, yet few possessed such presence and demeanor at such a young age, an innate air of nobility. Habitually stroking his beard in contemplation, he sighed, "Tomorrow, I shall summon both parties' parents to the academy. As for you, Zhou Zheng, return home to recover." Zhou Zheng rubbed his sore backside, glaring menacingly at Lin Si. He raised a fist in silent defiance, mouthing, "Just you wait." Lin Si was about to rush forward when both Lao Fuzi and Ji Suehuan called out to him simultaneously. "Lin Si." Yi Suehuan grasped Lin Si's hand, her eyes brimming with tears as she shook her head at him. "Lin Si, let us ignore him, shall we?" Lin Si's hand, concealed within his sleeve, relaxed slightly as he raised it to wipe away the tears from Ji Suehuan's face, softly responding, "All right." Once Zhou Zheng was brought back by the servants, he immediately threw himself into his mother, Xiao Qin's, embrace, embellishing his tale of being bullied. Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's account, Xiao Qin sprang to her feet, her fury igniting as she ordered someone to investigate who had dared to harm her precious son. She then took Zhou Zheng's hand, affectionately calling him my dear as she hurriedly summoned a physician to tend to his injuries. In the winter, children typically wore multiple layers of clothing, and given that Lin Si was also just a child with limited strength, Zhou Zheng's fall, though he bore a footprint on his chest from Lin Si, was not severe. "Madam, we found out that the two children are from the Yun family," announced the steward of the Duke's mansion, rushing in with his long robe trailing behind him. "The Yun family?" Xiao Qin scoffed disdainfully. She held little regard for them, had it not been for Yun Zhao's military achievements. Their family would have long since faded into obscurity. Yet, even with his status as a general, what did it matter? The emperor had still betrothed his sister to the ailing prince, ostensibly an act of grace, but in truth a precaution. In contrast, their own duke's lineage had been founded by loyal subjects, with descendants inheriting titles for generations, undeniably a distinguished noble family. With a fierce gaze, Xiao Qin tenderly patted Zhou Zheng, her expression turning commanding as she declared, "Prepare the carriage and bring people along. We shall go to the Yun family to demand an explanation." "Mother, I want to go too." Zhou Zheng clutched Xiao Qin's hand, feigning innocence. He had always been the one to bully others. He had never before been on the receiving end, and he could not swallow this grievance. He yearned to witness Lin Si kneeling before him, bowing his head in apology. Xiao Qin's heart ached for Zhou Zheng, instructing her servants to line the carriage with thick bedding and stoke the charcoal fire before leading the entourage to the Yun residence in grand fashion. Fan Shu had gone to Ao Temple to pay her respects, and Yun Shu had remained behind, engrossed in the decoration of the bookstore. So when Xiao Qin arrived at the Yun family, she was met only by Yun Shu. Xiao Qin appraised Yun Shu from head to toe, arrogantly demanding, "Send your two children out to apologize to my son." Yun Shu, feeling a mix of fear and confusion, politely inquired, "Who are you? What has happened?" "Do not play the fool." Xiao Qin's ire flared at Yun Shu's seemingly delicate demeanor, reminding her of the beguiling concubines at home. In a sudden fit of anger, Xiao Qin seized Yun Shu's wrist. Qingju, Zhang Bo, and others rushed to intervene, but were swiftly surrounded by Xiao Qin's entourage. Seizing the moment as the two sides grappled, Xiao Qin forcefully dragged Yun Shu to the front of the carriage, pointing to the prone Zhou Zheng inside. "Do you see? It was your uncouth children who left my son, the sole legitimate grandson of the Duke's mansion, in this state. It was Lin Si and a little girl who did this to him." Zhou Zheng merely heard Ji Suehuan and the old scholar utter Lin Si's name. Yet he remained oblivious to Ji Suehuan's own designation. Upon hearing this, Yun Shu was taken aback, her concern mounting. Disregarding the pain inflicted by the grip of the young Qin matron on her wrist, she instinctively inquired, "Are Lin Si and Sue Huan injured?" The young Qin matron spat in disdain at Yin Shu, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? I'm speaking of my son being harmed. What are you prattling on about?" With that, she flung her arm outward, causing the already distracted Yin Shu to stumble. As Yin Shu teetered unsteadily, on the verge of collapsing to the ground, a strong arm encircled her slender waist, pulling her securely into an embrace. Shen Jibai gazed down at Yin Shu, whose anxious expression was pressed against his arm, and furrowed his brow, asking, "What has transpired?" Chapter 75. Support. Whether it was Shen Jibai's calm voice or the righteous authority he exuded, it inexplicably instilled a sense of solace in the previously panicked Yin Shu. She gently steadied herself by grasping Shen Jibai's arm, taking a regulated step back. Her hidden hands clenched tightly within her sleeves as she gazed at Shen Jibai and softly replied, "They say Sui Huan and Lin Si have hurt someone." Shen Jibai lowered his gaze to the tearful eyes of Yin Shu, retrieving a handkerchief from his bosom and offering it to her. "Who are Sui Huan and Lin Si?" he inquired. Yin Shu, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of Sui Huan and Lin Si, accepted the handkerchief instinctively, wiping the corners of her eyes as she spoke gently. "They are my little niece and nephew." Madame Qin observed Shen Jibai and Yin Shu, a smirk of derision escaping her lips. Truly, she thought, a seductress who could ensnare even the long unwed Marquis of Chongping. Raising her eyes with a haughty demeanor, she declared, "It is quite fortuitous that the Marquis has arrived. The children of the Yun family have injured my son, and I demand that those two children apologize. Is this request unreasonable?" At this point, Zhou Zheng, inside the carriage, cooperatively cried out in pain. Sui Huan and Lin Si would not assault anyone without provocation. There must be a reason. Yin Shu furrowed her brow and urgently explained to Shen Jibai. Though her knowledge of Lin Si was limited, she was well acquainted with Sui Huan, who had been raised with utmost propriety and would never instigate trouble. Shen Jibai nodded at Yin Shu, then turned his cold gaze toward the Duke's household, which was embroiled in conflict with the Yun family, directing his attention to Madame Qin. "Have your people step aside." While Madame Qin could afford to disregard the Yun family, she dared not offend the renowned and high-ranking Shen Jibai, and reluctantly gestured for her people to withdraw. Seeing this, Qin Ju swiftly positioned herself between Yin Shu and Madame Qin. "Yin Shu, let the two children come forward. The truth will be revealed," Shen Jibai stated, then continued, addressing Madame Qin. "Whoever is at fault should naturally extend an apology." Madame Qin, emboldened, met Shen Jibai's gaze defiantly. After all, her son had been injured, making him the victim. Yin Shu, clutching Shen Jibai's handkerchief, hesitantly murmured, "Sui Huan and Lin Si are at the residence of Prince Chun. They are not here." Upon hearing this, Madame Qin glared at Yin Shu, unyielding. "Then we shall go to the residence of Prince Chun. Today, we shall settle this matter." Shen Jibai cast a dismissive glance at Madame Qin and gently urged Yin Shu, "Get in the carriage. We shall go to the residence of Prince Chun." Gu Mingyan, who had been observing the commotion from the carriage, fearing Yin Shu might refuse, promptly leaped down from the yoke. He hurried to Yin Shu's side, seizing her hand while presenting a charming smile. "Sister Shu, let us get in the carriage. The matter at hand is pressing." He pulled her towards his family's carriage. With Madame Qin's incessant prodding, Yin Shu found herself unwittingly boarding Shen Jibai's carriage, destined for the residence of Prince Chun. Drawing from her previous experience of riding in a carriage, Qin Ju climbed alongside Song Ming without needing any reminder. She gripped the edge tightly, well aware of how swiftly Song Ming could drive the carriage. Without a firm hold, a mere turn could send her sprawling. Meanwhile, within the study of the Chun Wang mansion, Si Hung gazed at Yin Hua, who lay asleep in the crook of his arm. The orange-red glow of the setting sun caressed her curled lashes, imparting a warmth that was both sweet and gentle. Her slightly parted lips revealed a hint of pink, glistening with a delicate sheen. Si Heng's fingertips grazed the rosy petals of her lips, his dark eyes sparkling with affectionate mirth. Realizing how exhausted she must have been the previous night, he had intended for Yun Hua to accompany him in reading, yet after merely a few pages, she had succumbed to slumber against his shoulder. Concerned for her comfort, he reclined beside her. As he glanced at the deepening twilight outside, though reluctant, he knew he could not allow Yunhua to drift off any longer. Otherwise, she would struggle to sleep later that night. Lowering his head, he placed a gentle kiss upon her slightly parted, alluring lips, and with a teasing stroke of his fingertip along her nose, he murmured, "Hua Hua, awaken." Yunhua, still lost in her dreams, emitted a soft, drowsy murmur, instinctively seeking the warmth of his neck, her delicate face pressing against his warm skin, nuzzling affectionately. A smile unconsciously danced upon Si Heng's lips, his eyes radiating affection as he sat up, holding the still sleepy Yunhua, pinching her cheek playfully. "Be obedient. You cannot sleep any longer." At last, Yunhua sluggishly opened her eyes, her gaze hazy with the remnants of sleep, sparkling with a gentle allure. As her eyes met Si Heng's, she appeared utterly oblivious to her own charm. Si Heng found himself momentarily entranced by her beauty. Yunhua, still groggy, stifled a yawn, her throat parched, and softly requested, "Your Highness, I wish to drink water." "Very well." Si Heng turned with Yunhua in his embrace, retrieving a cup of clear tea from the small table beside the soft couch. Yunhua took the cup, her tender lips brushing against the rim as she sipped slowly, a little at a time. Si Heng's gaze lingered upon her lips, watching as the tea gradually moistened them, her dampened petals reminiscent of morning dew upon blooming peach blossoms. Vibrant and enticing. "Would you like more?" Si Heng inquired. Having consumed a cup of water, Yunhua felt somewhat more awake. She smiled, handing the empty cup back to Si Heng and shaking her head. "No more, thank you." Si Heng casually set the cup aside, gently grasping Yunhua's chin, lifting it slightly as he leaned down to capture the remnants of tea upon her lips, savoring the taste that was rightfully his. Yunhua, momentarily bewildered by the kiss, stared at Si Heng in a daze before comprehension dawned upon her, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Her lips parted softly, her delicate hand resting on his broad shoulder. She closed her eyes and offered him a gentle response. The setting sun filtered through the window, illuminating the pot of narcissus upon the desk, the green leaves appearing as if kissed by a touch of gold, while the pristine white blooms glowed with a captivating allure in the warm hues of the fading light. Even the smallest particles of dust in the air seemed enchanted by the tender embrace of the couple, transforming into shimmering motes of gold, accompanying their lingering kiss that expressed the deepest affections. It wasn't until a loud call from outside interrupted the tender moment that they reluctantly parted. Yunhua rested her forehead against Si Heng's brow, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, breathlessly whispering, "Sui Huan and Lin Air have returned." Si Heng acknowledged her softly, lingering a moment longer as he turned his head slightly to bestow another kiss upon her alluring lips before gradually releasing her. As Sui Huan was about to push the door open, she was intercepted by Qing Tao. With a smile, Qing Tao took Sui Huan's small hand, accompanying her by the door. She knocked gently and announced, "Princess, the young lady and young master have returned. Please come in." Yunhua withdrew from Si Heng's embrace, taking her place beside him. Sui Huan dashed into the room, casually tossing her small bag onto the couch, slipping off her shoes, and propping herself against the edge of the couch as she climbed onto the soft seat, burying herself in Yunhua's arms. She tilted her face upwards, her voice sweet and innocent as she called out, "Annie." Yunhua embraced Sui Huan, gently rocking her from side to side, her face illuminated by a tender smile as she brushed against the cool tip of the girl's nose, playfully asking, "What made you so well-behaved today?" Sui Huan blinked her large, grape-like eyes, pouting her lips as she prepared to share the tale of her teacher's request for a parent meeting with Yunhua. "By the way, it's been a while, dear little readers. I have missed you dearly." Chapter 76. Apology. Before Sui Huan could even mention the matter of being summoned by her parents, the Qin family arrived at the entrance of the Wang mansion. Mu Yun stood respectfully by the door, reporting, Your Highness, Madame Qin from the Duke's residence has come with others, claiming that the young master and young lady have assaulted her son. Additionally, Miss Yun-san and Lord Shun have also arrived." Upon hearing this, Yunhua was taken aback and exchanged glances with Si Heng, just as she was about to inquire about the situation with Ji Suehuan. Ji Suehuan leapt from Yunhua's side, extending her arms to shield Lin Si, tearfully exclaiming, "Annie, uncle, it was that person who struck me first." And Lin Si only retaliated. "Please do not blame Lin Si." Si Hung regarded Lin Si, who met his gaze with a look that, though tinged with anxiety, bore no trace of remorse. Ji Suehuan ceased her weeping, assuring that her aunt believed in her and Lin Si, and that it was chilly on the ground, urging them to wear their shoes. Yinhua bent down to embrace Ji Suehuan, tenderly wiping her tears away. She then grasped Lin Si's hand, drawing him close, and gently inquired, "Is Lin air injured?" Lin Si had expected that his actions would bring trouble to Yunhua and Si Hung, leading them to be displeased, or, at the very least, to scold him. However, they did not. His aunt was solely concerned about his well-being. This long-missed warmth among relatives caused Lin Si's eyes to shimmer with unshed tears as he held Yunhua's hand in return, shaking his head. "I am fine, auntie. Do not worry. That is good. Lin Air, do not be afraid. With your aunt and uncle here, no one will bully you." Yunhua gently caressed Lin Si's cheek before turning to Si Hung. Si Hung nodded, donned a crane cloak, and handed Yunhua her cotton cloak, saying, "Let us step outside to take a look." "All right." Yunhua helped Ji Suehuan into her shoes before accepting the cloak from Si Hung, and together they ventured out. Si Hung took Yunhua's hand, glanced at Lin Si, gesturing for him to come closer, and as they walked, he urged, "Please recount the details once more." Fearing that Si Hung might press Lin Si, Ji Suehuan released Yunhua's hand and hastened to Si Heng's side, declaring, "Uncle, I will explain. I will explain." Thus, it became a scene where Si Hung and Yunhua walked hand in hand in the center, with Ji Suehuan on Si Heng's left and Lin Si on Yunhua's right. Ji Suehuan, oblivious to whether Si Hung was paying attention to her, continued to gaze up at him with a beaming face, narrating the events with fervor and detail. "Oh dear." In her eagerness to observe Si Heng's expression, Ji Suehuan inadvertently stepped on a patch of ice. Si Hung, with remarkable reflexes, caught her by the back of her collar before she could slip. Yinhua, witnessing Ji Suehuan being lifted by Si Hung, her little head drooping and her feet dangling in the air, could not help but smile. "Your Highness should hold Suehuan's hand, rather than her collar." "Yes, like this," Yunhua chuckled, shaking the hand that had been clasped around Lin Si before Si Hung. Si Heng frowned at Ji Suehuan, disliking physical contact with others, even children. Ji Suehuan gazed affectionately at Si Hung. How should she put it? This was the second time her uncle had lifted her like a chick, and she had grown accustomed to it. Thus, she waved her hand in understanding. "It's all right, Annie. This is just fine." Si Hung released Ji Suehuan, placing her gently on the ground, yet he did not lead her. Instead, he allowed her to walk on her own. However, he inquired, "What would you like to eat tomorrow?" Ji Suehuan blinked her eyes, fully aware that pleasing her uncle would surely result in delightful treats. Yet, having gotten into trouble with Lin Si today, she hadn't given it much thought and found herself momentarily stumped. "Uncle, may I think for a bit?" she whispered, consulting with Si Hung. He nodded, tightening his grip on Yunhua's hand. Yunhua's gaze fell upon the hand clasped in Si Heng's palm, a sweet warmth blossoming within her heart. Apart from his acts of violence and his interactions with her, she had never witnessed Si Hung connecting physically with anyone else. The devotion of a seemingly indifferent person is most intoxicating. The favoritism of a heartless individual is even more entrancing. Yin Shu maintained a distance from Shao Qin, and from afar she observed Yunhua, Si Hung, Suehuan, and Lin Si approaching, evoking a peculiar sense of warmth reminiscent of a cozy family of four. However, Shao Qin lacked Yun Shu's sentiment. Upon seeing Ji Suehuan and Lin Si, she erupted in fury, demanding, "Are you two the ones who harmed my son?" Ji Suehuan, startled by her shout, instinctively clutched Si Hung's clothing and retreated slightly behind him. Lin Si, noticing Ji Suehuan's fright, furrowed his brow and stepped forward, stating, "It was the two of us. It was solely my doing. Listen to him. After striking someone, he speaks so brazenly." Shao Qin pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Si, glaring at Yunhua and Yun Shu, adding sarcastically, Your Yin family truly exhibits fine upbringing. Yinhua placed her hands on Lin Si's shoulders, firmly standing behind him as she retorted, "Are you familiar with the circumstances? Your child initiated the bullying of Sui Huan, and Lin Er merely retaliated. Is there a problem with that?" Naturally, Zhou Zheng had not informed Xiao Qin about who struck first, but she was not surprised, as she knew her child well. Unfazed, Xiao Qin countered, "Regardless of who struck first, our child is the one injured, while yours remains unscathed. Shouldn't you provide an explanation?" Si Hung raised his eyelids, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Qin and Zhou Zheng in the carriage, scoffing, "You were too lenient." "What?" Xiao Qin asked, uncertain. Si Hung smirked, leisurely articulating, "My explanation to you is too lenient." Lin Si turned to Si Hung, his eyes sparkling with admiration and joy. Xiao Qin trembled with anger. Glancing at Shun Jibai with a final flicker of hope, "Lord Shun, could you arbitrate this matter? I advise you not to humiliate yourself further," Shun Jibai responded. Xiao Qin stomped her foot in frustration, muttering about the Yun family, one ensnaring the ailing prince, the other entangling the martial god, truly a pair of seducers. Ultimately, recognizing that she would gain no advantage, Xiao Qin begrudgingly relented. Si Hung called out to Xiao Qin as she attempted to leave, lifting his chin to Zhou Zheng in the carriage and instructing, "Tell him to apologize to Ji Sui Huan. Do not take advantage of us," Xiao Qin yelled. Before arriving, it was stated that regardless of who is at fault, an apology is due. Do you consider my words mere whispers in the wind? Shin Jibai's gaze bore down on Xiao Qin as he continued. Little Qin was unsettled under the piercing glares of Si Hung and Shin Jibai, whose eyes were steeped in an ominous intensity. Reluctantly, she cast a glance at Zhou Zheng and gritted her teeth, uttering, "Apologize." "I'm sorry." Zhou Zheng's gaze flickered between Ji Sui Huan and Si Hung as he clutched the car door frame, fearing that Si Hung might storm over and drag him away for a beating. Ji Sui Huan stepped out from behind Si Hung, confidently responding, "Please refrain from such behavior in the future." Only then did Si Hung allow little Qin and her companions to depart. Ji Sui Huan grasped Lin Si's hand and hurried over to Yin Shu, sweetly addressing her as Auntie. "Good children," Yin Shu said, bending down to gently pat the heads of Ji Sui Huan and Lin Si. Yin Hua approached Yin Shu, glancing curiously at Shin Jibai, who stood with his hands clasped behind him beside Yin Shu, and inquired, "Third sister, how is it that you came here with Lord Shun?" Chapter 77. Addressing Uncle Yin Shu was momentarily taken aback by the question. Previously preoccupied with concerns for Sui Huan and Lin Si, she had not given it much thought. Indeed, why had Lord Shun come along? In an instant, 4 pairs of curious and bewildered eyes, Yin Huan, Yin Shu, Ji Sui Huan, and Lin Si, were fixed upon Shun Jibai. Shin Jibai found their attention both amusing and slightly exasperating. After a brief silence, Yin Shu finally conjured a plausible explanation and smiled lightly, suggesting perhaps Lord Shin witnessed injustice and has come to administer fairness. Upon hearing this, Shin Jibai subtly furrowed his brow. Was that truly the reason? Meanwhile, Yin Huan nodded in sudden realization. So that is how it is. Observing Yin Huan's genuine belief in her words, Si Hung chuckled softly, extending his long arm to draw her close, playfully tapping her forehead with his finger. "Foolish girl, do you really believe that?" Rubbing her forehead, Yin Huan retaliated by swatting at Si Heng's hand. Rising on her toes, she leaned in closer to his ear and whispered, "If not that reason, then what is it?" Si Heng's hand rested naturally on Yin Huan's waist as he held her, glancing meaningfully at Shun Jibai with a smirk at the corner of his mouth. An old bull grazing in tender grass. "Pardon?" Yin Huan's inquisitive gaze flitted between Shun Jibai and Yin Shu. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and with a playful grin, she covered her mouth and lowered her voice to ask, "Are you implying that Lord Shun has feelings for my third sister?" Si Hung raised an eyebrow noncommittally. Shin Jibai watched the pair as they whispered to one another, and though their voices were hushed and Yin Shu could not hear, Shin Jibai, with his exceptional skills, caught every word. Thus, Yin Shu, with a gentle smile, gazed at Yin Huan and Si Hung, believing their exchange to be merely the affectionate banter of a young couple. entirely unaware that they were discussing her. Shen Jibai cast a disapproving glance at Si Hung, who remained unperturbed, leisurely fiddling with the ring on his finger as he met Shen Jibai's gaze. At that moment, Gu Mingyan leapt down from the carriage and approached Yin Shu, grasping her hand and shaking it playfully while looking at Ji Sui Huan. "Sister Shu, is this your little niece? Sister Shu?" Yin Huan turned to regard Gu Mingyan, who seemed particularly close to Yin Shu, her surprise mounting. When had her third sister made so many acquaintances? With a smile, Yin Huan inquired, "Third sister, who is this little boy?" "Hooer, this is the Lord's adopted son, Mingyan," Yin Shu gently introduced, affectionately patting Gu Mingyan's head. The boy politely bowed to both Yin Huan and Si Hung. Ji Sui Huan scampered over to Yin Huan's side and discreetly pointed at Shen Jibai with wide, innocent eyes, asking, "Annie, what should we call him?" Si Heng's lips curled into a playful smile as he leisurely replied, "Call him Uncle." "All right, Uncle." Ji Sui Huan eagerly echoed Si Heng's words, always quick to respond to him. Consequently, Ji Sui Huan, along with Lin Si, stood before Shen Jibai, tilting her innocent face upwards and brightly exclaimed, "Hello, Uncle." As expected, a flicker of peculiarity crossed Shen Jibai's previously stoic expression, yet he nodded in acknowledgement to the two children. Gu Mingyan blinked, feeling an odd sense of discomfort. He referred to Yin Shu as Sister Shu, while Ji Sui Huan called his adoptive father Uncle. It felt as though the generations were mismatched, almost as if he was aging his adoptive father. Yin Huan pressed her lips together, discerning a hint of mischief in Si Heng's intent, and playfully pinched his palm. With a smile, she turned her gaze to Yin Shu and continued her previous thought. "Third sister, since Lord Shen has helped us uphold justice today, you ought to express your gratitude." Shen Jibai glanced at Yin Huan and Si Hung, realizing that this girl was far more sensible than that mischievous lad. Thus, prompted by Yin Huan, Yin Shu turned to Shen Jibai, her shy, affectionate gaze meeting his gentle smile. "Thank you, Lord." Shen Jibai's eyes lingered on Yin Shu's bashful expression, and he replied, "No need for such formality." Yin Huan observed the interaction between Yin Shu and Shen Jibai, lightly curling her fingers around Si Heng's, sharing a knowing smile and a playful wink, their unspoken understanding palpable. Gu Mingyan noticed that the adults had more to discuss and busied himself by running over to play with Ji Sui Huan. "I am Gu Mingyan. What is your name?" Ji Sui Huan pointed to herself and Lin Si. "I am Ji Sui Huan, and he is Lin Si." Gu Mingyan responded with a casual "oh," glancing at Lin Si, whose delicate features suggested a lack of amusement. Therefore, he had no intention of inquiring further about Lin Si's name. Lin Si, with his hands clasped behind his back, cast a sidelong glance at Gu Mingyan, his refined visage appearing even more distinguished in its indifference. Gu Mingyan looked back at Ji Sui Huan, laughing brightly. "Then we are acquainted. May I come to play with you in the future?" Given the current circumstances, he and his adoptive father would likely remain in Suzhou for some time. Playing alone was rather dull, and Ji Sui Huan, with her adorable demeanor, seemed like delightful company. "Of course, you can come and play with me and Lin Si." Ji Sui Huan tilted her head, smiling cheerfully. "Only with you?" Gu Mingyan pressed. Before Ji Sui Huan could respond, Lin Si suddenly spoke up. His voice hesitant. "Sui Huan, I am cold." He let his hands drop to his sides, subtly extending one towards Ji Sui Huan. Ji Sui Huan swiftly turned to Lin Si, unexpectedly meeting his slightly melancholic gaze, and his soft tone tugged at her heartstrings. She grasped Lin Si's hand, warming it as Yin Huan had done for her, gently rubbing his fair, slender fingers while sweetly assuring him, "I'll warm you up. You won't be cold anymore." Lin Si lowered his gaze to Ji Sui Huan, a warm smile gradually blooming in his eyes. Ji Sui Huan was transfixed, thinking him the most handsome when he smiled. Lin Si reciprocated her grasp, pulling her closer. In a moment when Ji Sui Huan was oblivious, he exchanged a subtle smirk with Gu Mingyan, a quiet chuckle escaping him. Gu Mingyan furrowed his brows, increasingly displeased with Lin Si's ever-changing expressions. Song Ming, observing the children, internally sighed. He had thought his young master quite formidable, only to realize that there were indeed greater talents beyond his own. It seemed his young master had met his match. Mu Yu and Mu Yun flanked Mu Feng. The latter's lips unable to contain a smile as he exclaimed, "It is indeed our young master who excels." Mu Feng, take note. As the evening rain gently tapped against the window, the figure of Mu Yu playfully nudged Mu Feng's arm, earnestly proclaiming, "You ought to indulge less in those tales. Knowledge acquired solely from paper is ultimately superficial. Instead, it would be wise to learn from the young master, for practicality is paramount." Mu Feng, in a moment of enlightenment, nodded in agreement, only to suddenly realize the inconsistency in their actions. Why were they not learning themselves, yet felt compelled to guide him? Ji Sui Huan, assisting Lin Si by tending to his hand, exuberantly suggested to Gu Ming, and we could all play together, for the more, the merrier. With that, she tilted her head to gaze at Lin Si, her face aglow with a cheerful smile as she inquired, "What do you think, Lin Si? If you agree, then it shall be so." Lin Si, looking down at Ji Sui Huan, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. This elicited an even brighter smile from Ji Sui Huan, who then turned to Gu Mingyan, asking, "And what is your opinion, Gu Mingyan?" Reluctantly, Gu Mingyan responded with a non-committal hum, managing to force a smile upon his handsome features. Chapter 78 Warmth. After Yun Shu graciously expressed her gratitude to Shun Jibai, Yun Huan also politely conveyed her thanks. Once their conversation concluded, Shun Jibai turned to Yun Shu and inquired, "Shall we return?" Though it was a commonplace question, Yun Shu felt her heart inexplicably quicken at his words, as if they shared a bond of intimacy. "Yes, but it is unnecessary for the Marquis to trouble himself. My sister can escort me home, right? Huan eh?" Yun Shu said, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush as she gazed at Yun Huan. Yun Huan stepped beside her, linking her arm and smiling at Shun Jibai. As the hour grows late, it would be improper to impose further upon the Marquis. My sister and I will accompany her home, as we wish to visit our mother as well. Shun Jibai nodded in understanding, and Gu Mingyan, being considerate, refrained from further comment. After all, it was evening, and the company of unmarried men and women often invited unwarranted scrutiny. Thus, the carriages of the Wang and Marquis families set off in succession. Upon their return to the Yun residence, they found that Fan Shi had also returned from Dazhao Temple. Ji Sui Huan dashed forward, leaping into Fan Shi's embrace, exclaiming joyfully, "Grandmother! Oh my dear grandson!" Fan Shi handed her cane to Zhang Mama, lifted Ji Sui Huan on her lap, and lovingly caressed her back. Ji Sui Huan wrapped her arms around Fan Shi's neck, gleefully swaying on her lap, her eyes sparkling as she said, "Grandmother, my little uncle is so good to me. He bought me many delicious treats." With that, Ji Sui Huan turned her adorable gaze towards Si Hung, as if to draw his attention. "Is that a hint?" Si Hung quirked an eyebrow, propping his chin on his fingers as he looked at Ji Sui Huan. "What do you wish to eat?" "Tong Halu," Yi Sui Huan exclaimed eagerly. Si Hung nodded and turned to Mu Feng, who stood by the door. "Purchase some." In that moment, the harmonious atmosphere enveloped the room, eliciting smiles from everyone present. Yin Huan, beaming, took Lin Si's hand and approached Fan Shi, introducing, "Mother, this is Lin Air." Yin Shu had previously recounted to Fan Shi the tale of how she and Yin Huan encountered Lin Si, so Fan Shi was already aware of his presence. "Child, come to your grandmother," Fan Shi said, cradling Ji Sui Huan with one arm while extending the other toward Lin Si, her face alight with kindness. Lin Si instinctively glanced at Si Hung, who gave a slight nod. "Lin Si, you may call her grandmother just as I do," Ji Sui Huan kindly encouraged him. "Grandmother," Lin Si said, placing his hands together respectfully before Fan Shi, offering a solemn greeting befitting an elder. Fan Shi, with gentle eyes, drew Lin Si closer, scrutinizing him with admiration. "What a handsome and sensible child you are." Ji Sui Huan beamed at the praise directed toward Lin Si, unable to suppress her delight. As if the compliment reflected her own discernment. Proudly lifting her chin, she thought to herself, "Lin Si was the first to be found by me." That evening, Yin Huan and Si Hung had dinner at the Yun residence. As they prepared to depart, Fan Shi called Yin Huan to her side. "Huan Ea, make sure to ask the prince and Lin Air about their favorite foods. Then, have someone inform me, so that I may prepare in advance for your return. Fan Shi advised with heartfelt care. Yun Huan smiled and replied, "Thank you, Mother. I will remember." Supporting Fan Shi's arm, Yun Huan accompanied her slowly to the door. Fan Shi held Yun Hua's hand tightly, fearing that she might feel cold. The delicate snowflakes falling from the sky landed on Yun Hua's fingertips, yet she felt no chill. Her mother's hand remained as warm as it had been in her childhood, albeit now marked by the passage of time. Each wrinkle was a testament to the years gone by, a record of her tireless devotion to their family. Time leaves its marks, yet boundless love endures. Upon returning to the Wang residence, Ji Suehuan took Yun Hua's hand and led her to her room. Playfully, Ji Suehuan embraced Yun Hua and carefully voiced what had been on her mind all night. "Aunt, the teacher said you should go to the academy tomorrow. Is it because of the fighting incident?" Yun Hua inquired. Ji Suehuan nodded her little head eagerly, her large eyes studying Yun Hua's expression. With a gentle smile, Yun Hua untied the small bun atop Ji Suehuan's head and reassured her, "All right, tomorrow Aunt will accompany Suehuan and Linner to the academy. I will clarify everything with the teacher, so do not worry." "Aunt is so kind," Ji Suehuan exclaimed, planting a kiss on Yun Hua's cheek. The heavy burden on her heart finally lifted, and she joyfully clapped her hands and twirled around. Watching Ji Suehuan's radiant smile, Yun Hua felt her own heart lift, cupping the little girl's face. "In the future, no matter what happens, do not be afraid. Boldly share your troubles with Aunt, and we will solve them together, understood?" "Understood." And Yi Suehuan replied resolutely. Yun Hua smiled, ruffling Ji Suehuan's hair, helping the young girl bathe, and drying her hair before returning to the main house. After lying in bed for a while, Ji Suehuan suddenly sat up. "Qing Ji, I must inform Lin Si, lest he worries and cannot sleep well." Her concern for the young master had long ceased to astonish Qing Ji, who promptly helped Ji Suehuan don her cotton coat and accompanied her. "Lin Si, are you asleep?" Ji Suehuan peered into the room, still aglow with light, gently knocking on the door. The door opened swiftly, revealing Lin Si wrapped in a cloak. "Not yet." "What is it?" "I told Aunt about us being summoned for a parent-teacher meeting. Aunt is not angry. She said we need not worry, as she will explain everything to the teacher." Ji Suehuan relayed Yun Hua's words with a beaming smile. Lin Si was not surprised. From the words exchanged between the seventh prince and princess earlier that day, he had already surmised that even if they were aware of the meeting, they would not be upset. "I've said all I needed to. I'll head back now. You should rest early." Ji Suehuan cheerfully waved goodbye to Lin Si. Lin Si's lips curved into a charming smile as he softly replied, "Yes, you should also retire early." The north wind blew gently, causing the candlelight within to flicker uncertainly, the dancing shadows accentuating Lin Si's refined features, rendering him even more ethereal. Ji Suehuan gazed at Lin Si's face, lost in thought, and murmured, "You may close the door now." Lin Si's gaze fell upon Ji Suehuan's wide, entranced eyes, and he chuckled softly, "I'll watch you leave." Mu Yu leaned against Qing Tao's shoulder, observing the two childhood friends, who had been exchanging glances for some time without moving, and clicked her tongue. Such a pure and innocent bond between them was simply delightful. It made her wish for a romance of her own. Curious, Qing Tao inquired, "Sister Yu, what is troubling you?" Mu Yu let out a sigh and replied, "Little Taozi, I find myself yearning for a man." Qing Tao was taken aback by Mu Yu's candidness, her eyes widening in surprise, for she had never imagined the typically composed Mu Yu harboring such thoughts. Chapter 79. Melancholy after returning to the main house. Yun Hua refreshed herself and donned a comfortable nightgown. She deftly maneuvered over Si Heng's long legs to settle onto the bed. Si Heng set aside his book, allowing it to rest casually at the edge of the bed, and reached out to pull Yun Hua into his embrace, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Leaning gently against Si Heng's broad shoulders, Yun Hua suddenly recalled that Fan Shi had asked her to inquire about his culinary preferences. Observing Si Heng's elegant demeanor while dining had always captivated her, yet she had never discerned any particular favorite dish of his. Turning her head, she wrapped her arms around Si Heng's neck, her eyes curving with mirth as she asked, "Your Highness, do you have a favorite food?" At her words, Si Heng's elongated, dark eyes slowly lifted, a faint smile playing at the corners of his thin lips. He leaned in closer, brushing his lips against hers, and softly uttered a single word. You. A jolt of emotion surged through Yunhua, the vibration of his voice akin to a dragonfly skimming over a summer lake, creating ripples that intoxicated the senses. Especially under the gaze of his deep, ink-like eyes, it was difficult not to feel her heart flutter. She pressed her lips together and playfully bit Si Heng's light-colored lips, feigning annoyance as she chided. I'm asking a serious question. Don't jest. What I said is indeed serious, Si Heng replied, a wicked smile dancing at the corners of his eyes as he leaned down to peck her lips. The flickering candlelight cast a warm orange glow, enveloping them in an atmosphere of alluring intimacy, intoxicating in its embrace. Yunhua pursed her lips in a soft huff, burying her flushed face into the crook of Si Heng's neck. Si Heng chuckled, nuzzling her warm ear and placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. He struggled to regulate his breathing, suppressing the rising restlessness within him. The delicate figure in his arms was too tender to withstand his nightly affections. After a moment, Yunhua felt her cheeks cool, and she lifted her head from Si Heng's embrace, earnestly asking, my mother said that when we next return, she wants to prepare dishes that you and Lina enjoy. So, Your Highness, what do you truly like to eat? Si Heng was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated that Fanshur would inquire about his preferences. Throughout his life, no one had paid heed to his likes, not even his biological mother, who seldom shared meals with him. In those moments, simply dining with her brought him joy, regardless of the food itself, even if it was a solitary delight. Later, within the vast palace, day and night, he found himself alone, and that fleeting happiness faded entirely. Food became merely sustenance, devoid of distinction or preference. Sieng muked. Aside from you, I truly have no particular favorites. Though his tone was light-hearted, Yunhua felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. With an abundance of culinary delights in the world, how could he not have a favorite? Unless he had tasted the bitterness of life so thoroughly that he could no longer savor the joys of earthly pleasures. His dark, profound eyes held an infinite depth, and she could distinctly sense the fleeting melancholy that had washed over him. Gently, she traced her finger along Si Heng's exquisite eyes, her almond-shaped gaze sparkling with mirth as she sweetly suggested, in the future, let us share the same favorites, shall we? That way, we both have something we cherish to eat. The soft, melodious voice, as sweet as honey, was further enhanced by a hint of a playful tone, rendering it even more delightful. Si Heng's gaze settled upon Yunhua's cherubic face, illuminated by a gentle smile, and his dark eyes gradually sparkled with a warm radiance as he affectionately responded, All right. Yunhua gazed softly at Si Heng, silently whispering in her heart, Si Heng, if there's a next life, I hope to meet you even sooner. The winter wind brushed against the southern branches, delicate snowflakes blanketed the ground, and beneath the flickering lamplight, I murmured your name, lost in tranquil reminiscence, slowly drifting into dreams of clouds. Chapter 80. Sweetness as the morning light gently illuminated the world. The golden sun ascended, casting a warm glow upon the snowy ground. Si Heng gazed at Yunhua, who was stirring in his embrace, her brows slightly furrowing as she gradually awakened. He tenderly tucked a few stray strands of hair that had fallen over her eyes behind her ear, softly inquiring, Are you not going to sleep any longer? Yunhua nodded, her eyes half closed as she nestled against Si Heng, her delicate face resting against his cool, pale chest. In a gentle voice, she replied, Soon, I must send Sui Huan and Lin Si to the academy and meet with the scholar. Is it regarding the matter of the fight? Si Heng asked, using his fingers to comb through Yunhua's fine, silky hair. Rubbing her eyes, Yunhua brushed away the remnants of sleep and looked up at Si Heng. Will your highness accompany me? Of course, Si Heng affirmed, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and helping her sit up. Concerned that Yunhua might encounter difficulties or be wronged, he felt it imperative to accompany her. You are so kind, your highness, Yunhua smiled as she slipped on her shoes, wrapping her arms around Si Heng's neck, allowing him to carry her to the washing room. Standing side by side before the basin, Yunhua retrieved 2 toothbrushes from the rack, while Si Heng moistened their brushes and dipped them in almond powder, handing one to her. After cleansing their teeth, Yunhua gathered her cascading hair and turned to step out to fetch a hairpin, wishing to keep her hair dry while washing her face. Si Hung intercepted her, gently gathering her long hair, saying, "Go ahead and wash." Yunhua's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, her gaze sweetly fixed on Si Hung. The sunlight danced in Si Heng's dark, lustrous eyes, shimmering like molten gold, captivating as the vast stars above. How could there exist such a handsome and attentive person? With a playful lift onto her toes, Yunhua steadied herself against Si Heng's broad shoulders and planted a kiss on the corner of his lips. Si Heng's gaze momentarily faltered, and he drew Yunhua closer, deepening the kiss. The sunlight, bright and warm following the snow, streamed through the window, casting two intertwined shadows upon the floor. Even the lingering bitterness of the almond powder in their mouths transformed into a sweet delight. Though Yunhua had risen early, due to unforeseen circumstances, they found themselves nearly late as they finally stepped out of the royal residence. Mu Feng stood by the carriage, holding two candied hawthorns aloft. Upon seeing Ji Sui Huan and Lin Si approaching, he eagerly offered them. "Wow, candied hawthorn." "Thank you, Uncle Feng," Ji Sui Huan exclaimed, her big eyes sparkling with delight. "Miss Sui Huan, you are too polite," Mu Feng chuckled as he helped Ji Sui Huan and Lin Si into the carriage. Ji Sui Huan, with her candied hawthorn in hand, squeezed between Yunhua and Si Hung, gazing at the vibrant treat while swallowing hard. She then offered it to Yunhua, her innocent voice chiming, "Auntie, you eat first." "If anyone to eat, then Sui Huan will," Yunhua replied, gently dabbing the corner of Ji Sui Huan's mouth with a handkerchief. Turning her head, Ji Sui Huan glanced at Si Hung, sensing an unusual chill in his gaze towards her today. Tentatively, she asked, "Uncle, do you want some?" Si Hung regarded Ji Sui Huan and shook his head. "Just see where Lin Si is seated." Ji Sui Huan, a bit bewildered, turned to look at Lin Si, who with a subtle smile patted the spot beside him, inviting her over. How curious that she had ended up seated between the seventh prince and his wife. With a naive affirmation, Ji Sui Huan beamed and hopped over to Lin Si, settling beside him, swinging her little legs joyfully as she took a bite of her candied hawthorn. As Ji Sui Huan departed, Si Hung naturally placed his hand around Yunhua's waist, leaning against the carriage wall together. By the time they arrived at the academy, Ji Sui Huan and Lin Si had just finished their candied hawthorn. Yunhua wiped their mouths and, together with Si Hung, led them into the academy. Notably, Xiaoqin had not come today, having suffered a setback yesterday and knowing she was in the wrong. Yunhua explained the situation to the old master, and with both Xiaoqin and Zhou Jing absent, the old master was relieved to resolve the issue quickly, personally escorting Yunhua and Si Hung away. Once outside the academy, Yunhua turned to Si Hung and said, "Your Highness, I wish to visit Jin Shu. She has recovered from her cold, and it is time for me to pay a visit." Si Hung noticed the wind picking up and promptly adjusted Yunhua's hood. The white fur collar of her cloak framed her delicate face, accentuating her charming features. "Then let us first purchase some gifts," Yunhua suggested, taking Si Heng's hand as they walked toward a nearby shop. Yunhua chose a basket of fruit, a selection of pastries, and some nourishing herbs, while Si Hung took care of the payment and assisted her with the items. As they returned to the carriage, Yunhua linked her arm with Si Heng's, and the attendant quickly approached to take the items from Si Hung, arranging them neatly in the carriage. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage arrived at the Lin residence. After announcing their presence, Lin Jinshu emerged with a radiant smile to greet Yunhua. "Yunhua," she said, grasping Yunhua's hand and bowing respectfully to Si Hung. Si Hung nodded and turned to Yunhua, speaking gently, "Hua Hua, I shall wait for you at the tea house across the street." "All right, Your Highness," Yunhua replied, her eyes bright as she waved goodbye to Si Hung before entering the Lin residence with Lin Jinshu. They first paid their respects to Madame Lin and inquired after her well-being before retreating to Lin Jinshu's chamber to share girlish secrets. "So, you have completely severed ties with Wang Xingzhou?" Yunhua asked, peeling an orange and offering half to Lin Jinshu. Lin Jinshu accepted the orange with a carefree smile. "Yes, at last, I can distance myself from the blind man." Yunhua joined her laughter. "Congratulations, Jinshu." They continued their conversation for a while, and although Lin Jinshu felt reluctant to part, she recognized that Si Hung was waiting for Yunhua outside and did not wish to prolong her stay. "I will come to the Wang residence to play with you in a few days," Lin Jinshu said as she escorted Yunhua to the door, where Si Hung stood waiting by the carriage. "Coincidentally, my niece and nephew are also at home. Both of them are exceptionally adorable. When you come, I will introduce you to them," Yunhua said with a smile. Si Hung gazed at Yunhua's radiant smile, and as her words about my family echoed in his ears, a gentle smile began to grace his cool demeanor. After bidding farewell to Lin Jinshu, Si Hung assisted Yunhua into the carriage. Seated on his lap, Yunhua leaned her head on his shoulder, her gaze wandering over his long, white fingers. With a hint of concern, she asked, "Your Highness, do you think the eldest princess truly has feelings for Lord Shin?" Si Heng's eyes fell upon Yunhua's long, thick lashes, and unable to resist, he blew gently on them. Watching her fluttering lashes like a small fan, he casually replied, "I have not paid much attention." He had always been uninterested in the affairs of others. Yunhua felt a slight itch in her eyes from the breath of Si Hung. Lifting her chin, she playfully reciprocated with a couple of gentle puffs towards his eyes. Observing him blink, she found it amusing and giggled as she blew at him again. Si Hung, with his dark eyes sparkling with a subtle smile, allowed Yunhua to indulge in her playful antics before he spoke. "What prompted you to inquire about Siyin?" Yunhua's laughter faded as she furrowed her brow in concern. "It seems that Lord Shen has taken an interest in my third sister. However, if Princess Chong also harbors feelings for Lord Shen, I find myself at a loss as to whom I should assist. Though the princess exudes an air of coldness and pride, her beauty is undeniable, and her character is quite unique. Most importantly, she is Si Heng's sister and holds no animosity towards him. Therefore, Yunhua truly wishes to avoid any conflict arising from the affections of Lord Shen and Princess Chong." Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up her eyes as she suggested, "What if I were to ask Princess Chong directly? What do you think?" Chapter 81. A Heart's Lament. Si Hung gently lifted Yunhua, clearly perceiving Si Yin's fondness for her. After all, who could resist such a delightful treasure? He added reassuringly, "If you ask her, she will tell you the truth. Shall I inquire with Princess Chong?" Upon receiving Si Heng's affirmative response, Yunhua's confidence surged. Si Heng glanced at the sun outside, estimating that it was nearly time for Yunhua's afternoon nap. "Perhaps we should wait until later," he suggested. "That sounds good." After a busy morning and an early rise, the gentle sway of the carriage soon lulled Yunhua into drowsiness. She leaned against Si Hung, covering her mouth softly as she let out a yawn. Upon returning to the royal residence, the two enjoyed a light lunch before Si Hung accompanied Yunhua for a brief rest of about 15 minutes. Noticing that she had yet to awaken, he held a book in one hand while cradling her in the other, allowing her to sleep an additional half-hour before reluctantly waking her. "Hua," Si Hung murmured, gently rubbing her soft cheek with his finger. Yunhua, still with her eyes closed, let out a soft sound, resembling a kitten as she nestled closer to him, inhaling the refreshing scent of medicine that lingered on his clothes. After a moment, she finally opened her eyes, resting her head on Si Heng's shoulder. She blinked her drowsy almond-shaped eyes and playfully poked at his slender lips, asking in a sweet voice, "Will you accompany me, Your Highness?" Si Heng nodded, grasping her wrist and bringing her fingers to his lips, playfully nibbling on her delicate fingertips. Yunhua's eyes sparkled with joy, her smile reminiscent of the gentle melting of spring snow. She felt a surge of gratitude that Si Hung held no official position, as it allowed him the freedom to be with her. After they rose, they tidied themselves briefly before heading to the inn where Si Yin resided. At that moment, Si Yin was thoughtfully gazing at a box of zodiac wood carvings. Upon hearing of Yunhua's arrival, her previously dim expression brightened with a glimmer of excitement. Recalling Yunhua's fondness for the pastries from her establishment, she instructed Yin Chuan, "Please invite Prince Chun and Princess Chun inside and prepare some snowflake pastries." "Yes, Princess," Yin Chuan replied, bowing as she departed to carry out the orders, while personally going to greet Yunhua and Si Hung. Walking alongside Yunhua, Yin Chuan beamed at her, warmly guiding them. having served a proud and noble princess who had encountered countless insincere flattery. Inchuan found it rare for Si Yin to genuinely appreciate anyone. After taking a closer look at Yunhua, she observed her sky-like, clear eyes and a smile that resembled the fiery blossoms of March, perhaps the warmth and comfort Si Yin needed at that moment. "Be cautious on the steps, my lady. The snow has left a thin layer of frost," Inchuan said, carefully supporting Yunhua. "Thank you," Yunhua replied politely. As Inchuan opened the door for Yunhua and Si Hung, she caught a glimpse of Si Yin, who wore a gentle smile as she leaned against a small table, watching them with a serene expression. Yunhua smiled back and called out, "Sister Princess Chong." Si Yin's smile deepened as she gestured to the space beside her, beckoning, "Come sit with me, Yunhua." Just as Yunhua was about to move closer, Si Hung grasped her hand, stating, "Sit beside me." Si Yin turned her gaze towards Si Hung, amused by their evident affection, realizing that this side of him radiated a newfound warmth. Si Yin picked up a piece of snowflake pastry that Yunhua had previously adored and extended it towards her. Her bright phoenix-like eyes slightly raised, exuding a subtle allure. "Hua Hua, come sit and enjoy the delicacies." Indeed, Yunhua's gaze gradually became entranced as it fixated on Si Yin's eyes, then slowly descended to the snowflake pastry in her hand. Si Yin cast a cool glare at Si Yin, perplexed by her behavior. Why was she always vying for his beloved? Yet, the innocent girl seemed genuinely captivated, her eyes growing wide. "Look at me." Si Hung raised his hand to gently grasp Yunhua's chin, turning her delicate face towards him. He leaned down to gaze into her eyes, his obsidian irises shimmering with a charming smile, his lips curving in a perfectly measured arc. With a visage as pure as jade and a countenance as red as the finest rouge, he resembled a captivating fairy emerging from the ethereal mist of the forest. Yunhua stared at Si Heng's handsome face, which bore a hint of mirth, her head spinning and her eyes fixated, as if spellbound by an enchanting spirit. Si Heng, satisfied by her dazed expression, took her hand and seated her beside him, a triumphant smile playing at the corners of his lips as he glanced at Si Yin. "Humph. Anyone can smile." Si Yin raised an eyebrow, casting Si Hung a look that conveyed his immaturity. Yunhua, her head still swaying in a daze, pondered why both of them appeared so delightful when they smiled. Yet, she still craved the snowflake pastry. "Your Highness, I shall go indulge in some snowflake pastry. Do behave and wait here." With a twinkle in her eyes, she affectionately patted Si Heng's hand before scampering over to sit beside Si Yin. Observing this, Si Yin smiled gently and handed the snowflake pastry to Yunhua. Si Hung looked at Yunhua, who was happily devouring the pastry, with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "Huh, I'm no match for a mere piece of pastry." Feigning ignorance to Si Heng's darkening expression, Yunhua flashed him a sweet smile. Turning to Si Yin, she casually inquired, "Elder sister, last time you asked me what it feels like to like someone. Do you have someone you cherish?" She hesitated to directly ask Si Yin if she had feelings for Shenji Bai, fearing it might seem too deliberate and uncomfortable. Si Yin momentarily paused in pouring tea, her gaze gradually dimming as she involuntarily glanced at the brocade box containing the zodiac with carvings beside her. After a long silence, she finally replied, "Yes, but it seems it may be too late." "Why is that?" Yunhua softly asked as she accepted the teacup from Si Yin. "Because he is no longer here." Si Yin responded with a smile that failed to reach her eyes, instead revealing an endless bitterness. Si Hung casually raised his gaze to glance at Si Yin, then at the open brocade box beside her, suddenly understanding as he twirled the black jade ring between his fingers. Although Yunhua did not know whom Si Yin was referring to, the sorrow reflected in Si Yin's bittersweet smile was palpable. However, sorrow did not suit Si Yin. Yunhua believed that Si Yin shone brightest when she smiled, embodying the grandeur of the esteemed princess of Dewei. "Since the departed are gone, dear sister, you need not grieve. You should smile more. Your smile is exceptionally beautiful." Yunhua comfortingly grasped Si Yin's hand, praising her while deftly shifting the conversation. Si Yin suddenly fixed her gaze on Yunhua, recalling how someone had once uttered similar words. At that moment, he bent down, attempting to grasp her hand, but she recoiled, concealing her palm behind her back, her expression devoid of emotion as she glared at him. Yet, He remained unperturbed. Instead, he gently caressed her head, crouching beside her legs, and softly inquired, "My little princess, your smile is truly enchanting, and you ought to smile more often. However, what must I do to elicit more laughter from you? Even if it is not directed at me? As long as you can smile, that suffices." His eyes, sharp and piercing like those of an eagle, harbored the formidable aura of a sovereign, brimming with decisive resolve. Yet, when he gazed upon her, his eyes were filled solely with hope, affection, indulgence, and even a concealed sense of helplessness, wishing to shield her from his burdens. In that moment, she believed she was indifferent. "However, Hellion son, why is it that the words you once spoke, along with the very demeanor you bore while uttering them, remain etched in my memory until now?" Chapter 82. A sense of longing. Hellion son, how cruel you are! You spent 8 years allowing me to bask in comfort, to become accustomed to your presence, only to leave me now, compelling me to ponder you for the remainder of my days. Si raised her head abruptly, stifling the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. She would not cry, at least not in front of others. Yinhua, who had always comforted the particularly emotional Yin Shu, found herself at a loss on how to console Si, who was forcibly suppressing her feelings. The prouder a person is, the less they wish for others to witness their vulnerability. Si Hung turned to Si and suddenly inquired, "Is the snowflake pastry store-bought or prepared by your chef?" Si paused for a moment before responding to Si Heng's question. "I shall have someone prepare it tomorrow and deliver it to your residence. Make sure to prepare more. My household has grown in number." Si Hung leisurely twirled the teacup in his hand as he spoke. "More people?" Si regarded Si Hung with curiosity, her gaze flickering momentarily to Yunhua's abdomen. "Is there a new addition here?" Yunhua, following Si Yin's gaze, absent-mindedly looked at her own belly and nervously pinched it, wondering if her indulgence in snowflake pastries had caused her stomach to swell. Si Hung chuckled softly at Yunhua's bewildered expression, his aloof brows softened by a glimmer of affection. "Pregnant?" Si hesitantly reached out to touch Yunhua's belly. "Huh?" Yunhua met Si Yin's inquisitive gaze. Her fair cheeks instantly flushed, and she hurriedly waved her hands. No. Stealing a glance at Si Hung, her heart raced as she caught sight of his mischievous smile, which seemed to declare their shared secret to the world. In response to Si Heng's triumphant demeanor, Yunhua let out a playful huff and made a face, only deepening the smile on Si Heng's lips. Si appeared to be momentarily uplifted by their sweet banter, forgetting her own heartache for a fleeting moment. Clearing her throat, she teased Si Hung, "Given that it has taken so long for Hua to conceive, perhaps the issue lies with you?" Si Heng's smile abruptly faltered, his brows furrowing in indignation as he glared at Si. A hint of embarrassment mingled with anger in his voice as he retorted, "It's not. And you mustn't call her Hua." Si chuckled softly, realizing that her younger brother possessed a certain charm, particularly when it came to specific matters. Very well, she thought. It would be amusing to tease him a little, but she mustn't provoke him too much. He could be quite ruthless when riled. Hua, come, let us return home," Si Hung said, shooting another glare at Si before stepping forward to take Yunhua's hand. Yunhua blinked, feeling somewhat reluctant to leave, as she genuinely enjoyed witnessing the playful exchanges between Si Hung and Si. In those moments of banter, they resembled ordinary siblings rather than the princess and prince born of a cold imperial lineage. "Then we shall take our leave, dear princess elder sister," Yunhua said as she stood, holding Si Heng's hand. With a sincere smile, she turned to Si and added, "Do not be disheartened, princess elder sister. Remember to smile often, for no matter where he is, he surely wishes for your eternal happiness." Si smiled and nodded, responding with a soft, "All right." As soon as Yunhua and the others departed, 2 streams of tears cascaded down, tracing the contours of Si Yin's cheeks. Seated in the carriage on their return journey, Yunhua suddenly regarded Si Hung with curiosity, parting her lips only to close them again. Si Hung extended his long arm, enveloping Yunhua in his embrace, gently pinching her cheeks between his thumb and middle finger, and bestowing a kiss upon her pouted lips, inquiring, "What do you wish to say?" Yunhua blinked, her eyes wide with wonder. She too was puzzled as to why she had not conceived. After all, They had been quite diligent. Your Highness, why haven't I become pregnant? Yunhua softly wrapped her arms around Si Heng's neck, her voice gentle as she asked him. Si Heng paused momentarily. Realizing that Yunhua had been oblivious to the fundamental nature of a woman's ability to conceive, he had intentionally refrained from that act each time. He placed his hand on Yunhua's waist and asked, "Do you wish for children, Hua?" "Of course." Yunhua's eyes sparkled brightly as she nodded without hesitation, then playfully countered, "What about you, Your Highness? Do you wish for children?" The thought of having a little one who resembled both of them was indeed a wondrous and delightful prospect. "I do not wish for that." Si Heng's true feelings echoed within him. The dangers of childbirth weighed heavily on his mind. Yet, when he met Yunhua's expectant and joyful gaze, he could not bear to voice the truth. Instead, he replied, "Perhaps in a couple of years, when you have matured a bit more." "Very well then. We are still young," she responded, her clear almond eyes shimmering with sweet laughter, gazing at Si Heng with tender affection. The journey of life stretched long ahead. She was willing to wait alongside him. Si Heng smiled, drawing Yunhua's small head closer, pressing her against his neck, his chin softly brushing against her forehead, filled with a precious tenderness, although his dark eyes were clouded with melancholy. Shen Jibai looked at the handkerchief sent back by Yin Shu and called for Gu Mingyan, saying, "Tomorrow is the Divine Offering Festival. I hear it will be quite grand." Gu Mingyan asked excitedly, "Shall we go, adoptive father?" Shen Jibai nodded, casually tapping the table with his long fingers, and inquired, "Do you wish to invite anyone else?" Gu Mingyan tilted his head, contemplating Shen Jibai's words. Was he being encouraged to think or not? Thus, he cautiously asked, "Adoptive father, may I invite Sister Shu to join us?" Shen Jibai replied in a calm tone, "You may." Gu Mingyan observed Shen Jibai's expression and suddenly, with a mischievous glint, declared, "I will go find Sister Shu right now and do my utmost to persuade her to accompany us." Shen Jibai slightly nodded, nonchalantly collecting the handkerchief from the table and picking up a nearby military treatise to read, seemingly unaffected by Gu Mingyan's words. Gu Mingyan suppressed a smile and dashed out of the room, heading straight for the Yun residence with Zhang Bo and the others, who were already familiar with him, leading him directly to find Yin Shu. Gu Mingyan knelt on the stool beside Yin Shu, smiling as he invited, "Tomorrow is the Divine Offering Festival. Shall we go together?" "Sister Shu, is your adoptive father going as well?" Yin Shu asked, frowning. "Of course I would go. However, if Sister Shu feels it would be inconvenient for just the two of us, we could certainly invite Sui Huan and the others to join us," suggested Gu Mingyan thoughtfully. He chuckled, as this way he could also have the pleasure of playing with Sui Huan. Chapter 83. Affection. Yin Shu gazed at Gu Mingyan's expectant eyes, feeling reluctant to disappoint the young child. She pondered over Gu Mingyan's suggestion. Inviting Huaer and the others would indeed help avoid any awkwardness. Thus, she nodded in agreement to Gu Mingyan's invitation. "Wonderful!" Gu Mingyan exclaimed joyfully as he leaped off the stool. Seeing his elation, Yin Shu couldn't help but smile tenderly in return. Eager to share the news of successfully persuading Yin Shu with Shen Jibai, Gu Mingyan wasted no time at the Yun residence and dashed back to the Chomping Marquis's residence with Songming. After bidding farewell to Gu Mingyan, Yin Shu instructed Zhang Bo to deliver a message to Yin Hua at the Wangfu. Upon hearing Zhang Bo relay Yin Shu's invitation, Yin Hua turned to her companion, Si Heng, who merely raised an indifferent eyebrow. With two little ones present, it was unlikely that he could accompany Yin Hua to the Shunguang festival alone. So the presence of Shen Jibai and his companions would not be a burden. Seeing that Si Heng had no objections, Yin Hua smiled brightly at Zhang Bo, saying, "Zhang Bo, please inform my third sister that we will meet them at the East Street corner tomorrow at the hour of the rooster." Zhang Bo acknowledged her request and promptly exited the royal residence. In the stillness of the night, the soft light shimmered through the air. Yin Hua emerged from the bathing chamber, her long hair only half dried, and found Si Heng leisurely reclining in a rocking chair. As he lifted his gaze to meet hers, his dark eyes held a trace of a smile as he beckoned her with an outstretched hand. "Huaer, come here." Without a hint of suspicion, Yin Hua approached him, her gaze lowering as she murmured, "My hair isn't fully dry yet." Si Heng responded with a nonchalant hum. Seizing the cloth from her hands, and tossing it onto a small table nearby. He then grasped her delicate waist, pulling her onto his lap. Leaning closer, he nibbled her soft earlobe, his voice low and enticing. We'll dry it later. First, let us try something new, shall we? A shiver ran through Yinhua, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. Curiosity mingled with shyness as she turned to look at him, inadvertently brushing her lips against his, which had been waiting for her. The air was thick with desire, and Si Heng's expression darkened as he drew her closer into the embrace of the rocking chair. Yinhua gasped, her delicate face flushed with color, her fingers trembling as she clung to his shoulder, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she called out, Your Highness. Si Heng cradled the back of her head, his palm resting on her waist, drawing her tightly against him. He tilted his head and captured her moist lips, asking softly, What do you call me? Brother Heng, Brother Heng. After a long moment, Si Heng gazed down at the soft figure nestled against him, lifting her slightly flushed face to plant a gentle kiss on her damp forehead. With a playful smile, he asked, Do you like it, Hua? Yunhua shot him an annoyed glare, her eyes narrowing at his smug expression. With a light huff, she playfully bit down on his shoulder. Umph. How dare he ask her that? Her voice was nearly gone. Si Heng glanced at the bite Mark left on his shoulder. Given her strength, it hardly hurt. Rather, it felt like a playful scratch from a kitten that only heightened his desire. Suddenly, he lifted Yunhua into his arms and strode toward the bed, kissing her as he walked, coaxing, Shall we do it again? The following day, when Yunhua awoke, it was already afternoon. Yunhua first glanced drowsily at Si Heng sitting by the edge of the bed, then lifted the covers to inspect the clean nightgown she had changed into. Her last memory from the previous night was of Si Heng carrying her to wash up. As for how the washing was done, she had no recollection, for she had been far too weary and had fallen asleep unwittingly. Si Heng, having finally awakened the little one, gathered her into his embrace, gently stroking her delicate hair, and inquired, Shall we rise, or would you prefer to linger a while longer? Yunhua, though reluctant to get up, found herself both hungry and thirsty. Oomph, it's all his fault. Unable to resist, she reached out to pinch Si Heng's cheek, pouting, You naughty rascal. Si Heng gazed at her puffed cheeks, leaned down, and planted a soft kiss on her lips, his dark eyes glinting mischievously as he teased. Is that all it takes to be naughty? I don't wish to hear you speak. Yunhua's heart raced. Her cheeks flushed as she stole a glance at the rocking chair by the window, feeling shy as memories of the previous night flooded back. Si Heng chuckled softly, brushing his fingers against her warm cheek, his cool voice laced with affection. Silly girl. He then lifted Yunhua from under the covers and carried her to the washroom to freshen up. Meanwhile, Ji Sui Huan rested her small face on the desk, tilting her head to glance at Lin Si beside her, puzzled as she asked, Why hasn't Annie woken up yet? Are we still going out to see the festivities? Lin Si, absorbed in his book, replied casually, Didn't T Uncle just return to the main house? She should wake up soon. Ji Sui Huan responded with a soft O. Suddenly captivated by Lin Si's long eyelashes, she sat up straight and exclaimed, Lin Si, your eyelashes are so long. Lin Si's gaze shifted from his book, and as he looked up, his raven-like long lashes formed a perfect arc in the shimmering sunlight. He suppressed a smile, turning to Ji Sui Huan with a hint of gentle amusement in his eyes, quietly asking, Do you like them? Ji Sui Huan stared into Lin Si's eyes, her mouth agape in surprise as she nodded vigorously. I do. She then reached out her chubby little hand to touch Lin Si's eyelashes, her bright eyes sparkling with delight as she exclaimed, They're so fluffy. Lin Si chuckled, drawing his fingers slowly along the tips of Ji Sui Huan's eyelashes, remarking, Yours are just as lovely. Ji Sui Huan beamed, her smile wide. As long as she wasn't required to read or write, she adored everything about Lin Si. The golden sunlight bathed their cherubic faces, the boy engrossed in his book while the girl watched him with her large, glistening eyes, radiating innocence and beauty. At the hour of you, Yunhua and Si Heng, accompanied by Ji Sui Huan and Lin Si, arrived promptly at the entrance of East Street, where Yin Shu, Shun Jibai, and Gu Ming and had already been waiting. Ji Sui Huan, pulling Lin Si along, skipped joyfully to Yin Shu, affectionately hugging her leg and sweetly calling out, Annie. Little Huan, Yin Shu tenderly embraced Ji Sui Huan's small frame, giving her a gentle shake. Yin Hua, holding Si Heng's hand, approached Ji Sui Huan from behind, smiling as she greeted Yin Shu and the others. Si Heng glanced at Shun Ji Bai standing nearby, a smirk forming on one side of his lips as he playfully patted Ji Sui Huan's head, saying, "Call out to him." As the seasons joyfully fluttered their eyes at Si Heng, they obediently called out to Shun Ji Bai with a clear and cheerful voice, "Hello, uncle." Chapter 84. The sugar figurine Shun Ji Bai lowered his gaze to the innocent face of Ji Sui Huan, who nodded helplessly. Sieng chuckled softly, unaware of Shun Ji Bai's exasperation. Ji Sui Huan pointed to the nearby sugar figurine stall and exclaimed, "Uncle, I want to eat that." Si Heng shot a proud and teasing glance at Shun Ji Bai before responding to Ji Sui Huan, "Let us buy it." With that, Si Heng took Yin Hua's hand and led Ji Sui Huan and Lin Sicha towards the stall. "I'll go take a look too, Father," Gu Mingyan interjected, sprinting to catch up with Ji Sui Huan before Shun Ji Bai could respond. This left only Yin Shu and Shun Ji Bai amidst the bustling street, alive with the throngs of people and the sparkling lights. Yin Shu instinctively attempted to maintain some distance from Shun Ji Bai, edging sideways. Excuse me, a young man, eager to sell his cart of wishing lanterns, nudged Yin Shu aside as he squeezed past her. Yin Shu stumbled slightly, and Shun Ji Bai reached out to grasp her slender wrist, pulling her gently towards him, his voice low. "Are you all right?" Yin Shu shyly regarded the large hand encircling her wrist, her eyelashes fluttering involuntarily as she softly shook her head. "I'm fine." Shun Ji Bai responded with a sound of affirmation, then guided her by the wrist to a less crowded area. "Let us wait over there for them." Yin Shu's cheeks flushed as she attempted to withdraw her wrist from his grasp, only to find it held more firmly. The warmth of his hand seemed to seep through her skin, igniting a warmth in her heart, and she vaguely sensed something profound, yet struggled to convince herself otherwise. Such misunderstandings would only lead to mortifying embarrassment. Stealing a glance at Shun Ji Bai's profile, she noted that time appeared to have left no marks upon his handsome features, instead bestowing him with an even greater air of dignified grace. He was a most cultured warrior of the Great Way, akin to the resplendent moon suspended in the sky, while she was merely a diminutive shadow under its luminescence, ordinary and unremarkable, unworthy of sharing its brilliance. Yet, as he navigated through the crowd with her wrist in his hand, as he raised his arm to shield her from the oncoming throng, her youthful heart fluttered uncontrollably. The cold wind lifted her white skirt, swirling it around his black cloak, casting two closely entwined shadows upon the ground. As Shun Ji Bai escorted Yin Shu to a nearby open space, he released her wrist, frowning slightly. Despite his gentle grip, a faint red mark encircled her delicate wrist. Shun Ji Bai was taken aback by her fragility and inquired, "Does it hurt?" Following his gaze to her wrist, Yin Shu felt an inexplicable warmth bloom within her, and she softly replied, "It doesn't hurt." Shun Ji Bai gazed into Yin Shu's eyes, which sparkled with emotion, tearful yet tender, and radiant when she smiled, conveying a sense of being cherished and protected without her needing to utter a word. Regaining his composure, Shun Ji Bai suddenly asked, "I heard you are in the decoration business?" Yin Shu was momentarily taken aback, surprised that he knew of her endeavors. She almost wanted to inquire who had informed him, but hesitated. "Yes, it was Hua, or who helped me acquire the shop, allowing me to open a bookstore." Yin Shu gazed at Yin Hua standing before the sugar figurine stall, softly speaking. As if sensing her presence, Yin Hua turned and smiled, waving at her. The sisters exchanged glances and laughter through a throng of people. After Yin Hua turned away, Yin Shu withdrew her gaze and, biting her lip, hesitantly asked Shun Ji Bai, "Will you come to see the bookstore when it opens?" A flicker of surprise crossed Shun Ji Bai's eyes before he broke into a smile, leaning closer to Yin Shu, observing her slightly flushed face, and inquired in a deep voice, "Are you inviting me, my lady?" His sudden proximity startled Yin Shu, causing her to instinctively lean back. Her already glistening eyes became misty with shyness, and she lowered her head, too bashful to meet his gaze. Shun Ji Bai studied Yin Shu's expression, a smile playing upon his lips, amused at how easily the timid rabbit was frightened, yet he would not allow it. He lifted her chin, looking deeply into her eyes, and said, "Yin Shu, answer me." Like a crane standing gracefully against the wind, as radiant as the finest orchid, his cold eyes, sparkling with mirth, gazed intently, reminiscent of the bright moon embracing the night. Yin Shu stared blankly at Shen Ji, resembling a stream reflecting moonlight, transforming into a cascade of snow. And she absent-mindedly replied, "Yes." Shen Ji gently touched her head, the warmth in his cold eyes growing, while the little white rabbit's face turned beet red. Si Hung held Yin Hua's delicate, almost boneless hand, glancing at the sugar figurine stall, and asked, "Are you not going to pick one?" Yin Hua raised her chin defiantly, pointing to Jisue Huan and his companions, each holding a sugar figurine, and proudly declared, "Only children eat sugar figurines. I am no child." Sieng chuckled softly, wrapping his long arm around Yin Hua's shoulders, pulling her close, and resting his forehead against hers, saying, "In my heart, Hua Hua will always be a child." Yin Hua's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, gradually curving into a sweet smile directed at Si Hung. If not for their public surroundings, she would have truly wanted to kiss him. Si Hung, captivated by Yin Hua's smile, leaned closer to her ear, his deep voice laced with a teasing whisper. "Go choose a sugar figurine. Your brother will buy it for you." With that, he playfully nibbled on the tip of her ear. Recalling the tender whispers of Brother Hung from the previous night, Yin Hua's face flushed crimson, a tingling warmth coursing through her body as enchanting memories flooded her mind, nearly causing her to sway. Si Hung, holding her slender waist, smiled wickedly, satisfied by her reaction. Yin Hua playfully scolded Si Hang's smug expression, reaching into his cloak to pinch his sides, but found his slim waist too firm to grasp, leading her to let out a frustrated huff. "Silly girl, come pick a sugar figurine," Si Hung teased, brushing his fingers along her nose and leading her toward the stall. After making her choice, she declared, "Now, the big bad guy pays." As it was the year of the pig, Yin Hua selected a sugar figurine shaped like a pig, shaking it playfully at Si Hung. He smiled indulgently and paid. Yin Hua held the sugar figurine to his lips, her eyes sparkling like the starry sky, saying, "Here, the first bite is for you. Wishing your highness a prosperous year of the pig." In a vibrant street adorned with silver flowers and fiery trees, nothing could compare to the blossoming peach blossom smile in her eyes, with eyes shimmering like warm fragments of light. Si Hung led Yin Hua behind the great tree next to the stall, lowering his head to take a bite of the sugar figurine. Cradling her face in his hands, he leaned down, tilting his head to kiss her lips, transferring the sugary treat from his mouth to hers, murmuring softly, "One half for each." Yin Hua blinked, her cheeks slightly flushed as she opened her mouth to accept the sugar figurine he offered. Then, wrapping her arms around his waist and tilting her face upwards with a radiant smile, she said, "May we both have smooth sailing next year." "Indeed," Si Hung replied with a smile, leaning down to peck her lips once more, her sweetness enhanced by the sugary treat. Chapter 85. The mask departing to seek out her third sister and the others. Yin Hua could hardly suppress her sweet smile as she pulled Si Heng out from behind the grand tree. Upon reuniting with Yin Shu, she released Si Heng's hand and affectionately walked alongside Yin Shu, linking her arm with hers. Si Hung, gazing at his empty palm, frowned with displeasure and shot a glance at Shen Ji, remarking coolly, "Your uncle should be a bit more vigilant, lest he hinder my endeavors." Shen Ji, with a furrowed brow, turned his attention to Si Hung and replied coldly, "If the Prince of Chun wishes to spar with me, he need only say so. The training grounds are always at your disposal." He had longed to teach this insolent boy a lesson. Si Hung scoffed, rude, "If you cannot argue, do you wish to resort to blows?" Meanwhile, three little ones frolicked ahead, their laughter echoing as Gu Ming and Ji Sui Huan engaged in spirited conversation, while Lin Si primarily listened, interjecting only when necessary. Gu Ming, catching sight of the stall selling masks, excitedly tugged Ji Sui Huan towards it. Lin Si, fixated on the hand Gu Ming and had intertwined with Ji Sui Huan's arm, furrowed his brow, a layer of frost suddenly gracing his porcelain-like visage. "Let's purchase a mask to wear for fun," Gu Ming exclaimed, holding a mask up to his face and occasionally making comical expressions. Ji Sui-wan, munching on a sugar figurine, giggled at Gu Ming's antics and began to pick out her own mask. As Lin Si observed the joyful interaction between the two, his dark eyes grew increasingly cold. "Hey, do you want one?" Gu Ming gleefully waved the chosen masks before Lin Si. Just as Lin Si was about to retort with a frosty expression, Ji Sui-wan hurriedly interjected, "Lin Si doesn't wear a mask." "Why not?" Gu Ming questioned, puzzled, and even Lin Si looked quizzically at Ji Sui-wan. She scratched her head, tilting it as she regarded them both. "I ascend, it obvious? Lin Si is so handsome. If he wears a mask, I want to be able to see him. Because Lin Si is handsome, he cannot wear a mask," Ji Sui-wan declared, her cheeks puffed as she spoke with innocent conviction while holding her sugar figurine. Gu Ming frowned, his expression stern as he turned to Ji Sui-wan, asking, "Are you implying that I am ugly?" Taken aback by his inquiry, Ji Sui-wan suddenly found herself at a loss for words, scrutinizing Gu Ming earnestly. "Wait, I think I've gotten something in my eye," Lin Si interjected suddenly, raising a hand to rub his left eye. Instantly, Ji Sui-wan diverted her gaze from Gu Ming and to Lin Si, tiptoeing closer with concern. "Has it gotten dusty? Let me help you blow it out." Lin Si nodded, bending down so she could reach him. "Is it better now? Should we go find Andy?" Ji Sui-wan inquired anxiously after blowing twice into his eye. Lin Si straightened up, rubbing his left eye once more, and a hint of a glimmer appeared in his dark eyes, reminiscent of shimmering obsidian, as he smiled down at Ji Sui-wan. "No need, it's fine now." "Huh, that is no mere eye irritation. It is clearly a case of being utterly enchanting." Gu Ming regarded the dazed Ji Sui-wan with a cold snort, glaring at Lin Si in annoyance as he let the mask fall from his hands, inwardly cursing, "Pretty boy." With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Si raised an eyebrow slightly, returning Gu Ming's glare with a semblance of a smile, which only fueled Gu Ming's desire to land a punch on his face. Meanwhile, the dazed Ji Sui-wan had completely forgotten Gu Ming's earlier question and blurted out, "Aren't you buying a mask?" "Not buying," Gu Ming retorted irritably, but soon reconsidered. "No, he could not fall into the trap of that pretty boy." Softening his tone, he took Ji Sui-wan's hand and urged her forward. "Let us go see the festivities ahead." The frozen banks of the river were teeming with crowds lighting lanterns, countless colorful lanterns drifting across the icy surface, resembling a galaxy adorned with stars. Above, wish lanterns rose continuously, sailing over the mountaintops like whispers of dreams, illuminating the world in a cascade of colors as if the heavenly gates had opened, filling the air with melodies and visions of beauty. "Sister, wait for me for a moment. I'm going to buy lanterns with His Highness," Yun Hua exclaimed eagerly, yearning to light a lantern for blessings. "All right," Yin Shu replied, patting Yun Hua's hand to calm her impatience. Yun Hua smiled and reached out to Si Hung, who took her small hand, guiding her through the throngs to the bustling stall, where they joined the queue. Yin Hua watched anxiously as the pile of wish lanterns on the vendor's cart dwindled. Fortunately, as they reached the front, the vendor's companion brought in another load of wish lanterns and flower lanterns. "Sir, I would like 8 flower lanterns and 8 wish lanterns," Yin Hua said softly. Sieng, wealthy enough not to be concerned about the cost, nonetheless curiously inquired, "Why so many?" "We each need 1 flower lantern and 1 wish lantern. Good things come in pairs. And 1 pair shall be for our dear princess when we return," Yun Hua explained with a bright smile. Si Hung was surprised that Yun Hua had thought of Si Yin, and he playfully tapped her forehead, teasing, "Does Si Yin really fancy such trinkets?" Yun Hua pouted, grasping his finger in her palm, and replied gently, "I merely wish to express my sentiments. Whether the princess appreciates them is of no concern to me. But do good deeds without asking for the outcome." Si Hung concluded with a smile. "Yes," Yun Hua replied, smiling back as she nudged his arm, urging, "Hurry and pay. We still have lanterns to release." While Si Hung settled the payment, Yun Hua called for Ji Sui-wan and the others to assist with the lanterns. "Shall we help as well?" Yin Shu looked up at Shun Ji Bai, her voice flowing like a gentle stream. Shun Jibai nodded and accompanied Yinshu, retrieving their lanterns from the ones they had purchased, then asking her, "Where shall we place them?" "Anywhere is fine," Yinshu replied, reaching for the lanterns in Shun Jibai's hands, but he did not relinquish them. Yinshu gazed at Shun Jibai in mild confusion, and he smiled subtly, saying, "Follow me." "Oh dear, Lord Shun is quite charming," Yunhua remarked, leaning on Si Heng's shoulder, her cherry lips curving into an uncontainable smile as she excitedly nudged Si Heng's arm. Si Heng found amusement in the spirited Yunhua, her enthusiasm rendering her even more endearing, and he couldn't help but pull her into his embrace, cherishing the moment. As Ji Suohuan gazed at Yinshu, who had been called away by Shun Jibai, she then turned her attention to Yunhua, cradled in Si Heng's embrace. Approaching Si Heng's side, she tilted her little head upwards and, in a sweet and gentle tone, subtly proposed, "Uncle, could you lend me Annie for a moment? I would like her assistance in lighting a fire." Upon hearing this, Yunhua, feeling a bit shy, gently extricated herself from Si Heng's arms, bent down to embrace Ji Suohuan, and waved to Lin Si and Gu Mingyan, saying, "Lin or Mingyan, come here, we're going to release the lanterns." Chapter 86. The Craft of Fate after lighting the lanterns in the hands of Ji Suohuan and the others. Si Heng watched as the three little ones crouched by the riverbank, playfully nudging the floating lanterns and gazing up at the wish lanterns in the sky. Yunhua furrowed her brows as she looked at Si Heng, expressing her concern with earnestness. "Your Highness, you must make your wish sincerely. Only then can it come true. Understood?" Although Si Heng harbored skepticism towards such matters, the seriousness in Yunhua's demeanor prompted him to nod in agreement. With that, Yunhua relaxed, her smile blossoming as she embraced the wish lantern in her arms, silently wishing. "First, may I be with you, journeying together through the years. Second, may my family enjoy peace in spring, safety in summer, tranquility in autumn, and joy in winter." Si Heng observed the devout expression on Yunhua's face and glanced at the wish lantern in his hand. He held no grand desires. His only wish was for his Hua to have her heart's content. After Yunhua earnestly repeated her wishes 3 times, she turned to Si Heng and gently inquired, "Your Highness, have you finished making your wish?" Si Heng reached out, tucking a loose strand of hair blown by the wind behind her ear, and nodded, "Yes, I have." "Then let us release the lanterns." Yunhua's eyes sparkled as she stood side by side with Si Heng, both of them releasing their wish lanterns into the air. The delicate lanterns ascended gracefully, swirling and merging into the vast galaxy above. Si Heng stepped behind Yunhua, wrapping his long arm around her waist, holding her delicate hand. And together they gazed skyward at the lanterns, soaring ever higher. Yunhua leaned against Si Heng, resting her head on his broad shoulder, lifting her gaze to admire his profile. A gentle smile curved her lips as she whispered, "You are part of my wish, Your Highness." Si Heng lowered his gaze to the enchanting figure in his embrace, his dark eyes shimmering with a soft light, and he leaned down to place a tender kiss upon her upturned lips, saying, "In my wish, there's only you, Hua." His deep voice flowed like a melodious stream. Even the moonlight seemed to become more enchanting and affectionate. Yunhua's heart fluttered, and unable to restrain herself, she returned the kiss, slowly turning to face him. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed up at Si Heng with a dreamy expression. No matter when she looked at him, or how many times, her heart would invariably flutter, especially when he gazed down at her, his long fingers caressing her cheek, his dark eyes glimmering with a subtle yet captivating smile, effortlessly drawing one into his charm. The night was boundless. He was like a radiant gem, and she felt utterly captivated. How could this be? I adore him so much. Yunhua wrapped her arms around Si Heng's slender waist, tilting her face upward, unable to resist murmuring his name. "Si Heng, Si Heng, Si Heng." "Yes, I am here." Si Heng smiled and tightened his embrace around the soft figure. Yunhua stood on her tiptoes, leaned closer, and playfully nudged his nose, sweetly whispering, "You must always be here." His gaze momentarily faltered as he met her expectant almond-shaped eyes. After a brief hesitation, he finally replied with reluctance, "All right." Countless wish lanterns floated away with the wind, adorning the tranquil night sky like stars in a celestial court. Seeing, draped in a warm cloak, stood by the window. The chilly night breeze tousled her ink-dark hair, while the flickering candlelight within the room danced unpredictably. Si gazed up at the luminous display in the night sky, her bright eyes gradually losing their spark as memories of the Si Jue festival on the grasslands flooded her mind. In the vast expanse of the grasslands, the most vital element is the source of water. Each year at this time, the tribes of the plains hold grand sacrificial ceremonies, beseeching the heavens for bountiful rains in the coming year to bless the common folk. 3 years ago, during the Si Jue festival, Syn and H Lee in X in presided over the sacrificial rites and were preparing to retreat for some rest when H Lee in X in suddenly covered her eyes. Startled, Syn tugged at his hand, her voice laced with annoyance. H Lee in X in, what are you doing? Let go. H Lee in X in chuckled softly, his hand remaining firmly over Syn's eyes while his other arm encircled her slender waist, preventing her from moving. After a moment, he released his grip and leaned closer to her ear, his deep voice imbued with tenderness. Why, Anna, look at the sky. Syn furrowed her brow, and as she tilted her head upwards, a myriad of fireworks erupted across the expansive sky, dazzlingly bright as if it were day. The resplendent display bore a striking resemblance to the sights she had witnessed in her youth in the Great Way. Her eyes sparkled with wonder as she gazed at the fireworks, a slow smile blossoming on her lips. Halien Ixen unchented bis ypsilon enis centel smilla, found his sharp, hawk-like gaze soften, and he smiled in return. Indeed, it was only when she beheld something related to the Great Way that she would smile. After 8 years, his YNR still had not developed a fondness for the grasslands. Lost in thought as he gazed at her, H Lee in X in suddenly asked, "Do you wish to return to the Great Way, YNR?" Without sparing him a glance, Syn continued to admire the spectacular fireworks, responding without hesitation, "Of course." The answer was as expected. H Lee in X in observed her, the smile in his eyes gradually turning bittersweet, yet he could not bring himself to look away. She would never know that he had always regarded her as a precious gift bestowed upon him by the heavens. She would remain oblivious to the fact that when he led his people to pay homage to the Great Way at the age of 14, it was but a fleeting glance amid a sea of silhouettes that had revealed her to him. Clad in a fiery red dress, she gazed skyward at the fireworks, her captivating phoenix-like eyes reflecting the brilliant lights, and her slightly upturned lips inadvertently revealed a charming smile. Such was the allure of a pearl glistening in brilliance. From that moment on, H Lee in X in could not tear his gaze away. He patiently awaited Syn's coming of age while waging battles far and wide, determined to become the sole king of the grasslands. Only then would he possess the leverage to negotiate with the Emperor of Wei, and only then could he wed his little princess. Thus, when he welcomed Syn to the plains, he fervently bowed in gratitude to the heavens for granting him this precious jewel. Yet, it seemed he had allowed the jewel to gather dust from that day forth. He had not witnessed the initial spark of her radiant smile, nor had he seen her smile at him. If she was destined not to belong to the grasslands, should he not set her free? Would departing from him bring back her smile? Ashlienix en gaz deeply at Syn, yearning to embrace her once more, yet fearing that doing so might extinguish the flicker of joy in her eyes. His hand, raised in longing, ultimately fell in resignation, and he murmured, "If there is a chance, I shall ensure YNR returns to the Great Way." As a side note, I sincerely apologize, dear readers. I have been undergoing training recently, with sessions extending throughout the weekends, leaving me with no time during the day. I truly regret any inconvenience this may have caused. Chapter 87. Sweet torment upon hearing the words. Syn turned in astonishment to gaze at Helien's son, who, however, had already averted his gaze to the distance. Syn could not discern Helien's son's expression, yet she observed numerous women gazing at him with unabashed admiration. The women of the grasslands were passionate and expressive. Their affections were conveyed with utmost directness, and if they favored someone, their eyes revealed it without hesitation. Helien's son tilted his head towards the night sky, the vibrant fireworks illuminating the chiseled contours of his profile, yet failing to penetrate the depths of his obsidian eyes. Amidst the fiery blossoms, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of elegance akin to precious jade, etching his noble demeanor into the hearts of countless women. Si had always known that he was not merely the king of the grasslands, but also the most striking hero in the hearts of its women. She could perceive the admiration reflected in their gazes, yet she felt no jealousy, for he had vowed never to take a concubine, and she trusted his words implicitly. In that moment, neither of them realized the significance of their shared silence. She looked at him, her rosy lips curving into a gentle smile, reminiscent of the unguarded grin he had shown her upon their first encounter. The distant memories had not faded with time. Rather, they had grown ever more vivid. Si gazed longingly at the resplendent night sky, her eyes unwittingly moistening. She had once believed that his love was a shackle binding her, yet it was in truth his love that bestowed upon her the courage to be unafraid. Hellion Sun, I wish to return it away, but more than anything, I wish to return with you, to explore my homeland together. Si recalled the words of Yunhua, who had once told her that behind every star lies a soul, and if one has something to say, they should speak to the stars, for they would listen. Yet, amidst the multitude of stars, she could not find the one that belonged to her. The flickering wish lanterns in the sky and the joyous laughter echoing through the streets felt utterly disconnected from her. Only the biting cold wind resonated with her solitude. In the boundless desolation, frost accompanied her loneliness. Princess, Chuan called tentatively from behind Si, cautiously approaching her. The night breeze is quite chilly. You should not linger in it for too long. Si withdrew her gaze from the stars, allowing Chuan to close the window. She shed her cotton cloak and, dejected, leaned against the couch, closing her eyes. Her delicate fingers brushed against the wooden carving of a zodiac sheep on her pillow. Instinctively clutching it tight, Chuan retrieved a thin blanket from the cabinet and gently draped it over Si, her heart aching for the princess, lamenting the cruel twists of fate. If only the king were still alive, how could he bear to leave his beloved princess alone amidst the bustling lights? She had always been a treasure held dearly in his hands. Chuan recalled the time when Si first suffered a cut from a carving knife, and the king, upon discovering the injury, had turned red with worry, summoning all the royal physicians to attend to her wound. An elderly physician, perplexed by the minuscule nature of the injury, had inspected her finger for an eternity, unable to locate the cut. Yet, upon meeting Hellion Sun's piercing gaze, the elderly physician could only comply with the opinions of his fellow doctors. Your Majesty, this wound ointment is sufficient for once a day, the elderly physician said respectfully, bowing his head as he presented the finest ointment. Hellion Sun frowned as he accepted the salve, his concern palpable. Will it leave a scar? He inquired. The elderly physician, internally scoffing, thought to himself, how could one leave a scar when the location of the wound remains undiscovered? If the injury were any smaller, it would likely heal before they even had the chance to apply the ointment. However, the elderly physician respectfully assured, Your Majesty, rest assured, the princess will not bear any scars. Only then did Hellion Sun allow the physicians to withdraw, preparing to personally administer the ointment to Si. No need for you. Let Chuan assist me, Si asserted, reaching to seize the ointment from Hellion Sun's grasp. However, he firmly grasped her wrist, pulling her into his embrace, securing her waist as he seated her upon his lap, his voice low and resolute. Obey me, Air. I shall tend to your wounds. In that moment, Si resembled a rebellious child. The more the king insisted, the more she resolved to oppose him. Concealing her injured hand behind her back, she defiantly raised her chin and retorted, I want to listen to you, so there is no need for your help. It was the first and only occasion that Hellion Sun uttered the full name of the princess. Hearing him address her in such a manner, Si suddenly froze. Her gaze locked onto his eyes, which, usually so patient, now bore an unmistakable seriousness. A flicker of unease washed over her, and tilting her head, she feigned calmness as she inquired, Are you angry with me? Observing her rare moment of disquiet, Hellion Sun softened his expression, cradling the back of her head and pressing her against his neck, his lips brushing her ear as he spoke with a tone both resigned and indulgent. "How could I ever be angry with my little princess?" Si Jue haughtily let out a soft hum of satisfaction, feeling somewhat appeased. Nestled against his neck, her previously frosty demeanor began to warm, blossoming into a gentle smile akin to a summer lotus blooming after a rain. Helian Sun turned to regard the unusually compliant Si Jue in his embrace, his dark eyes twinkling with mirth, as he gently asked, "Shall we apply the ointment now?" "Your Highness?" "Yes," Si Jue replied, adjusting herself on his lap, suppressing a smile as she extended her injured index finger, proudly reminding him, "Be gentle, please." "Of course." Helian Sun chuckled, his calloused fingers dipping into the ointment, delicately applying it to the fine, faint wound on Si Jue's finger. Just then, the sound of a maid's announcement interrupted their moment, drawing Yin Chuan from a reverie. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince and Crown Princess have arrived." Si Yin's previously dull eyes sparkled with renewed brightness as she instructed, "Please let them in." Rising from the bed, she adjusted her slightly wrinkled gown with the aid of Yin Chuan, without needing to be told. Hastily instructed the servants to prepare the snowflake pastries that Yunhua favored. "Dear sister," Yunhua greeted, entering with a radiant smile, her left hand guiding Ji Sui Huan and her right hand leading Lin Si. Si Jue, as was customary, sat beside the small table and waved, "Yunhua has arrived." Turning her gaze to the children, she inquired, "Who are these two little ones?" "They're my niece and nephew. Sui Huan and Lin Er, call your great aunt." Yunhua joyfully introduced them, bringing the children closer to Si Jue. With wide, sparkling eyes, Ji Sui Huan gazed up at Si Jue, sweetly addressing her as great aunt. Lin Si, on the other hand, curiously scrutinized Si Jue, pondering if this was indeed the great aunt he had never met. When he was born, she was still on the grasslands. By the time she returned it away, he had long since departed from the capital. Thus he had never encountered her. The fact that the seventh prince would allow him to meet her indicated that she posed no threat, and he felt a surge of happiness at the prospect of gaining another family member. With this thought in mind, Lin Si turned to Si Jue, and her previously indifferent little face transformed into one of charming innocence as her eyes sparkled, affectionately calling out Auntie. Si Jue responded with a gentle smile, nodding at Ji Sui Huan and Lin Si. Ji Sui Huan tilted her head, gazing intently at Si Jue, and suddenly, with an endearing familiarity, placed her small hand on Si Jue's knee, looking up with her sweet voice, "Auntie, you are truly beautiful, just like Lin Si." A palpable sense of bewilderment washed over Si Jue's face. She seldom interacted with children. Her hands, hanging at her sides, fidgeted uncertainly as she pondered how to respond to Ji Sui Huan. "Auntie, Ji Sui Huan implored." Her cheeks flushed from the cold as she extended her short arms toward Si Jue. Si Jue, somewhat clumsily, bent down to lift Ji Sui Huan onto her lap. Gazing at the child's adorable face, she finally revealed the first smile of the evening and inquired, "What does Sui Huan like to eat?" "Tell Auntie, and Auntie will buy it for you." Ji Sui Huan, momentarily taken aback, darted her eyes around before suddenly looking at Si Jue. "Oh, Auntie and Uncle are asking me the same question," she thought, feeling quite ready to respond. Chapter 88. Healing Great Aunt. The roasted duck at Xingyi Tower is quite delicious, Ji Sui Huan said, tilting her little head and beaming with an adorable smile. Si Jue gazed at Ji Sui Huan with a twinkle in her eyes and instructed Yin Chuan, "Go and buy some." No, Princess," Yunhua hurriedly interjected, "they have already eaten quite a bit tonight. We cannot let them indulge further." Although Si Jue had never borne children, she was aware that it was not advisable for little ones to consume too much at night, as it could disrupt their digestion. Yet, she was eager to fulfill Ji Sui Huan's wishes. Thus, she proposed to Yunhua, "How about I arrange for someone to purchase it tomorrow and deliver it to you in the evening?" Yunhua, wishing to avoid making Si Jue feel distant, graciously replied, "Then I shall thank the princess on behalf of Sui Huan and Lin Er." Indeed, the warmth in Si Jue's eyes deepened, dispelling some of her earlier melancholy. Ji Sui Huan raised her tiny hand, encircled Si Jue's neck, leaned in, and planted a kiss on her cheek, exclaiming in a sweet, childish voice, Great aunt is so wonderful. Afterward, she turned to Si Chung with a mischievous grin, praising, Uncle is also particularly nice. Hee, I must consider both of you. So that uncle and great aunt will buy me delicious treats in the future. Upon returning home, she would surely inquire what Lin Si desired to eat, so she could request delectable morsels for him next time. Oh dear, how clever I am, Ji Sui-Huan thought to herself, delightfully lost in her own musings. And she couldn't help but wiggle her little body joyfully on Si Yin's lap. Si Yin burst into laughter from Ji Sui-Huan's affectionate kiss, her gaze toward the child growing increasingly tender. Generally, the younger generation in the palace tended to shy away from her, never approaching her with the same intimacy as Ji Sui-Huan. In Chuan, please fetch my jewelry box, allowing the children to choose. Si Yin instructed with enthusiasm. Each piece of Si Yin's jewelry, if not entirely unique, held considerable value. Yunhua quickly waved her hands in protest. There is no need, princess, they are still young. And these treasures are far too precious. It matters not. It is merely a token gift for the children. Do not be formal with me, Si Yin insisted, signaling Yin Chuan to hurry along. Seeing Si Yin's spirits lifted, Yin Chuan smiled in response. As long as the princess was happy, she too felt joy. And she swiftly approached the dressing table, presenting Si Yin's jewelry box to Ji Sui-Huan and Lin Si. Ji Sui-Huan peered into the dazzling array of jewelry, then looked up at Yunhua. Noticing Yunhua shaking her head, she obediently clasped her little hands behind her back, refraining from touching anything in the box. Lin Si, demonstrating his understanding, also refrained from reaching for any items. Seeing this, Si Chung took Yunhua's hand and sat beside her, addressing Ji Sui-Huan, feel free to choose. Your aunt is quite wealthy. Yunhua playfully tapped Si Cheng's hand, urging him to refrain from speaking so carelessly. Si Cheng merely raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, cleansing his hands in the clear water brought by a maid, then picked up a piece of snowflake crisp and held it to Yunhua's lips, saying, Open your mouth. Yunhua, unreserved in her affection for Si Cheng, felt her cheeks flush with shyness, yet a sweet warmth spread through her heart. As Si Yin gazed at the affectionate couple, vivid memories involuntarily surfaced before her eyes. Once, that person had behaved in a similar manner, yet she had failed to cherish those moments, suppressing the melancholy in her gaze. Si Yin retrieved a golden-laid jade hairpin from her cosmetic box and adorned the small bun of Ji Sui-Huan. After rummaging through her collection for quite some time, she could not find a suitable gift for the little boy. With a hint of regret, she reached out to grasp Lin Si's hand and softly inquired, Is there anything you like, Lin Er? Lin Si looked down at the hand held by Si Yin. Her hand was warm and his dark. Sparkling eyes radiated a pure and joyful smile as he sweetly replied, Lin Er likes Annie. This child, Si Yin chuckled, pulling Lin Si closer and affectionately ruffling his little head, growing fonder of him with each passing moment. Not only was he charmingly handsome, but he also had a way with words. If Yunhua's little niece and nephew were already so endearing, how adorable must the offspring of Yunhua and Si Hing be? With this thought, Si Yin suddenly turned her gaze towards Si Hung, urging him in a tone befitting an elder, Could you perhaps consider some serious matters and hasten to have a child with Yunhua? Si Hung furrowed his brow at Si Yin, as if her words implied an intimacy akin to that of a close sibling, suggesting a familiarity that was not truly theirs. Uncomfortably, he retorted, You needn't concern yourself with that. Yunhua observed Si Heng's expression, although he was still exchanging banter with Si Yin. His tone was markedly less frosty than during their first encounter, bearing a semblance to the playful squabbles between a brother and sister. What are you grinning about? You silly child? It's time to go home, he said, feeling as if his innermost thoughts had been laid bare. He pinched Yunhua's cheek, chuckling, and brushed away the crumbs of pastry from the corner of her lips. Noticing Si Hung's unease, Yunhua's smile brightened, perhaps sensing a long-lost familial affection. She playfully tugged at Si Heng's finger, rising alongside him, and turned to Ji Sui-Huan and Lin Si, inquiring cheerfully, What did we come to bring for Annie? I know. Ji Sui-Huan eagerly interjected, raising her small arm and hurriedly sliding off Si Yin's lap. Grabbing Lin Si. She dashed towards the door to retrieve the lanterns and wish lamps they had hidden there. Lin Si presented the wish lamp to Si Yin, saying, "May Annie's wishes come true." Ji Sui Huan placed the flower lantern in Si Yin's hands, exclaiming, "May Auntie be joyful and fulfilled." Si Yin had initially thought that the festive atmosphere of the evening had no relevance to her, yet she was pleasantly surprised to discover that someone still remembered her. The genuine smiles of the two children healed all her discontent for the night, like a warm current flowing through her lonely heart, gently opening a long-sealed door. Lifting her gaze to Yunhua and Si Hung, gratitude shimmered in her eyes. Yunhua playfully winked at Si Yin, saying, "Our blessings have arrived, but dear princess sister, you must make your own wish. Sincerity brings fulfillment." Si Hung turned his face away, avoiding Si Yin's gaze, and awkwardly remarked, "A little is sufficient. Too many wishes cannot be fulfilled." Yunhua's eyes sparkled, and her lips blossomed into a radiant smile. How familiar those words were. It was precisely what she had told Si Hung when they first saw a rainbow and made wishes. To think he remembered her words. Si Yin smiled at Yunhua and Si Hung, feeling the endearing yet awkward concern of her proud younger brother, and she replied with a gentle curve of her lips, "I have taken note of it all." This time, Si Yin personally escorted Yunhua and Si Hung from the post station, watching as their carriage vanished completely into the bustling night. "Princess, shall we light the lanterns here?" Yinchuan inquired. Si Yin nodded, standing in the center of the courtyard blanketed in white snow. She took the ignited wish lantern into her hands, gazing at it intently, her silence lingering. She harbored but a single desire, to see He Lien Sun once more. Even if only in dreams, she yearned to converse with him, to hear his voice again. Si Yin focused on the wish lantern in her grasp, silently articulating her longing. "May you enter my dreams and share the sentiments of yearning. He Lien Sun, please return and glance upon me, if only for a moment." Chapter 89. Obedient. The following day, at the Duke of Jing's residence in the imperial capital, Si Jue reclined in a circular chair, idly toying with a newly acquired blue and white porcelain vase, listening leisurely to the reports of his hidden guards. "My lord, I have discovered that before the death of King Jing, he was ambushed by assassins dispatched by King Chun while passing through Chiu Prefecture. Could it be that King Chun is responsible for King Jing's demise?" The hidden guards speculated. Si Jue turned the porcelain vase in his hands, continuing to admire its beauty, and let out a disdainful chuckle. If Si Chung were harbor murderous intentions due to Si Meng's ambush, he should have eliminated Si Meng while he was still in Chiu Prefecture, rather than waiting until he reached Yong Prefecture to strike. Furthermore, even if Si Chong were the culprit, it matters not. A frail and short-lived sickly wretch poses no threat and, in fact, has unwittingly rid me of a significant worry. Si Jue squinted, scrutinizing the intricate patterns on the vase, and declared with conviction. Suddenly, Si Jue cast a fierce glance at the hidden guard, his expression turning cold. Find a way to frame Si Meng's death on the Grand Prince. At present, the only one who could rival him was the Grand Prince Si Hua. Even if Si Hua could prove his innocence, given Emperor Wei's suspicious nature, he would likely harbor even greater distrust towards Si Hua, ultimately benefiting Si Jue in the end. Emperor Wei, wary of their power struggles, neither intervened nor obstructed their open and covert conflicts, merely wishing to see them mutually restrained and balanced. Since that is the case, I might as well stir the waters further. Si Jue spoke coldly. Let someone recommend Si Chung for an inspection in Xian Prefecture. Months ago, there had been accusations against the governor of Xian Prefecture, Tang Bingquan, for corruption. Yet, when Emperor Wei dispatched someone to investigate, no evidence was found. The inspecting officials adamantly claimed Tang Bingquan was an upright and incorruptible official. If the person sent this time fails to uncover anything, Si Jue would personally intervene, thereby highlighting his own capabilities. Conversely, if the appointed individual succeeds, Emperor Wei would surely reward and promote him, making the selection process quite delicate. Si Chung, in Si Jue's eyes, was the most suitable candidate. Among the many princes, he was the only one who, even if rewarded, would not attract Emperor Wei's attention. Not only was he destined for a short life, but his background also played a significant role. Reflecting on this, Si Jue suddenly smiled ominously. Did their father not know of the humiliation inflicted upon Si Chung in their youth? He had merely turned a blind eye. Meanwhile, Si Yin arrived at the residence of King Chun, accompanied by Yin Chuan. Yinhua warmly welcomed her to the main hall. As soon as Si Yin was seated, she instructed Yin Chuan, "Bring out the gifts." "Yes, Your Highness," Yin Chuan replied, leading the maids to present the items one by one on the table beside Si Yin. "These are for Sui Huan," Si Yin said, opening one of the brocade boxes to reveal a set of intricately crafted pure gold bracelets, a gold collar, and a gold hairpin, all meticulously designed for a child. Continuing, Si Yin opened another brocade box, which contained a complete set of scholarly implements, a zhuge brush from Xuanqing, Li Tinggui ink from Huizhou, Chengsintang paper from Jing County, and a Longwei inkstone from Wuyuan. She smiled and said, "These are for Lin Air." Yunhua stared at the luxurious gifts before her, feeling overwhelmed by their opulence and uncertain whether to accept them. She glanced helplessly at Si Cheng beside her. Observing Yunhua's troubled expression, Si Cheng's lips curled into a gentle smile as he said, "Accept them. When those two little rascals return, you can give them the gifts." Upon hearing Si Heng's words, Yunhua did not hesitate, her eyes curving in gratitude as she addressed Si Yin. "Then I shall graciously accept on behalf of Sui Huan and Lin Air." "Thank you, dear elder sister." "Ah, that is precisely how it should be," Si Yin replied with a comforting smile. If Yunhua and Si Heng were to engage in excessive politeness, she would feel that they were being distant, lacking genuine connection. Si Yin took a sip of tea and gazed outside, her eyes betraying a hint of urgency as she inquired, "When do Sui Huan and Lin Air finish school?" Yunhua responded with a gentle smile, extending an invitation. "The prince and I are about to fetch them from school. Would you care to join us, dear elder sister?" Si Yin's phoenix eyes flickered with delight as she eagerly nodded, setting down her teacup and proposing, "After we collect the children, shall we take them directly to Sheng Yilu for a meal?" "That sounds splendid, but it must be the prince and I who treat you," Yunhua asserted, earnestly grasping Si Yin's hand. Understanding Yunhua's intention to express gratitude for her gifts to the children, Si Yin tenderly patted the back of Yunhua's hand and agreed. "Very well." When Ji Sui Huan and Lin Si emerged from school and spotted the trio awaiting them at the gate, their eyes instantly sparkled with joy. Ji Sui Huan, resembling a chubby little bird, dashed towards Si Yin, wrapping her arms around her legs. Her cherubic face tilted upward as she called out, "Auntie." Her sweet, childlike voice melted Si Yin's heart. Si Yin knelt and lifted Ji Sui Huan in her arms, chuckling as she asked, "Shall I take you both to enjoy some roasted duck?" "That would be wonderful." Ji Sui Huan clapped her hands in excitement. Thus, Si Yin cradled Ji Sui Huan in one arm, while holding Lin Si's hand with the other, leading them toward Shengyilu, not far from the academy. Meanwhile, Yunhua happily linked her arm with Si Heng's, trailing behind them with a smile. "Are your hands cold?" Si Heng inquired, gently enclosing Yunhua's small hand within his palm, hiding it within the sleeve of his cloak. Yunhua reciprocated the gesture, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him, sweetly replying, "Your hands are quite warm, Your Highness." In truth, it was not his hands that were warm, but rather his heart. As the sun dipped slowly toward the horizon, its golden and crimson hues intertwined, filtering through the green eaves and red tiles, casting a warm, beautiful glow upon the four of them. 10 days later, an imperial decree arrived swiftly in Si Heng's hands. Seated in a rocking chair, he rested one hand against his temple, observing Yunhua as she organized the fabric. Suddenly, he called out, "Hua Hua, come here," unaware of the gravity of the moment. Yunhua approached Si Heng, holding up a piece of pale blue fabric for him to see, softly asking, "Would this fabric be suitable for making a nightgown for you, Your Highness?" As she spoke, she draped the fabric against his form, increasingly pleased, for he was undeniably handsome, and everything looked exquisite on him. "Indeed," Si Heng said, pulling Yunhua onto his lap, encircling her waist with his arm. He brushed his fingers against her smiling cheek, his tone low as he announced, "The palace has issued an order for me to travel to Xinjiao for an inspection tomorrow." Yunhua's smile faltered instantly, her expression frozen in shock as she placed the fabric on the low table, her small hands anxiously resting on Si Jue's shoulder as she asked urgently. So, suddenly? When will you return? At least a month and a half, he replied. Upon hearing this, Yunhua furrowed her brow, gazing at Si Jue with concern, murmuring, So long? As Si Jue observed the despondent expression on Yunhua's face, a gentle smile graced his dark eyes. He enveloped her in his arms, drawing her close, and kissed her sweet lips, whispering enticingly, Do you not wish to part with me? A tremor coursed through Yunhua's heart, yet she blinked her large eyes and nodded earnestly. The mere thought of being away from him for so long filled her with concern and reluctance. Si Jue could not help but chuckle. His beloved was simply adorable. His lips brushed against Yunhua's moist, crimson petals as he murmured, My precious. The tender kisses were intoxicating, like a gentle rain, while his deep voice was as alluring as misty mountains. Gradually, Yunhua softened, relying on Si Jue to support her waist. In the intervals of their tender kisses, she playfully bit his thin lips and, with a quivering breath, inquired, May I accompany His Highness? Chapter 90. Farewell. Si Jue had contemplated bringing Yunhua along, yet considering the lengthy journey ahead, he opted against subjecting her to the weariness of travel. He gently lifted Yunhua, expressing his concern. The road is long. I fear it may be arduous for you. Hua. Yunhua quickly shook her head, her starry eyes gazing softly up at Si Jue. It's not difficult at all, and I promise to be obedient and not to trouble your highness. Si Jue chuckled softly, enveloping the delicate figure in his embrace. His lips brushed her ear, his voice low and teasing. As long as you are well behaved on the couch, it matters not if you are mischief elsewhere. With that, he playfully nipped at her flushed earlobe, gently drawing it into his mouth. He truly understood her every nuance, effortlessly stirring emotions within her heart, while his cool, noble visage could easily utter words that made one blush and heart race. Yunhua couldn't help but shiver slightly, rubbing her tingling ear. She tugged at Si Jue's face and, lifting her chin, commanded, Then you must also be good, understand? Si Jue smirked, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes as he nodded, his deep voice languidly responding, All right. Yunhua, oblivious to the underlying meaning in his words, assumed he had acquiesced. Her eyes curved in delight, and she rewarded him with a tender nuzzle, exclaiming, Good boy. The gentle, foolish boy, with laughter in his ink-black eyes, held Yunhua as if soothing a child, rocking her gently in the chair. Content. Yunhua rested her head on Si Jue's broad shoulder, her small hand resting upon his chest, basking in the warm sunlight as they nestled together. After a while, Yunhua lifted her head from Si Jue's embrace to share her plans with him. First, we will take Sui Huan and Lin heir to mother, then bid farewell to sister princess, and afterward return to pack our belongings, shall we? Indeed, Si Jue affirmed, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and helping her to rise. Today, coincidentally, the academy was closed, allowing Ji Sui Huan and Lin Si to remain at home. Yunhua called Ji Sui Huan and Lin Si over, taking their hands and speaking softly. Aunt and uncle are setting off on a journey, so for this period, Sui Huan and Lin heir will stay at grandmother's house. Is that all right? Ji Sui Huan leaned forward, resting against Yunhua with wide, watery eyes, asking, When will aunt and uncle return? In a little over a month, Yunhua replied with a smile, lifting Ji Sui Huan into her arms. Aunt and uncle must be careful. Come back soon, Lin Si said with understanding. Yunhua held Lin Si's small hand, advising Lin heir at grandmother's. You should feel just as at home as with aunt. If anything arises, do not hesitate to inform grandmother and aunt. Do not worry, aunt. Lin Si has me, Ji Sui Huan declared, puffing out her little chest and raising her eyebrows at Yunhua. Yunhua smiled fondly, affectionately pinching Ji Sui Huan's chubby cheeks before leading her and Lin Si back to their room to gather their belongings. And then they all headed towards the Yun residence. Yunhua confided in Fan Shi and Yunshu about her plans to travel to Xinzhou with Si Jue. Fan Shi grasped Yunhua's hand, her concern evident, as she earnestly reminded her, If you go out, you must always be accompanied. Never venture alone. Be cautious about what you eat, and consult the prince on all matters. listening to Fan Shure's motherly admonishments, which made her feel like a child. Yunhua felt a warm glow in her heart. She playfully tilted her head and linked her arm with Fan Shure's, assuring her, "I will remember, mother, do not worry." Fan Shure leaned her head against Yunhua's, continuing to relay her detailed instructions until she felt somewhat reassured. By the way, Huar, if you have time while in Xinzhou, do visit Qinghan. Your aunt wrote recently, mentioning that Qinghan went to Xinzhou with her husband. Yunhua's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly confirmed, "Mother, is my cousin Qinghan really in Xinzhou?" Before her marriage, cousin Qinghan would accompany her uncle and aunt to Xuzhou every year, especially during the difficult times for the Yun family. Each visit, her aunt would bring plenty of food, discreetly leaving behind silver coins as they departed. Cousin Qinghan would patiently style the hair of Yunhua and her third sister, regaling them with stories and playing with them. Yunhua adored her cousin's cheerful eyes. When Qinghan married, her mother had taken her and her third sister to see her off. That day, dressed in her bridal finery, Qinghan beamed with radiant joy, her eyes filled with sweet delight and hopeful dreams for the future. Now, 3 years since her cousin's marriage, Yunhua had not seen her. Recalling the letter, Fan Shure continued, "Yes, your aunt mentioned that Qinghan's husband has received a promotion to the position of governor." Si Jue suddenly lifted his gaze towards Fan Shure and inquired, "Is his surname Qing?" At Si Jue's prompt, Fan Shure suddenly remembered, yes. Qinghan's in-laws are indeed the Qings. Si Jue nodded. Having received an edict from the palace that morning, he had consulted the list of officials in Xinzhou, which is how he recognized the name Fan Shure mentioned. Realizing that Si Jue was familiar with the individual, Yunhua felt a surge of joy, knowing that locating her cousin would not pose a challenge. She communicated with Yun Shu regarding the schooling of Sui Huan and Lin Si, leaving Mu Yu in Yun Shu's care to assist with the children's commute. The thought of being apart from Yunhua for such a long time and the distance between them made Yun Shu unable to hold back her tears, and she sobbed. "Huar, please be careful on your journey with the prince. We will await your return." Yunhua gently wiped the tears from Yun Shu's face with a handkerchief, comforting her. "Third sister, do not cry. I will bring you delicious treats upon my return." Suddenly, she leaned close to Yun Shu's ear and teasingly whispered, "While I am away, if you encounter any issues at the bookshop, you may seek help from Lord Shun. I am sure he would be more than willing to assist." Hua. Yun Shu's face flushed red, her tear-filled eyes becoming even more captivating. Yunhua smiled softly, playfully winking at Yun Shu, encouraging her, "Third sister, have a little more confidence and be a bit bolder." Rather than trusting in herself, Yun Shu placed her faith in Yunhua's judgment, accepting her sister's advice, and bashfully nodded in agreement. The two sisters exchanged a knowing smile, their bond deepened in understanding. After bidding farewell to the Fan family and Yun Shu, Yunhuan and Si Jue proceeded to the post station. Upon learning of their impending departure, Si Yin's expression dimmed instantly. Grasping Yunhuan's hand, she reluctantly said, "I shall have someone prepare some of your favorite snowflake pastries and deliver them to you this evening, so you may enjoy them on your journey tomorrow." "Thank you, dear princess." Yunhuan smiled gratefully in response. Si Yin then turned to Si Jue, her demeanor becoming awkward as she remarked, "Should you encounter any difficulties in Xinzhou, send word to me. I shall assist you." Si Jue regarded Si Yin in astonishment, utterly unprepared for her words. The notion of familial bonds was foreign to him, leaving him at a loss for words, and he merely responded with a reluctant hum. Yunhuan quietly took Si Jue's hand, her clear eyes reflecting a warm smile, assuring him that she would accompany him to experience all the beauty the world has to offer. Chapter 91. Departure. The sky was clear and the sun was bright. Yunhua, filled with enthusiasm, rested her chin on her hand by the window, savoring the delicate snowflake pastries while gazing at the scenery outside the carriage. Si Jue's attention wandered from the book in his hands, inadvertently landing on Yunhua's contented little face, his lips curving into a gentle smile. "Hua, come here." Yunhua turned her head towards Si Jue, not forgetting to grab her snack bag as she approached him, comfortably settling on his lap. She raised a piece of snowflake pastry to his lips, her eyes sparkling with delight as she cheerfully said, "Here, have one." Si Hung accepted the treat from her hand, savoring its sweetness, albeit it paled in comparison to her radiant smile. Leaning her head against Si Heng's shoulder, Yunhua popped another piece of snowflake pastry in her mouth and, with a muffled voice, inquired, "Your Highness, where will we be staying tonight?" Si Heng embraced Yunhua, glancing down at her cheeks stuffed with pastries, chuckling softly as he poured her a cup of tea and brought it to her lips. "In another hour, we will reach Peng County, where we shall find an inn for the night." Setting aside the teacup, Si Hung playfully pinched Yunhua's little belly, saying, "No more snowflake pastries, or you won't have room for the local delicacies in Peng County tonight. If you eat too much, you might not be able to enjoy dinner." Yunhua obediently murmured a soft "oh," tucking away her pastries, contentedly leaning against Si Hung, inhaling the refreshing scent of herbs that clung to him. As they read a book together, her cherry lips unconsciously curled upward, forming a sweet arc suddenly. It felt as if she were not accompanying him on an inspection, but rather, he was accompanying her on a delightful outing. However, as she continued to read, the words on the pages began to blur into tiny black dots, and sleepiness crept upon her. Si Hung observed as her eyelids gradually closed, bemused yet amused, tapping her forehead lightly. "Really, you eat and then sleep? At this hour? Will you still be able to sleep tonight? Be good, don't doze off." He gently patted her cheek. Yunhua scrunched her little face, reluctantly rubbing against Si Heng's neck with her eyes shut. She did not wish to sleep, but the moment she glanced at the words in his book, drowsiness took hold of her. Si Hung raised his hand to stroke her soft hair, leaning in to kiss her tender cheek, coaxing, "Why not take a look at this?" Only then did Yunhua slowly open her eyes, turning to gaze at the paper in Si Hung's hand, her eyes suddenly lighting up. It resembled a travel guide, marking the names of places from Si Jue to Zinzu, along with notable delicacies and scenic spots. Excitedly, she pointed to the annotations, asking, "When did you draw this, Your Highness? How come I didn't notice while we were together? Last night, after you fell asleep." Though he was on an inspection, since he had brought Yunhua along, he wished to make her as happy and comfortable as possible. Thus, he had perused books in advance, hoping to share the beautiful sights along the way with her. Time permitting, Yunhua, with her eyes gleaming like bright stars, wrapped her arms around Si Heng's neck, her heart fluttering with joy, and, unable to contain herself, planted a soft kiss on the corner of his lips, exclaiming, "Brother Hung, you are truly wonderful." Si Hung chuckled softly, clasping Yunhua's nape, tilting his head to deepen their kiss, their soft lips entwined. His deep, magnetic voice trailed off, laced with a teasing note. "Brother is even better at night." Yunhua wished she could feign ignorance, yet she not only understood, but also envisioned a myriad of tantalizing scenes that made her heart race. "You mustn't speak." She bit down on Si Heng's thin lips in playful defiance, gazing up at his captivatingly handsome face with indignation. "Are you still sleepy?" Si Hung encircled Yunhua's waist, holding her firmly against his chest, leaning down to nibble at her glistening lips. Blushing and dazed, Yunhua shook her head, her already touching lips brushing against his with every movement, igniting an exquisite thrill between them as they both sensed the shift in their feelings. Si Hung buried his face in the crook of Yunhua's neck, kissing her delicate skin while suppressing his breath, unable to resist tugging at her collar, leaving a conspicuous red mark on her collarbone as he murmured, "Teasing little thing. If we weren't in a carriage, I would have taken action right here." Yunhua let out a soft whimper of discomfort, retaliating by biting his neck, leaving a series of tiny teeth marks. Sieng chuckled in amusement, playfully fussing over the pouting little one until they finally settled down. Unbeknownst to them, Mu Yun, who was driving outside, remained oblivious to the happenings within the carriage, having stuffed his ears with cotton balls provided by Mu Yu. An hour later, the carriage rolled into Peng County, where Mu Yun sought out the most prominent inn. Your Highness, we have arrived at the inn," Mu Yun announced, tapping on the carriage door. As the door swung open, Si Hung was the first to alight, then effortlessly lifted Yunhua down, wrapping an arm around her waist. At that moment, Qing Tao also disembarked from another carriage driven by Lu Feng, bowing slightly as she walked alongside Yunhua, offering her support. Si Hung instructed Mu Yun to secure 4 of the finest private rooms, but due to limited availability, they were not on the same floor. Si Hung and Yun Hua occupied the third floor, while Mu Yun stayed next door to them. En Qing Tao and Lu Feng resided in two adjacent rooms on the second floor. Once everything was arranged, the group ventured into the bustling marketplace of Peng County. Hand in hand, Yun Hua and Si Hung approached a stall, eyeing a blob of something curious. "What is this, may I ask?" she inquired eagerly. "It's steamed vegetarian dumplings. Would you like to try one, miss?" The vendor responded warmly. Yun Hua's eyes sparkled as she turned to Si Hung, exclaiming, "Oh, this is the delicacy noted in your highness's guide." Si Hung nodded, brushing a stray lock of hair from her lips back behind her ear, addressing the vendor. "We'll take two." "Of course." The vendor quickly prepared two dumplings, wrapping them in paper and handing them to Yun Hua. As they walked, Yun Hua and Si Hung sampled a bite. How to describe it? It was as if wild vegetables and minced meat were combined with strange seasonings, making it somewhat unpalatable for her. Adhering to her principle of not wasting food, Yun Hua naturally offered the half-eaten dumpling to Si Hung, saying, "I can't finish this." "You have it, your highness." Si Hung, unfazed by the fact that it was partially eaten by her, opened his mouth to accept it. Although the first delicacy she had chosen was not to her liking, fortunately, every subsequent treat Si Hung led her to was something she adored. Upon returning to the inn in the evening, Yun Hua, after completing her evening ablutions, lay wearily upon the bed. Si Hung, reclining beside her, wrapped his arm around her waist, drawing her into his embrace, and softly inquired, "Are you tired?" Resting her head in the crook of Si Hung's arm, Yun Hua smiled and replied, "Not at all." Si Hung gazed into her gentle, soft eyes, pressing a tender kiss upon her smooth forehead. With a playful smirk, he affectionately called her a little fool before enveloping her as they prepared to drift into slumber. However, just as they were on the brink of sleep, a cacophony of unmistakable, raucous sounds of revelry emanated from the adjacent room, making it difficult to discern whether the noises were born of pleasure or discomfort. Yet their volume was astonishingly disruptive. Si Heng's dark eyes narrowed, his gaze turning towards the source of the disturbance with a scowl. What kind of ruckus was this? Such filth was tarnishing the purity of his beloved's ears. Casting a glance at Yun Hua nestled in his arms, he noted that she was frowning in embarrassment, pretending to be asleep. "Stay here. Wait for me inside," he gently admonished as he caressed her head, his voice tender yet firm, before stepping out with a stormy expression. Chapter 92. Attending school, as Mu Yun heard the sound of the door opening from Si Heng's room next door, he immediately sprang to attention. After taking a few steps with Si Hung, he deduced the reason behind the prince's grim demeanor. The noise emanating from that room was indeed excessive, so loud that the person inside failed to hear the knocking. Si Hung, losing his patience, kicked the door, producing a resounding bang that piqued the curiosity of other guests, prompting the innkeeper to rush over in concern. "Which scoundrel dares to pound on my door?" came a gruff voice from within, followed by the door being flung open. A man with an unsatisfied expression, hollow cheeks, and dark circles around his eyes glared at Si Hung and scolded, "Are you out of your mind?" Before Si Hung could utter a word, Mu Yun unsheathed his sword and rested it on his shoulder, sternly rebuking, "To whom do you dare speak like that? Look at the ruckus you've caused. Do you still think you have a right to complain?" The man, seeing Si Heng's sullen expression and catching a glimpse of Mu Yun, feebly protested, "I am the formidable one here. How can you claim to make such a commotion and yet be unchallenged?" Si Hung raised an eyebrow, his cold gaze sweeping over the assorted tools behind the man, and with a disdainful smirk, remarked, "A man of little worth often surrounds himself with many tools." He then fixed a frostbitten stare at the man, slowly twirling the black jade ring on his finger, and warned, "If you dare make another sound, I shall render you utterly useless." The unhurried tone sent a chill down the man's spine, compelling him to instinctively cover his vital areas. Si Heng's eyes, akin to a frigid abyss, regarded him as one would a lifeless object. In a panic, the man hastily retreated and slammed the door shut, fearing that Si Hung might indeed storm in at any moment. Not wishing to waste further energy on such a fool, Si Hung returned to his room, where Yun Hua sat on the bed, clutching the blanket and gazing at him with concern. Si Hung hung his cloak on the rack, settled beside Yun Hua, and comfortingly embraced her, tucking the blanket around her. In a soft voice, he encouraged, "It is quiet now. You may sleep." Yunhua wrapped her arms around Si Heng's firm waist, burying her face in his chest, responding obediently with a gentle Si Heng leaned down and placed a tender kiss on her small head, holding her soft form as they drifted into slumber. As dawn broke, sunlight filtered through the thin mist, draping a golden cloak over the chilly winter landscape. Yunshu held hands with Ji Sui Huan and Lin Si, making their way to the carriage waiting outside the estate, only to encounter Shunji Bai's carriage head-on. Song Ming, perceptive of the situation, halted the carriage and knocked on the door, saying, "My lord, it is the third Miss Yin." Upon hearing this, the door swung open, and Shunji Bai stepped down. Ji Sui Huan, with keen eyes, spotted Shunji Bai and cheerfully called out "Uncle," while waving his little hand with a bright smile. Shenya Bai, although helplessly acknowledging Ji Sui Huan with a nod, inwardly chastised Si Heng for teaching such an irritating term of endearment. Yin Shu, having not anticipated encountering Shunji Bai, was momentarily taken aback and performed a respectful bow, saying, "My lord, did I not mention that you need not perform such formalities upon seeing me? Why do you still bow?" Shunji Bai frowned, as a bow signified estrangement. Yun Shu gazed at Shunji Bai with fluttering eyelashes, gently pressed her lips together, and softly explained, "However, your status dictates that failing to bow would be seen as improper." Shunji Bai took a step closer, his tall figure enveloping the petite Yun Shu, and in a low voice inquired, "Did your sister bow to the crown prince? How could that be the same? Hua and the crown prince are husband and wife, so naturally she need not bow." Yun Shu retorted earnestly, looking up at Shunji Bai. Suddenly, Shenya Bai left, realizing she understood the distinction. "Good, that's easily resolved." He lowered his gaze into Yun Shu's eyes and spoke solemnly. "Yun Shu, let me reiterate. You need not bow when you see me in the future." A familiar, indistinct sensation surged within Yun Shu, for although they had released a wish lantern together that day, they had merely done so without further discourse. She slowly lowered her eyelashes and murmured to herself, "Not bowing is against the rules." Shunji Bai chuckled lightly, saying, "Then ponder how you might adhere to the rules." Yin Shu's heart fluttered, and she suddenly raised her gaze, meeting Shunji Bai's smiling eyes, her cheeks subtly flushed. Biting her lip, she hesitantly asked, "What if I misinterpret?" Ji Sui Huan tilted her little head, alternating her gaze between Shunji Bai and Yin Shu, unable to resist interjecting, "Aunt, why not think it over later? Lin Si and I will be late for school." Ji Sui Huan's innocent remark instantly shattered the charged atmosphere, prompting a barely perceptible sigh from Shunji Bai. Like a small adult, Ji Sui Huan patted Shunji Bai's arm, earnestly advising, "Uncle, we must head to school first. You and my aunt can discuss things when we return." Shunji Bai scrutinized Ji Sui Huan, wondering if this child often disrupted Si Heng's affairs. Ji Sui Huan blinked her large eyes innocently back at Shunji Bai and continued, "My little uncle said I must study diligently with Lin Si, and he will check our progress when we return. So, uncle, we really cannot chat any longer." Lin Si glanced at Ji Sui Huan, who was speaking so earnestly, and stifled a laugh, pondering how she had suddenly become so studious. Yin Shu looked at Ji Sui Huan's eager face for school and smiled gently, addressing Shunji Bai. "Lord, I must first take Sui Huan and Lin Er to school." Shunji Bai nodded, stepping aside to allow Yin Shu passage, watching as their carriage disappeared into the distance. Suddenly, he asked Song Ming, "Is Ming awake?" Song Ming glanced at the sun and reported, "Not yet. Since arriving in Suzhou, the young master has no school to attend and typically sleeps until well past noon. Go wake him." Shunji Bai instructed as he turned to head back. Song Ming drove the carriage behind Shunji Bai, scratching his head in confusion. Was the lord not going out? Why was he returning? Gu Ming and lay snugly beneath the covers, deep in slumber, only to be awakened abruptly, discovering Shunji Bai standing by his bedside. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Gu Ming sat up groggily, yawning and questioning, "Foster father?" Shunji Bai replied with a simple, "Yes," and added, "I'm taking you to school." Gu Mingyin's eyes widened in astonishment, instantly dispelling any sense of drowsiness. He had been enjoying himself thoroughly. Why the sudden summons to school? With a reluctant expression, he turned to Shinjibai and pleaded, "Adoptive father, we have returned to pay respects to our ancestors, so a few more days should not matter. Might I be excused from attending school?" Shinjibai, leisurely adjusting his sleeve, replied, "Ji Suohuan will be residing at the Yun family for the next month. I had intended to enroll you both in the same academy, but if you do not wish to attend, then so be it." Upon hearing that he would be attending the same academy as Ji Suohuan, Gu Mingyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He threw off the covers and sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Adoptive father, I want to go. I will attend school." Shun Jibai nodded calmly. "Go wash up. Shortly, I shall take you to register at the academy. You will commence your studies today." "All right." Gu Mingyin swiftly dressed and hurried toward the washroom. Consequently, when Yunshu arrived in the afternoon to fetch Ji Suihuan and Lin Sishi, she was taken aback to find Shun Jibai standing at the entrance of the academy. Chapter 93. Ambiguity. Yin Shu stood frozen, gazing at Shun Jibai's tall silhouette. Could it be that he had deliberately come to wait for her? Sensing the gaze upon him, Shun Jibai slowly turned around, hands clasped behind his back, and looked at Yin Shu. Instinctively, she prepared to kneel and pay her respects. But the displeasure that flickered in Shun Jibai's eyes halted her. With graceful steps, she approached him, her brow furrowed in confusion as she inquired, "Why is the Marquis here?" Noticing that Yin Shu had not saluted him and was instead walking toward him, Shun Jibai's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile as he replied, "Today, I brought Ming into the academy for school." Yin Shu failed to grasp the deeper meaning behind Shun Jibai's words. Fixating solely on her previous thoughts, his presence here was merely to escort Ming in, not to wait for her. Realizing this, she felt a twinge of guilt and chided herself for overthinking. Shun Jibai, oblivious to Yin Shu's embarrassment, leaned down to meet her gaze and asked, "Have you thought about how to act appropriately, as I suggested this morning?" Yin Shu furrowed her brow, inwardly lamenting that she had indeed overthought things. How could she dare to ponder his earlier words? Lowering her eyes to avoid his gaze and twisting her fingers, she murmured, "I cannot think of anything." Observing the slight pout of her lips and the unusual tone in her voice, Shun Jibai